Chapter 83. A Hidden Confrontation. Within the imperial capital, Qingjun occupies the exalted throne, lightly tapping his fingers, his gaze directed towards the great path that gradually expands across the entire 3,000 Dao domain, albeit at a rather languid pace. It should take about a month. However, that young man possesses an intriguing essence. The system has accorded him such a high appraisal. Moreover, this 4th Legion commander has found him so swiftly. Qingjun's gaze drifts towards Xianxian in the absolute immortal ridge, assessing his profile, which is in stark contrast to Mo Xingheng, one reborn and the other traversing time. Name: Xianxian. Realm: mid-stage divine sea. Talent: a prodigy of the ages. Background: hailing from the ancient Qingyun Empire, he unexpectedly traversed to the present due to the first clash between the Lingxian Empress and the absolute immortal, possessing ancient fortunes and knowledge of ancient secrets. Suitable candidate for the position of Lingxian Legion commander. Qingjun chuckled softly, the sound of his fingers tapping resonating throughout the imperial palace. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing through endless space, directly penetrating the immortal domain, a cold glint surfacing in his eyes, followed by a disdainful snort. You wish to pluck my peaches? Have you grown weary of life? Boom! In the heart of the immortal domain, a hand formed from the essence of the Dao surged across vast mountains and rivers, overwhelming the entire eastern Dao domain, causing countless beings to tremble in terror, their eyes clouded with an inescapable dread. Within the Imperial Academy, Cui Qiuan set down her book, casting a fleeting glance before retracting her gaze, observing Jiang Linxian, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, and gently urged, "Focus on your studies." Jiang Linxian's eyes, clear and serene, responded after a moment, "Yes, master." Qingjun's cold snort weighed heavier than the Tao itself, immediately suppressing the hand, rendering it to oblivion, and the primal force within his voice surged unimpeded towards the central immortal domain. What comes without reciprocation is impolite. Boom! The immortal domain instantly raised a luminous barrier to block Qingjun's formidable might, yet from a shadowed corner of the immortal domain, a muffled groan emerged. How can there be such terrifying existence in the eastern Dao domain, more fearsome than the Empress of your? The ages are long. When shall I return home? A soft sigh intermingled with disbelief echoed in the darkness, gradually dissipating. Perhaps due to the clash between the two, a trace of aura from the source of the Tao suddenly leaked out. Though fleeting, it was perceived by numerous formidable beings. Is this? Could it be the aura of the Tao's source? Is the grand era truly about to commence? Did you sense it? It seems that two supreme existences clashed for a brief moment. In this age of great contention, this generation is destined to surpass any other epoch. Alas, the era of great contention is also one of chaos. Who knows how many prodigies will arise and how many will be reduced to ash? Within the 3 great Tao realms, figures exuding terrifying pressure hovered in the void, all gazing toward the eastern Dao domain. Even a mere fragment of their aura was enough to make the Dao lament. Boom! Suddenly, in the battlefield beyond the heavens of the eastern Dao domain, an overwhelming imperial might erupted, causing these formidable figures to reveal expressions of shock, collectively inhaling sharply. Is this? Several emperors clashing? What is happening in the eastern Dao domain? Could it be that before the grand era has even arrived, an imperial battle is set to commence, sinking an entire Dao realm? Insanity! These lunatics from the eastern Dao domain. I can only hope they do not leave the battlefield beyond the heavens, or else the eastern Dao domain will surely be submerged. A heaviness settled in the hearts of these formidable beings as they gazed intently at the eastern Dao domain. Had the 4 Dao realms been connected, they might have been unable to resist the urge to witness it firsthand. After all, imperial battles are rare, especially of such a small scale. Within the imperial palace, Qingjun cast a nonchalant glance towards the heavens beyond before retracting his gaze. With Kong Wu and Xiao Fanzhou present, there was no need for him to intervene. Moreover, he had yet to summon the absolute immortal ridge. Qingjun raised her palm lightly, her gaze fixed directly upon the celestial peak, her fingers gracefully curling. A humming sound echoed in the air. Above the eastern domain's firmament, the scroll that had once vanished unfurled anew, yet this time it gradually solidified and shrank, drawing ever closer to the imperial capital. Is this the celestial peak? Could it be that a great being is about to emerge? Are you foolish? Have you not seen that the scroll is already approaching the wind domain? It seems that the esteemed one has taken action. Word has it that the imperial capital is on the verge of descending the ninefold celestial steps. Those who ascend may meet the emperor and receive his divine favor. Who knows if it is true? Regardless of its veracity, should the ninefold celestial steps truly descend, I shall certainly journey forth to pay homage to the emperor. Within the eastern domain, discussions among the practitioners regarding the celestial peak shifted, their expressions revealing reverence as they deliberated the matter of the ninefold celestial steps. The celestial peak, under the supreme might of Qingjun, was confined near the imperial capital, utterly transformed into a picturesque scroll amidst the surrounding sea of clouds, exuding an ethereal aura. Reporting to my lord, Qingjun and Lingxian have swept through all the top-tier forces of the autumn and star domains, leaving only the two sites of the emperor's legacy, and they are now en route to destroy the sect. Wang Ling has already led the Demon Heaven Legion to the imperial domain. A figure clad in purple robe appeared within the imperial palace, bowing to report the latest developments of the three. Upon hearing this, Qingjun nodded slightly, her fingers tapping the armrest as she spoke in a tranquil tone. You may go. There remains an emperor in that imperial domain. Be sure not to sink the imperial domain, for it is the territory of the Immortal Dynasty. This old servant shall obey. Wei Zhongxian bowed once more, his figure gradually retreating from the imperial palace, his hawk-like eyes glancing towards the imperial domain before he vanished in a flash. Within the vast imperial palace, only the sound of Li Qingjun's fingers tapping lingered, accompanied by a soft murmur. The path to immortality, the immortals, how increasingly intriguing. Li Qingjun's profound gaze observed the convergence of the origins of the 3,000 domains as the power within her began to surge. Chapter 84. Those who offend me shall perish, I shall perish. In the eastern domain, within the autumn domain, Xianxian, astride the blood Qilin, squinted at the shadowy heavens before retracting his gaze. Surrounding him, 1,000 blood prison guards, their faces devoid of emotion and exuding a chilling aura, stood with long blades. Indifferent to the mountain ahead, the Blood Lord, this is the seat of power in the autumn domain, where the Purple Cloud Imperial Sect is situated. Bloody, leading the Qilin, raised his gaze to the sect nestled amidst the encircling mountains, shrouded in purple mist, slightly nodded, and then spoke respectfully. Who dares approach? Do you not know this is the Purple Cloud? At the mountain gate of the Purple Cloud Imperial Sect, a holy emperor, whose figure had just materialized, was abruptly silenced by the sudden appearance of a blood prison captain's blade, holy blood splattering across the sky. Xianxian nodded slightly, his demeanor apathetic as he commanded. Form the formation, leave none alive. Boom. As if the heavens themselves were displeased, a thunderclap resounded just as Xianxian's words fell, dark clouds converging, signaling an impending torrential downpour. With Xianxian's order, the Blood Prison Legion instantly divided into 8 teams, transforming into a mist of crimson as they surged toward the Purple Cloud Imperial Sect, each led by a quasi-emperor. Blood E, commanding one team of blood prison guards, coldly surveyed the sect enveloped in blood mist, his consciousness enveloping the entire sect. Should anyone show signs of despair, he would be ready to provide support. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the Purple Cloud Imperial Sect, a rapid ringing of bells accompanied by a voice filled with terror echoed through the air. Gather. We are under attack. Instantly, a multitude of quasi-emperor auras erupted within the sect, with several peak quasi-emperors among them, standing resolutely within the sect, coldly gazing at the Blood Prison Legion, bellowing. Which force dares to attack, while our emperor is absent? Do you not fear the wrath of the great emperor? How audacious! Merely 9 peak quasi-emperors. Yet you dare assault the Purple Cloud Imperial Sect. You court death. Where are the disciples of Purple Cloud? Follow me to retaliate and capture these thieves. One of the quasi-emperors let out a fierce roar, and immediately, numerous figures clad in purple emerged from within the sect, all disciples of Purple Cloud. It seems the Purple Gold Emperor is not in the ancestral land. There should be no need for Lord Shui to intervene. Xianxian nodded slightly, his body gracefully leaving the small blood, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This was the first time someone dared to confront the Blood Prison Legion head-on. Even if the Purple Gold Emperor were present, the Blood Lord would certainly perish only after us. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Blood Yi's mouth as he gazed at the stepping disciples of Purple Cloud, and suddenly, an imperial blade appeared in his hand. Hearing this, Xian felt somewhat speechless. He had lost interest in continuing the conversation with Blood Yi. With a swift motion, he drew the Blood Prison Imperial Blade from his waist, his figure transforming into a streak of blood light as he charged toward the group of Purple Cloud disciples. Blood Yi shrugged indifferently, his gaze fixed on the few quasi-emperors who had just stepped out of the protective formation, the might of the imperial weapons bursting forth. A blood-colored blade light, carrying the power to sever myriad stars, swept through, and before the Purple Cloud disciples could react, they fell one after another. How outrageous! Cursed be this! The expressions of the quasi-emperors within the Purple Cloud Imperial sect changed drastically as several who had not yet entered the Imperial formation were instantly severed in half. Blood energies surged into the bodies, transforming them into blood mist, along with their consciousness dissipating. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 Purple Cloud disciples had met their demise. The boundless blood energy seemed to nourish the Blood Prison Legion, propelling hundreds of peak holy kings among the Blood Prison guards to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. The Grand Elder of the Purple Cloud Imperial sect wore a grim expression, watching as the mutilated bodies of the disciples fell like dumplings from the heavens. A flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Who are you? Why do you assault my Purple Cloud Imperial sect? My sect has always been amicable, never offending others, and even maintaining good relations with the Su Ling Imperial sect. Who are you? Within the Imperial formation, the faces of the Purple Cloud disciples were etched with terror. In just one encounter, they had suffered the loss of 1,000 elite disciples, including 5 quasi-emperors. Among them was even a peak quasi-emperor. Could it be that the cold-faced youth in blood armor is a great emperor? Xianxian stood proudly amidst the heavens, the blood blade slightly tilted. Blood coalescing into beads within the blood slot, dripping down like rain. Amicable, never offending others? What concern is that of mine? Xianxian met their gaze coldly. A cruel smile curving his lips. Those who offend me shall die. I shall die if I offend. Break the formation, leave none alive. As his words fell, 9 beams of blood light filled the heavens, tearing through countless hills, and within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, countless lives were obliterated. Some cultivators, drawn by the commotion, turned pale, and certain holy emperor cultivators burned their souls, employing forbidden escape techniques, desperately fleeing into the distance. Yet those who could not escape in time were instantly engulfed as the space shattered. Within the imperial formation, the Grand Elder of the sect's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. You are all doomed. Attacking the Purple Cloud Imperial sect, the Emperor will surely not spare you. However, his heart was filled with trepidation. He had just notified the Purple Gold Emperor, yet he had not yet arrived, indicating that perhaps the Purple Gold Emperor was preoccupied. After all, the Purple Gold Emperor was not adept at formations. The Imperial formation he set up differed fundamentally from those arranged by formation emperors. The latter's formations could withstand an emperor's assault for a time, whereas the former's array might not even endure a casual strike from an emperor. 9 blood-colored blade lights seemed poised to annihilate this land, descending with the might to devastate the heavens and earth upon the Imperial formation. 9 peak quasi-emperors wielding Imperial weapons launched their most powerful strikes, not to mention Blood Yi, a quasi-emperor nearing the realm of an emperor, directly shattering the Imperial formation. The formation splintered like a shattered mirror, fragments scattering into the air. Boom! A deep rumble echoed across the skies, dispersing much of the dark clouds. As countless lower cultivation individuals within the Imperial formation were directly struck dead, even among the Purple Mansion cultivators, over half perished, leaving only the Holy Realm cultivators who barely survived through their Tao principles. No, the Emperor will surely kill you and your backing forces. The Grand Elder of the sect glared at the shattered formation, his eyes filled with terror. He knew he was finished, either dying at the hands of the Blood Prison Legion or being consumed by the endless wrath of the Purple Gold Emperor. I will fight you to the end. The Grand Elder's eyes turned blood red, glaring savagely at Xianxian, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged forward. Kill! Xianxian's expression remained unperturbed, coldly issuing commands from the heavens. Before the Grand Elder could reach him, another blood-colored blade light severed the space, directly bisecting him. Following this, Blood Yi's indifferent visage appeared before him, fingers gripping his spirit, forcibly extracting his source. A veil of blood mist enveloped the Purple Cloud Imperial sect, leaving no corner untouched. As the Blood Prison Legion coldly harvested life after life, like a grim reaper. Within the Purple Cloud Imperial sect, curses, pleas for mercy, and roars melded into a cacophony, but more prevalent were the wails, the stench of blood rising to stir the heavens. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed. As if even the heavens could no longer bear witness, raindrops the size of beans converging into lines, densely cascading from the sky, seemingly to wash away the pervasive scent of blood. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous crash accompanied by a violent imperial might cast a shadow over the entire eastern domain. Chu Xian's expression shifted, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured, "The imperial war is about to commence." Chapter 85. The advantage is mine. The Great Wind Empire. Do you truly wish to provoke an imperial war? A thunderous roar emanated from the battleground beyond the heavens, instantly resonating throughout the eastern domain. Confronted by the overwhelming pressure contained within, countless cultivators gazed upward in horror, bewildered by the unfolding events. An imperial battle? Just 3 worthless beings dare to speak of war? The manic laughter of Xiao Fanzhou echoed across the eastern domain as torrents of imperial might descended, causing innumerable beings to tremble, their eyes filled with terror. The sky has fallen. If an imperial battle erupts, how shall we find refuge? Amidst the widespread panic, a soothing voice emerged, dispelling the oppressive aura radiating from the celestial battlefield. The wise do not speak of the strange and uncanny. The cultivators belonging to the 4 domains of the Great Wind Empire were momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was the Confucian emperor from the academy who had intervened. Respect flickered in their eyes as they bowed toward the academy. Unfortunately, it seemed we might be deprived of witnessing the imperial battle. A group of quasi-emperors stood beneath the heavens, their eyes filled with longing, yet the fury of the imperial might surrounding the battleground appeared as an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard they tried, they could not breach it. To deal with you 3 worthless beings, 1 is more than sufficient. Within the celestial battlefield, Xiao Fanzhou exuded unparalleled arrogance, standing with one hand behind his back, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 emperors across from him. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. The expressions of the 3 great emperors, Changfeng, Zijin, and Lingfeng, turned exceedingly grim, especially Zijin, whose eyes seemed ready to be consumed by fury. My friends, the source of the great Tao has fallen into the eastern domain. It is a treasure within our grasp. Why can we not share it equally? Changfeng, though visibly troubled, attempted to persuade them with a heavy heart, having already been swayed by Lingfeng to join their alliance. What need is there to waste breath on such arrogant fools? They have destroyed my lineage and slain my descendants. I shall make you pay a heavy price. Zijin roared, shattering countless stars beyond the domain, as the primal source of gold erupted around him, and a purple gold spear appeared in his hand. Its tip aimed menacingly at Xiao Fanzhou. That is quite true. 3 against 2, the advantage lies with us. An elder with a loose tongue and a somewhat weaker alchemist cannot hope to stand against us. Moreover, my brother is on the verge of breaking through. He shall arrive within a quarter of an hour. Lingfeng, with a cold gaze, produced a green orb emanating overwhelming imperial might from within himself, which immediately stirred up fierce winds, threatening to obliterate all in its path. Changfeng sighed deeply, shaking his head in regret. Since you 2 are not of the same path, let us see who holds the greater strength. But is that purple-robed emperor not yet appearing? Changfeng fanned himself with a paper fan, painted with ink landscapes. And in an instant, the celestial battlefield was filled with a sudden gust of wind. Boom. The 3 of them struck simultaneously. Terrifying imperial might crushing every inch of the celestial battlefield, causing the void to tremble violently, as the shockwaves radiated outward, shattering countless stars. Xiao Fanzhou's expression was defiant. He brandished the heavenly refining emperor's furnace, facing the assault of the 3 emperors without a trace of panic. Even the nearby Kong Wu appeared indifferent. How does the weakness of the alchemist concern me? Xiao Fanzhou laughed maniacally, one hand grasping the imperial furnace while the other formed a seal, devouring and channeling the essence of the alchemical Tao, causing the entire furnace to vibrate violently. The first strike was launched by Zijin. The imperial spear sliced through the ages, accompanied by the sound of shattering space as it aimed directly at Xiao Fanzhou's celestial spirit. Receive. At Xiao Fanzhou's fierce command, the lid of the imperial furnace abruptly opened, unleashing an irresistible force that caused Zijin's expression to change dramatically as he thrust the imperial spear into the void. Although his form steadied somewhat, he could not escape the fate of being drawn into the furnace. My 2 friends, assist me. Zijin's panicked voice caused Lingfeng and the other emperor's expressions to shift. They too sensed the overwhelming pull. Rather than assist Zijin, they feared they might not even save themselves. Tianjian, do you truly intend to remain a mere spectator? If we are defeated, where will you find refuge in this vast eastern domain? The 2 shouted, hoping to draw the aloof Tianjian emperor into their ranks. In response, the Tianjian emperor, who had retreated to the edge of the celestial battlefield, scoffed disdainfully, his eyes brimming with mockery. Did these three not notice the ever-watchful Kong Wu? What a joke. As a dignified emperor, and one without a faction, did they truly believe he would lack a place to stand? If all else failed, he would simply depart with his partner and offspring from the eastern domain, or even submit to that imperial lord. He could not fathom that by serving him tea and water daily, he would be cast aside. Witnessing Tianjian's indifference, the trio was consumed by rage. Lingfeng bellowed, "Fool! My two friends, abandon your resistance. Manifest your primal essence. What does it matter if we enter his imperial furnace? Together, can we not break through this imperial furnace?" Hearing Lingfeng's words, the two felt a glimmer of reason and promptly relinquished their resistance, channeling their essence for protection, only to be drawn into the imperial furnace the next moment. A wicked smile graced Xianxiafan's lips. He only wished to express how fantastical their thoughts were. Though he had not dueled with anyone for quite some time, his strength had not waned in the slightest. Buzz, as the three emperors were drawn into the furnace. The entire heavenly refining emperor's furnace began to tremble violently, the sound of explosions echoing within. The three great emperors, wielding their supreme imperial weapons, unleashed such overwhelming might that the furnace itself let out a mournful wail. This was the first time anyone had voluntarily entered his furnace. Had they attempted to flee, there may have been a glimmer of hope. Xiaofanzhou placed a hand upon the lid, causing the heavenly refining emperor's furnace to cease its trembling. Yet the mournful cries persisted, with strands of imperial might seeping forth. Fire! Xiaofanzhou's expression suddenly became serene as he observed closely. Beneath the calm lay a hint of dignity. With his soft voice, a white spark seemed to be birthed from the void, igniting the surrounding space with a deafening crackle. Whoosh! A gentle breeze fanned the flames, causing the spark to extend across the space, stretching for countless miles. Even the distant Tianjin emperor felt the effects, compelled to manifest his primal essence to shield himself from the searing heat. Was this truly an alchemist? Was this the essence of fire? The Tianjin emperor's expression shifted repeatedly, his gaze toward Xiaofanzhou gradually revealing astonishment. Could this person be a perfect emperor? The Tianjin emperor felt a mix of uncertainty. Yet no matter how he sensed it, Xiaofanzhou's aura was unmistakable, undeniably that of a flawless emperor. As the white flames neared Kong Wu, they suddenly extinguished, exhibiting extraordinary phenomena. Taichu. A flicker of surprise crossed Kong Wu's eyes, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Observing closely, a semblance of understanding emerged within his gaze. To reverse the essence of fire into the primordial source? An intriguing thought. Yet it was evidently impossible, at best. It could only evolve into the fire of the primordial. Chapter 86. The Fall of Emperors. The sorrowful reign of the Great Tao. Within the imperial furnace, it resembled a purgatory, ablaze with white flames that seared the souls, bodies, and even the very essence of Changfeng and the others. What kind of fire is this? How can it burn our essence? To consume us? Is the alchemist trying to refine us into medicinal pills? Do not panic, my friends. Hold on for half a moment. My brother will surely arrive. The three, though somewhat alarmed, remained relatively composed. After all, those who became emperors often possessed hidden reserves. Buzz. Their imperial might filled the entire furnace, as three supreme imperial weapons hovered above their celestial spirits, cascading streams of light to shield them. Yet soon, their expressions shifted once more, for the previously empty imperial furnace suddenly filled with numerous spiritual herbs, including half a stalk of imperial medicine. Immediately, a seemingly ordinary leaf descended, casting a pall over the countenances of the three individuals. Is this the fabled enlightenment leaf? Hiss. The imperial elixir, it's ruined. It appears he truly intends to refine the three of us. Fear not, my compatriots, await our brother's arrival. Gazing at the leaf that seemed to embody the essence of primordial power, a shiver coursed through them. Outside the imperial furnace, Xiaofanzhou's expression turned solemn and authoritative. The playful demeanor of yesteryears had vanished. As he slowly waved his hands, the sparks around him erupted in jubilant cheer, as though heralding the return of their sovereign. What is this? Kong Wu was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the translucent ember that flowed from within Xiaofanzhou, radiating a faint celestial brilliance, murmuring, could it be the celestial fire? The Sword Emperor crossed his arms, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. It was said that in ancient times, when demonic spirits roamed the world, the Celestials refined the glazed ember to forge elixirs. So it is true. A flash of relief crossed the Sword Emperor's eyes, grateful that he had not succumbed to greed. Otherwise, another soul would have been added to the furnace. This domain cannot be endured any longer. It is far too terrifying. With a light clap of his palm upon the imperial furnace, a resounding echo reverberated across the celestial battlefield, sending a chill down the Sword Emperor's spine. Boom. Within the furnace, 3 waves of imperial might suddenly erupted, causing the lid of the furnace to tremble incessantly, while the terrified voices of Ling Feng and his companions erupted from within. What in the world is this? Why can we not withstand it? Damn it. This essence of alchemy is affixed to this cursed thing. We cannot resist it. Calm yourselves. Hold on a moment longer. Our brother. Clearly, the 3 sensed the imminent threat of death and began to fight desperately for their survival. Xiao Fanzhou's complexion paled slightly. The dying counterattack of the 3 emperors was indeed taxing. Yet, his eyes shimmered with madness as his hands became a blur, inscribing an array of profound seals upon the imperial furnace, staunchly resisting their onslaught. Damn it, I wondered why he hadn't arrived. It turns out he was obstructed by that Yin-Yang figure, Kong Wu muttered suddenly, then sauntered over to the imperial furnace. Before Xiao Fanzhou could speak, his aged hand gently descended upon the furnace. Thud. Within the imperial furnace, Ling Feng and his companions were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in terror as they gazed upwards, witnessing an enormous hand that blotted out the sun descending upon them. Half-step pinnacle? The essence of power. The 3 exclaimed in horror. Ling Feng felt a wave of dread wash over him, suddenly realizing that even his brother might not be able to save him. Even if he could break through to the perfect emperor, what difference would it make here, facing a half-step pinnacle emperor? Within the 3 stages of emperor, each tier is akin to a chasm, evoking despair. They roared in unison, despite the hopelessness in their hearts, having reached this level with great difficulty. Who would wish for their demise? 3 supreme imperial weapons were summoned, capable of tearing through the great paths and shattering the void, yet in Kong Wu's hands, they appeared fragile and feeble. Even before the imperial weapons could approach the colossal hand, they were repelled, emitting mournful cries. Fear flickered in the eyes of the 3 emperors as they witnessed the enormous hand descend, their essence enveloping their bodies, yet it was futile, under the essence of power. All was mere illusion. Thud. The hand descended as if swatting a fly, directly striking the 3, causing them to spew blood, their imperial essence splattering across the entire furnace, igniting the glazed celestial fire into a furious boil. In an instant, the entire imperial furnace fell into silence, the 3 emperors lying quietly within, unaware of their fate. A glimmer of emotion flashed in Xiao Fanzhou's eyes. Though he knew Kong Wu was a perfect emperor, he hadn't anticipated such strength, and he immediately complained. You should have mentioned you were a half-step pinnacle. You didn't even ask. Kong Wu shot a glance at Xiao Fanzhou, his impatience palpable. Hurry and refine. Sensing Kong Wu's displeasure, Xiao Fanzhou shrugged, then began the alchemical process. The Sword Emperor's eyes widened in horror as the words half-step pinnacle echoed in his mind. He finally understood why Kong Wu had refrained from intervening. It was not mere disdain. When he acted, it would surely be a kill strike. A pinnacle emperor. The light in the Sword Emperor's eyes dimmed considerably. He had risen to the status of emperor in his youth, an unparalleled talent, believing he could ascend to the peak without hindrance. Yet, upon truly breaking through to emperor, he realized the insignificance of an ant gazing at the moon. Having squandered the better part of his life, he had yet to achieve the perfect emperor level, let alone that of the pinnacle emperor, which was said to stand alongside the celestials. As Xiao Fanzhou's hands danced, the imperial bodies of Ling Feng and Chang Feng were suddenly engulfed and consumed by the celestial fire, the chilling crackling resonating throughout the furnace. The half-plant imperial elixir and the enlightenment leaf, along with numerous spiritual herbs, were immediately transformed into a medicinal liquid, while the burning imperial bodies of Ling Feng's companions began to shrink inexplicably. The medicinal liquid, suffused with a faint celestial glow, divided into 2 portions, each merging into the celestial fire. The shell of that purple gold emperor is quite good. It can be used to reconstruct that little brat's body. These 2 can be refined into an imperial elixir. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fanzhou's eerie laughter echoed throughout the celestial battlefield. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated, and the imperial elixir tribulation descended abruptly. Strangely, a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling, akin to a sacred resonance, spread across the eastern domain. Subsequently, a blood cloud, stretching for countless miles, materialized, enveloping the entire celestial battlefield, indeed encompassing the whole eastern domain. The great path's sorrowful reign, the mournful chime of the celestial bell. Oh! The Sword Emperor gazed upwards, sensing the profound sorrow contained within, and could not help but sigh. Whenever an emperor is born, their essence resonates with the great path. And when they fall unexpectedly, blood rain falls upon the places they once inhabited, accompanied by the lament of the celestial bell. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, myriad beings thrive. The eastern domain had gone utterly mad due to the descent of the blood rain. Chapter 87. Blood can carry a boat. Ding. The sacred resonance mingled with blood rain fell upon every corner of the eastern domain, its intense sorrow causing even those beneath the quasi-emperor level to succumb to grief. A multitude of cultivators gazed up at the heavens, their expressions a mix of tears and laughter as the imperial might dissipated from the celestial battlefield. They suddenly understood that the imperial battle had concluded. Whoa, why do I feel such sorrow? No, why is my path lamenting? What could this mean? Whoa, haha. The path of gold has become even clearer. I sense that I shall soon break through. Whoa, how terrifying. An emperor has fallen. Could it be that the pattern of the eastern domain will undergo a complete transformation? But who knows if it was the Academy's emperor or, with the demise of the three great emperors, even if they were refined into human elixirs by Qiao Fanzhou, they could not retain their formidable cultivation. The return of a single emperor is sufficient to give rise to countless prodigies in a domain, let alone the simultaneous fall of three emperors. One can imagine the ensuing explosion of talent in the eastern domain. Within the Imperial Academy, Yan Jingxian gazed at the sky, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Before the age of gold has even begun, an emperor has fallen. What shall occur when it truly commences?" Meanwhile, within the Imperial domain, a man resembling the Ling Feng Emperor, yet more dignified, bore a grim expression, his eyes filled with darkness. "Old eunuch, we are both perfect emperors. Are we truly to fight to the death and sink the Imperial domain?" Even as Ling Feng fell, he felt it acutely. He and Ling Feng were born of the same mother, having shared countless years together, their bond profound beyond measure. Now that Ling Feng had fallen, how could he not be enraged? As he beheld Wei Zhongxian, whose face was twisted in derision, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped him. He could sense that Wei Zhongxian was either on par with him, or perhaps even slightly superior. As long as you refrain from making a move, we shall likewise remain passive. Wei Zhongxian chuckled, yet a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the heart of the divine Wood Emperor sank. Gazing at the Su Ling Emperor's sect, now besieged by countless vengeful spirits, he pondered how his sect could possibly survive if he did not intervene. "Teng Huayuan, I have brought your progeny to see you." Wang Ling's cold voice echoed throughout the Su Ling Emperor's sect. No sooner had the words left his lips than thousands of dazed, mindless vengeful spirits materialized behind him. Inside the Su Ling Emperor's sect, Teng Huayuan's eyes turned crimson. His face streaked with tears. He recognized those vengeful spirits, members of his own Teng family. A flicker of regret passed through Teng Huayuan's eyes. Had he known this would unfold? Why had he ever fought for the task of seeking the heavenly demon pearl? Yet now it was too late. Zhou Tianxing's expression darkened, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear, while a group of elders trembled in terror. The defensive formation protecting the Su Ling Emperor sect roared in protest, tightening the knot of anxiety in their throats. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as the demon commander unleashed the demonic army, striking the imperial array with relentless might. Wang Ling's eyes radiated unbridled killing intent, his raven hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, while the ceaseless assault began to wear down the formation of the Su Ling Emperor sect, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. Suddenly, Wang Ling's gaze shifted to the heavens, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. In that instant, a vengeful spirit behind him vanished without a trace. Breakthrough! The roar of the divine would reverberated through the firmament, sending shivers down the spines of every disciple of the Su Ling Emperor sect. "Kill!" Zhou Tianxing gritted his teeth and bellowed, taking the lead and charging towards the array's outer edge, followed closely by a dozen shimmering figures. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Su Ling Emperor sect felt a surge of resolve. With 7 peak quasi-emperors and 10 budding quasi-emperors among them, they might still grasp a slim chance of survival. Yet if they remained within the confines of the Su Ling Emperor sect, they would surely face annihilation. "Follow the emperor and break out." Wang Ling's demeanor was icy as he snorted, "Form the array." With that, he raised his hand, and a nearby quasi-emperor vengeful spirit transformed into a myriad of demonic energy, coalescing above the Su Ling Emperor sect into an ethereal, soul-calling banner. The demon army, upon receiving orders, swiftly divided into 9 factions, their dark imperial banners fluttering in the wind, enveloping the entire Su Ling Emperor sect in an indescribable aura. Teng Huayuan, sensing the distance between himself and the Su Ling Emperor sect widening, could not help but reveal a glimmer of elation, breathing a sigh of relief. So long as he survived, he would not fear the lack of descendants in the future. However, in the next moment, a colossal hand wreathed in demonic flames appeared beside him, offering no chance for resistance as it crushed him into a blood mist, his soul forcibly extracted to become part of the soul-calling banner. Even in his dying moments, the joy in Teng Huayuan's eyes did not fade. Wang Ling gazed into the distance, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes as he murmured, Consider it a favor granted to you. Ah, I do not wish to die. I refuse to become a vengeful spirit. You fiend. Such demonic methods deserve to be eradicated. Just wait. The golden age is about to commence, and you, a monster, shall not endure for long. The 9 divisions of the demon army took their positions, leaving almost no blind spots. Moreover, each division possessed an imperial weapon. Attempting to break through single-handedly was clearly a fool's errand. All cultivators above the Saint Emperor realm, gather here. Zhou Tianxing howled to the heavens, determination flashing in his eyes. Without uniting their strength, breaking through the blockade of the demon army was sheer folly. We shall pave the way for you. Please preserve a spark for the Su Ling Emperor sect. Zhou Tianxing's anguished roar echoed through the skies. And hundreds of cultivators above the Saint Emperor realm, resolute in their expressions, willingly threw themselves into the fray, fully aware of the peril. Wang Ling's eyes glinted with a cold light, demonic flames rising around him as countless vengeful spirits began to intercept the escaping disciples of the Su Ling sect. Zhou Tianxing's arms were torn apart by the demon commander's power, the insidious demonic energy invading his body, prompting him to roar in fury. Though the Su Ling Emperor sect may perish, as long as a single spark remains, we shall one day extinguish your Great Wind Empire. There are no more chances. A chilling voice echoed from an unknown source, followed by a blood-red light tearing through the sky, claiming the heads of the Su Ling disciples in its wake. Brother Wang, your righteous spirit truly shines. At the same time, a somewhat teasing voice emerged from another direction, accompanied by a spear that pierced the heavens, shattering space itself. Zhou Tianxing's eyes widened in horror at the sight of 2 approaching armies, the blood light and spear hurtling towards him. The demon commander, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a crushing finger, culminating in a tremendous impact. Bang! The simultaneous strike of the 3 top quasi-emperors obliterated the entire Su Ling Emperor sect, causing the surrounding landscape to sink into oblivion, while countless onlookers were left in utter annihilation. Historical records state, in the first month of spring, the blood of the imperial capital could buoy a vessel. Chapter 88. The Fall of the Divine Wood Emperor. Fortunately, the crucial palaces and formations within the Su Ling Emperor sect prevented its complete destruction alongside the vast expanse of land. Inside the sect, thousands of disciples, sheltered within the palace formations yet of lesser cultivation, were directly killed by the shockwave, with only a handful managing to survive. The surviving disciples gazed up at the heavens, their eyes filled with terror, fully aware that the Su Ling Emperor sect had met its end. The trio of quasi-emperors had not merely obliterated countless miles of terrain. They had also annihilated the ancestral lands painstakingly cultivated over millennia by the Su Ling Emperor sect. Their combined strike returned everything to the starting point, rendering the Su Ling Emperor sect a mere relic of history. Brother Wang, it's good to see you safe and sound. It appears your journey to the Absolute Fairy Ridge has been quite fruitful. Lin Yan, brandishing a long spear, spoke cheerfully, his azure battle armor gleaming. While Su Moyu beside him winked at Wang Ling. Brother Lin, Brother Su, Brother Chu, Wang Ling acknowledged with a slight nod, a smile gracing his lips as a form of greeting. Brother Wang, Chu Xian nodded in acknowledgement, his elongated eyes scanning the surviving disciples of the Su Ling sect, a hint of murderous intent gleaming within. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted above the imperial domain, followed by a surge of overwhelming imperial might and an incredulous voice. Is this an imperial realm vengeful spirit? Wang Ling's eyes sparkled with a faint light as he gazed skyward. Yet the images sent from Absolute Fairy made him furrow his brow, dark energy surging around him, his black robe billowing ominously. In an instant, an unending chorus of vengeful spirits unleashed piercing cries toward the heavens, their formerly vacant gray eyes morphing into eerie blood-red orbs. Beneath the bleak sky, where blood rained down, countless pairs of glimmering crimson eyes sent chills down spines, even unsettling Lin Yan and Chu Xian with their shrill wails. Amidst their confusion, a figure with blood-red eyes and an aura rivaling that of emperors burst forth from the heavens. Boom! The moment Absolute Fairy appeared, a tempest of imperial might surged forth. The anguished voice of the Divine Wood Emperor resonating throughout the imperial domain. You have gone too far. Even if I perish, I shall sink the eastern domain. Absolute Fairy let out a skyward howl, the surrounding vengeful spirits disintegrating into an endless black mist, which swiftly transformed into the soul-calling banner in his grasp. With a mere flick of the banner, the surviving disciples of the Su Ling Emperor sect erupted in a violent explosion. A ghostly light from their divine seas merging instantaneously into the soul-calling banner. Under the astonished gazes of the three, a shimmering veil, akin to ink spreading across a canvas, resonated with the demonic aura enveloping Wang Ling, momentarily shielding the 3 legions, and severing their connection to the raging imperial might. Fellow Taoist, are you truly intent on exterminating all? Above in the heavens, the wood god emperor's expression darkened as tendrils of demonic energy emanated from his pale hand. Clashing with the essence within him, Wei Zhongxian remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. His hawk-like eyes filled with a chilling coldness as he quietly observed the wood god emperor. The Su Ling imperial sect has been annihilated, and the 9 domains of the Eastern Path now lie within your imperial grasp. Little do you know, leaving a thread of life for others may facilitate future encounters. Are you truly determined to engage in a mutual destruction? The wood god emperor's countenance grew so grim it seemed poised to drip with despair. While he could not be halted by Wei Zhongxian, the 4 domains had yet to establish contact. And with the entirety of the Eastern Path now under the sway of the Great Wind Dynasty, where could he possibly flee? Mutual destruction? I fear this little fish cannot break free from this vast net. Suddenly, a brazen, mocking laughter echoed from the void, and the next moment, the fabric of space near the wood god emperor was violently torn apart. 2 figures emerged, one clad in scholarly robes with a benevolent visage, and the other adorned in resplendent feathers, a smile gracing his lips. Then I shall leave this to the 2 esteemed heads. I must return to report to my master. Upon witnessing Kong Wu and Xiao Fanzhou's arrival, Wei Zhongxian jovially remarked, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. A sense of foreboding settled in the wood god emperor's heart. It appeared the Great Wind Dynasty truly could not accommodate him any longer. Very well, even if I perish, I shall sink an entire domain. Boom. The imperial might erupted suddenly, enveloping the entire imperial domain, ignoring Kong Wu and Xiao Fanzhou. The wood god emperor produced a cauldron radiating an aura potent enough to collapse the ages, hurling it towards the imperial domain. Should this strike land, the countless mountains and rivers within the imperial domain would shatter, and the spiritual energy would be obliterated, rendering the area devoid of life for millennia. Observing this, Xiao Fanzhou remained still, his gaze fixed on Kong Wu. While he could indeed suppress the wood god emperor, he was unable to slay him. Interesting. Kong Wu nodded slightly, and in the next moment, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before the cauldron, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he unleashed a punch devoid of pressure or aura, as if he were an ordinary mortal. Oh, returning to simplicity, it seems you are but a hair's breadth away. Xiao Fanzhou smirked wickedly, lifting the cauldron and directing his gaze towards the wood god emperor, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Kong Wu's fist struck the cauldron, yet inexplicably, no sound emerged, and the wood god emperor's countenance suddenly shifted, uncontrollably spewing forth a mouthful of imperial blood. Uft, my 10,000-wood imperial cauldron. A flicker of horror crossed the wood god emperor's eyes as the deity within the cauldron was obliterated by Kong Wu's punch, along with the erasure of his life imprint. Swish. A flash before the wood god emperor's eyes revealed a kind, elderly face, prompting him to hastily attempt to utilize his divine powers to escape, only to discover he could not summon even a shred of his primal energy. Observing this, Kong Wu's gaze brimmed with mockery. He had painstakingly comprehended the essence of speed and the source of confinement to engage in a true contest of strength with a peer. I shall contend with you, madman. The wood god emperor's eyes hardened with resolve, and his primal energy ignited, burning alongside his divine soul. Under the conflagration of his primal energy and divine soul, the wood god emperor broke free from Kong Wu's confinement, channeling his powers, his hand akin to a burning dry branch, shattering the surrounding space and igniting the void itself. A hint of determination. However, you are unworthy to contend with me. Noting this, the mockery in Kong Wu's eyes deepened. Unflinching, he concentrated the essence of strength rapidly, delivering a punch that proclaimed, I am invincible. The ferocious force of the punch intertwined with the violent essence, causing even distant Xiao Fanzhou to change countenance, necessitating the wrapping of the battlefield in the essence of alchemy to consume the released aura. With a single punch, Kong Wu tore through the wood god emperor's arm, the momentum unabated, striking directly at the pulsating heart, encountering no resistance, and piercing through. The savage force of the punch wreaked havoc across the celestial expanse, tearing the heavens apart, and even Xiao Fanzhou was caught in the indiscriminate impact. Damn it! Xiao Fanzhou exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. His face flushed as though painted with rouge, his primal energy in tumult. Yet he had no time to consider his own condition, urgently exclaiming, No, don't. With that, he seized the remnants of the wood god emperor's body and flung it into the cauldron, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He then retrieved an imperial pill for healing, to stabilize the injuries inflicted by Kong Wu's inadvertent strike. Chapter 89. Just act normally. As the wood god emperor fell, the ethereal sound resonating between heaven and earth seemed to grow more mournful, the blood rain fell with increasing urgency, and the rich aura of the Tao permeated the entire eastern path, leading countless beings to awaken to enlightenment overnight. The Su Ling imperial sect, the three retracted their gazes. And Zhu Xian also dispelled the veil, standing vacantly beside Wang Ling, her blood-red eyes filled with fury, devoid of any trace of intellect. Wang Ling sighed inwardly. With his complete mastery of the refining banner, he had gained insight into Zhu Xian's condition. Only 3 souls remained, while the other 4 souls and 2 spirits were either dissipated or wandering beyond. Yet despite this, Zhu Xian remained terrifyingly formidable, comparable to a newly ascended emperor. Should he truly restore her 3 souls and 7 spirits? Wang Ling speculated that perhaps Zhu Xian could indeed be reborn to live another life. Brother Wang, since the Su Ling imperial sect has perished, the remaining forces within the imperial domain are now in your hands. I and Brother Chu shall proceed to suppress the Snow domain and the Liang domain. Lin Yin smiled lightly. Now, in the 9 domains of the eastern path, save for the Snow and Liang domains, the other 7 were effectively under their control. Upon hearing this, Wang Ling nodded slightly. Then I wish you both success in your endeavors. Lin Yin and Chu Xian waved their hands, tearing through the fabric of space, promptly vanishing from sight. Their appearance here was merely fortuitous, having sensed Wang Ling's aura while passing by, and they did not mind taking a moment to observe. Wang Ling exhaled a breath of turbid air, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, as a wave of demonic flames surged around him, intertwining with the blood rain cascading from the heavens, creating a scene both eerie and sanguine. Countless vengeful spirits wailed around the demon heaven legion, their tragic cries resonating as the ultimate sound in the world. All those associated with the Su Ling imperial sect in the imperial domain shuddered in unison. Gazing distantly at the sight of the former Su Ling imperial sect, a chill inexplicably rising in their hearts. The reports from the 3 battles were naturally updated in real time throughout the Wind domain. And upon hearing that the 9 domains of the eastern path were soon to fall under the Imperial Dynasty's dominion, countless forces turned envious. With innumerable power holders queuing up from Zhu Fushan and Ji Wumo's residence to the gates of the imperial city, bearing extravagant gifts. At this moment, the imperial city had undergone a transformation. Without attaining sacred realm cultivation, one would scarcely dare to enter the city even for a glance. At the entrance of Zhu Fushan's residence, the doors were tightly shut, devoid of any guards, clearly indicating no intention of receiving guests. A throng of power holders awaited, their eyes nearly bloodshot. This was the first time they had witnessed Zhu Fushan's doors closed, with no one being entertained. What is happening? Why has Lord Zhu kept the doors shut since the 2 legion leaders set out? Could something significant have transpired within the Imperial Dynasty? Significant? The only noteworthy event that can occur within the dynasty is the territory being too vast, with insufficient manpower. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves here. Haha, esteemed guests. If you don't mind me sharing, I have received astonishing news. It is said that the Great One intends to redraw the Eastern Path's territories, which is why Lord Zhu has been rather preoccupied of late. At the forefront of Zhu Fushan's residence, an elderly man with a white beard radiated a faint aura of the Tao, his countenance profound as he spoke. His eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at the imperial capital that flickered into view above. What? Redrawing the Eastern Path's territories? Is this truly the case? The words of this esteemed friend should not be taken lightly. It is only natural that Lord Ji and Lord Zhu, burdened with their incessant travels to the capital, find themselves overwhelmed and unable to summon us. Patience is a virtue. After all, you old fellows have time aplenty. Even if you must wait a year or 2, you shall certainly receive an audience with Lord Zhu. As a group of venerable practitioners of the sacred realm engaged in casual conversation, speculating on which of their descendants might gain admission to the academy, the grand gates of Zhu Fushan's residence suddenly swung open. Yin Cheng emerged, his expression as impassive as ever. Before the eager crowd could rush up the hill with questions, Yin Cheng spoke in a calm manner. Lord Zhu has been summoned by the emperor to discuss matters in the capital and currently lacks the time to meet with you. You may return. Just as the crowd was about to respond with cheerful remarks, the gates slammed shut once more. Despite their esteemed statuses in their respective domains, where they commanded respect and authority, here in the imperial city, a mere stone throne could strike a sacred realm practitioner. Ah, the capital. If only one could have the opportunity to meet the emperor, it would be a life fulfilled. Surely, such an opportunity will arise. Once the eastern domain is stabilized, it is said that the capital will descend from the 9th heavenly layer, allowing ascension to the 3rd tier for entry into the academy, and to the 6th tier for access to the capital, culminating at the 9th tier for an audience with the emperor. The crowd gazed up at the capital, their expressions blissfully dazed. To them, the emperor's residence had become a sacred haven, Throughout the annals of ancient history, from the primordial to the present, they had never encountered an entity as formidable and unfathomable as the emperor, who had swiftly quelled the eastern domain within less than a year. With innumerable emperors under his command, within the imperial palace, Wei Zhongxian stood reverently beside Li Qingjun, hands cradling a mountain of memorials. Li Qingjun, his interest waning, perused the documents submitted by Ji Wumo, Zhu Fushan, and others, detailing their proposals for the reorganization and governance of the Eastern Domain. Retaining the name Eastern Domain while redrawing it into 81 paths? Unsatisfactory. Preserving the 9 domains? Impossible. Neither option sufficed. In the blink of an eye, most of the memorials in Wei Zhongxian's hands had vanished, while the various governors below were drenched in cold sweat. Ji Wumo and Zhu Fushan remained relatively untroubled. After all, alleviating the Lord's burdens was their duty, and should their proposals be rejected, they could simply draft anew, having already pinned dozens of submissions. Shall we designate the domain as a state, removing the term path from Eastern Domain and referring to it as Eastern Region instead? A commendable suggestion. Who authored this? Li Qingjun chuckled softly, a glimmer of interest in his eyes, as the proposal aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Reporting to the emperor, it was penned by a humble servant. Lin Zhantian stepped forward nervously from among the governors, his heart racing, for this was his first encounter with the emperor. A departure from the usual presence of Lin Xiaofeng. However, Lin Xiaofeng had decided to step back, entrusting the entirety of the Lin family to him, believing that Lin Yin would no longer be interested in such trivial matters. Observing Lin Zhantian, who bore a resemblance to Lin Yin, Li Qingjun nodded slightly. Very well. Proceed according to your proposal. You may leave now. We obey. The assembly bowed deeply and, after respectfully exiting the imperial palace, felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, their posture straightening involuntarily. Mission, side quest, behind the scenes completed. Reward, Imperial Realm Summoning Card. Reward, Random Supreme Emperor Weapon. Reward, Divine Phoenix Emperor Medicine. Just as Li Qingjun opened his interface, the system's notification resounded. Without hesitation, he activated the summoning card, designating it for the Weapon Emperor. Let it be ordinary. After all, the Hall of Reincarnation could only summon beings proficient in their respective paths, regardless of their normalcy. It seemed there was also a quasi-emperor summoning card. Li Qingjun stroked his chin, contemplating, and ultimately decided to summon a quasi-emperor skilled in formations. Once he restructured the Eastern Domain, the expertise of a formation master would be indispensable for the governor's office. It was high time to arrange a meeting with this young man. Li Qingjun's gaze pierced through the fabric of space, locking onto Yin Jingxian within the academy. Chapter 90. By Ziyi. Zhu Fushan and Ji Wumo remained silent as they departed the capital, exchanging scarcely a word. Upon reaching the imperial city, Zhu Fushan's eyes sparkled with interest as he cheerfully remarked, I did not anticipate that Lin Zhantian could propose a plan that would please the Lord. It is truly surprising. Ji Wumo paused momentarily, uttering nothing further as he continued toward the academy, his voice drifting to Zhu Fushan's ears. You handle the external matters, and I shall manage the internal. This is the Lord's decree. Moreover, the historian you recruited is akin to your former self. At these words, a twitch crossed Zhu Fushan's lips, a flicker of contemplation flashing in his eyes as he strolled alongside Ji Wumo. Within the Academy's Weapon Institute, Tai Chongping regarded the newly minted imperial seals, emanating a faint imperial might, with utmost seriousness. These were crafted by the emperor for the approval and issuance of edicts by Ji and Zhu. There are some flaws. Yin Jingxian, standing to one side, shook his head with a hint of regret, then sighed. The Institute Master has practiced the 100 Forgings technique for a relatively short time. Given a century, he could forge an emperor-level weapon at the pinnacle of the Tao. I do not harbor such lofty aspirations. As long as I can forge an emperor weapon and glimpse a fraction of the essence of the weapon's Tao, I shall be content. Tai Chongping chuckled sheepishly. Scratching his head, I must thank you, young friend, for your teachings. I owe you a favor. Feel free to seek me out whenever needed. Indeed, this 100 Forgings technique was imparted to Tai Chongping by Yin Jingxian. A glimmer of regret flickered in Yin Jingxian's eyes. You overstate it. A technique missing its core secrets pales in comparison to the favor of a weapon emperor. In response, Tai Chongping earnestly stated, young friend, you do not cultivate the weapon's Tao, thus you cannot comprehend the value of the 100 Forgings technique. It must have been created by a flawless weapon emperor. You possess discerning eyes. Suddenly, a rather frivolous voice echoed from the void, followed by a tear in space as a pale, youthful figure clad in white emerged. However, allow me to correct you. It is not the 100 Forgings technique, but rather the 10,000 bones forging technique. The youth spoke with an air of pride. Upon hearing this, Yin Jingxian's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the youth. For it was indeed true that the 100 forgings technique was once known as the 10,000 bones forging technique, a fact known to few. Even in ancient times, those aware of this were but a handful, due to the loss of the core portions. The technique was renamed by the weapon emperor of the Qingyun Empire as the 100 forgings technique. That very emperor had once sighed, proclaiming, "If only I could behold the complete text, I would die without regret. I am Yin Jingxian. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Yin Jingxian's astonishment transformed into solemnity as he clasped his hands in respect. Even Tai Chongping's eyes glimmered with surprise, scratching his head in confusion. "We, as weaponsmiths, do not require bloodlines. Why such an odd name?" "I am Bai Ziyi, appointed by the lord to assume the position of the Weapon Institute Master." Bai Ziyi smiled lightly, unabashedly declaring, "As for the peculiar name, I can name my own methods as I please." A hint of nostalgia and longing flickered in Bai Ziyi's gaze. Upon hearing this, Yin Jingxian's brow furrowed tightly as he looked at Bai Ziyi with uncertainty, cautiously inquiring, "Are you implying that this 10,000 bones forging technique is of your own creation?" Bai Ziyi flashed a brilliant smile, pride dancing in his eyes. "Naturally. Who else could fathom such a wondrous secret technique besides myself?" Upon Bai Ziyi's admission, Yin Jingxian's brow nearly knitted together in distress as he hesitantly remarked, "However, I have heard that the emperor who created the 10,000 bones forging technique perished while avenging a friend, beset by 3 flawless emperors." Bai Ziyi's brow furrowed slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. "The historical records failed to document my name? The 3 old rascals, 2 of whom were obliterated by the Emperor of Demons, should have perished, right?" Upon hearing this, Yin Jingxian's expression changed drastically, his countenance revealing sheer horror as he gazed at Bai Ziyi. At that moment, he had come to a definitive conclusion. Bai Ziyi was indeed that ancient emperor from the early epochs. The information Bai Ziyi divulged had been recorded as a disgrace in the ancestral archives of a certain imperial sect. And those 2 emperors who had their origins extinguished did not last a century before returning to the heavens. This was during the reign of the Qianhuang Empire, which had vanquished that imperial sect. It was then that he gleaned from the ancestral records that there was no mention of that battle in the historical annals. Bai Ziyi looked at Yin Jingxian with an air of triumph, clearly pleased with his expression, as if urging him to shower him with praise. Once Yin Jingxian confirmed Bai Ziyi's identity, his body trembled slightly, uncertain whether Bai Ziyi shared the same fate, for indeed, Bai Ziyi had perished, with his imperial form imprisoned within that sect. "Bai Ziyi?" Suddenly, a voice tinged with curiosity caused Bai Ziyi to halt, and then, that voice erupted with excitement. "It's truly you." In the next moment, Xiao Fanzhou's figure materialized before Bai Ziyi, grasping his arm and shaking it vigorously, a glimmer of tears shimmering in his eyes. "Brother Bai, it has been years since we last met, and you are well." The moment Xiao Fanzhou spoke, Bai Ziyi felt a sense of familiarity, and upon seeing the face before him, a flash of daze crossed his eyes. "Xiao Fanzhou, Brother Xiao? It is I, Brother Bai. In this life, we shall surely ascend to unparalleled heights together." Hearing the familiar cackling laugh, Bai Ziyi immediately confirmed that this was his lifelong friend. "Haha, splendid. Together, we shall reach the pinnacle." Observing the affectionate exchange between the 2, Yin Jingxian fell into silence, deducing that the youth with the peculiar laughter was likely a contemporary emperor of Bai Ziyi. Simultaneously, he became increasingly convinced that both Bai Ziyi and Xiao Fanzhou had been resurrected, a notion that sent a chill coursing through him. What kind of terrifying existence could so freely retrieve individuals from the river of time? Yin Jingxian's eyes darkened with depth and dread as he gazed skyward, pondering what sort of forbidden entity resided within the exalted imperial capital. Dingling. Suddenly, a clear bell chimed throughout the imperial city, even resonating within the academy, causing countless cultivators to startle, flocking toward the city gates like a flock of birds drawn to a phoenix. Yin Jingxian, too, was taken aback, his mind momentarily adrift as he recognized the familiar triumphant chime, as if he had returned to ancient times, visions of invincible legions flashing before him. Within the imperial city, countless cultivators rushed to spread the news, their fervent voices echoing in every corner. "The invincible legions of the empire have returned. Could it be that the realms of Huang, Shui, and Liang have all been subdued? Not 3 legions, but the army that ventured into the imperial domain has returned. Have the imperial realms been pacified in such a short time? Has the Suling imperial sect been annihilated?" Before the city gates, countless cultivators halted to observe, their faces betraying their uncontainable excitement. Before long, a regiment, moving in perfect unison, emanated a formidable demonic aura, their eyes still glinting with the remnants of ferocity. Solemnly entering the imperial city, at the forefront, Wang Ling maintained a calm demeanor, walking at the head of the procession, unaffected by the gazes of the numerous Holy Realm cultivators surrounding him. Suddenly, Wang Ling paused, looking toward a figure clad in purple robes, and bowed respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to Chief Steward Wei." "Ho ho ho, Commander Wang, no need for excessive formality. We are merely here to inform you that the demon army will take a temporary respite, awaiting the return of the other two legions before any rewards are distributed." Wei Zhongxian instructed with a cheerful smile, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Wang Ling acknowledged the command. Chapter 91, Rewards for Meritorious Service. In the first month of spring, the bloodshed in Liangzhou reached the heavens, as the Blood Master Xian returned on a chosen day. In the first month of spring, the Martial Master Yin suppressed Xuezhou, returning on a chosen day. In the first month of spring, the Emperor redefined the Eastern Domain, renaming the 9 regions into 9 prefectures, issuing decrees to the world. Within the Imperial Palace, Li Qingjun sat high upon the throne, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest, his gaze fixed upon the throng of individuals below, primarily focused on Yin Jingshan. With a subtle wave of his hand, Wei Zhongxian, standing beside him, understood the cue and retrieved a decree from his voluminous sleeves. Clearing his throat slightly, he declared, "Imperial decree, the celestial and demonic realms shall be revered equally." As his words fell, except for Chu Xian and 2 others who knelt on one knee, the rest promptly prostrated, hearkening to the words of the sovereign. Lin Yin has achieved merit in expanding the territories, bestowed the title of Martial Master, proclaimed to the world. He shall temporarily assume the role of Lord of Qiuzhou. I humbly thank the sovereign. After expressing gratitude, Lin Yin rose to stand aside. Chu Xian has achieved merit in expanding the territories, bestowed the title of Blood Master, proclaimed to the world. He shall temporarily assume the role of Lord of Xingzhou. I humbly thank the sovereign. The others listened to the rewards of the 2 with envy, particularly those who had only recently been elevated to governors. They mused that if given a prefecture, they could surely carry on their legacy for eons. Moreover, this was a temporary position. They could surmise that both individuals would hold even greater status in the empire henceforth. Those from the sects who had previously attended a reward ceremony were unperturbed. The last time, these 2 had already taken freely from the empire's resources. This time, the most significant aspect was that title, granted by the emperor himself. Wang Ling has achieved merit in expanding the territories, bestowed the title of Demon Master, proclaimed to the world. He shall temporarily assume the role of Lord of Yingzhou. Wang Ling, for liberating the origins of 3,000 realms, is granted the extreme Dao Emperor armament and the 10,000 Dao Emperor ring. He is bestowed the Kunping technique and may freely take from the empire's resources. As soon as the words left his lips, a gleaming essence containing the Kunping technique flew from the decree and melded into Wang Ling's body. In the next instant, an ancient bracelet resembling a piece of obsidian quietly landed in Wang Ling's hand. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Ling's usually placid eyes. In such a brief span, the emperor had bestowed upon him yet another extreme Dao Emperor armament. I humbly thank the sovereign. Beside him, Yin Jingshan, kneeling in reverence to Li Qingjun, shuddered upon hearing the Kunping technique, a look of shock crossing his face as he yearned to lift his head. Yet fearing to offend the emperor, he could only stifle his impulse. The other governors, upon hearing of the extreme Dao Emperor armament, nearly turned crimson with envy. This expedition through the 5 domains had not involved them at all. By the time they received the news, the Suling imperial sect had been obliterated, leaving only some cleanup work behind. They were far in the Wind domain, and before they could arrive, the 5 domains had already been saturated with blood, with estimations suggesting that the death toll inflicted by the 3 could easily be counted in the millions. Even Lin Yan's hands were stained with the blood of countless lives. The 3 had hardly rested, and within less than a week, they had purged all top-tier forces within the 5 domains, with Chu Xian and Wang Ling exhibiting the most cold-hearted demeanor. Those with ties to those forces were almost all eradicated. Damn the Suling imperial sect. They were eradicated in less than a day, and they dared to claim to be the strongest in the Eastern Domain? This was the first thought that surged through their minds upon hearing the news. If only the Suling imperial sect could have held out for a day or 2 longer. Wouldn't they have had a chance to claim a share? Governor Long Yan, Lin Zhantian has proposed a strategy and achieved merit, granted an extreme Dao Emperor armament, and appointed as the Lord of Qingzhou. As soon as the words fell, Lin Zhantian stood frozen in place until he was nudged by Su Mushin, snapping him back to reality. He quickly bowed his head, saying, I humbly thank the Emperor. Buzzing. A purple gold spear appeared beside Lin Zhantian. The contained imperial might sending chills through the hearts of the cultivators present, had the might of the spear not been suppressed. Those below the Saint Emperor rank would have likely been obliterated instantly. A glimmer of envy flashed in Su Mushin's eyes. Although his own son was commendable, he could not compare to his nephew, who was nearly at the pinnacle of the empire. As long as the imperial dynasty remains intact, the Lin family shall endure. Sustained by the connections of Lin Yan, the academy disciple Su Moyu, having followed Lin Yan in his conquests, is granted the privilege to select 3 treasures from the national treasury, excluding the supreme imperial weapons. The disciple bows in gratitude to the emperor. Upon hearing that Su Moyu's name is also inscribed in the decree, Su Mushin can't help but reveal a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The imperial dynasty now reigns supreme over the eastern domain, and the treasures within the national treasury are enough to drive even the greatest emperors mad with desire. The academy disciples Yang Xingji and Mo Xingheng, having achieved merit alongside Wang Ling, are similarly granted the privilege to select 1 item from the national treasury, excluding the supreme imperial weapons. The disciple bows in gratitude to the emperor. In the crowd below, Mo Xingheng and a youth clad in a white robe, whose fair and refined features are akin to a celestial being, both bow in reverence. This is the true form of Yang Xingji, for he dares not present himself before the emperor as a mere puppet. Both young men wear expressions of bewilderment. After all, they were merely bystanders. Yet they have been bestowed rewards by the emperor? To even be granted a glimpse into the national treasury is an extraordinary blessing. Yang Xiaoyue, having assisted Chu Xian in pacifying Qin province, is temporarily appointed as the governor of Qin province. The subordinate bows in gratitude to the emperor. After bestowing rewards upon several trembling governors, Wei Zhongxian solemnly puts away the decree and declares, "Thus it is ordained." Once everyone rises to express their thanks, Wei Zhongxian proclaims loudly, "If there are matters to report, do so. If not, the court is dismissed. Your Majesty, I am unfit for management. May I request that Princess Su Mushin oversee the governance of Yingzhou? Your Majesty, I too am lacking in management skills. May I request that the Lin family administer Qiu province?" Wang Ling and Lin Yan step forward, kneeling on one knee in respectful petition. Noticing Zhu Fushan's subtle gestures, a hint of exasperation flits across Chu Xian's eyes. "Your Majesty, I am also unfit for management. May I request that Yang Xiaoyue take charge of Qingjun?" At this, the crowd gasps in astonishment, and Su Mushin and Yang Xiaoyue are momentarily stunned. Why had no one informed them of this matter? However, upon seeing the triumphant glance Su Moyu cast in their direction, Su Mushin's heart races with excitement and trepidation. A flicker of confusion passes through Yang Xiaoyue's eyes. Yet she remains silent. The crowd is enveloped in silence, their hearts consumed with envy. A family without even a quasi-emperor is poised to govern a province, elevating their status to that of the imperial sect. Truly, it feels like a dream. Yet, when the calm voice of Li Qingjun resonates, the expressions of the crowd shift. Ji Wumo casts a fleeting glance at Zhu Fushan before withdrawing his gaze. Su Mushin breathes a sigh of relief. As long as the emperor himself affirms it, his position as governor is assured. As for dissent, he surmises that, at this moment, no one in the eastern domain would dare oppose the emperor. With the court dismissed, Yan Jingxian approaches the imperial garden to meet the emperor. Chapter 92. Are you aware of the supreme realm? Congratulations, Governor Su, on your meteoric rise. I hope you will extend your support in the future. Young friend Yang, might I trouble you to procure an imperial elixir for the Zhou family? Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. Our Zhou family, while not as illustrious as the imperial sect, boasts a quasi-emperor ancestor. Ha ha ha, Governor Yang, oh no. I should say Governor Zhou, we have been acquainted for many years. Do not forget about me. Just as they exited the imperial palace, a throng of admirers surrounded Su Mushin and the others, their gazes fervent, exchanging various praises, and Su Mushin faintly overheard someone proposing a marriage for Su Moyu. "Oh, I am merely acting as a temporary governor for the demon lord. Do not speak such nonsense," Su Mushin exclaimed, his expression imposing yet brimming with excitement. The Su family can now boast of lacking nothing, all thanks to the serene youth standing not far away. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of profound emotion. Had he abandoned Wang Ling back then, the outcome would have been radically different. Those 3 old fellows shall not have the opportunity to meet the emperor. It is time to return and boast, as well as prepare to take charge of Yingzhou. Filled with ambition, Su Mushin left the crowd and headed towards his Fenglin County. As for Su Moyu's entitlement to select 3 treasures from the national treasury, Su Mushin did not impose any specific items upon him. Instead, he encouraged him to take whatever he desired. After all, Su Moyu had already elevated the Su family significantly. Should he not falter, the Su family could endure for millennia. Mo Xingheng stood at the periphery of the crowd, surrounded by admirers, yet he paid little heed to their chatter. Instead, he scrutinized Su Moyu, Lin Yan, and others, stroking his chin in contemplation. With the 4 domains about to connect, he could venture into the southern wilderness to seek that supreme being. Mo Xingheng murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, then suddenly recalled. I wonder if the timing has changed. Should I bring Su Moyu along? This lad seems naturally inclined to forge connections with these prodigies. Raising his gaze, he peered through the throng at the spirited youth engaged in lively conversation with Wang Ling. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing such rewards. By Wang Ling's side, Su Moyu bowed earnestly, fully aware of what a single province signifies, at the very least. It ensures the Su family's advancement for countless years. Brother Su has saved my life, and frankly, I am not adept at management, Wang Ling replied with a smile. Shaking his head, if anyone in Yingzhou dares to oppose you, seek out Moe, he will assist you. Thank you, my lord. We share a bond of life and death. Why must you call me my lord? It would only embarrass me. Su Moyu chuckled, his expression brimming with pride. And with a playful wink, he added, then I will trouble brother Wang for a bit of support. At this, Wang Ling chuckled softly, shaking his head. Yet his gaze turned towards Lin Yin and Chu Xian, offering them a slight nod in greeting. With the connections Su Moyu currently possesses, he could traverse the eastern domain's 9 provinces with ease. Did he still require any assistance? Gazing at Wang Ling, Lin Yin offered a slight nod and a faint smile, but he was soon met with the earnest voice of Lin Zhantian, who implored, Yin it is not that your uncle is nagging, but you ought to find a partner. You may not have the chance to inherit the Lin family, yet you must leave behind a prodigious heir. Perhaps consider some of the core disciples from the Wu Wei imperial sect. There is also Yun Shi, whose talents are commendable. If the two of you were to have offspring, they would likely be exceptional. Lin Yin withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit helpless as he replied, all right, uncle. I will consider this matter after I avenge my master. At these words, Lin Zhantian grew anxious, having heard that for those great emperors, procreating is exceedingly difficult. Even women of lower cultivation cannot withstand the essence of an emperor. It was said that in ancient times, a great emperor labored for a millennium without obtaining an heir, and countless women perished in the process. Just as Lin Zhantian was about to speak, he noticed Lin Yin's expression shift to one of surprise as the azure jade pendant at his waist trembled slightly. Chu Xian and Wang Ling's pendants mirrored this reaction. Through their connection, they realized that the commander was within the Imperial Academy. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Wang Ling's eyes. Brother Yin, upon stepping into the Imperial Academy, Yin Jingxian was captivated by the Tao Enlightenment Tree, which seemed to embody the essence of 3,000 paths. He gasped in awe and murmured, the Tao Enlightenment Tree that Lingwei has sought for so long, is this the legendary immortal fetus? Observing the 9-colored stone fetus beneath the Tao Enlightenment Tree, which bore some fissures, Yin Jingxian's expression turned contemplative. He had once heard that in ancient times, a great emperor who stood at the pinnacle of existence emerged from the immortal fetus. It was said to have been a spiritual monkey, though the truth remains elusive. Yet the form of the immortal fetus has been recorded by later generations in celestial script. Truly, the ancient ones possess insights far beyond those of Lin Yin and the others. A serene voice pulled Yin Jingxian from his reverie. Once he regained his composure, he gazed at the figure cloaked in the brilliance of the Tao, illuminated by celestial light, as if a celestial king descended upon the mortal realm. The junior humbly greets the emperor. Yin Jingxian was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that the emperor would so effortlessly unveil his secret. Seemingly indifferent to how he had traversed to this era, Wang Ling inquired if he wished to meet the emperor for a specific purpose. Li Qingjun, with a single hand behind his back, cast a gaze as imposing as a mountain upon Yin Jingxian, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the emperor's eyes. Yin Jingxian turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down him like rain. This oppressive force was something even the once mighty Lingwei, who once dominated myriad realms, had never possessed. This was not merely Li Qingjun's deliberate attempt to intimidate a mere ant of the divine sea realm. Rather, it was the tremendous power and the essence of the Tao within him merging with the origins of the 3,000 domains, undergoing subtle transformations at all times. A gentle breeze brushed past, relieving Yin Jingxian somewhat. Though his complexion remained pale, the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain had dissipated. Had the emperor truly reached the pinnacle? Showing no concern for the ancient immortals, Yin Jingxian gritted his teeth. Although he sensed that the emperor had seemingly transcended the peak, he found it hard to believe. The peak? Immortals? Li Qingjun fell into contemplation. He had previously inquired of Cui Qiuwan, and in his era, the 3,000 domains were still the myriad realms, or perhaps, the 3,000 domains were once the myriad realms. The great emperor was divided into 3 levels, the initial attainment of the Tao, perfection, and the pinnacle. The chasm separating each level was as vast as the heavens, unfathomably deep, with the disparity akin to that between a sage and a great emperor. When Li Qingjun had asked whether there existed a supreme realm among the great emperors, Cui Qiuwan had shaken her head, bewildered, and replied, I have never heard of such a thing. However, Cui Qiuwan had ascended to the throne during the mid-ancient period, while the current Yin Jingxian was likely from an era preceding hers. Each period of the ancient times spanned millions of years. Contemplating this, a hint of uncertainty crept into Li Qingjuan's voice as he inquired, Have you ever heard of the Supreme Realm? Chapter 93. Who in eternity claims to be an immortal? Supreme? A flicker of contemplation crossed Yin Jingxian's eyes before he shook his head, uncertainly replying to the emperor. The great emperor is only divided into 3 levels: the initial attainment of the Tao, perfection, and the pinnacle. Moreover, based on the information I gathered during my years of following the Lingwei Empress, it seems that immortals are not a realm beyond that of the great emperor. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjuan's heart stirred. He too had harbored such speculation. He had sensed the remnants of the transcendent immortal, which felt distinct from that of the great emperor. If the transcendent immortal's path complemented the Tao, the cultivation would reflect back upon the Tao, thereby enhancing its might. In contrast, the great emperor's practitioners were akin to robbers, forcibly assimilating the essence of the Tao, only to return it to the heavens upon death. Observing the emperor seemingly lost in thought, Yin Jingxian wisely chose to remain silent, refraining from interruption. Continuing, Yin Jingxian pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I wonder if the emperor has ever heard of the exiled immortal and the Tao initiate, 2 ancient emperors? I just thought that if there were indeed a 4th level of the emperor realm, these 2 would be the most likely candidates. Exiled immortal and Tao initiate. Li Qingjun murmured. The mere mention of their names carried an aura of invincibility. These 2 ancient emperors had attained the Tao during the late ancient period. And prior to that, it was said that the myriad realms were a place where immortals coexisted with mortals. I was fortunate enough to have seen inscriptions depicting these 2 in several ancient tombs. Who in eternity claims to be an immortal? Only the ancient exiled immortal. The 3,000 sword immortals are but ephemeral. Yin Jingxian's eyes brimmed with reverence. If the emperor realm indeed possessed a 4th level, then these 2 must certainly belong to the supreme realm. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun contemplated. He had indeed not heard of these 2. For it was rare to find records even of the ancient times, let alone the late ancient era. It was as if some unseen hand wiped away all secrets at the end of each era. Do you know why the essence of the 3,000 domains is incomplete? Li Qingjun suddenly inquired. Based on his observations, even if the 3,000 domains merged with the sealed essence, they would still remain incomplete, missing at least 4/5. Yin Jingxian let out a bitter laugh. Your Majesty, you see further than others. I must report that this matter is not merely of concern to you. Every pinnacle great emperor throughout history has sought to understand it. At this juncture, Yin Jingxian paused, his tone growing significantly more solemn. Those pinnacle great emperors speculated that their ability to reach the pinnacle was closely tied to the incompleteness of the essence of the 3,000 domains. Was there an immortal domain in your era? Hearing this, Yin Jingxian shook his head, sighing, No. In my era, the 3,000 domains connected countless minor domains, with myriad clans vying for supremacy and 1,000 emperors standing tall. And this was still in the context of the incomplete 3,000 domains. Based on my private conjectures, this forthcoming great era may be even more terrifying. Li Qingjuan's gaze suddenly deepened, penetrating space to scrutinize the immortal domain concealed behind a vibrant barrier. He could sense that there too existed the essence of the 3,000 domains, and that whoever attempted to seize it must be at least a pinnacle great emperor to withstand even a mere cold snort from him. However, during their brief encounter, Li Qingjun had not felt the emperor's might. If he was not mistaken, there were immortals within the immortal domain. Li Qingjuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of danger flickering within. He had contemplated shattering that barrier with a single strike. Yet it appeared that the shield protecting the immortal domain bore some connection to the essence of the Tao, compelling him to exercise caution and avoid startling the serpent. With piercing eyes, Li Qingjun scrutinized the now increasingly merged essence of the Tao, sensing that the essence within him was stirred, beginning to boil, and subtle. Unusual changes were unfolding. You are quite remarkable, born at the right moment. Do you wish to follow me? Yin Jingxian was taken aback, astonishment evident in his eyes. He was merely a cultivator of the divine sea realm, insignificant in the eyes of the emperor, let alone that of a quasi-emperor. Could it be that he was naturally fated to be connected to such a lofty being? Yin Jingxian mused inwardly. Yet his body showed no hesitation as he immediately knelt on one knee, declaring, Your subordinate pays homage to the master. Initially, he had planned to seek opportunities to join the academy, waiting for the 4 domains to connect, so he could secretly venture to the southern demon domain to unlock the burial treasures of the Great Wind Dynasty. but it seemed that now he would not need to be discreet. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a follower of the ancient prodigy level. Reward, Tying Divine Tree. Reward, Ancient Emperor Lingxian Technique. Reward, Ancient Nine Secrets, Golden Peng Eye. Li Qingjun nodded slightly, casting a casual glance at the golden Peng Eye before a pristine, lustrous jade pendant materialized before Yin Jingxian, surrounded by a gentle glow of celestial light. Accept this. From this day forth, you shall be the 4th Legion commander under my command. Your subordinate shall not disappoint the master. Yin Jingxian knelt on one knee, and as his hand grasped the jade pendant, the celestial light fused into his body, instantly unveiling an imperial technique within his mind. Binding card for the Lingxian Legion used successfully. Xian Master Yin Jingxian. Reward, a peak 9-colored celestial deer. Reward, a set of Lingxian Legion commander armor. Reward, binding card for the Tianhuang Legion. The Taiyang Divine Tree is upon your Dao foundation, is it not? Yin Jingxian was momentarily taken aback, but without hesitation. He nodded. Yes, if the master requires it, your subordinate shall present it at once. As his words fell, Li Qingjun waved his sleeve, and suddenly, it seemed as though a resplendent moon had appeared within the courtyard, casting its luminous light upon the entire imperial garden. Buzz. Suddenly, Yin Jingxian's expression turned to one of shock. The Taiyang Divine Tree within him resonated with that radiant moon, and in an instant, he recalled the divine tree that Lingwei had sought for an unfathomable duration. Tying. Lonely Yin does not give birth, solitary Yang does not thrive. That you can plant the divine tree upon your Dao foundation is indeed extraordinary. This Tying divine tree shall be bestowed upon you. Li Qingjun articulated a command, and the profound Dao immediately manifested as the Moonlight Yin tree, which descended to suppress the surroundings. Subsequently, a diminutive Moonlight Yin tree, radiating a gentle lunar glow, was seamlessly integrated into Yin Jingxian's being. With a resounding flourish, Yin Jingxian's aura surged, his left eye reflecting a blazing sun while his right mirrored a luminous moon, embodying the essence of a celestial being, transcending the heavens. His energy ascended from the divine sea to the purple palace realm in a single stroke. In the following moment, a seal appeared upon his brow, halting his imminent breakthrough in cultivation. Within the academy lies the Taoist immortal platform. Should you break through there, your efforts would be greatly magnified. Coupled with the support from the Lingxian Legion, it should suffice for you to ascend to the Holy Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Li Qingjun's ethereal voice resonated in Yin Jingxian's ears, filling him with profound reverence. As he sensed the Moonlight Yin tree within him, a flicker of regret crossed Yin Jingxian's eyes. Had Lingwei discovered the Yin back in the day, she might have achieved a breakthrough against the odds. If you have no other matters at hand, please transcribe a copy of the Golden Peng Eye, originally meant for Cui Chuan. Upon hearing this, Yin Jingxian recalled his initial purpose. I beseech you, my lord, I have a request. Chapter 94, A Sudden Turn of Events. Yin Jingxian presented a faintly ingratiating smile, acknowledging his lord's transcendent prowess, unmatched across the realms. I estimate that even the 2 ancient emperors of the exiled immortal path pale, in comparison to you, not to mention others. It seems your request is of considerable significance, Li Qingjun interjected, his tone laced with a teasing undertone, prompting Yin Jingxian to adopt a more serious demeanor. If you wish to learn more about matters concerning the immortals, you could resurrect Lingwei from the river of time. She has been searching for traces of the immortals for over a millennium while seeking my assistance in translating the immortal scripts. Pausing momentarily, Yin Jingxian continued thoughtfully. When I first entered the immortal abyss, I inexplicably found myself in the future. The matter of the immortal abyss becoming the principal soul is intricately connected. Listening to Yin Jingxian's account, Li Qingjun nodded discreetly, understanding the underlying logic. Do you know what origin she cultivates? After a moment of contemplation, Yin Jingxian replied uncertainly. In her prime, Empress Lingwei was invincible across myriad realms, yet she has not made a move for a millennium. However, according to records, she should possess the origin of both yin and yang. Li Qingjun sighed internally. Throughout the ages, countless emperors harboring the origins of yin or yang had vanished. Whether they could be summoned back from the Hall of Reincarnation depended solely on fortune. I am aware, he said. I have another request, my lord. Once the 4 realms connect, may I be permitted to lead the Legion to the ancestral site of the Qianyue Empire in the Beichen region? Yin Jingxian's eyes sparkled with hope. He still did not believe that the once mighty Qianyue Empire, which ruled over myriad realms, had completely perished, leaving no remnants of its lineage. The connection between the 4 realms is approved. You may withdraw. Li Qingjun leaned against the Taoist immortal tree, gazing into the distance at the progress of the integration of the Tao domain's essence. According to his calculations, in 7 days, the 4 realms would unite. heralding a resurgence of prosperity. It had been over a month since the fall of the empire across the 5 states, and with the last remnants of chaos extinguished, no force in the eastern region dared to withhold tribute. Within the imperial city, all cultivators looked upon the ethereal imperial capital with respect and admiration. It was said that today marked the day the emperor would descend from the celestial steps to accept tributes. Why had the celestial steps not yet appeared? Surely, the announcement from the 2 dukes could not be erroneous, especially since the state lords had returned. Alas, it was rumored that yet another fortunate youth had garnered the emperor's favor, ascending directly to become the 4th commander under the emperor. Indeed, it was said that he had traveled to Liangzhou yesterday. Could he be on the path to becoming the lord of Liangzhou? Just as the crowd exchanged thoughts and awaited the emperor's descent, a figure clad in black, Wang Ling, accompanied by Su Moyu and Mo Xingheng, discreetly made their way toward the city gates, unnoticed by those around. Brother Chu, they greeted. Greetings, Brother Chu, they continued, observing Chu Exine, who was basking in the sun with his eyes closed. Wang Ling paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. Chu Exine opened his eyes, sensing Wang Ling's pinnacle of holy king cultivation. A flicker of admiration crossing his gaze. After breaking through to the holy realm, Wang Ling's innate talent was fully unleashed, devoid of any bottleneck. With enough accumulation, he could continue to break through unimpeded. Gazing into Wang Ling's obsidian-like eyes, which seemed to draw in one's soul, the killing intent within Chu Exine trembled, dispelling any lingering haze. The source of the soul Tao? Wang Ling nodded, chuckling lightly. You cannot escape Brother Chu's discerning gaze. However, this is merely a nascent understanding derived from a fragment of the soul origin. Brother Wang is too humble, Chu Exine replied, shaking his head, then regarded him with a hint of confusion. What brings you here? Today marks the connection of the 4 realms. I intend to journey to the southern wilderness. Chu Exine nodded, clasping his hands in farewell. This year, with blood prison stationed in the imperial city, I shall not accompany Brother Wang. Very well, farewell. The 2, one taciturn and the other inherently aloof, naturally exchanged few words. After a brief pleasantry, Wang Ling led Mo Xingheng and the others toward Yingzhou. Mo Xingheng's eyes still glimmered with excitement. He had initially intended to venture out with Su Moyu alone, but unexpectedly, Wang Ling also wished to hone his skills. Thus, he would not hesitate to explore the secret realms of the southern demon domain. Alas, the Xian Lord sought to uncover the ancestral site of Tianhuang. Mo Xingheng felt a tinge of regret. Had Yan Jingxian joined them, they could have claimed the forthcoming secret realms of the southern demon domain as their own. Boom. As he pondered, a thunderous sound reverberated across the 4 realms, followed by an ethereal river suspended in the heavens, its Taoist essence so potent it was almost overwhelming. Countless cultivators across the 4 realms turned pale with shock, as numerous emperors gazed at the celestial expanse with gravitas and fervor. Indeed, the legends were true. The fractured essence of the Tao domain had hindered the breakthrough of Emperor Realm cultivators. Now that it was restored, we may well advance further. I shall emulate the ancient emperors and govern the 3,000 Tao domains. In the demon domain, a figure with blood-red eyes stared at the celestial expanse, snorting disdainfully. The prosperous era begins, the shackles are lifted. This world shall be dominated by my demon clan. Relay the order to open the ancient path and guide our kin back. Within the divination domain, Zhang Diyuan's fingers were nearly severed as he stared in disbelief at the celestial expanse. It has changed? The image has actually changed. Is it related to that taboo existence? He gazed towards the eastern region, his eyes filled with awe and trepidation, murmuring, if that is indeed the case, it would be a great fortune for the Tao domain. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Diyuan melded into the void, hastening towards the east to meet that enigmatic being before the 4 realms connected. In Liangzhou, beside an unfathomable chasm, Yan Jingxian donned an elegant white robe, adorned with cloud embroidery, billowing in the wind. A faint imperial might enveloped him, rendering him impervious to the chasm's influence. My lord, it would be wise to retreat. A stunning woman with an air of aloof grace urged softly beside him. Very well. Casting a glance at Xianxia, Yan Jingxian nodded, his form suddenly retreating 100 miles. The chasm was indeed the celestial rift separating the 4 realms. Any cultivator standing above the chasm would find their powers suppressed, plummeting into the abyss below. Even the most powerful flying warriors could not traverse the chasm. Proximity would extinguish their spiritual energy, an utterly bizarre phenomenon. Not even emperors could soar across the chasm. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yan Jingxian fixed his gaze upon the chasm, his brow furrowed in confusion. This rift did not exist in ancient times. Behind him stood 8 individuals clad in white robes, each exuding a proud demeanor, all at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor level. Upon entering the Beichen region, Your first task is to head to the designated area I have outlined for you and search for any markers related to the Qingyun Empire. Upon witnessing the celestial emblem of the sun and moon traversing the heavens, you must notify me at once. Yan Jingxian's voice bore a weight of gravity. Since ancient times, countless eras have passed, and with the shifting of mountains and rivers, he could hardly ascertain whether the former location of the Qingyun Empire had undergone alteration. We shall obey the command. Just as Yan Jingxian issued his directive, the nearby chasm suddenly erupted, a surge of profound Tao power ascending towards the heavens. The expressions of Yan Jingxian and his companions shifted dramatically, as his supreme imperial weapon was incited by this force, enveloped by a dense aura of imperial might, swiftly protecting its master. Retreat! With a resounding cry, Yan Jingxian's figure retreated once more. This Tao power seemed to have a clear target, surging into the celestial canopy, heading straight for the essence of the Tao domain. Not only in this chasm, but also in the ravines of the other three domains, a similar phenomenon occurred. Pouring into the celestial realm, the collective Tao might appear to coalesce into a seal, intent on once more confining the essence of the Tao domain. Chapter 95. What sin have we committed? In the chasm of the northern star domain, Zhang Diyuan's countenance shifted. Sensing this overwhelming Tao power, he gasped in shock. His eyes filled with terror. Who could be so malevolent as to seek to sever the transmission of the 3,000 Tao domains entirely? What sin have we committed? Zhang Diyuan's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. After all, there existed a forbidden presence in the eastern domain, and should he intervene, that power could surely obliterate this Tao might. Within the immortal domain, sensing the 4 strands of Tao power, 2 heavy sighs emanated from the realm of darkness. It comes from the confinement of the 4 immortal kings. These 4 strands of Tao power were exceedingly peculiar. Even emperors at the pinnacle of the Tao could not perceive them unless they were within 1,000 miles of the chasm. Otherwise, they remained oblivious to the impending sealing of the Tao domain's essence. Even the supreme emperors could only sense an unusual aura, yet remained unaware of the unfolding events. In the academy, an ancient and elegant pavilion stood tall, adorned with flying eaves and intricately carved beams, exuding an air of scholarly dignity and solemnity. Inside, Cui Qiuan held a scroll of sage scriptures, yet her gaze lingered far beyond, towards the celestial expanse, her expression tinged with concern as she murmured, "How strange. How very strange, Master." Jiang Lingxian's eyes were clear. Having followed Cui Qiuan for over a month, his aura began to merge with nature. Though he had not inherited her Confucian Tao, he had already embarked upon the path of natural enlightenment. No worries. You have long stepped into the realm of the sacred king, and your physique is utterly perfected. It is indeed time for you to venture forth into the world. Cui Qiuan's voice carried a gentle warmth, akin to a spring breeze. He was preparing to depart towards the celestial canopy when he seemed to sense something from the imperial capital, prompting him to retract his steps. Within the imperial capital, Li Qingjun let out a cold snort, pressing down imperceptibly with his palm. To think that with these 4 hidden ploys, they would dare attempt to seal the essence of the Tao domain. Such folly. In the celestial canopy, the 4 strands of Tao might transformed into figures radiating celestial light, their faces obscured by supreme divine powers, rendering them indistinct. Yet the aura emanating from them was sufficient to startle even the most accomplished emperors. Without hesitation, upon their appearance, they immediately initiated the sealing, and in an instant, a colossal net emanating authority and shimmering with celestial light surged towards the essence of the Tao domain. Boom. But the next moment, a hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, emerged, its palm radiating with a dense sealing essence, coming down upon them as if swatting flies. Sensing the imminent threat, the 4 swiftly retracted their divine powers, a white mist rising around them, as the space trembled, seemingly attempting to open a rift for escape. A dream, a calm voice resounded, scattering the mist enveloping them. The great hand descended, and they found themselves utterly incapable of resistance, promptly being reduced back into Tao might. Now additionally constrained by Li Qingjun's sealing. Whoosh! The 4 strands of supreme Tao might were swiftly suppressed back into the chasm by Li Qingjun, while the essence of the Tao domain gently released 4 auras, descending into the ravines of the 4 domains. Do not let me down. With one hand behind his back, Li Qingjun gazed towards the chasm, his eyes, bright as stars, gradually deepening. He merely subdued them within the chasm without obliterating them. In the immortal domain, a voice of disbelief echoed from the realm of darkness. He can actually suppress the hidden means left by 4 immortal kings. Could it be that he is? The presence in the dark realm fell silent, left speechless for a long time. Beside the chasm, Yan Jingxian's expression froze, gazing at the returning Tao might. His eyes suddenly filled with solemnity. The next moment, a 9-colored celestial bridge spanned across the chasm. Under Yin Jingxian's watchful gaze, the aura emanating from the chasm was entirely sealed, unable to affect cultivation any longer. Thus, the 4 domains were now interconnected. Let us go, Yin Jingxian softly urged, his figure transforming into a radiant arc, heading towards the celestial bridge. As he stepped onto the celestial bridge, he beheld a slightly stooped, elderly figure. However, before he could discern further, both the figure and the 9 celestial beings vanished, instantaneously transported to the Northern Star domain via the celestial bridge. So this is the Eastern Dao domain. That young man possesses remarkable fortune. Zhang Diyuan, observing the recently departed Yin Jingxian, instinctively took out a tortoise shell to divine his origins. Yet, just as he commenced his divination, Zhang Diyuan's eyes reflected an exquisite figure, crowned by the blazing sun. Enveloped by the radiant moon, surrounded by ethereal mist, the mere essence exuding from this being was sufficient to transcend the heavens. Suddenly, Zhang Diyuan felt the gaze of that beautiful figure upon him. With just one glance, he was compelled to halt his divination. Why can I not continue? Zhang Diyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Having attained the Tao for over 10 millennia, he found himself repeatedly unable to control his own fate, forcibly interrupted by an external force, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Moreover, he sensed an aura potent enough to inflict severe injuries approaching him. But in a fleeting moment, he simultaneously saw a youth clad in a black gold dragon robe, his countenance strikingly handsome. As soon as the youth appeared, he shattered the threatening aura with a mere gesture. Is he that forbidden existence? He can actually intrude upon my divination. Could he be the embodiment of the great Tao? Zhang Diyuan's imperial form trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Li Qingjun cast a casual glance back before turning his attention to a woman who resembled an immortal king. Yet his heart sank into silence. If he was not mistaken, this was the protective measure left by Ling Yue for Yin Jingxian. Whenever someone attempted to divine his origins, their spirit would be drawn into this space. Moreover, Li Qingjun's entry into this realm could also be seen as repaying Zhang Diyuan's kindness. Just as Zhang Diyuan was about to commence his calculations, he sensed a presence prying into him, initially bemused as to which fool would dare intrude. He looked and found it was this undaunted elder. Yet, as a protective measure accompanied by Li Qingjun's somewhat regretful voice fell, this space abruptly shattered, dissipating like a dream woven from points of light. Zhang Diyuan's spirit immediately returned to his body, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his body beginning to tremble, while a calm voice echoed in his ears. This time, let it go. Should you dare to pry into this emperor again, you may leave your divination source behind. Zhang Diyuan could only smile bitterly. Even if given 100 times the courage, he would not dare intrude. He had come to understand that the fortuitous young man was likely connected to that forbidden existence. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. Zhang Diyuan's demeanor turned respectful, bowing towards the void. Had it not been for that forbidden presence's intervention, he would surely have suffered grave injuries. Suddenly, Zhang Diyuan's expression shifted. His gaze directed towards the imperial capital, where a beam of celestial light soared into the sky. Is the esteemed senior there? Zhang Diyuan immediately melded into the void, traversing the distance in an instant, heading towards the imperial city. Chapter 96. The Emperor Descends. In the imperial capital, Li Qingjun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the imperial city. As the grand river of the heavens faded from the sky and the 4 chasms were subdued, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Mission: conquer the Eastern Domain completed. Reward: unlock Immortal Dynasty level. Reward: Heaven, Earth, and Human lists. Reward: Constitution Enhancement Card. Heaven list. Those who ascend the list shall receive the blessings of the Immortal Dynasty's fortune. Initially 9 individuals. For each level the Immortal Dynasty ascends, 1 additional person may be added. Earth list. Each state under the Immortal Dynasty will present 9 teleportation arrays, interconnected and mirroring the Imperial City. Every expansion of a state increases the number of teleportation arrays by 9. Human list. As long as the Immortal Dynasty endures, those upon the list shall enjoy boundless lifespans, untouched by the cycle of reincarnation. Initially 9 individuals. 100 points can unlock 1 person. The list shall take effect upon publication. Li Qingjun marveled at the human list, which was far more advantageous than the ginseng fruit. As long as the Immortal Dynasty prevailed, those on the list would possess infinite lifespans. What an extraordinary boon. However, what pleased him most was the Earth list. Once published, the 9 states would be instantaneously connected, facilitating the management of the Imperial Dynasty with greater ease. Shortly thereafter, another notification resonated in his mind. Submission: Liberate the Tao source. Initiate the era of prosperity completed. Reward, Imperial Summoning Card. Reward, Ancient 9 Secrets, Dragon and Serpent Transformation. Reward, Spiritual Energy Enhancement Card. Li Qingjun turned his gaze toward the practitioners in the Imperial City, who had been waiting for a long time. After a moment of contemplation, his figure gradually faded from the heavens. As the essence of the Tao domain completely merged, all practitioners within experienced a sudden clarity. The issues that had long plagued them were resolved, and with a short period of seclusion, they could break through their cultivation. Within the Imperial City, although many practitioners felt the same, the imminent descent of the Emperor made them feel that even the most pressing matters could be temporarily set aside. Suddenly, a resounding tremor echoed through the heavens, causing countless practitioners to shudder. In their sight, the imperial capital, which had seemed elusive, became vividly apparent. Suddenly, many celestial islands and pavilions emerged around the capital, surrounded by rainbow-hued mists, resplendent and dreamlike. Within the capital, an ancient towering tree swayed gently in the wind, its branches and leaves dancing as if in a waltz with the breeze. As the ancient tree swayed, a rich aura of the Tao rapidly spread, enveloping the entire imperial city. This aura was akin to sweet dew, brimming with myriad Tao principles, making all practitioners in the city feel as though they were immersed in the very source of the Tao. Could this be the true visage of the imperial capital? It was utterly terrifying. What was that ancient tree, containing such vastness of the Tao? How fearsome! Was that not the forbidden immortal ridge? It had indeed been captured by the Emperor and used as a mere ornament in the capital. Look, there are celestial stairs descending from the imperial city. The onlookers were mesmerized, staring blankly at the 9-tiered celestial stairs that fell from the capital. Each step contained immense pressure, and the radiant light within surged upwards, visible to all in the eastern domain. Those unable to visit the imperial city gazed longingly at it, their eyes filled with regret, bowing in unison towards the direction of the capital as a gesture of respect for the Emperor. Meanwhile, practitioners rushing towards the capital were momentarily stunned before hastening their pace, nearly resorting to blood escape techniques. Look, is that the Emperor? The Emperor stands atop the 9 celestial stairs. In the capital, a keen-eyed observer spotted a figure clad in a black and gold dragon robe standing majestically upon the celestial stairs, surrounded by surging Tao energy, with celestial light dissipating behind him, resembling a supreme immortal lord descending from the heavens. We pay our respects to the Emperor. Those present in the capital, awaiting the Emperor's descent, were largely filled with admiration and reverence, bowing in unison, their expressions awash with awe. Is that the infamous existence known as the Emperor? Zhang Diyuan, mingling among the crowd, bowed along with them, listening to the heartfelt titles bestowed upon the Emperor, muttering to himself, "Oh, another person of great fortune? But what is that sin of blood?" Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Diyuan noticed a black-clad youth walking slowly from beneath the 9 celestial stairs, his expression instantly revealing astonishment. Instinctively reaching for his turtle shell to divine the future, he was suddenly reminded of the Emperor's calm and unperturbed voice. And he reconsidered. This was indeed the imperial city. One could hardly expect a youth of such remarkable talent to be unrelated to the Imperial Dynasty, let alone every blade of grass and tree here. The next moment, the cheers of the crowd confirmed his suspicions. Look, it's Lord Bloodmaster. Is Lord Bloodmaster to preside over the 9 celestial stairs? Doesn't the decree issued by the 2 dukes in the Emperor's name concern you at all? Are you unaware that the Blood Prison Legion is stationed in the Imperial City this year to prevent any disturbances? Indeed, what you say is quite right. Let us put aside the question of whether Lord Bloodmaster will preside over this ceremony. Should you dare to fly in the air, I fear that Lord Bloodmaster will have a word with your family. Indeed, Chu raised his hand, and 8 individuals clad in blood armor emerged from the void, stationed at the 8 cardinal points. Their cold, indifferent gazes sent chills down the spines of all present, leaving no room for any other thoughts. It appeared the rumors were true. Within the imperial city lay a place of innate creation, where those who entered could refine their essence with the source of the Tao. Hearing whispers around him, Zhang Diyuan felt a twinge of doubt arise. Could this young prodigy be more adept at divination than he? He could not fathom the imperial city. Yet these individuals could. How could they perceive it? The sacred king glanced at Zhang Diyuan, a trace of disdain evident in his eyes. What corner of the world did this old man crawl out from? Can't he see that Lord Blood One is absent? It was widely rumored that Lord Bloodmaster had relinquished the opportunity to enter that place of creation to Lord Blood One, and now it seemed there was no mistake. Zhang Diyuan remained calm, suppressing the absurdity that arose within him, silently acknowledging, ignorance is no crime. Soon, a voice of overwhelming authority and solemnity echoed through the entire imperial city, rendering it utterly silent. Today, the era of golden prosperity commences, connecting the four domains. Countless practitioners bore solemn expressions, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed upon the figure above, who stood with one hand behind his back, exuding an aura that commanded submission from the 9 states. From ancient times to the present, countless prodigies with exceptional talents had perished under the nebulous weight of fate, reduced to mere bones. Li Qingjun's voice resonated throughout the imperial city, prompting numerous practitioners to gaze skyward, nodding in agreement with profound understanding. Without a doubt, Zhang Dian felt a sense of resonance with this matter. Over the millennia, he had encountered countless exceptionally gifted prodigies, yet among them, very few had become enlightened beings. Today, as the golden era dawned, this emperor, filled with compassion for all beings, could not bear to see unparalleled talents crushed by the weight of fate. Thus, he proclaimed the heaven list. Those who ascended the list would receive the Immortal Dynasty's fortune as a boon. Upon hearing these words, countless practitioners were visibly moved. Since time immemorial, the concept of fortune had always existed. Yet, unlike talent and comprehension, fortune could not be directly perceived, remaining ethereal and elusive. Chapter 97. Those who chant my true name shall endure for all eternity. Zhang Diyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the heavens. This forbidden existence could actually wield the power of fortune? In the next moment, a scroll radiating celestial light seemed to materialize out of thin air, appearing unremarkable, with no extraordinary features. However, to Zhang Diyuan's eyes, the scroll resembled a colossal purple-gold dragon conjured from purple mist. Li Qingjun stood atop the dragon's head, which rested perfectly upon the imperial city, its body extending for countless miles. The swirling purple reflected in Zhang Diyuan's eyes, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Gasping in astonishment, fortune transformed into a dragon? The overwhelming aura of destiny stirred a profound astonishment within Zhang Diyuan. It seemed that the fortune of the entire eastern domain resided within the imperial dynasty. Such a potent destiny, capable of transforming into a dragon, was sufficient for the Great Wind Empire to endure through countless generations. Li Qingjun cast a brief glance at Zhang Dian, a flicker of surprise momentarily crossing his gaze. He could sense a hint of primal power emanating from Zhang Diyuan's being. No wonder, Li Qingjun suddenly comprehended. It made sense why this old fellow sought to divine fortunes from everyone. He indeed had some underlying confidence. Among the 9 of the heavenly rankings, for had already been revealed. As Li Qingjun's authoritative voice echoed, an invisible purple-golden dragon roared majestically, an endless surge of violet radiating from its form. Before the onlookers, 4 true names appeared in the heavenly rankings: Xian, Lin Yan, Wang Ling, and Yan Jingxian. Their true names exuded a radiant purple-golden light, signifying their unparalleled status. To Zhang Diyuan's eyes, the dragons emitted violet energy coalesced into 4 distinct orbs, instantly transforming into 4 colossal purple-golden divine dragons. 2 of the divine dragons vanished in an instant, darting off towards the northern star and the southern demon domain. The remaining 2 immediately coiled around the Lin family estate within the imperial city and beside Xian, situated beneath the 9-fold celestial steps. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the gathered cultivators, who were engulfed by a wave of confusion, their eyes slowly clouding with doubt. Was this truly the end? Why was there not a hint of an anomaly? With a snap of his fingers, Li Qingjun elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the purple-golden dragon beneath the emperor's feet. Was this what destiny entailed? Yet, could such a magnificent fortune truly be classified as mere destiny? The magnitude of this fortune left them questioning the emperor's true nature. Hush, silence yourselves. Some matters are beyond your comprehension. Speak recklessly, and you may invite death. Zhang Dian felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing that he had been too naive, failing to grasp the vastness of the cosmos. As for whether the emperor would resort to illusionary arts to deceive them, such thoughts were simply unthinkable. If the emperor could command the might of an emperor, would he truly descend to the level of employing illusions to mislead them? That would only underscore the emperor's regard for their worth. Zhang Diyuan stood transfixed, watching the purple-golden divine dragon gradually being absorbed by Xian. With each fraction absorbed, a trace of noble purple-golden hue emerged from the sanguine aura surrounding Xian. Could it be that he was capable of revealing his fortune to others? Even manifesting a faction's destiny? What manner of extraordinary being was this? A tremor ran through Zhang Diyuan's heart. It seemed the emperor's realm was beyond his ability to fathom. Steady now, everything had stabilized. Reflecting on the dark, apocalyptic visions he had once witnessed, he glanced at the emperor, who stood atop the purple-golden dragon, and felt his sense of urgency dissipate. Xian expresses gratitude to our sovereign. Lin Yin expresses gratitude to our sovereign. Suddenly, beneath the ninefold celestial steps, an unexpected figure clad in azure appeared, similarly entwined with a purple golden dragon, exuding an increasingly formidable presence. The 9 of the heavenly rankings had unveiled 4, leaving the remaining positions open for all present. With these words, the entire imperial city erupted in fervor. In an instant, countless sects and clans dispatched messages to broadcast this news throughout the eastern domain. Ascending the heavenly rankings not only signified the acquisition of the imperial dynasty's fortune, but, more importantly, an elevation in status. To be listed amongst the ranks of Chu Xian and the others was a tremendous honor. The imperial dynasty ruled over the 9 states of the eastern domain. And with the establishment of teleportation arrays in each state, direct communication with the imperial city would become feasible. The crowd nodded in agreement. While teleportation arrays had previously existed, the resource consumption for activation was exorbitant, accessible only to those of the Saint Emperor tier. If this plan were to materialize, the 9 states would truly become the territory of the imperial dynasty, and should any rebellion arise, the imperial celestial soldiers would arrive in an instant. Rebellion? With the emperor still reigning, who would dare to rebel? Let us not forget, the imperial dynasty's renown was not merely a fabrication. It was earned upon the corpses of 4 great emperors. Indeed, it was a pity to miss the imperial battles. The legendary sword emperor had vanished into seclusion, never to show his face in the eastern domain again. Within a tavern in the imperial city, Zhu Fushan poured a fragrant cup of tea for the middle-aged man across from him, the aroma of the tea mingling with the air. With a smile, he remarked, I had intended to wait for the emperor to be free, to introduce you to the sword emperor. Oh, I mean, to you, brother Dugu. But it seems that will no longer be necessary. What do you think? Our emperor is surely capable of subduing the eastern domain and commanding respect across the 4 realms. Is he not? Dugu Tiandao nodded, generously affirming, the emperor truly lives up to the rumors, possessing an overwhelming power that leaves one in despair, granting no space for others to catch up. However, brother Zhu, what am I joining the academy? Just call me brother Zhu from now on. You shall henceforth be appointed as the vice president of the martial academy. Zhu Fushan smiled broadly as he produced a jade pendant representing the vice president of the martial academy from his sleeve, explaining, simply infuse a drop of blood and a trace of your soul into this pendant, and it will be complete. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tiandao's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, brother Zhu. Listening to the discussions surrounding him, Dugu Tiandao felt a tinge of disdain. What was this Eastern Domain Sword Emperor he had never heard of? All he knew was the vice president of the academy, Dugu. At that moment, Dugu Tiandao suddenly froze, staring in shock at the figure of the earthly scale that had materialized before them, trembling involuntarily. Instinctively he rose, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of the imagined black golden dragon-clad figure. Brother Dugu, do not be alarmed. I have been favored by the emperor and am temporarily in charge of external affairs, hence managing the earthly scale. Zhu Fushan's eyes gleamed with reverence as he carefully stored the earthly scale, which had already recorded the locations of the teleportation arrays, eliminating the need for him to set them up personally. However, should any adjustments be required, someone would inevitably have to wield the earthly scale to cancel or establish new teleportation sites. After all, one could not trouble the emperor for every trivial matter. He was the emperor of the dynasty, not someone to be burdened by petty affairs. The heaven and earth rankings had been revealed, and now the final ranking, known as the human ranking, was to be unveiled. Those who inscribed their names upon the human ranking would be celebrated as eternal, living alongside the dynasty. And as long as the dynasty endured, they too would not perish. In a mere 8 words, countless cultivators trembled, their eyes filled with horror. Was it not the very aspiration of their lives to share longevity with the heavens and avoid reincarnation? With the emperor announcing the human ranking, those who were recorded would live alongside the dynasty. Did this not imply that as long as the dynasty remained, those inscribed upon the human ranking would not fall? Zhang Dian inhaled sharply, his eyes instantly shrouded in the divination of primal origins, as a vision of rivers of blood flooded his mind. In the vision, 5 indistinct figures traversed the void, exuding an icy aura, while behind them lay a painting of the 3 realms, now a sea of corpses and blood. Boom! A sudden explosion resonated in Zhang Dian's mind, the images before him rippling like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, gradually dissipating into mist. Yet, beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Though he could not discern their faces, 2 of the figures bore striking resemblance to Chu Xian and Lin Yan, who stood beneath the 9-fold celestial steps. At that moment, a blank scroll unfurled in the heavens, enveloped in a hazy white mist. To the gathered crowd, this was not merely a scroll, but a realm unto itself. Among the 9 of the human rankings, 2 had already been revealed. Li Qingjun's consciousness stirred, causing both Ji Wumo and Zhu Fushan to shudder. Their eyes briefly clouded with confusion before they returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Hiss. Is that not Lord Ji and Lord Zhu? How could they appear in that realm? It is incorrect. It should not be the essence itself, but rather a fragment of divine soul. Zhang Dian gazed at the 2 figures shrouded in white mist, and no matter how fervently he attempted to summon the origins of divination, he could elicit no response. As if the 2 individuals did not exist within this vast cosmos at all. A soft sigh escaped Zhang Diyuan's lips, and an endless chill enveloped his heart. Initially, he had presumed that the human ranking merely served to prolong one's lifespan. However, it now appeared that the human ranking was no mere illusion. It genuinely possessed the power to obscure heavenly secrets and confer longevity akin to that of the universe itself. Chaos was about to erupt. He could only hope that those individuals might exercise some rationality. Zhang Diyuan's heart was heavy with sighs. Once the effects of the heavenly and human rankings spread across the 4 domains, those cultivators would likely descend into madness, especially with the legendary immortal treasures rumored to be plentiful in the nearby absolute Immortal Ridge. He could almost foresee a great battle unfolding across the 4 domains, with the true imperial conflict looming ever closer. A prosperous age was about to descend into turmoil. Zhang Diyuan lamented deeply, though he was uncertain whether there existed other taboo figures akin to the emperor in the other 3 domains. He was aware that at least 3 pinnacle emperors resided within those realms. Should the imperial conflict truly ignite, he could not even ascertain whether the emperor could shield the entirety of the 3,000 Dao domains, preventing the paths from being submerged and countless lives from turning to ash. In the territories of the Imperial Dynasty, cultivators, regardless of their origins or talents, all possessed the opportunity to ascend to the heavenly and human rankings. The authoritative voice of Li Qingjun resonated throughout the imperial city, igniting a fervor among the cultivators. Although they were unclear on how to ascend to the dual rankings, engaging in endeavors to expand the imperial territory or contribute immortal treasures would surely be a step in the right direction. With a snap of his fingers, Li Qingjun caused the heavens to part, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth from the breach, radiating from the imperial city and rapidly spreading towards the eastern domain's 9 prefectures. Suddenly, as the crowd marveled at the emperor's divine prowess, a thunderous roar reverberated from the firmament. In the next moment, layers of ominous clouds swiftly enveloped the eastern 9 prefectures, with lightning dragons weaving through the darkened storm. The terrifying imperial might manifesting as if it were tangible. A gasp escaped. An imperial tribulation, the first emperor to emerge since the dawn of the Golden Age, had arrived. Was this disturbance originating from the imperial city? Could it be that Lord Shui had breached the barriers and ascended to emperor? If this were true, the imperial dynasty might soon welcome another emperor. The crowd's eyes sparkled with honor, yet a flicker of desire ignited within them as they gazed towards the imperial city, patiently awaiting the arrival of the imperial tribulation, unperturbed by the possibility of being affected by it. Throughout history, to witness an emperor undergo tribulation was a tremendous opportunity, greatly benefiting their future cultivation. This was the nature of cultivators within the imperial dynasty. Had it been individuals from other sects or clans facing tribulation, they would likely seek refuge in secret, fearing discovery by their enemies. Suddenly, a haunting, indistinct whisper, reminiscent of divine lamentation, echoed through the skies, followed by the ethereal appearance of 9 figures within the imperial tribulation, gazing toward the vast expanse of the imperial city. A chill coursed through Zhang Diyuan as he gasped in astonishment, murmuring, the marks left by the 9 enlightened beings. Such terrifying talent. A grave expression filled his eyes. During his own tribulation, he had only manifested 7 marks. These marks, manifestations of the great Tao, possessed a faint ability to predict the future, largely reflecting an entity's accomplishments post-ascension to emperor. Within the imperial city, a youth clad in blood-red armor bore an indifferent demeanor, his eyes devoid of any emotion. And before the imperial tribulation could fully coalesce, he prepared to strike it down with his blade. However, the entire imperial city suddenly trembled slightly, and in that instant, an ancient character of celestial script appeared in the heavens, exuding no aura, yet causing the imperial tribulation to quiver. Soon after, the ancient character radiated a brilliant light, dispelling the darkness like a beacon, and in mere moments, the entire imperial tribulation was completely dissolved. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the clear azure sky, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Your subordinate expresses gratitude for the Lord's assistance. When Shui's respectful voice resonated throughout the imperial city, the crowd finally regained their composure, their expressions shifting to one of enlightened understanding. Indeed, aside from the emperor, there was likely no other individual in the eastern domain capable of such feats. However, in the next moment, another thunderclap erupted, and once again, ominous clouds gathered, with 9 marks radiating imperial might suddenly manifesting. What was transpiring? Could it be that the emperor was unable to subdue the imperial tribulation? But soon, a voice rose to refute this notion. No, Lord Shui has already appeared beside the Blood Lord. This must not be his tribulation. Another is at play. Boom, boom. Yet, the imperial tribulation erupted like a tempest, a series of explosive roars resonating from the heavens, as countless imperial marks appeared within the tribulation. The overwhelming imperial might descended upon the imperial city like a natural disaster, causing countless cultivators to tremble in fear. Zhang Diyuan was taken aback, yet being an emperor himself, he quickly surmised that it likely involved more than one individual ascending to emperor. Perhaps it was only during an age of prosperity that emperors became so commonplace. Gazing at the 4 figures exuding potent imperial might that had emerged in the sky, Zhang Dian could not help but smile wryly, shaking his head in quiet lamentation. Old demon. The youth beneath the 9-fold celestial steps fixed his gaze upon one particularly aged yet arrogant figure, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. Is that not Lord Moe and Lord Shani, and the one who seems to be the vice-director of the Medicinal Institute? I am not too familiar with the proud individual. Gasp. The Imperial Dynasty birthed 5 emperors in a single day? Was there any force within the 3,000 Dao domains capable of contending with the Imperial Dynasty? Above the Imperial City, the ancient character of celestial script trembled once more. And in an instant, the imperial tribulation that had suppressed the entire Imperial City dissipated without a trace, as if it had never existed. Your subordinate expresses gratitude for the Emperor's assistance. Li Qingjun gently waved his hand, signaling the 4 to depart from the celestial realm. The ancient character of celestial script had indeed been left behind by him in the Imperial City, with a trace of energy drawn from the origins of the Dao domains, combined with a touch of his own transformed primal power. Dispersing the imperial tribulation was a simple task. After imparting a few instructions to Lin Yin and Chu Xian, Li Qingjuan's figure gradually faded from atop the 9-fold celestial steps. As the emperor vanished, a wave of relief washed over the cultivators within the imperial city. They sensed an invisible pressure had been lifted. We bid farewell to the emperor. Chapter 99. Cheating, is it? The 9-fold celestial steps had descended, allowing entry to the 3rd tier. Those under 100 years of bone age could enter the academy, while those at the 6th tier could enter the imperial city. And those who reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier could meet the emperor. After respectfully seeing Li Qingjun off, Lin Yan wore a radiant smile, his increasingly lofty aura igniting admiration in an array of aspiring female cultivators. Ah, senior brother Lin Yan is so handsome. I want to bear his offspring. Pray tell, fair maiden, are you planning to abduct the martial master, or do you intend to dazzle him with your beauty? Moreover, what relationship do you share with the martial master? Is the title of senior brother a burden you can bear? Among the crowd, Yanxi gazed at the youth beneath the 9-fold celestial steps, feeling the growing nobility of his aura, and her lovely eyes dimmed slightly. You are a dragon among the clouds, while I am but a shadow. Having joined the academy for over a month, she had come to profoundly understand the chasm that separated her from prodigies like Lin Yan. According to informed sources, Lin Yan had progressed from being completely ignorant of alchemy to effortlessly crafting saint-level pills in just a month. It was rumored that were it not for his cultivation constraints, he could already refine quasi-emperor pills. Sister Yin, look, is not senior brother Chu exceedingly handsome? Chen Yu, who stood beside Yanxi, was evidently oblivious to his senior sister's sentiments, his sparkling eyes solely fixated on the young man clad in black. Upon hearing his words, Yanxi forced a smile, nodding in reluctant agreement. There was little to be gained from further discussion. All cultivators could ascend to the celestial tier. Anyone attempting to breach the celestial tier without suppressing their cultivation would face dire consequences, meeting their end at the hands of the very tier they sought to conquer. A fate that would be of no concern to us. Once Lin Yin finished speaking, Chu Xian, with an expression devoid of emotion, asserted that this was not a request but a notification, indifferent to whether anyone believed it. After speaking, the 2 of them, in a tacit understanding, retreated to the side, relinquishing their positions. The cultivators present felt no inkling that the 2 were jesting. The cold, piercing gazes of Blood One and God One were sufficient to quell any lingering thoughts of mischief among some. Meanwhile, Mo1, after expressing gratitude to the emperor, vanished without a trace, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. With their retreat, the crowd of cultivators descended upon the celestial tier like a surging tide, and in an instant, numerous cultivators had ascended the 1st celestial tier. What is happening? Why was I repelled by the celestial tier? Am I truly incapable of ascending even to the third tier? Hiss. You are fortunate. You managed to reach the second tier. I witnessed many who couldn't even make it that far. Look, someone has charged to the fifth tier. The crowd gasped, and indeed, they beheld two figures hovering midair, one an elderly man with flowing white hair and a kind visage, and the other, shrouded in obscurity, appeared to be a robust figure in the prime of life. Ah, what a remarkable young lad. To ascend to the fifth tier is no small feat. Du Gujian felt a flicker of astonishment as he observed the composed Zhang Dian, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Young one, could it be that you are not of this world? Zhang Dian, on the verge of speaking, hesitated. His face contorted in conflict as he gazed apprehensively at the imperial capital, shaking his head and resuming his silent ascent to the sixth tier. How can it be that even an old man can ascend to the sixth tier? Is there no justice in this world? Could this elder possess greater talent than our sect's chosen one? Enough. I, at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, can only reach the second tier? Indeed. Who can ascend to the ninth tier to face the Emperor? The 9 celestial tiers are certainly no mere trinkets. Listening to the complaints echoing from the imperial city, Chu Xen arched an eyebrow, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze as his long fingers rested on the hilt of his blade, his steely eyes narrowing slightly. Yet Lin Yin chuckled softly, having already ascended the 9 celestial tiers, his aura tranquil, not exerting an ounce of his cultivation, as though taking a leisurely stroll. Effortlessly arriving at the 6th tier in the blink of an eye. The crowd was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by Lin Yan's seemingly leisurely ascent. The young friend truly lives up to the astonishing tales. His talent is on par with the other 2. No, now it should be 3. In a heartbeat. Lin Yin stood beside Du Gujian, behind him a multitude of prodigies gazing up in awe at his figure. Their eyes brimmed with doubt, questioning whether the praises they had heard since childhood were genuine. You flatter me, esteemed elder. The eastern region is vast, and countless have surpassed me. Lin Yin smiled faintly, clasping his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Although others were unaware of Du Gujian's identity, he was not. The more Du Gujian observed Lin Yin, the more he was impressed, offering a friendly reminder. That elderly man above is likely not from the eastern region. His cultivation is formidable, likely at the level of an emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin nodded with a smile, replying telepathically, no matter. Even if a supreme emperor were to grace the imperial city, they too must bow their heads. Farewell, esteemed elder. Lin Yin bowed slightly, as though strolling through the clouds, swiftly stepping onto the 7th tier. Watching Lin Yan's relaxed demeanor, Du Gujian could not help but chuckle wryly, murmuring to himself, are they all monsters? Do they not feel the slightest pressure? The heavens seemed to show pity. As an emperor himself, reaching the 6th tier had already pushed him to his limits. And now the celestial tier not only resisted him, but also bore down with an omnipresent, terrifying pressure, as if he were burdened by a mountain. In an instant, Lin Yin had reached Zhang Diyuan's side, casting a fleeting glance at the latter, who appeared distracted. Lin Yan's eyes revealed surprise. He too had discerned that Zhang Diyuan felt no pressure whatsoever. Peculiar, Lin Yin murmured, choosing to ignore it. Moments later, he stepped onto the 9th tier, smiling down at the cultivators gazing up at him. Since the celestial tiers exist, the 9th tier is indeed within reach. You all may rest assured. Though Lin Yin had proven that one could indeed reach the pinnacle of the celestial tiers, the number of those capable of ascending to the 3rd tier was exceedingly scarce. Let alone the 9th. Strange. Zhang Diyuan's eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment, now at the 8th tier. He had observed the state of others as they ascended the celestial tiers, and realized he was somewhat distinct. It was as if everyone else displayed their innate talent and understanding, dutifully accepting the trials, while he, with his ordinarily unremarkable aptitude, seemed to cheat, elevating his capabilities to unprecedented heights. Just as Zhang Diyuan prepared to step onto the 9th tier, his figure suddenly vanished from the 9 celestial tiers. Despite his instinctive efforts to resist with his inner essence, it proved futile, akin to an infant in swaddling attempting to defy a muscular giant. Lin Yin and Chu Xian were momentarily taken aback, then promptly bowed towards the imperial capital. Lo and behold, ascending to the 9th tier truly grants an audience with the emperor. Friends, charge forth. By heavens, let us give it our all. If that unremarkable elder can ascend to the 9th tier, surely our disciples can do so as well. Go, summon them, and have them attempt one by one. With Zhang Diyuan's disappearance, the cultivators in the imperial city erupted into fervor. Meanwhile, Li Qingjun remained unaware that, due to his ostentatious actions, news of the 3 rankings and the message of Zhu Xianling had already reached the ears of the emperors across the 3 regions. Chapter 100. The Qianyu Branch. In the North Star region, at Xiaoming Lake, in the distance, a towering mountain stood, its landscape pristine and beautiful, enveloped in clouds and mist at its peak, resembling a realm of immortals. At the foot of the mountain lay a serene lake, its surface glimmering under the sunlight. A sight of breathtaking beauty that compelled one to marvel at such a paradise on earth. Upon a low hill less than 100 miles from Qiuming Lake, a modest tile-roofed house stood, appearing somewhat dilapidated, as if it would crumble at the slightest gust of wind. Gu Qiuyu, how many times must I tell you? Your sister being favored by the immortal teacher is her great fortune. And for you to join the Qianzhou gang, how many would envy such an opportunity? Moreover, given your sister's condition, she may not have much time left, would she? Within the humble abode, in a courtyard muddied and worn, a young man wore a look of impatience. Yet when he beheld the 13 or 14-year-old boy before him, whose expression was remarkably stubborn, he felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Brother Hu, I understand you mean well, but that immortal teacher of the Qianzhou gang is infamous. In just 3 years since arriving in Qiuming town, how many young girls have fallen victim to his whims? Though Gu Qiuyu's voice was still youthful, it was resolute. And despite the stature of the person they spoke of being an untouchable immortal, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. You, the young man, referred to as Brother Hu, sighed softly, contemplating how Gu Qiuyu was somewhat ungrateful, but then he thought, if the roles were reversed, he too would likely hesitate to part with his sister. Brother? What is happening? Suddenly, a gentle voice emerged from within the house, revealing a girl of similar age to Gu Qiuyu, clad in a plain dress, leaning against the doorframe. Her brow furrowed with a hint of pain as she weakly inquired. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Qiuyu felt a pang in her heart and forced a smile, saying, Little sister, fret not, you may rest assured. I shall take care of everything. A deep sigh escaped the lips of the youth bearing the surname Hu as he gazed at the young maiden, whose beauty was already evident at the tender age of 13 or 14, his eyes reflecting a mixture of compassion and indignation. Gu Xiazi, the mightiest of my Hu family, is merely a practitioner of innate skills. He cannot withstand that celestial master, nor will he shield you from him. The Hu youth whispered into Gu Qiuyu's ear, his voice low enough for only the two to hear. This time, it is I who implores you. Next time, there may not be anyone to persuade you. You must leave Autumn Lake within the day. 1,000 miles to the east lies the Xianxian sect, which may provide sanctuary for you both. After saying this, the Hu youth averted his gaze from Gu Qiuyu's somewhat grim countenance, mustering a strained smile as he turned to Gu Qiuming. Sister Qiuming, you are unwell. Do not overexert yourself. Return home and rest. Once you recover, Brother Hu shall treat you to a feast, even better than roast chicken. The girl inquired, her eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Gu Qiuyu's heart ached at this, and the Hu youth nodded with a smile, albeit forced. Of course, but Brother Hu has some matters to attend to and may not visit for a few days. He paused momentarily, then added, This medicine is for you. It should last a month. With that, the youth set down the package of medicine, his demeanor somewhat dazed, before he swiftly disappeared from the sight of the siblings. Once he had departed, Gu Qiuyu inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions, and maintained her usual composure. Little sister, gather your things. We shall leave this place at once. Gu Qiuming did not protest or inquire further. She obediently nodded, her lovely eyes curving into crescent shapes. However, witnessing her sister's dutiful demeanor only deepened Gu Qiuyu's anguish, as she cast her gaze upon the medicine left behind by the Hu youth, her eyes filled with despair. What healing elixirs for strange ailments? All of it is a ruse, merely a narcotic to dull the pain. According to the estimations of the innate practitioner from the Hu family, Gu Qiuming's fate was but 16 years, and she had to endure the chilling energies daily, an agony unimaginable to most. Thus, Gu Qiuyu could only resort to using anesthetics to mask Gu Qiuming's pain. Brother, I am ready. Let us depart, Gu Qiuming said after a short while, clutching a patched bag as she emerged slowly from the room. With each step, beads of sweat formed on her delicate skin, but to avoid causing worry for Gu Qiuyu, she endeavored to appear at ease. Very well, Gu Qiuyu replied, shrugging her shoulders and bending down. Come, I shall carry you. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time without a response from Gu Qiuming, she turned back, only to see her little sister kneeling on the ground, her face as pale as a sheet. I beseech you, grant my brother and me a path to safety. My sister is frail and cannot serve that celestial master. The youth, of unremarkable appearance, held Gu Qiuming's small hand and enveloped her in his embrace. A gentle light emanating from him, enveloping her. Behind him stood an enchanting woman clad in a white dress, quietly watching over them. 9 absolute celestial body. Suddenly, Yin Jingxian sighed deeply, astonished to encounter the 9 absolute celestial body once more after Ian's. What is your name? He did not address Gu Qiuyu, but instead directed his soft gaze toward the enveloped Gu Qiuming, bathed in the radiance of the sun god tree. Gu Qiuming felt the cold energies within her dissipate. For the first time since she was 6, she sensed not a trace of the chilling aura within her. "I am Gu Qiuming," she uttered, her eyes somewhat dazed and instinctively responding. Upon hearing this, Yan Jinxian's entire being trembled, his pupils contracting sharply as he scrutinized the surroundings of Gu Qiuyue and Gu Qiuming. In the next moment, an ancient bracelet flew out from the patched bag Gu Qiuming held. Upon seeing the bracelet, Yan Jinxian inhaled sharply. 9-turn celestial sound bracelet. "You vile person. This is a token of love my father gave to my mother," Gu Qiuming exclaimed, struggling to reclaim the bracelet from Yan Jinxian's grasp. "The divine perception of the 9-turn celestial sound bracelet has been extinguished," Yan Jinxian murmured, his gaze filled with astonishment. He could not comprehend what had transpired back then. How could a divine weapon of the utmost caliber be extinguished by mere mortals? "Where are your parents?" he inquired gently, returning the bracelet to her. "Brother said they went to a faraway place and will come to fetch me when I turn 16. Gu Qiuming carefully stowed the bracelet away, her big watery eyes squinting into crescent shapes. 16, Yan Jinxian mused, sensing her physical condition and instantly grasping the situation. "Does your father have other blood relatives?" This time, he did not question Gu Qiuming, but turned his warm gaze toward Gu Qiuyue. "None left. It is only my sister and me," Gu Qiuyue replied honestly. Sensing no malice from Yan Jinxian, the Tianhuang 9 branches have truly fallen to such a state. Yan Jinxian sighed, a fleeting glimmer of moisture in his eyes. "Would you two be willing to leave this place with me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuyue's heart brimmed with joy, yet years of self-reliance rendered her somewhat wary. And hesitation flickered across her expression. Observing this, Yan Jinxian nodded to himself, promptly categorizing Gu Qiuyue as a person of potential. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes as he thought, though the innate sword body is somewhat lacking, this little fellow possesses a commendable disposition. There will surely be opportunities for the Gu family to shine once more. "Do not rush your decision," Yan Jinxian spoke softly. "You may wait here. I shall return. And then you can decide, should they choose not to follow him." He could only promise to find a sect they might favor or allow them to live out their lives as ordinary mortals, free from worry. Gently stroking Gu Qiuming's head, Yan Jinxian was momentarily lost in thought, as a figure with a charming smile and willow-like brows seemed to reappear before his eyes. "Bookworm, you are no longer a child. Should I find you a suitable match?" he mused wistfully, reminiscing about past acquaintances, now long gone. Yan Jinxian sighed softly, lamenting how the once mighty Gu family, which could shake the entire Dao domain with a stamp of their feet, had fallen to such depths. Suddenly, the space trembled violently as 2 small trees, each 3 inches tall, gradually emerged from within Yan Jinxian's body, swiftly growing to a height of 10 feet, their celestial light cascading downwards. "I share a connection with your ancestors. I have once benefited from their grace, and today I come to repay that kindness." Yan Jinxian smiled faintly, his fingers snapping, and a stream of light descended into Gu Qiuyue's body. "Dao Absolute, 3 swords." Gu Qiuyue trembled, unconsciously murmuring, "I have heard of your ancestors. There once existed a peerless powerhouse, akin to your constitution. However, she was fortunate enough to encounter an empress who ruled the realm. That empress personally crafted an imperial scripture for her, and within less than 1,000 years, she became a supreme emperor who suppressed the heavens and the earth." Yan Jinxian narrated, akin to sharing a captivating tale, and Gu Qiuming listened intently. "But you too are not lacking. You have encountered me. And I happen to know that imperial scripture." With a gentle touch, Yan Jinxian pressed his finger against Gu Qiuming's brow, imprinting the 9-moon ascending celestial scripture, created by Lingxian, into her mind. Yan Jinxian thoughtfully sealed off the portions concerning post-chi refining to prevent Gu Qiuming from suffering backlash. It has been proven that Yan Jinxian's actions were indeed correct. Gu Qiuming's constitution had been excessively weakened by the encroaching chill, to the point where her spirit was affected. At this moment, her eyes appeared somewhat dazed, and she seemed on the verge of fainting. Alas! Yan Jinxian sighed softly, placing Gu Qiuming beneath the sun god tree. As long as the chill within her body could be dispelled, and her constitution harmonized through the interplay of the Tian and the sun, one day, she would rise again as the formidable 9-yin empress, gazing down upon the Dao domain with pride. "Little dear," as Yan Jinxian gently called out, the space suddenly rippled. And in the next moment, a white deer adorned with 9-colored clouds stepped forth. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that as the white deer appeared, a silhouette of a deer also faintly emerged on Yan Jinxian's white robe, treading upon clouds. "Take good care of them both. I shall return." Yan Jinxian tenderly patted the little deer, which immediately let out a resounding cry. "Woo!" Amidst the deer's call, Yan Jinxian and Xianxiaaudiobooks transformed into 2 streaks of radiant light, soaring towards the distant mountains.
with the little deer and the sun and moon trees present. Even a quasi-emperor could not easily break the seal and harm the siblings, Gu Qiuyue and Gu Qiuming. In the North Star domain, amidst the celestial battlefield, several figures, surrounded by the essence of the primordial energy and exuding a terrifying imperial aura, stood proudly in the cosmos, discussing matters pertaining to the Eastern domain. Gentlemen, it is my belief that the three great lists of heaven, earth, and man were most likely procured by the great wind from the abandoned immortal ridge, including the nine-tiered immortal realm and the fabled land of creation. My brother's words hold merit. The Golden Age has only just begun, yet 5 emperors have already emerged, undoubtedly thanks to the abandoned immortal ridge. Indeed, it is precisely because the core of the abandoned immortal ridge fortuitously lies within the Eastern Path. Had it fallen within the North Star, it would have been within our grasp, with the 4 domains interconnected. The ostentatious actions of the Great Wind Dynasty could not escape their notice. They had received word almost immediately after the events commenced. Among them, a robust middle-aged man radiating an air of royal dominance slightly nodded and articulated his perspective. That may be so, but we must deliberate carefully. The Great Wind Dynasty should possess at least 9 emperors. Even if 5 of them have just embarked upon their paths, they should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, one individual pondered for a moment before agreeing. The words of the Canggu Emperor are wise. The number of emperors within the Great Wind Dynasty is indeed somewhat intimidating. This is still due to infighting within the Eastern Path, which has reduced their number by 4. Otherwise, the Eastern Path would likely boast the most emperors among the 4 domains. However, this individual shifted the conversation, coldly stating, "Yet, they are merely fledgling emperors. Not to mention our ancestral clan. Even the other 2 domains will hardly allow the Great Wind to monopolize the abandoned Immortal Ridge." A previously silent emperor spoke up. "That is a valid point, but we may not be able to swallow the Eastern Path alone. It would be prudent to consult with the emperors from the other 2 domains before reaching a conclusion." Upon this statement, the emperors fell into contemplation, gradually nodding in agreement. However, at that moment, a beam of light erupted from the North Star divination domain, causing the expressions of the emperors to shift, and they immediately focused their attention towards it. It seems a prosperous era has arrived, even prompting some ancient relics to resurface. According to our previous agreement, we shall refrain from intervening for the time being. Let the younger generation handle it, and see how their fortunes unfold. Divination domain that old rascal Tianji. As soon as the 4 domains were connected, couldn't wait to curry favor with the Eastern Path. Truly a disgrace to North Star. Why mention him? Let us proceed according to the original regulations. The expressions of the group varied as they settled into meditation in the celestial expanse, each transmitting information to their descendants or sections. On a distant mountain overlooking Xiaoming Lake, Yin Jingshan gazed at the luminous gate before him with a sense of nostalgia, lamenting. Indeed, the ancestral site remains intact. This place was the excavation site of the Tianhuang Dynasty. Aside from the emperors of that era, those who knew of it could be counted on one hand. Had he not accompanied Lingwei here once, he might never have realized that the ancestral ground of the Tianhuang Dynasty lay within the North Star. Alas, with a light sigh, Yin Jingshan's gaze wandered over the rolling hills, recalling that there had once been a grand city here, designed to shroud this independent space. Let us proceed, Xianyi. Yin Jingshan shook his head, his eyes fixed upon the luminous gate, a flicker of determination flashing in his gaze. He now yearned to uncover the truth behind how the Tianhuang Dynasty had turned to dust overnight. Chapter 102. The Ancestral Land Holds Secrets. As Yin Jingshan stepped into the ancestral land of the Tianhuang Dynasty, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his expression calm. Tightly closing his eyes, after an indeterminate period, a melodious sound of phoenix cries and dragon roars reached his ears. Opening his eyes, Yin Jingshan found himself in what seemed to be a realm of immortals, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, with spiritual herbs forming dense groves. A few phoenixes soared gracefully across the sky. Not far ahead, a plain had risen to reveal pavilions, adorned with simplicity yet exuding grandeur, modest yet opulent palatial structures. At the center, an ancient tree soared towards the heavens, casting its shadow over the entire complex. Countless rays of brilliance emanated from the palatial clusters, and a resplendent sun rose from the tree's crown, vying for brilliance with the heavens and the earth. Surrounding Yin Jingshan, streaks of flowing light whizzed by, accompanied by bursts of laughter and joy. "Brother Lin, I've heard that the ancient dragon from the heavenly demon Dao domain has recently acquired several offspring, and you were sent by the Absolute Path's ancestral master to request one. Was it successful?" The Absolute Path's ancestral master exudes pressure over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Merely an ancient dragon would not dare to disobey such a command. Yin Jingshan closed his eyes with a light smile, and sensing his presence, 9 streams of light, radiating an oppressive aura capable of subduing the heavens, descended from the palatial clusters and swiftly approached him. Ah, scholar, what brings you here? Yin, my young friend, it has been many years since our last meeting. How have you been? Where's that girl Linghua? Did she not accompany you? Hearing the familiar and affectionate inquiries from those around him, a tear trickled down Yin Jingshan's cheek as he opened his eyes, his gaze glistening with moisture. Before him stood 9 individuals, both male and female, young and old, all wearing cheerful expressions as they looked at Yin Jingshan with warmth. Gazing at the lively woman adorned with ancient bracelets, Yin Jingshan smiled gently. Sister Gu, it has been quite some time. He then turned his attention to the middle-aged man, whose expression was cold yet filled with sentiment. Brother Lin, I have been well as of late. The elder who had referred to Linghua as that girl bore a striking resemblance to the aged figure who had emerged from the deadly formation in the abandoned Immortal Ridge. Grandfather Linghua has matters to attend to. With a smile, Yin Jingshan responded to each of the 9's inquiries, creating a harmonious and natural atmosphere, akin to a reunion of long-lost friends. After an undetermined time, Yin Jingshan bowed deeply before the 9. Life is fleeting, a mere decade or so passes swiftly. Yet, life is long, and though the ages may stretch infinitely, old friends still remain. As he rose, tears stained his face, and a series of cryptic characters began to emerge from his being, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the entire secret realm. The 9 were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the characters with rapt attention. After a brief pause, they seemed to comprehend something, their expressions shifting to one of realization, and in an instant, they transformed into motes of light, shattering into fragments. As they disintegrated, the entire secret realm resembled fragile glass shattering upon concrete. A pitch-black fissure abruptly crossing the entirety of the realm. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering followed the emergence of the spatial rift, and before long, Yin Jingshan found himself once again enveloped in boundless darkness. With his eyes closed, Yin Jingshan took a deep breath and softly uttered, "Return to the true." As the words left his lips, the surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled, marking Yin Jingshan's official departure from the illusion. After eons have passed, the once flourishing ancestral land of the Tianhuang has been reduced to desolation. Yet, amidst the ruins, numerous spiritual herbs and rare divine medicines abound. However, before Yin Jingshan, everything lay barren. Not a single blade of grass remained, and an icy chill that penetrated to the marrow slowly ascended, as though the very fabric of space around had been frozen. With a sharp intake of breath, Yin Jingshan gazed at the desolation before him, murmuring, "The 9 sealing heaven palm." Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Not far away, he observed the struggling expressions of Xian Yi and others. Realizing they had yet to escape their predicament, with a swift flick of his sleeve, 9 characters descended upon their foreheads, causing Xian Yi and the others to tremble, soon awakening from the illusion. What a terrifying illusion! Xian Yi's beautiful eyes rippled with unease. This illusion must have originated from the hands of a supreme emperor, otherwise, it could not have ensnared them after countless ages. You all go investigate this secret realm and collect any usable resources, Yin Jingshan instructed softly, then fell into deep thought as he surveyed the desolation around him. Why had Sister Gu erased the ancestral land's profound entrance? Could it be that the Qianhuang Empire's collapse was due to internal strife among its own? In a flash, a startling idea emerged in his mind. Yin Jingshan gasped. The more he pondered, the more plausible it became. At the height of its power, the Qianhuang Empire was unmatched. Even if the other emperors of the myriad realms united, they would likely have been no match. There was no need for Linghua to intervene. The 9 figures from the earlier illusion alone could have subdued the entire myriad realms. His eyes glimmered with understanding as he soared into the skies, peering down with focused intensity. A shiver coursed through him as he exclaimed, self-slicing the imperial path. 9 sealing the immortals. Just moments ago, he had failed to notice the anomaly from below, but now, gazing from above, he saw a colossal handprint stretching across the secret realm, occupying nearly 1/3 of its territory, with a faintly glowing moon imprint at its center. Yin Jingshan remained speechless for a long time. Gu Shui, the supreme emperor possessing the 9 absolute immortal body, had wielded the 9 sealing heaven palm, her unique and invincible imperial technique. He recalled Gu Shui, with her transcendent cultivation, forming 9 moons. In that era, not even Linghua alone could rival her, as she was the nightmare of many emperors. With the 9 moons unleashed, even immortals had to bow their heads. Yin Jingshan had once inquired about the limits of the 9 sealing heaven palm, and he still remembered the prideful expression of that whimsical woman as she declared, "Sister, I can sever the Yin moon. One cycle can seal the pinnacle until the end of life." However, in those times, no entity could compel her to sever her imperial path. Yet now, the profound entrance of Tianyue and the surrounding palaces had been obliterated by Gu Shui, leaving behind a Yin moon to suppress it, as if there existed an indomitable foe that even she could not eradicate, forcing her to self-slice her imperial path, leaving a Yin moon to seek the passage of time for obliteration. Yan Jinxian's expression fluctuated between darkness and light, perplexed by the situation. His gaze fell upon a small hill resembling a grave mound not far from the desolation. This is in the next moment. Yan Jinxian appeared near the small hill, a hint of dazed recognition crossing his eyes as he employed his powers to unearth the soil in front of the mound. The grave of the sunsetting Sword Emperor. Yan Jinxian murmured softly, stepping back 3 paces to bow solemnly. Here lay the remains of a peerless Sword Emperor, or rather, the burial site of his life-bound imperial sword. Remarkably, this sunsetting Sword Emperor was an extraordinary genius, born with a flawed solar origin, who spent his life in companionship with the sword, achieving the pinnacle in less than a millennium, looking down upon all emperors. Yet, the path of cultivation ultimately adheres to the law of the jungle. Lingwei, possessing the lunar origin, sought to achieve harmony between yin and yang, making the solar origin an indispensable component. Thus, a cataclysmic battle ensued. With scant description of that clash available, only a few words remain. After 10 years, the 3 domains collapsed, and the Empress returned heavily wounded with her sword. Perhaps it was because the sunsetting Sword Emperor was not slain by Ling Yue's own hand, or perhaps to honor this formidable adversary. Ling Yue buried the sunsetting's life-bound imperial sword in this location, erecting a grave in his honor. No one knows what transpired during those 10 years. All that is known is that a century later, Empress Ling Yue harmonized yin and yang, completely subduing the myriad realms, rendering even the mightiest emperors unable to contend with her. As for the once dominant sunsetting Sword Emperor, he was ultimately forgotten, his name lost to the annals of history. Yan Jinxian sensed the integrity of the sunsetting Sword Emperor's grave. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the notion that internal strife had led to the demise of the Qianyue Empire. If it were indeed a civil conflict, the life-bound imperial sword would undoubtedly have been taken away at the first opportunity. Suddenly, Xian Yi and the others appeared beside Yan Jinxian. Before he could inquire, Xian Yi's delicate finger touched his forehead, her voice grave yet trembling. "There is a mystery." Yan Jinxian closed his eyes, quietly observing the vision Xian Yi presented to him. Chapter 103, Yi Jiaoyang. A mystery? How intriguing. In the eastern domain, within the imperial capital, Li Qingjun's gaze stirred with ripples as he watched the scene conjured by Cui Qiuwan within the imperial palace, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. Beside him, Cui Qiuwan wore a gentle smile, shaking her head. "It is merely the work of strange forces. Even if there is a mystery, it is likely just a remnant of a powerful being's obsession causing turmoil." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian appeared beside Li Qingjun, bowing respectfully, reporting to the Lord. "Zhang Diyuan has relented and wishes to meet the Emperor. Announce him." A trace of emotion flickered in Li Qingjun's eyes. One must admit, this old fellow is indeed tenacious. It took 2 days of dialogue with Kong Wu before he was willing to open his heart. "My lady, I assure you, it is not that I am incapable of forging the imperial sword you desire. It is simply that I cannot produce it." In the academy, a cacophony of wails emanated from the weaponry hall, whereby Z's handsome face bore bruises, while the trembling Tai Chongping stood beside him. Before him was a woman clad in a red dress, her enchanting beauty belied by a fierce aura akin to the blazing sun, her autumn-like eyes rippling with intensity. Bai Zi felt on the verge of tears. How could a supreme emperor like himself be subjected to such humiliation at the hands of a woman? If this were to spread, how could he face the world? Yet, as he recalled the relief each time she struck him, the fire poison within him dissipated a fraction, and a hint of nostalgia crept into his eyes. As this thought emerged, Bai Zi quickly shook his head. How could he harbor such notions? This Yi Jiaoyang was evidently an entity from an era long past, and she was utterly terrifying. Bai Zi grumbled inwardly, but upon catching Yi Jiaoyang's fierce gaze upon him, he immediately shuddered, forcing a smile. "How about you take down a few emperors? Hand their bodies to me, along with some flying immortal stones, and I promise to craft for you an unparalleled demonic, imperial sword." "Little one," he thought, "you are clearly lying. How could a dignified tool emperor possibly be unable to forge the imperial sword you seek?" Before Yi Jiaoyang could respond, a voice filled with schadenfreude rang out as Zhang Diyuan hobbled over, swaying unsteadily. "Old charlatan, I advise you to choose your words wisely. Do you not know that the more secrets you divulge, the faster you meet your end? Moreover, This is a matter of my Imperial Dynasty. What concern is it of yours? Bai Zi trembled, realizing the gravity of Yi Jiayang's request was indeed too high. She sought an imperial sword that matched her own formidable strength. Where could he possibly procure a sword of such caliber? Moreover, given her lofty standards, she would likely disdain even a typical sword of the pinnacle level. Zhang Diyuan, brimming with self-satisfaction, continued, "Rest assured, Daoist will soon be a member of the Imperial Dynasty. When that happens, I shall petition the Emperor to establish a bureau of celestial mechanisms within this academy." Upon hearing those words, Bai Zi could not help but sneer coldly, her face revealing a look of pity as she mockingly retorted, "Old charlatan, it seems the head of the Confucius Institute has knocked some sense out of you." Babbling nonsense in broad daylight, the two were engaged in a relentless verbal sparring, oblivious to the unusual demeanor of Yi Jiayang, who was gazing intently toward the direction of the northern star domain. Suddenly, she spoke up, "What place is that?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the two turned their heads, and Bai Zi affirmed confidently, "My dear, that is the Medicine Institute." To this, Zhang Diyuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Little Bai is correct. It is indeed the Medicine Institute." "You old charlatan, I could be your ancestor." Bai Zi's forehead throbbed with veins. If she recalled correctly, Lin Yan's white tiger was named Little Bai, right? What lies beyond the Medicine Institute? The Imperial City. And beyond the Imperial City? The Emperor's domain. Yi Jiayang fell into a contemplative silence, struggling to suppress the impulse to physically reprimand the two. Taking a deep breath, her eyes narrowing slightly as she smiled and patted Bai Zi, saying, "Little Bai, there is no need to forge the Emperor's sword for me. Simply craft me a garment instead. Yes, in the same style as this red dress, just vibrant and colorful. Oh, and do refrain from using that bone art of yours. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are left with not even a bone to your name." Bai Zi immediately shivered and forced a smile, saying, "Rest assured, my lady, I guarantee your satisfaction. But what color is a vibrant red?" Yi Jiayang did not respond to Bai Zi's question. Instead, she delicately pinched a flickering flame, which instantly entered Bai Zi's body, purging the fire poison generated from forging and the malevolent energy from bone refining. Bai Zi let out a comfortable moan, a peculiar sound that caused Zhang Diyuan and the previously silent Tai Chongping to exchange glances filled with bewilderment. "Hey, old charlatan, come over and help your sister to do something." Yi Jiayang formed a sword finger with her two fingers, and a fierce sword intent, as if it could pierce the heavens, immediately manifested at her fingertips. Tai Chongping's expression changed drastically, his body trembling under the weight of this sword intent. He felt as insignificant as an ant, knowing it could easily slay him. Feeling this sword intent, Zhang Dian shuddered, his face falling as he pitifully said, "My lady, I am merely an exceptionally perfect emperor. Moreover, you may not be aware, but in our line of work, we charge for the service of deducing for others." Yi Jiayang's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience. Yet her expression grew notably solemn. "I owe you a favor. Assist me in deducing the whereabouts of the item of the same origin." Of course. Zhang Diyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his vision obscured by the source of divination, as he gazed toward the sword intent, and immediately a familiar landscape appeared before him. Isn't this the divination domain of the Taoist? Zhang Dian was perplexed, and in the next moment, the scene flickered again, and an image rushed into his gaze. The sun and moon exchanged brilliance, ethereal mists swirling, and this familiar sight made Zhang Diyuan shiver. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his cheek. His vision filled with stars, as a blazing sun reflected in his eyes, swiftly pulling him back to reality. "So, have you found the location?" Gazing at Yi Jiayang standing before him, Zhang Diyuan covered his cheek, swallowing hard as he awkwardly chuckled. My lady, I only have a rough idea of the location." Upon learning that it was within the divination domain, a flicker of excitement and helplessness crossed Yi Jiayang's eyes. Internally lamenting, that girl Lingyue still enjoys leaving her essence on her favored treasures. The emperor has decreed, summon Zhang Diyuan to meet with him immediately. The figure of Wei Zhongxian appeared from nowhere, his face perpetually wearing a false smile that sent chills down one's spine. "Wei Gonggong, please inform the master that Jiaoyang has matters to attend to in the divination domain." Yi Jiaoyang's eyes sparkled with delight, realizing she had yet to meet the master. Merely having been asked if she possessed the essence of the Tian Lady Academy head may proceed on her own, unless it is a significant matter. "The master shall not interfere with your affairs," Wei Zhongxian replied before turning to Zhang Diyuan. "Shall we go, Divine Machine Emperor?" Within the depths of the Qianyue ancestor land, Yan Jingxian suddenly emerged from the vision transmitted by Xian Yi, sweat beads forming on his forehead as he gazed in horror toward the depths of the ancestral land. Let us go. Chapter 104, The Eerie Celestial Object. Deep within the Qianyue ancestor land, 9 killing formations loomed over numerous buildings and landscapes, their murderous aura sending chills through anyone nearby. Yan Jingxian had not even approached when a divine shadow appeared behind him, the Lingxian imperial robe bestowed by the emperor showing signs of revival. Gazing at the scene before him, Yan Jingxian was utterly astonished. He remembered this should be the core of the Qianxia ancestor land, where an unknown number of formidable beings were buried beneath a mound. In ancient times, while not boasting towering pavilions and ethereal mists, it was not far from that. Yet now, as he looked around, 8 moons radiating a terrifying murderous intent loomed overhead. Countless landscapes sunk beneath the earth, and the space was utterly fragmented, revealing a sight of ruin. Sister Gu, Yan Jingxian suddenly gasped, staring at the killing formation where a figure exuding extreme yin energy stood back to the world, his head surrounded by 8 moons, emanating an aura that instilled terror in all living beings. Observing those 8 moons, along with another moon at the Xinguan, a total of 9 moons. This signified that Gu Shui, even in self-immolation, had left behind the Yin moon to suppress the ancestral land. Moreover, these 9 killing formations were profoundly familiar to Yan Jingxian. Stemming from the same origin as the Juexian Ridge, albeit more intricate, he carefully sensed that at least 3 pinnacle emperors were involved in the formation. A wailing sound, reminiscent of crying, brushed past, and Yan Jingxian saw the expressions of Xian Yi and others filled with terror. In the ruins of the killing formation, endless celestial light suddenly emerged, and in the next moment, figures with dazed expressions, as if bereft of souls, appeared, wailing as they moved toward the edges of the formation. With a hum, the Yin moon cast down several strands of moonlight, the pure white rays immediately enveloping these figures, yet in an instant, countless corpses turned to ash. To Yan Jingxian's astonishment, these ashes immediately reformed. No, a force within the depths of the ancestral land was safeguarding these corpses. Yan Jingxian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he activated his golden Peng eyes, pushing through the illusions to their utmost, a stream of blood trailing from his eyes. The effects were evident. Under the golden Peng eyes, all was an illusion, revealing only the essence. Yan Jingxian blinked rapidly, releasing strands of Taoist might that emitted a familiar glow, enveloping these ashes, which swiftly reformed into corpses, an incredibly eerie sight. However, Yan Jingxian's gaze intensified, his pupils glowing with golden light as he stared deep into the killing formation, and in an instant, a terrifying image surged into his being. Deep within the killing formation was a realm obscured by supreme divine powers, where a man appeared to be mad, his expression filled with violence. Devoid of any trace of intellect, and the aura circulating within him shattered the void. A chain pierced through his chest, shattering his heart. Droplets of blood continuously dripping from his chest, merging into the void. The 2 ends of the chain appeared to connect heaven and earth, extending into an unfathomable distance. Brother Chang'e, Yan Jingxian cried out in disbelief, his gaze filled with incredulity, as a luminous object radiating celestial light floated into his sight. Quietly hovering above the head of the great Emperor Chang'e, the celestial artifact, measuring merely a palm's length, bore a striking resemblance to a lustrous strand of hair. Were it not for the divine radiance and ethereal might emanating from it, Yan Jingxian would have scarcely noticed this peculiar filament resembling a mere hair. Under Yan Jingxian's scrutiny, the silken strand tirelessly mended the corporeal form of the great emperor of the Long River, simultaneously reconstituting those transformed into ash and lifeless shells. As if all the bizarre phenomena were rooted in this singular strand. Ignoring the slight pain in his eyes, Yan Jingxian channeled the full power of his golden Peng eye, striving to glimpse the entirety of the deadly array lurking in the depths. A roar erupted from the great emperor of the Long River, a sound that defied human articulation. Even burdened with the emperor's lock, his advance could not be hindered. A sound akin to a sword being unsheathed rang out, and in the next moment, a beam of sword light cleaved through the void, dispersing the great pathways in its wake, instantly forcing the great emperor of the Long River back to his original position. The emperor's lock, piercing through the heart of the great emperor, unleashed an overwhelming pressure, attempting to obliterate him. Yet, through Yan Jingxian's utmost efforts, he finally discerned the full scope of the lethal formation, though only for a fleeting moment. The panorama of the killing array flickered and vanished, and Yan Jingxian's golden Peng eye was abruptly interrupted, but it was sufficient. This was Yan Jingxian's eyes closed, disregarding the blood tears that fell, his body trembling subtly, his expression filled with disbelief. The essence severed by Brother Lin, Grandpa Ling igniting his own soul, the essence itself, transforming his very being into a formation. Brother Long River, having lost all sense, bound his form with his own life's imperial weapon. What, then, was that strange strand? And what had transpired? Yan Jingxian's countenance oscillated between shadows and light, his heart plagued by confusion. He sensed an unsettling dissonance. Yet he could not articulate where the anomaly lay. Sister Gu had transcended here, the extreme, manifesting as the ninth moon. Brother Lin had severed half of his essence. His body inexplicably vanished, and Grandpa Ling had transformed himself into an array, sealing heaven and earth, while Brother Long River lost his wits. Xian Master? The celestial being observed Yan Jingxian murmuring incessantly, as if ensnared in a trance, and could not help but softly call out. However, Yan Jingxian had no opportunity to respond. Continuing his murmurs, what exactly is amiss? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes snapping open, now bloodshot, a chilling aura emanating from them, seeking death. At that moment, he felt an external force assaulting the two divine trees of the sun and moon, and it appeared that the assailants were numerous. Yan Jingxian exhaled a breath of rancid air, his gaze shifting towards the depths of the killing array, his expression fluctuating. At this juncture, that place was an absolute forbidden zone, an apex unreachable, where even an emperor of perfect realms would be rendered powerless. We must depart. The ancient site has emerged, and the divine trees have descended. Heaven favors our northern star. In this lifetime, as I, the divination domain, step forth, we shall birth an eternal sovereign. First, we shall breach the array. The ancient site is peculiar. None who have entered have returned, and one of our sect's holy emperor elders is among them. What I say is true. While the imperial sects have yet to arrive, we shall divide the spoils, and perchance, a new emperor may arise. Outside the dilapidated house, where Gu Qiue resided, 6 quasi-emperors hovered in the air, unleashing quasi-emperor-level divine abilities that shattered the void. With the integration of the source of the Dao domain, the spatial intensity of the 3,000 Dao domains had significantly heightened. Previously, the surrounding mountains and rivers spanning tens of thousands of miles had entirely sunk. The two divine trees of the sun and moon swayed, their illusory forms casting shadows in the sky, struggling against the assaults of the 6 quasi-emperors, the illusory sun and moon already showing signs of cracking. On the verge of complete dissolution. Now retreat, and I shall spare your lives. Within the worn-out abode, Gu Qiue gazed blankly at the 6 quasi-emperors outside, her eyes brimming with yearning. This was her first encounter with such formidable cultivators. She felt they were far superior to that celestial being from the Thousand Boat Alliance. As she beheld the impending shattering of the sun and moon, a pang of trepidation gripped her, yet she remained composed, for panic served no purpose. It seems we are on the cusp of breaking the divine tree's protection. Everyone, be prepared. Remember not to let the divine tree and the celestial deer escape. Also, the girl and the Tian must be entrusted to my Luyun Tiangong. Humph, your Luyun Tiangong's arrogance is excessive. Do you presume to birth an emperor? Indeed. According to the plan, the celestial deer shall be delivered to the Tiangong of destiny for sanctuary, while the rest shall be divided among us. Do not test our patience. Luyun Tiangong. Hee, very well, let us first break the array. The eyes of the 6 gleamed with fervor, their aura growing increasingly terrifying. A mere wisp of quasi-emperor's presence capable of collapsing a towering mountain. Boom. The heavens trembled, the air thick with boiling clouds. Crack, crack, crack. The already ravaged barrier was powerless against the full-force assault of the 6, shattering like glass in layers. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of 4 quasi-emperors, and they simultaneously struck at the 2 unguarded quasi-emperors ahead. The mere release of their aura caused the land within 1,000 miles to quake, mountains trembling and countless beings gripped by fear. Lingxian Tiangong, Jiansheng Dynasty. You have betrayed us. With a single strike, 1 quasi-emperor fell before he could even react, his crimson blood spilling across the sky, nourishing countless beings. The other, in a moment of crisis, activated a precious artifact to shield himself, narrowly escaping but sustaining grievous injuries, immediately fleeing for miles. Just wait, tomorrow. News of your acquisition of the divine tree and celestial deer shall spread across the 3,000 Dao domains. Attempting to flee, the 4 exchanged glances, their expressions icy. 2 of them melded into the void, vanishing without a trace, only for a scream to echo from afar. The 6 hailed from 3 factions within the divination domain, naturally familiar with one another, yet now, in the face of the divine tree and celestial deer, they felt that losing a few companions was of little consequence. According to our agreement, the Tian belongs to you, the sun to me. Agreed. Gu Qiue stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, which transpired in the blink of an eye. She felt as though a flash of light had crossed her vision, leaving only 2 of the 6 celestial beings standing. Suddenly, Gu Qiue felt her body stiffen, as if a colossal hand rested upon her shoulder. It was only upon hearing Yan Jingxian's calm voice near her ear that she finally exhaled in relief. You are about to embark on your cultivation journey. This is your first lesson. Always remain vigilant, especially towards those of unknown temperament. Yan Jingxian's expression was serene, his gaze fixed on the unfolding spectacle in the sky. Upon hearing this, Guqiuyue opened her mouth to speak, but seemed to recall something, promptly falling silent. Next is your second lesson. Should one offend you, eradicate them without mercy. Yan Jingxian regarded the slumbering Guqiuyue, sensing the cold aura within her being purged. With a flick of his sleeve, the two divine trees trembled violently, transforming into two 3-inch spiritual herbs that rushed toward him. Upon witnessing this, the two quasi-emperors' expressions shifted dramatically. Disregarding Yan Jingxian's origin, they bellowed. Unbridled. How dare a mere saint seize what belongs to us? The two summoned their Tao sources, coalescing into colossal hands that reached for the divine trees. Their murderous intent shattering space as it surged toward Yan Jingxian. Suddenly, two anguished cries echoed from afar, and in the next moment, a pure white battle spear, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter, pierced the void toward the two quasi-emperors. Miles away, a white-robed woman stood atop the corpses of the two quasi-emperors, her gaze icy as she surveyed them, a tremendous pressure radiating within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, instilling terror in countless beings. The two's pupils constricted, an icy, arrogant aura locking onto them, rendering escape impossible. Should they fail to withstand it, death awaited. Yet, the celestial being stood on the precipice of enlightenment. The Tao source already transitioning toward the essence. How could they withstand such a full-force strike? Puff, puff. The battle aura radiated with an unparalleled ferocity, instantly reducing the two individuals to a mist of blood, dispersing like raindrops, leaving behind no trace save for the fading remnants of their essence. Do you see? The path of cultivation is strewn with corpses. If you lack strength, those who surpass you will trample you at will. So, do you still wish to pursue cultivation? Yan Jingxian, with an air of tranquility, felt a flicker of murderous intent that was crushed before it could draw near by the sudden appearance of the celestial beings. Upon hearing Yan Jingxian's inquiry, Guqiuyue pondered for a moment before nodding emphatically. Yes, without cultivation, I cannot protect my younger sister. Without cultivation, I can only allow those evildoers to bully us. Upon hearing this, Yan Jingxian offered a faint smile, casting a deep glance towards the Tianhuang ancestral land, murmuring to herself, Sister Gu, I will take good care of them, just as you once cared for me. Suddenly, a monumental dilemma presented itself to Yan Jingxian. He was unable to enter the profound array deep within the Tianhuang ancestral land. Gaining access would necessitate the assistance of either Master Cui or Dean Kong. However, given that the Tianhuang ancestral land lay within the divination domain, there were numerous inconveniences. Yan Jingxian was also uncertain whether the North Star domain possessed any peak emperors. If he were to return and seek Master Cui's aid, he feared that others might seize the opportunity to take the precious strands of hair first. How difficult it is. Must I resort to the means bestowed upon me by Master Cui? Yan Jingxian felt a twinge of reluctance. For the protection left to him by a peak emperor was something even a newly ascended emperor would find daunting. Young friend, it is said that heaven's materials and earthly treasures are granted to those fated to possess them. I believe these two divine trees are indeed fated to us. Ha ha ha, indeed. We have traversed across several domains, and to our surprise, we discovered these two divine trees even before entering the ancient ruins. What a fortuitous encounter. What the Taoist brother says is entirely accurate. Young friend, why do you appear so unfamiliar? Which power do you hail from? Suddenly, a few mocking voices resonated throughout the heavens and earth, and in the next moment, the surrounding space was violently torn apart, as countless figures swiftly surrounded the humble dwelling. Sacred beasts led the way, and luxurious carriages stood tall, while the foremost group, numbering in the dozens, exuded a faint imperial majesty, indicating that each was a quasi-emperor. Among them, several bore a trace of primordial essence within, not far from attaining the path of the emperor. They merely awaited the right opportunity to ascend. Behind them, over 1,000 sacred realm cultivators stood solemnly, silently occupying the void. Yan Jingxian furrowed his brow slightly, and at once, Xianxia appeared beside him. Her delicate visage flashing a hint of coldness as she softly stated, There is no need for concern, Master Xian. They are but a rabble. We shall certainly ensure your safety. In response, Yan Jingxian waved his hand, then regarded the quasi-emperors with an indifferent gaze. You seek my divine trees? I wonder if you possess the strength to claim them. Withdraw now, and I shall spare your lives. At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The quasi-emperors slowly retracting their smiles, turning their cold gazes towards Yan Jingxian and his companions, their eyes filled with malice. Chapter 106. The Might of the Setting Sun Youngster. While it is permissible to consume elixirs indiscriminately, one must not speak carelessly. It can lead to dire consequences. Dear young friend, should you fail to name a power that instills fear in us, you may find it difficult to leave the North Star domain. Just a friendly warning. If you hail from the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor sect, you might as well prepare for death. With a roar, the might of dozens of quasi-emperors erupted, causing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to spiral into chaos, the essence of the Tao saturating the atmosphere, instilling dread in countless beings. What does my origin have to do with you? I give you 3 breaths to retreat, otherwise you shall meet your demise. Yan Jingshan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of cold light, his raven hair billowing as he wore an expression of unyielding arrogance, hardly acknowledging the presence of this group of quasi-emperors. Ha! I have achieved the status of quasi-emperor for 3,000 years, traversing the North Star for countless epochs. I have never encountered such an arrogant junior. Today, even if your sect's elders arrive, you shall still perish. There is no need for further words. Strike and obliterate this place, and investigate which power has managed to cultivate such an arrogant individual. Some among them, filled with rage, laughed in response, their aura tearing through space and shattering the void, raising their hands to unleash a colossal palm that blotted out the sky, aimed directly at Yan Jingshan. Others felt the essence of the Tao within them boil, and upon opening their mouths, flames that could scorch the very path erupted from their bellies, roaring forth like a dragon spewing fire. As 3 breaths elapsed, since you remain obstinate, I shall send you on your way, Yan Jingshan declared, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy yet betraying a hint of solemnity. Hearing this, Xianxia was about to strike, but Yan Jingshan pulled her back. Under her astonished gaze, he closed his eyes, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost seriousness. The vows of yesteryear remain unchanged through the ages. Today, when an old friend is in peril, I invoke the name of the Empress of Lingwei, honoring our past agreement, and beseech the Imperial Sword to grant me the might of the setting sun. As Yan Jingshan's voice fell, the heavens trembled, and a radiant sun manifested between the realms. In that moment, the buried Imperial Sword within the Qianhuang ancestral land shattered its seal, rushing towards Yan Jingshan. With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword being unsheathed pierced the heavens, its lethal intent soaring skyward. In the next instant, the space before Yan Jingshan fractured, revealing a 3-foot-long azure blade, its body resembling red jade. The Imperial Sword emanating a resonant hum, as an indistinct deity materialized. The overwhelming Imperial might followed closely, causing the divine abilities unleashed by those quasi-emperors to dissipate in an instant. Across the ages, the Qianhuang Empire, after all, still had descendants to carry on its legacy. A transcendent voice reverberated through the cosmos, causing the expressions of those quasi-emperors to shift dramatically. Yan Jingshan felt a flicker of confusion. Why did he sense a hint of reassurance from within? Yet now was not the time for such considerations. He promptly bowed and saluted, coldly proclaiming, I humbly request the predecessor to intervene, to restore the might of the setting sun. The setting sun is magnificent. The deity of the Imperial Sword smiled gently, her fair fingers suddenly grasping the sword. In that instant, the sword intent in the heavens grew even more formidable, the space fracturing further. Yet she contained it within a radius of 1,000 miles, sparing innocent lives from harm. What of the deity of the Imperial weapon? He too cannot protect you. Unfilial descendants beseech the ancestors to act. When our clan's emperor strikes, you shall surely be reduced to ashes. Several quasi-emperors summoned their imperial weapons, their expressions grave as they bowed in reverence. In the next moment, several waves of imperial might descended upon the realm, a dense aura of imperial power pressing heavily upon the surrounding space. Yet, the deity of the Imperial Sword chuckled lightly, a mere illusion of perfection. It is insufficient. With a resounding cry, the sword's voice surpassed even the roar of dragons, as the dazzling sword light became an unparalleled spectacle in the heavens. A radiant sun appeared behind the quasi-emperors, and a sword scar, extending for countless miles, cleaved through the sky, bearing the might of the apex. A power transcending the primordial essence that altered the countenances of those imperial phantoms. The overwhelming imperial might enveloped the entire divination domain, causing countless beings to turn pale with fear. Not far from this place, a middle-aged man appeared exceedingly anxious, exclaiming, "This is bad. I've arrived too late." Meanwhile, countless miles away, a woman in a red dress displayed a troubled expression, her figure traversing through space. Upon sensing this eruption of imperial might, the woman was momentarily stunned. Then her countenance brightened with joy, as a phantom sword appeared beneath her feet, tearing through the expanse as if it had instantaneously vanished. In the battlefield beyond the heavens, Several emperors sensed the surging phantoms and immediately changed countenance, tearing through the void to disappear from sight, gazing upon the might unleashed by the setting sun. Yan Jingshan inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with astonishment. This strike could rival that of a peak emperor. How dare outsiders act with impunity in the North Star domain? A grim voice reverberated through the air, as imperial might swiftly enveloped the entire divination domain, the oppressive force akin to divine wrath, causing countless beings to tremble in fear. With a thunderous crash, several figures surrounded by primordial essence, exuding imperial might, joined forces to raise a luminous shield, enduring the sword scar that fell upon the barrier. Buzz! 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 The sword scar and the trembling crimson sun dissipated the divine strike, causing the quasi-emperors to exhale in relief, immediately bowing respectfully. Although remnants of trepidation lingered in their eyes, the deity, wielding the imperial sword, quivered, its resonant ringing echoing through the heavens, as if it intended to unleash a second strike. With a heavy sigh, the deity lamented, acknowledging that they were merely a god, not an emperor. Had the setting sun been present, that single blow would have obliterated the domain entirely. Preposterous. A mere deity dares to extinguish our phantoms. Even if your master were to descend, would they be so audacious? The cold expressions of several emperors hardened, their hands trembling slightly as they braced against the deity's attack. Clearly unsettled by the experience. I shall escort you from this place. The deity, shrouded in a veil of mist, rendered their expression indiscernible. Upon hearing this, Yan Jingxian inhaled deeply, pressing a finger to his forehead as a decree of mercy slowly materialized there. In an instant, an aura of desolation enveloped the entire realm. Despite it being spring, the flora withered as if autumn had prematurely arrived. It was as if the very consciousness of this world harbored murderous intent, seeking to annihilate all life within it. This terrifying spectacle immediately prompted the emperors to furrow their brows. For the ability to influence the consciousness of the world indicated that the residual power left at Yan's brow was no ordinary matter. A decree of mercy. Do you believe it will grant you salvation? They sneered. Refusal to bow before the emperor is tantamount to inviting death. Unless an apex emperor arrives, none can spare your life. With a collective scoff, they unleashed their imperial might upon the domain, sealing the heavens and causing the very fabric of reality to tremble as a colossal hand, forged from primordial essence, reached toward Yan Jingxian. I found you. Just as Yan Jingxian prepared to summon the decree from Cui Qiuan, a melodious laughter, akin to silver bells, reverberated through the air. He felt a fragrant breeze brush past him, abruptly interrupting the decree, while the primordial hand was shattered by the sudden appearance of a woman before him. An awe-inspiring sight, indeed. Who are you? The North Star domain has no emperor of your ilk. Do you intend to meddle in our affairs? I advise you to withdraw forthwith. The expressions of the emperors shifted abruptly, sensing the formidable aura of Yi Jiayang, their hearts laden with apprehension, yet they did not yield to fear. For the North Star also boasted its own apex strength. Gazing at Yi Jiayang, the deity wielding the imperial sword trembled in disbelief. Jiayang? No, that cannot be. Jiayang has been severed from the source, and yet remains in existence. Who are you truly? When an ancient being, thought long dead, materialized before their eyes, it would instill terror and disbelief in any creature, especially for one who had witnessed the cataclysmic battle where Yi Jiayang was severed from her essence. Her soul shattered amidst the sorrowful rain of heaven. Yi Jiayang chuckled softly, reciting an enigmatic incantation that caused the deity to tremble, exclaiming, "Is it truly you?" With a hum, the deity transformed into a white light, merging with the imperial sword, which then emitted a jubilant chorus of ringing, revolving around Yi Jiayang's figure. After eons, the imperial sword had finally reunited with its master. Junior pays homage to the elder of the setting sun. A flicker of brilliance sparkled in Yan Jingxian's eyes. Accompanied by a hint of confusion, the sword emperor of the setting sun was, astonishingly, a woman. Call me sister. Yi Jiayang beamed at Yan Jingxian, her gaze piercing through his foundation, and in astonishment, she inquired, "Foundation transformed into divine soil? Can that old coot's research truly be cultivated by someone? What is your relationship with Lingua? How is the solar divine tree entwined with you? Remarkable. And the lunar aspect as well. Perhaps you may surpass Lingua in your journey." Yan Jingxian managed a wry smile, feeling as though Yi Jiayang could see right through him. "Sister Jiayang, what connection do you share with Lingua?" As the two conversed with carefree laughter, seemingly disregarding the presence of others, the expression of the Zhonggu emperor turned frigid, and he coldly interjected, "Are you not being overly arrogant? This is noise." Yi Jiayang's reprimand rang out. A beam of sword light imbued with a scorching intensity surged forth, transforming into a blazing sun that illuminated the North Star. The emperor's expressions shifted dramatically, gasping in horror. Should this sword strike descend, the entire domain would be irrevocably submerged. At that moment, the master of the Tianji Emperor sect, having finally arrived, let out a sigh, grasping a communication array. Hello? Can you hear me? Activate the Great Formation immediately to protect my sect's citizens. As he set down the array, gazing at the sword unleashed by Yi Jiayang, his eyes brimmed with yearning and regret. He murmured, the domain is finished. Sanggu Emperor bellowed in anger, you madman. Do you wish to bury the entire domain? Can you bear the consequences of billions of lives? Though he spoke thus, Sanggu Emperor nonetheless summoned his own life-bound imperial weapon, shielding himself. An unrestrained strike from an apex emperor was exceedingly terrifying, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Alas, fellow cultivator, why must it come to this? As the sun transformed into the setting sun, poised to bury the domain, a gentle sigh resonated through the heavens, and a slightly stooped figure appeared beside Sanggu Emperor. This elder, rosy-cheeked and spirited, emanated brilliance from his eyes, sweeping away the crimson sun with a flick of his sleeve, softly lamenting. Since you wish to take this young friend away, depart freely. Why must you resort to annihilating an entire realm? The elder, though hunched, bore the weight of a mountain. Despite his aura being dormant, his presence compelled all to feel as if they bore a great burden upon their shoulders. Greetings, your majesty of the Nine Peaks. The several North Star Emperors' expressions shifted, and they instantly bowed in reverence. One emperor stepped forward, expressing dissatisfaction. Ancestor, she is but enough. The Nine Peaks Emperor waved his hand, sighing softly, signaling the emperor to refrain from further words. How could the esteemed lady refrain from action? Compelling you to reveal your hand? Yi Jiayang rolled her eyes, summoning the imperial sword to point at the Nine Peaks Emperor, cheerfully asking, a battle in the outer realms. Or here? Upon hearing this, the Nine Peaks Emperor shook his head. I have no intention of opposing you, nor do I wish to contend with that emperor. I kindly request you to convey this to him. Ancestor Yu. The descendant of the Nine Peaks Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in disbelief. The ruler of the North Star domain would yield on his own territory? As long as the Nine Peaks Emperor could stall Yi Jiayang. They possessed 100 methods to ensure that the arrogant Yin Jingxian would meet a fate worse than death. 100 ways. Silence. Do you not think you have stirred enough trouble? Do you believe this esteemed friend is the only one present? The Nine Peaks Emperor admonished in a low voice. Then turned to Yin Jingxian, cupping his hands in respect. Why not step forward, fellow cultivator, for a meeting? Upon hearing this, Yin Jingxian's expression turned peculiar. A glimmer of contemplation crossing his mind as he thought, has Kong Yuan also arrived? However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. If Kong Wu were here, the situation would not be one of casual conversation. It seems that the North Star still has its discerning individuals. A voice, light and untroubled, resonated through the heavens. As an aura of decay began to emanate from Yin Jingxian. Startled, he soon realized that the decree left by Cui Qiuwan was undergoing a transformation. The decree, previously suppressed by Yi Jiayang, re-emerged as a refined middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly appeared, a chilling aura of decisive lethality gradually enveloping the world. Master Cui. Yin Jingxian was taken aback, astonishment flickering in his eyes, but upon recalling his foundational essence, he gasped, a dawning realization illuminating his gaze. The depth of the Taoist realm of my fellow cultivators surpasses my own. The esteemed Nine Peaks Emperor cast a profound glance at Cui Qiuwan, a flicker of sentiment passing through his eyes. Upon witnessing the Taoist incarnation of Cui Qiuwan, several emperors of the North Star fell into a contemplative silence. Although this incarnation could not compare to her true self, they sensed an existence that was infinitely close to reaching the pinnacle of perfection. My esteemed friends, should we engage in a fierce battle, it would ultimately benefit outsiders. Moreover, the demon clans to the south are far from docile. They have even taken dominion over the southern demon domain. The Nine Peaks Emperor gazed deeply at Cui Qiuwan, envy glimmering in his eyes. He could discern that she was in search of a path to transcend the peak. Perhaps it is best to refrain from conflict. In the future, I shall surely bring a grand gift, and personally pay my respects to that sovereign. What say you? The Nine Peaks Emperor appeared lost in thought, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickering in his gaze. Hearing this, Yi Jiayang turned her gaze towards Cui Qiuwan, her eyes brimming with eagerness. Should Cui Qiuwan express dissent, her sword could illuminate the North Star. Since this matter originated from her, let it conclude with her. Yin Jingxian's eyes glimmered with surprise, quickly falling into contemplation. Even under the intense stares of the emperors, who seemed ready to devour him, he pondered unhurriedly. Chapter 108. The Ranks of the Celestial Dynasty. Firstly, those who have spoken out of turn must express their apologies. Given your esteemed statuses, A few dozen imperial weapons or a few dozen imperial herbs should suffice as compensation. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the gathered emperors immediately turned icy. Their auras surged, and their gazes flickered like extinguishing stars, revealing their desire to crush Yinjingshan. This audacious youth dared to speak of dozens of imperial weapons and herbs. Setting aside the imperial weapons, one would be hard-pressed to find even 10 imperial herbs within the North Star domain. Youngster, think carefully before you speak. The mountains may shift, but the waters will flow. We shall meet again. The ancient emperor took a step forward, his demeanor somewhat frigid. Silence. The Nine Peaks Emperor's gaze flickered before he sighed lightly. Young friend, you will find it difficult to gather even a dozen imperial herbs in the entire North Star. How about this? Each of them should present an imperial weapon as an apology to the two esteemed ones. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several emperors changed dramatically. Disbelief etched upon their faces as they exclaimed, Imperial, be silent. In due course, you shall thank me, perhaps having grown weary of the ruckus. The Nine Peaks Emperor finally raised his voice, his imposing presence enveloping them, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. In that moment, the might of the ruler of the North Star was fully unleashed. The emperors shuddered, their faces turning pale, yet they dared not defy the Nine Peaks Emperor. Hastily falling silent, even the most averse to Yinjingshan, the ancient emperor, remained mute, showcasing the Nine Peaks Emperor's formidable reputation in the North Star. Well, what say you? Hearing this, Yinjingshan offered a dumbfounded smile and clasped his hands. Since the esteemed Nine Peaks has spoken on their behalf, I shall, of course, comply. Secondly, the ancient site here belongs entirely to my celestial dynasty. Upon hearing that he had a second demand, the expressions of the emperors darkened. Their gazes sharp as blades directed at Yinjingshan, teeth clenched in frustration. Although they were unaware of the treasures contained within the ancient site, merely seeing the imperial sword emerge from it suggested that the hidden celestial treasures far exceeded their imaginations. Very well, the ancient site can be granted to you. The Nine Peaks Emperor waved his hand, promptly acquiescing to Yinjingshan's request. Do you have any further demands? Replying to the esteemed one, none for now. Yinjingshan smiled faintly, gesturing politely, before continuing, then I shall trouble you, esteemed one. The Nine Peaks Emperor nodded, lightly clearing his throat. I am nearing the twilight of my years, lacking the vigor of youth, yet my heart still harbors a wish. Pausing, the Nine Peaks Emperor turned to Cui Qiuwan and clasped his hands. Might you kindly introduce me to the Emperor, so that I may witness the splendor above the pinnacle? Even if my lifespan were to dwindle, I would not consider my life in vain. At these words, the expressions of several emperors in the North Star shifted drastically, disbelief filling their eyes as they were captivated by the 4 words spoken by the Nine Peaks Emperor. Above the pinnacle, a glint of brilliance flickered in the ancient emperor's eyes, his gaze becoming profound. The Nine Peaks Emperor had grown old and no longer aspired to step upon the summit. Yet he was different. At merely 3,000 years of age, he could be considered a youth among emperors. Cui Qiuwan's Taoist incarnation bore a somewhat cold expression, shaking her head slightly as she replied, Your master's means are beyond your imagination. This matter will not escape your master's notice. Should your master wish to meet you, someone will surely come to summon you. If not, you may proceed to the imperial city and ascend the 9 levels of the celestial stairs. Your master will naturally meet you. Upon hearing this, the Nine Peaks Emperor's expression turned somewhat bitter as he gazed eastward, taking a deep breath. I appreciate your guidance, esteemed friend. I shall take my leave. If you do not mind, I would be honored to host you at my residence upon your next visit to the imperial city. Yinjingshan smiled as he bid farewell to the Nine Peaks Emperor, thinking to himself that not all of the North Star could be populated by arrogant individuals. With that, Cui Qiuwan's Taoist incarnation transformed once more into a decree, imprinting itself upon Yinjingshan's brow. The group then transformed into a stream of light, whisking away the ancient siblings of Qiuyue. In the imperial city, the 9 levels of celestial stairs loomed as the ancient emperor's head hung low, murmuring to himself, If only I could glimpse the splendor above the pinnacle. Within the imperial palace, the sound of Li Qingjun's fingers lightly tapping the celestial throne echoed throughout the grand hall. He gazed thoughtfully at the luminous screen, calmly stating, The celestial mechanism emperor indeed lives up to the name, even from such a distance. He can convey messages to the North Star. Merely a minor feat, a trifling skill, which may amuse the esteemed emperor. Zhang Diyuan, seated at one side of the hall, hastily waved his hands in embarrassment upon hearing this. Does the lord of the Chui Manor believe that Yi Jiaoyang can break through that murderous formation and subdue that celestial entity? Upon hearing Li Qingjun's sudden inquiry, Cui Qiuwan pondered briefly before shaking her head. Difficult. While the Dean Yi may be capable of shattering that secret realm, subduing that celestial entity is no small task. Li Qingjun silently nodded. Currently, among the 3,000 Dao domains, aside from himself, he had yet to detect a second capable of subduing that celestial being. Perhaps, even the one who dared to seize the essence of a Dao domain within the celestial realm could do so, yet that individual remains trapped. You may withdraw for now. If the Lord of the Chui Manor has no further matters, summon Zhu Fushan and the others. Li Qingjun waved his hand, speaking indifferently. As for the celestial mechanism Emperor's wish to submit to the celestial dynasty, I grant it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Diyuan's expression brightened with joy. Hastily rising to pay his respects, I shall comply with the Emperor's command. Once the hall was empty, Li Qingjun stretched lazily, accessing the system to review the levels of the celestial dynasty. Since the system had opened, he had yet to find the time to review it. After all, as the ruler of the celestial dynasty, his responsibilities far exceeded those of mere subordinates, who only needed to consider internal and external affairs. Celestial Dynasty Level, LV1. Celestial Territory, Eastern Domain, 9 states. Celestial Lands of Fortune, Taoist Cliffs, Celestial Platforms. Celestial Points, 0. Celestial Dynasty Mall. Host Panel. Li Qingjun was taken aback. Opening the Celestial Dynasty Mall, where an array of celestial objects appeared before his eyes, a veritable treasure trove brimming with celestial essence. Breakthrough Card. Can elevate the cultivation of practitioners below the celestial realm by 1 major level. Points required for exchange, 500. Celestial King Rules. Enables practitioners to comprehend the power of rules. Points required for exchange, 3,000. Legion Collective Enhancement Card. Imperial Realm Summoning Card. Spiritual Energy Enhancement Card. Physique Enhancement Card. Celestial Dynasty Level LV2 unlocked. Li Qingjun's gaze sharpened as he read the final line of small text, his lips twitching. What was the purpose of showing him this? To motivate him? How can one elevate their rank within the Celestial Dynasty? As the territory of the Celestial Dynasty expands, it is evaluated by the system. So, are you implying that the current domain's territory is merely the initial level? Is it possible that the current territory is insufficient to activate the ranking system, and that it was initiated early due to the host completing a task? Li Qingjun furrowed his brow momentarily, then gradually relaxed. Is it not simply about expanding the territory? Quite straightforward. However, what concerns him at present is how to acquire points. Chapter 109. The Unification Endeavor. How can points be obtained? Points are acquired by converting the rewards obtained from tasks completed by the host. Li Qingjun waited for a moment, his brow arching in curiosity as he queried. Is that all? Currently, yes. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun pondered before opening the newly appeared personal panel. Host, Li Qingjun. Realm, Ascendant. Physique, Eternal Resilience. Cultivation Method, Primordial Chaos Scripture. Innate Treasure, Celestial Emperor's Sword, Celestial Emperor's Robe, Celestial Sovereign's Crown, Celestial Sovereign's Throne. Territory, Sovereign of 1 domain. Points, 0, with convertible rewards. Li Qingjun stroked his chin. He recalled possessing a physique enhancement card, and that he had yet to claim the reward for expanding the 5 states. The physique card was of little use to him. He might as well check how many points it could be exchanged for. How many points can the physique enhancement card be converted into? Physique enhancement card, convertible for 50 points. Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow, recalling that it took 100 points to exchange for a physique enhancement card, did it not? After a moment's reflection, he decided it prudent to retain the physique enhancement card. So, you mean to say that you wish to recycle what is useless to me? Is this not akin to scavenging? As the Imperial Dynasty governs a domain, the tributes received alone are sufficient to sustain the entire dynasty. Items such as the Imperial Elixirs, Imperial weapons, and spirit stones bestowed by the system have become of little significance. The system remained silent for a long while before responding slowly. Indeed, recycling. After some contemplation, Li Qingjun resolved to keep the physique card while converting the reward for expanding the 5 states into points. How many points can the expansion reward be converted into? The rewards are as follows. Please select which ones the host wishes to retain. Li Qingjun was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed quite considerate. Imperial Realm Summoning Card. 9 Imperial Elixirs. 10 million Premium Spirit Stones. Random Source of the Great Tao. Convertible Points. 511. Goodness, a mix of zeros and whole numbers. Li Qingjun mused briefly. The Imperial Elixirs and Spirit Stones were already in ample supply within the dynasty. So he quickly made a decision to retain the Imperial Realm Summoning Card and the Source of the Great Tao, exchanging the rest for points. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 251 points. If I utilize the Imperial Realm Breakthrough Card, can I ascend to the Celestial Realm? Once the 3,000 sources of the Tao are gradually complete, the host may autonomously break through to the Celestial Realm without the need for the Breakthrough Card. Additionally, Cultivators below the celestial realm, without the power of rules, cannot use the breakthrough card to ascend to the celestial realm. The power of rules, you say? Li Qingjun smiled faintly as a profound aura began to swirl around him, a subtle yet transcendent presence enveloping him, harmonizing with the celestial radiance emanating from the celestial sovereign's throne. At the residence of Zhu Fushan, as the imperial dynasty continuously expanded, he found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities. Despite having enlisted numerous individuals to share the burden, certain significant matters ultimately fell to him. However, he soon discovered a new dilemma. The territories vacated by the assaults of Chu Xian and Wang Ling had left behind a considerable number of vacant blessed lands. Furthermore, the number of cultivators in the territories they had besieged had sharply diminished. For instance, the royal province, once led by the Su Ling imperial sect, had boasted the highest number of quasi-emperors among the 9 provinces. Yet, after Wang Ling's visit, the number of royal cultivators sharply declined, with those allied through marriage to the Tang family relinquishing their offspring, while those who did not were all consigned to become honored guests within his soul refinement banner. The gathering of the 4 domain emperors. Why send an invitation to the head of the Chui family? What purpose does it serve? I am no emperor, Zhu Fushan muttered, holding a golden invitation that contained 4,000 words. Yet only one phrase bore significance. An invitation for the emperors of the dynasty to attend a conference on the island of the Immortal in the Western Sea to sign a treaty. Upon reading the invitation, he suddenly felt a headache. With the 4 domains interconnected, the imperial city had seen an influx of arrogant individuals who not only treated the imperial city's prohibitions as jest, but dared to publicly debate who was stronger, the emperor and their domain sovereign. Without exception, all had been crafted by Chu Xian into a warning display, positioned thousands of miles away from the imperial city. While Chu Xian relished in his actions, the powers behind them were far from pleased. Was it not a matter of him suppressing them to await the day of reckoning? After all, the imperial dynasty's 9 provinces had yet to be fully assimilated, with many territories still lacking governors, let alone the selection of county and city leaders. Someone, deliver this invitation to the head of the Chui family. Zhu Fushan shook his head and casually commanded, momentarily setting aside these thoughts. During this period, he had cultivated several promising talents who had indeed absorbed a portion of his true teachings. Oh, is there an invitation for me? No need for your trouble, Duke Zhu. A voice like a gentle spring breeze echoed as the scholarly figure of Cui Qiuwan suddenly appeared not far from Zhu Fushan. Cui Qiuwan scanned the invitation with her divine sense and could not help but chuckle lightly. With a wave of her hand, the invitation appeared to gain sentience. Making its way towards the academy, it would be better for the head of the Confucian Academy to attend. Perhaps he might even achieve a breakthrough on this journey. A smile graced Cui Qiuwan's lips. Currently, Xiao Fanzhou was in closed-door meditation for a breakthrough, while Bai Zi was forging imperial weapons for Yi Jiayao. As for Yao Gui and others, they had just recently broken through. Attending might lead to them being looked down upon, thereby tarnishing the dynasty's reputation. In my humble opinion, it seems that the head of the Chui family is indeed the best candidate for this meeting. Zhu Fushan was somewhat puzzled. A gentle and refined Confucian emperor, in both demeanor and dealings, left no room for criticism, let alone being a pinnacle Confucian emperor. It is inconvenient to engage in debates with others at this time. Cui Qiuwan smiled gently, offering no further explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fushan nodded thoughtfully. Your subordinate pays respects to the master. Within the imperial palace, Zhu Fushan and Ji Wuma stood with reverence, situated on either side, alongside Zhang Diyuan and Cui Qiuwan. Li Qingjun's closed eyes shone with brilliance as he withdrew his consciousness from the system. After pondering for a moment, he declared, summon Yin Jingxian and Wang Ling back to discuss the unification endeavor. The unification endeavor? Except for Cui Qiuwan, the 3 were taken aback. They had anticipated that the emperor would take action against the other 3 domains, but they did not expect it to occur so swiftly. You 2 must expedite the assimilation of the 9 provinces. Nearly half a month has passed, and many regions still lack appointed governors and county leaders. There is no need for unwavering loyalty to the dynasty. As long as you can maintain order in your respective regions and are not wicked individuals with deep-seated sins, that suffices. I am as clear as the radiant sun, eternally undiminished. At his words, both individuals were struck with a jolt, their gazes reflecting contemplation. Perhaps their previous experiences had led them to preconceived notions. In retrospect, it seemed indeed to be the case. If the sovereign does not fall, who would dare to be disloyal? Li Qingjun nodded indifferently, gesturing for them to withdraw. After Yin Jingxian and Wang Ling return, convene a court meeting. All provincial leaders and governors must be present, without exception. We shall faithfully adhere to the master's command. Zhang Diyuan, lost in thought, harbored no grand ambitions. For him, Merely stepping into the pinnacle and enjoying a peaceful twilight while glimpsing the splendor above was sufficient. However, he also has offspring and ultimately must take some action. Chapter 110, The Contest of Stone Bones. In the southern demon domain, within the wild domain, within a secret realm that has just emerged in the wild domain, Wang Ling sensed a message from the imperial court. Exhaling a breath of foul air, he turned to Imo Xingheng beside him and said, "Junior brother Imo, the imperial court has sent word for me to return swiftly." Hearing this, Imo Xingheng, who was looking around, was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing before relaxing again. "No matter, senior brother Wang, you may depart first." "No." Wang Ling shook his head, resolutely stating, "You and brother Su must accompany me back. There may be great opportunities awaiting us." "Great opportunities? Can you enlighten me, senior brother?" Imo Xingheng raised an eyebrow, unable to recall any recent emergence of secret realms. Even the one currently appearing in the North Star would not be cracked for another century. Moreover, this secret realm is not trivial, according to Yin Jingxian. It is the burial site of a colossal ancient power. What is a burial site? Certain extraordinary spiritual entities, before their time of emergence, may be discovered prematurely. If recklessly used, it could ruin the entity. Thus, some powerful factions would reseal them, waiting for their perfect emergence. Furthermore, to hasten their emergence, these burial sites are typically filled with abundant resources by those colossal powers to expedite their formation. Imo Xingheng hesitated, not out of reluctance to leave this opportunity behind, but because this place was in the wild domain. If nothing unexpected occurred, that future supreme being would undoubtedly appear here. What was his primary purpose in coming to the southern demon domain? Was it not to meet this supreme being? Departing now could lead to a complete loss of effort. Seemingly perceiving Imo Xingheng's hesitation, Wang Ling's gaze flickered as he pondered. The master of Chui Manor only mentioned that the emperor will convene a court meeting, and all state lords and governors must participate. However, junior brother Imo need not decide now. The matter of great opportunity is merely my conjecture. We can make a decision once we find brother Su. Very well. As the three entered the secret realm, they were dispersed by an invisible force. Wang Ling and Imo Xingheng were not far apart, and soon regrouped, but Su Muyu was a considerable distance away. In a lush, verdant area within the secret realm, where the water was crystal clear, Su Muyu concealed himself atop an ancient tree, his figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe, observing a man and a demon below. A hint of contemplation crossing his face. "Human brat, hurry and leave, or you'll become my blood food." A bull demon, resembling a small mountain, glared with eyes the size of lanterns, coldly scrutinizing the seemingly 15 or 16-year-old boy before it, a flicker of cold light gleaming in its gaze. Had it not sensed the boy's peak purple mansion cultivation, it would have devoured him without a second thought, for killing him would have been a trivial matter. It merely wished to avoid attracting attention. Upon hearing this, Shihao's eyes flashed with a fierce light. This place was one he had discovered first, and moreover, the stone bones behind the bull demon could greatly benefit him. "What? Do you wish to become my blood cow?" Before the bull demon could finish its taunt, it saw the boy before it darting forward like an arrow, emitting a sharp sonic boom as he charged. The bull demon's eyes widened in disbelief. It could not comprehend why Shihao would seek death, yet it relished the thought. "Moo!" The bull demon bellowed, its voice resonating for miles. Immediately summoning a holy might as its hooves transformed into colossal hammers, trampling down towards Shihao. Boom! A dull sound reverberated, and the bull demon's pupils contracted, its expression morphing into one of incredulity as it staggered back several steps. However, Shihao appeared unaffected, his expression unchanged, with only a surge of ferocity igniting in his eyes as he lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the bull demon's vital point, seeking a decisive strike. Watching the escalating battle between man and demon, Su Muyu inhaled sharply. To confront a saint, or rather, a saintly demon, with his purple mansion cultivation, and in its strongest domain, was nothing short of audacious. How did he resemble a humanoid beast of slaughter? Su Muyu muttered to himself, his gaze shifting towards the stone bones. After a moment's contemplation, cloaked under his shroud, he moved towards the stone bones. Sensing its disadvantage, the bull demon's expression turned to one of horror. It was at the peak of the saint realm, yet found itself unable to contend with this human brat. Moreover, could this truly be a human? Its physical form was astonishingly monstrous. Moo! The bull demon's eyes gleamed with realization. At this juncture, hesitation would lead to defeat. If it could not win, it would summon its kin. Upon hearing the bull demon's altered roar, Shihao's eyes flashed with urgency. Having battled demons throughout his life, he was acutely aware of what this roar signified. If he could not dispatch the bull demon within half a stick of incense, he must prepare for the onslaught of surrounding demons. It seemed he could only resort to secret techniques to slay this bull demon and obtain the stone bones. Xiao's gaze darted behind the bull demon, and suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Where were the stone bones? Behind the bull demon was an altar, and at the center of the altar stood a tall pillar, where a crystal-clear stone bone, resembling mutton fat, had once rested, but now it had inexplicably vanished. Someone had just taken it, and in such a silent manner. Xiao's expression grew grave as he glanced at the bull demon, preparing to retreat. But suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. He punched the bull demon away and retreated over 100 miles. Boom! In an instant, where he had just stood was enveloped by a beam of light, echoing with a violent sound, as a bottomless pit appeared at the sight. Haha, Tianhuang, you truly bring shame to the demon race. A young man clad in gray-white robes emerged from the void, his pupils vertically slitted, and a chilling aura began to spread with his appearance. Brother Bai, looking at the youth before him, Tianhuang forced a sheepish smile, not daring to utter a word of reproach, pointing at Xiao and saying, I had my sights set on a stone bone, but this person insisted on contesting with me. I initially thought it would be easy to eliminate him, but I never expected. Haha. However, Brother Bai, this individual is a prodigy of the human race, and he is even likely to become a human emperor. Oh. Bai Yinxing displayed a flicker of interest as he glanced at Xiao, sensing his only purple mansion cultivation, disappointment filling his vertically slitted eyes. He casually scanned his surroundings and said indifferently, Where are the stone bones? Bring them forth for me to see. Tianhuang, whose immense form suddenly shrank to a height of over a man, looked behind him only to be taken aback. Then he bellowed, Brother Bai, it must be that this person has companions who, taking advantage of my battle with him, seized the stone bones. You have no idea. That stone bone was like mutton fat, emanating a faint aura of Tao. I have never sensed such an aura, even from the elders of my clan. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinxing's expression shifted slightly. He admitted that he felt a twinge of temptation, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Xiao. Have your companions hand over the stone bones, and I will spare your lives. Xiao fell silent, a fierce light gradually emerging in his eyes. Now, he was locked onto by a demon beast approaching the Saint Emperor level, and escape was undoubtedly impossible. Only by fighting with all his might could he grasp even the slightest chance of survival. Very well, wait a moment. Xiao nodded without hesitation, his internal energy surging, clearly using this as a delaying tactic. But just then, Bai Yinxing's vertical pupils narrowed, and he barked, Who goes there? With that, a phantom whip resembling a serpent's tail suddenly lashed out towards Xiao, striking within 3 feet of him. Chapter 111. Wang Ling makes his appearance. In an instant, the space trembled as the serpent tail struck, obliterating countless trees for miles, and leaving the ground fissured for 1,000 li. A muffled grunt suddenly resounded, and shortly after, a youth clad in embroidered robes appeared beside Xiao, his brows and eyes exuding warmth. Sumiyu coughed up traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, the dull pain radiating from his chest causing him to grimace. He had merely just broken through to the Saint Realm, and he was utterly astonished that Bai Yinxing could actually perceive the cloak of heaven. Huh? Playing with such invisible spells before me? How naive. Bai Yinxing's vertical pupils emitted a chilling aura, and in an instant, 2 grayish-white rays shot forth from his eyes, akin to blades, hurtling towards Sumoyu. TSK, I was still too careless. Sumoyu clicked his tongue, but remained unfazed. He swiftly pulled over Xiao and summoned a long sword exuding the breath of a quasi-emperor, saying, Fellow cultivator, do not resist. I shall escort you away from this place. I have already retrieved that bone for you, and will hand it over shortly. Just as Xiao was about to muster his blood energy to resist, upon hearing Sumoyu's words, his expression wavered, and in that fleeting moment, he was whisked away on the flying sword, their figures vanishing into the distance. This is bad. Brother Bai, they are trying to escape. Tianhuang exclaimed, watching the 2 retreating figures grow ever more distant. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed, and Bai Yinxing's expression turned ferocious, his vertical pupils darkening further as he bellowed, Who needs your input? Meanwhile, the 2 rays pursuing the duo were once again thwarted by Sumoyu, who threw out another quasi-emperor weapon to neutralize them. How could a proud peak Saint King, capable of slaying a human Saint Emperor, allow 2 mere ants to slip from his grasp? If word of this got out, not only would other demon clans mock him, but even within his own kin, he would be subjected to ridicule. With this thought, Bai Yinxing resolutely decided, and an illusory, cold-blooded demon python suddenly materialized behind him. As the phantom of his true form emerged, he howled to the heavens. Hiss. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, countless demon powerhouses frowned, gazing skyward with icy glares, transforming into streaks of light as they surged towards Sumoyu's direction. Having completed this, Bai Yanqing's face became covered in scales as he mumbled sinisterly. Thinking of fleeing? Do you even know where this is? 2 quasi-emperor weapons, haha. In an instant, Bai Yanqing's figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in a forest 1,000 miles away, a quasi-emperor sword carried 2 youthful figures racing at high speed. Su Moyu's complexion had turned somewhat pallid. Although these 2 quasi-emperor weapons acknowledged him as their master, he could not wield them for an extended duration. At most, he could unleash a brief burst of power. Otherwise, he would not have managed to flee over such a vast distance. Here, take this. Shihao observed the bone in Su Moyu's hand, which resembled sheep fat, and upon closer inspection, its shape was reminiscent of a human finger bone. Forget it. Since this item was retrieved by you, it signifies that I am not fated to possess it. You keep it. Noting Su Moyu's pale visage, Shihao hesitated, sighed lightly, and shook his head, refusing to take the bone. Oh, just hold on to it. I lack for nothing in terms of rare materials. My senior brother has plenty. To his surprise, Su Moyu waved his hand dismissively, forcefully shoving the bone into Shihao's grasp. Hearing this, Shihao's eyes flickered with suspicion as he examined the bone radiating a faint aura of Tao, glancing at Su Moyu, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. I shall remember this kindness, fellow cultivator. I will repay you in the future. Shihao solemnly clasped his hands in a bow, then simply introduced himself. I am Shihao, from a small mountain village in the wilderness. I am Su Moyu, from the eastern domain, he replied, recalling Wang Ling's advice to keep his identity concealed while traveling to avoid unnecessary trouble. Pausing for a moment, Su Moyu smiled brightly, from the eastern domain. A disciple of the Imperial Academy. However, he sensed that Shihao was not the type to harbor ill intentions, reminiscent of his first encounter with Wang Ling. The Imperial Academy of the Eastern Domain. A flicker of realization crossed Shihao's eyes as he suddenly recalled Lu Xian's exhortation to venture to the Eastern Domain in search of great opportunities. Just as the two were engaged in pleasant conversation, they were abruptly surrounded by several powerful auras of the Saint King level, with an overwhelming density of demonic energy permeating the air, causing the beasts of the forest to scatter in terror. Their expressions changed, but sensing something, Su Moyu quickly regained his composure and nonchalantly glanced at the approaching Bai Yanqing. Haha, run now. Bai Yanqing sauntered out from the woods. His face twisted with malice as he glared at Su Moyu and Shihao, sinisterly proclaiming, I initially intended to leave you with whole corpses, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. Instantly, several other humanoid creatures of various shapes emerged from the forest, all regarding Shihao and the others with disinterest. What is this? I thought some formidable power was upon us, only to find 2 little brats who have offended Lord Bai. Oh, that brother in the embroidered cloud robe looks rather handsome. Lord Bai, might I keep him? I would like to have a delightful chat with this young man. You shameless harlot. Why do you always think about an old bull courting tender grass? Shihao's expression grew solemn as he clutched the bone, addressing Bai Yanqing. What you seek is merely this item and me. If you spare Brother Su, I shall remain here with the bone. Oh, you do have some loyalty. Bai Yanqing first regarded Shihao with appreciation, then his expression twisted into a snarl. Too late. You shall not only become our meal, but all those connected to you must perish. Kill them. However, the surroundings felt eerily silent. He received no response. Bai Yanqing's brow furrowed in displeasure as he looked around. Did you not hear? Before he could finish, he abruptly halted, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His expression shifting from a grimace to one of terror as he stammered. Who are you? Beside the variously shaped humanoid beings in the woods stood a specter exuding a dark aura, the dense resentment and the aura of a Saint Emperor mingling together, rendering the sight utterly terrifying. A young man clad in a black robe appeared upon an ancient tree, coldly observing Bai Yanqing. However, upon merely meeting the young man's gaze, Bai Yanqing's vertical pupils abruptly constricted, his spirit shaken. Had it not been for the tremor of the quasi-emperor weapon within him at a critical moment, he might have been rendered a fool. Bai Yanqing's body began to tremble, his eyes filled with dread, standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Chapter 112, The Island of Immortal Retention. Senior brother. Su Moyu waved his arms joyfully at Wang Ling, sensing his presence rapidly approaching upon Bai Yanqing's arrival. Bai Yanqing observed Wang Ling, growing increasingly familiar with him, and suddenly a spark of realization ignited in his mind as he exclaimed, You are the one who attacked the individuals from the Juxian Ridge in the Jiaoyuan Sea. You are from the Imperial Dynasty? Upon hearing this, Wang Ling glanced at Bai Yanqing with mild surprise, but remained silent, raising his hand to point, and terrifying demonic energy erupted from thin air. Following this, the surging demonic energy swiftly coalesced into an enormous, pitch-black finger, colossal as a mountain, bearing unparalleled might as it descended upon Bai Yanqing with crushing force. You cannot kill me. Bai Yinshin gasped sharply, dense grayish-white mist overflowing from his spiritual center. Suddenly, his form grew indistinct, and he vanished without a trace. In his stead appeared an enormous gray-white python, stretching 100 feet in length, its once fearsome visage now wrought with terror. A colossal bell emanating an aura of primal wilderness was expelled from its mouth, suddenly transforming into a mountain that enveloped it within. Bai Yinshin howled from within. Our demon emperor is currently negotiating a peace treaty with your Imperial Dynasty on the island of immortal retention. If you kill me, the treaty will be torn asunder, and calamity will befall the eastern domain. Thud. The massive bell trembled with a resounding thud, reverberating as if a mountain was quaking. While Bai Yinshin within the bell was struck hard, he felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter, and his 100-foot serpent body quaked incessantly within the bell. Indeed, our clan's demon emperor is currently negotiating a treaty of peaceful coexistence with the great emperor of the eastern domain. I implore you to reconsider, my lord. Yes, Lord Bai hails from the Inhan serpent clan, although he is not the son of the demon emperor. He ranks second only to that imperial scion within the Inhan serpent lineage. The surrounding demon warriors, suppressed by vengeful spirits, nodded in agreement. Their fates hinged on whether Bai Yinshin's status could instill fear in Wang Ling. A treaty of peaceful coexistence? A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Ling's eyes, followed by a cold snort. Do not attempt to deceive me. Our sovereign would never consent to such an agreement, even if a treaty were to be signed. It was your demon clan that initiated the pursuit of the imperial disciples. Their deaths are of no consequence. With a swift gesture, Wang Ling tore through the air, and the myriad imperial rings on his wrist suddenly trembled, imbuing him with overwhelming imperial might. Fiery waves surged to great heights, ascending into the heavens, infused with the essence of supreme imperial authority, engulfing the area for half a sky. The colossal, obsidian finger emanated a soul-devouring aura as it advanced towards the massive bell. A supreme imperial weapon. Shihao's pupils constricted. First, Su Moyu had summoned several quasi-imperial weapons, and now Wang Ling had directly unleashed a supreme imperial weapon, even displaying its formidable might. It was evident that this weapon recognized him as its master. Within the giant bell, Bai Yinshin's expression turned desperate as he spat blood. Which benevolent sage at the Holy King realm would dare flaunt a supreme imperial weapon publicly, unafraid of being hunted by quasi-emperors? Boom! With a mighty roar, the giant bell was hurled away, and Bai Yinshin, towering 100 zhong, howled at the sky, his body enveloped in swirling grayish-white energy. Yet even as he activated his innate divine abilities, it proved futile. Your eastern domain shall surely suffer great calamity. Bai Yinshin screamed. But the obsidian finger extinguished him in an instant, leaving behind only a pool of blood, with his soul transformed into a wisp of ghostly light. Absorbed by the colossal finger, as Bai Yinshin was annihilated, the other demon warriors were simultaneously obliterated by vengeful spirits, their souls consumed by the spectral entities. Upon closer inspection, the spirits that had devoured the souls emanated a stronger aura. Had Yin Jingxian been present, he would have recognized this as the soul-refining technique of the absolute immortals. The bell, now bereft of its master, wailed in desolation, yet Wang Ling casually stored it away. Whoosh! At this moment, Imo Xingheng finally caught up with Wang Ling, casting a glance at the blood-soaked ground before retracting his gaze. I am eternally grateful for your assistance, Dao brother, Shihao expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing this, the recently arrived Imo Xingheng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, Shihao, do you know me? Shihao looked at the completely unfamiliar Imo Xingheng, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had only been permitted to venture out for training after breaking through to the Purple Mansion. And although he had explored one or two secret realms, his renown had likely not reached the Eastern Domain, especially since he had mostly used aliases while outside. Glancing at the youth appearing to be around 15 or 16, Imo Xingheng suppressed his astonishment and quickly shook his head. No, I do not know Brother Shi. This is our first meeting. I am Imo Xingheng. I did not come for you. Wang Ling shook his head and then turned to Su Moyu, saying, Brother Su, the imperial court has summoned me back. He then recounted the events leading to this moment and his speculations to Su Moyu. I see. Since I have gathered a few rare materials not found in the Eastern Domain during this expedition, I shall accompany my senior brother back, Su Moyu responded. Realization dawning upon him. Wang Ling, commanding the Demon Heavenly Legion, was suddenly recalled, suggesting that significant events were unfolding. Brother Shi, once we finish exploring this secret realm, I shall return. If it is not too much trouble, we could leave behind a trace of our soul aura for future communication. Shihao nodded in agreement, hesitating for a moment before saying, naturally, if possible, I should also venture towards the Eastern Domain. May I accompany Brother Su? However, if the white serpent has not lied, it is likely that its clan has already been informed. It would be prudent for us to prepare. Mo Xingheng was taken aback, then directed his gaze to Wang Ling. No matter, a cold glint flickered in Wang Ling's eyes. He was reluctant to rely excessively on the soul-refining banner, yet should anyone seek their demise, he would not hesitate to convert them into sustenance for the vengeful spirits. In the Western Sea, on the island of immortal remnants, a seemingly prosperous isle was surrounded by countless sailboats, each cloaked in formations, their sails distinct, evidently belonging to various factions. At the heart of the island of immortal remnants lay a breathtaking scene, akin to a celestial paradise, and the Grand Hall, originally used by the island's lord for administrative affairs, had been vacated. The lord of the island stood outside the palace with utmost reverence, having dismissed several attendants to avoid offending the esteemed guests within. Inside the Grand Hall, precious fragrant woods burned, releasing invigorating aromas that filled the air, and a circular table crafted from unknown materials was placed at the center. At that moment, two figures, their essence flowing, sat around the table, quietly meditating as if awaiting someone. Suddenly, the two opened their eyes, their gaze filled with primordial energy directed towards a specific space. Haha, as expected. The proximity of the water tower grants you an advantage. It seems you have been waiting here for quite some time. The next moment, the space tore apart, and an imposing elder clad in a splendid robe, with a robust figure and spirited demeanor, stepped forth. Although the elder bore the marks of age, his visage still emanated a heroic aura, and his every gesture conveyed an indescribable majesty. The middle-aged man, whose eyes seemed to contain a vast ocean of wisdom, chuckled lightly. You arrived quite swiftly, my friend. Had we not been situated in the Western Sea, we would not have matched your speed. Are you the demon-suppressing emperor of the Southern Domain? The demon-suppressing emperor nodded with a smile and clasped his hands. You must be the Cloud Sea Emperor of the Western Sea. It is an honor to meet you. Oh, the old fellow arrived swiftly. Chapter 113, No One to Command. A sinister voice echoed from the void, and the next moment, a young man garbed in grayish-white robes adorned with depictions of serpents emerged from the ether. Simultaneously, two figures, their essence pulsating, landed beside him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the demon-suppressing emperor smirked disdainfully. I wondered who it was. Turns out it is merely a long worm frightened out of its wits. What is the matter? Still so afraid of death? You must bring along two expendable emperors wherever you go. Hearing the taunts from the demon-suppressing emperor, Bai Jiuyin's expression darkened slightly, a trace of murderous intent wafting through the air, rendering the atmosphere within the Grand Hall instantly tense. The two recently appeared emperors also looked displeased, with one coldly snorting. Demon-suppressing, cease your mockery. Leave a path for the Gao family. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. The demon-suppressing emperor briefly scrutinized the speaker before suddenly realizing. Oh, I see. It's you, Han Feng, the emperor. Upon hearing the tone of the demon-suppressing emperor, Han Feng felt a sudden unease, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Before he could speak, the demon-suppressing emperor continued, to become a lackey for the demon clan, slaughtering your own masters, and now you have become a lackey for the demons. You truly live up to your title of beast. You have not yet attained a revered title, so why not be called the Beast Emperor? Perhaps those beasts will consider you one of their own? The demon-suppressing emperor spoke with a tone that feigned sympathy for the younger generation, yet carried a hint of reprimand. You seek death. Han Feng's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent, his imperial might surging violently, and he summoned his innate imperial weapon, glaring menacingly at the demon-suppressing emperor. This was his Achilles heel, a topic that no one dared to mention in the southern demon domain, yet the demon-suppressing emperor had unceremoniously exposed it. How could he not be enraged, especially considering the unsavory nature of this past? I seek death? The demon-suppressing emperor raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with disdain. And without reservation, he continued to mock. Come, come, if you possess the ability to make this long worm roll aside, let us see how many blades I can wield to slay you. With a resounding clang, a long sword radiating an overwhelming imperial might materialized beside him. As the blade was drawn, an aura of slaughter instantly permeated the Grand Hall. The two Western Sea emperors, having heard of Han Feng's past, exchanged glances, both recognizing the contempt and disgust reflected in each other's eyes. However, just as it seemed that conflict was imminent, the Cloud Sea Emperor felt compelled to intervene, stating, Esteemed guests, I believe we should set aside our grievances for the time being. Let us not forget that a colossal entity looms to the east, eyeing us with predatory intent. We must not allow others to reap the benefits of our discord. Indeed, esteemed colleagues, let us not forget the purpose of our gathering. We are here to counterbalance that formidable entity from the east, are we not? Upon hearing their counsel, Bai Jiuyin's eyes flickered with a glint of brilliance. After a moment's contemplation, he coldly huffed, "Old fool. I am eager to witness just how much longer that patriarch of the Shi family can survive and how long he can shield you all. For now, I shall spare your life, courtesy of the two emperors of the Western Sea." With that, Bai Jiuyin took his seat around the round table. Seeing that Bai Jiuyin appeared to have lost his desire for confrontation, Han Feng also suppressed the fury brewing within him. For he had just attained enlightenment and was no match for this demon-suppressing figure. Huh. The demon-suppressing emperor cast a scornful glance at Han Feng and slowly settled into his seat, ignoring the ire directed at him. The Cloud Sea Emperor and another emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was no internal strife, or else this assembly would have become a farce. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before long, the space trembled once again as a figure radiating an aura of dominance descended abruptly. It was the Canggu Emperor. A Taoist friend with such a commanding presence must surely be the Canggu Emperor from the Northern Star Domain, deduced the Cloud Sea Emperor, his expression turning solemn as he clasped his hands in inquiry. Has only one Taoist friend come from the Northern Star Domain? To his surprise, the Canggu Emperor merely cast a sidelong glance at him, nodded slightly, and then took his seat, closing his eyes to meditate. He was well aware of the purpose of this meeting. The Cloud Sea Emperor interpreted his demeanor as a sign of indifference and did not dwell on it further. Noticing the three domains had gathered, he smiled and remarked, "Since you all are now present, I take it you agree to the proposal of collaboration. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Let us await the arrival of the Emperor of the Imperial Dynasty." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered individuals sparkled with anticipation. The demon-suppressing Emperor remained silent with a faint smile, casting a brief glance at Bai Jiuyin, his gaze tinged with coldness. The Canggu Emperor, however, harbored a mocking smile within. He regarded the matter of balancing the Imperial Dynasty as a mere jest, for according to the renowned Jiyue Emperor, the realm of the Imperial Dynasty's sovereign was unfathomably high. If neither the Western Sea nor the Southern Demon Domains possessed entities of that caliber, they might as well prepare to submit. Yet, as several hours passed with no sign of the Emperor of the Imperial Dynasty's arrival, the Cloud Sea Emperor could not help but furrow his brow, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Have you perhaps failed to extend an invitation to the Emperor of the Imperial Dynasty? It has already been 3 hours past the agreed time. Why has he yet to arrive?" The demon-suppressing Emperor also frowned. Though he knew such a scenario was unlikely, he could not refrain from inquiring. After all, if the protagonist had come, what was there left for them, the three domains, to deliberate upon? The other Western Sea Emperor turned to the Cloud Sea Emperor and slowly suggested, "Perhaps he has been delayed by some matter. Let us wait a bit longer." The Canggu Emperor silently scoffed, inwardly speculating that it was likely the Imperial Sovereign had not taken this matter to heart or simply could not be bothered with them. And so, the assembly continued to wait, the first rays of dawn gradually illuminating the sky, dispelling the night. At last, the Cloud Sea Emperor could no longer remain composed. Exclaiming, "What audacity! The Imperial Dynasty possesses such a grandiose sense of self-importance, making us endure nearly a day's wait. This is utterly unacceptable. Someone convey my decree." The Cloud Sea Emperor's voice echoed beyond the hall, causing the island lord of Lingxian, who had been standing guard for an entire day, to tremble. Just as he was about to push open the hall doors, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Turning to look, he found the person restraining him was an elderly man clad in a Confucian robe, exuding an elegant and amicable demeanor, though his physique was quite frail. At a glance, he resembled an ancient sage from the mortal realm. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, his body was unceremoniously hurled out by Kong Wu, vanishing into the horizon like a fleeting bolt of light. "Damn it, Cui Qiuan is truly without anyone to command him," Kong Wu muttered, raising his leg and brutally smashing the hall's entrance to pieces. Boom. Within the hall, a surge of imperial might erupted, accompanied by a somewhat astonished rebuke that resonated from within. "Presumptuous." The assembly jolted to their feet, their eyes radiating divine light, as imperial power surged through the hall, shattering the surrounding space and engulfing the dim void. In an instant, the essence of 3,000 domains descended, swiftly repairing the fractured space. "Who are you? Are you an emperor from the Imperial Dynasty? How dare you be so rude?" The Cloud Sea Emperor regarded the leisurely entering Kong Wu with a furrowed brow, letting out a cold huff before continuing. "Now that we are all gathered, let us review the treaty." With a flicker of his consciousness, dense clouds materialized within the hall, coalescing into several scrolls that floated before the attendees. Ahem, the four domains have long been united since ancient times, and now that we have re-established our unity, it is my belief that we should support one another and jointly explore the Great Path. Therefore, I propose that we four domains coexist peacefully, ensuring that our emperors do not intervene, allowing opportunities for the younger generations. Should one party violate this, they shall face the collective wrath of our 3 domains. A gleam of brilliance flickered in the Cloud Sea Emperor's eyes as he coughed lightly, pausing before adding, "Given our mutual support, I believe we should also share our resources. The treasures of heaven and earth, ancient secret realms, and places of fortune, among ourselves, correct? This proposal comes from the Western Sea domain, and as a gesture of goodwill, we shall offer 6 out of our 10 annual quotas from the Cloud and Mist Immortal Pool to the other 3 domains. Furthermore, the Yaoqi Immortal Isle in the Western Sea may be freely explored by the 3 domains." The demon-suppressing Emperor's eyes glimmered with contemplation. If they could develop according to the terms proposed by the Western Sea domain, it would be ideal. However, he feared that Baijuan might impose excessive conditions. As he pondered this, the demon-suppressing Emperor cast a glance at Baijuan, only to find that Baijuan appeared to have exhaled a sigh of relief, leaving him feeling somewhat perplexed. "Ah, Brother Yunhai's words resonate deeply with me. My demon clan agrees to the signing of the treaty, allowing the emperors of the 4 domains to coexist peacefully and opening our respective secret realms to cultivate talents from all 4 domains." Baijuan briefly scanned the decree before inscribing his true name. Although his expression was filled with mirth, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Seeing Baijuan's swift agreement without much deliberation, the demon-suppressing Emperor's brow furrowed tightly. Having attained enlightenment in the southern demon domain, he was acutely aware of the profound heritage of the demon clan. The demon clan not only enjoyed long lifespans, but also had an ancient ancestor who had occupied countless secret realms in the southern demon domain since antiquity. To say the least, even if the emperors opposing the demon clan from the southern demon domain allied with those from the northern star domain, they would still not be a match for the demon clan. I have no objections. However, since Baijuan has no objections, I too do not mind temporarily laying down arms and seeking peace with the demon clan, the demon-suppressing emperor remarked, pausing before adding, "I can represent that absolute pinnacle from the Shi family." At this proclamation, Baijuan let out a chilling laugh, his sinister voice echoing in the ears of the demon-suppressing emperor. "It seems that patriarch of the Shi family will not last much longer, eh? Humph." The demon-suppressing emperor coldly snorted, flicking his sleeve with a flourish, glaring at Baijuan with a fierce intensity, revealing a row of somewhat yellowed teeth. "Do you, Longworm, think yourself capable? By all means, let us test it." "Enough." The Emperor of the Cloud Sea hastily sought to mediate between the 2 parties, clearing his throat as he spoke. "Why must you both engage in such theatrics? A treaty has already been signed. Does this display not invite ridicule?" The Demon of the South and Baijuan exchanged glances, their imposing demeanor dissipating like mist. The Emperor of the Cloud Sea continued, "The southern demon domain and the northern star domain shall also open various secret realms and places of creation. Might the ancient emperor consent?" Turning his gaze toward the ancient emperor, he noticed that the latter's attention was quietly fixed on Kong Wu, who had remained silent since entering. Could the ancient emperor be offering me a hint? The Emperor of the Cloud Sea pondered, the thought gaining traction. He had heard of a place of creation in the eastern domain that could enable a quasi-emperor to transcend to the rank of emperor. And it seemed that the absolute immortal ridge was also located in the east. There was also the Tower of Heaven, designed for self-cultivation. The immortal pool that could cleanse one of alchemical toxins, and even had a probability of refining one's physical constitution, as well as the spirit fields brimming with sacred herbs. The Emperor of the Cloud Sea enumerated the treasures of the Imperial Dynasty with the familiarity of one recounting cherished family heirlooms, omitting not a single detail, even mentioning the Enlightenment Immortal Tree and 2 divine trees. All of these treasures were to be shared with the 3 domains, fostering the growth of those prodigies who might, perchance, break through to the pinnacle. Furthermore, he had heard that the Academy housed 2 alchemy emperors and a weapon emperor. If necessary, we should also share with them. The Emperor of the Cloud Sea pondered for a moment before nodding, a smile gracing his features as he turned to Kong Wu. "That is all for now." The individuals from the southern demon domain and the ancient emperor felt a tempest brewing within their hearts, their gazes fixed on Kong Wu in astonishment. They had not anticipated such an abundance of treasures and divine artifacts in the eastern domain. Baijuan's eyes glinted with avarice, the divine light within them flickering uncertainly. Clearly lost in contemplation, Kong Wu, taken aback, gazed at the Emperor of the Cloud Sea with astonishment, unable to restrain himself from uttering his first words upon arriving. "Damn. I had no idea there were so many things. Are you done?" The Emperor of the Cloud Sea furrowed his brow slightly, regarding Kong Wu with mild surprise. This fellow, who appeared to be a Confucian emperor, seemed to lack the refinement of his quasi-emperors. "I have concluded for now. But should any places of creation emerge in the eastern domain in the future, they must be shared with us." Upon hearing this, Kong Wu felt a mix of anger and amusement, Are you robbing me now? How about this? You 3 domains submit to our emperor. Perhaps, if our lord is pleased, he might allow you a glimpse of the enlightenment immortal tree. The emperor of the cloud sea raised an eyebrow, his tone cooling significantly as he retorted. Do you eastern domain wish to become our adversary? It is already a display of mercy that we have not united to obliterate the eastern domain. Wait. Suddenly, the ancient emperor interjected, casting a sidelong glance at the emperor of the cloud sea. Our northern star domain has not signed any such treaty. Moreover, many emperors from the northern star are on amicable terms with the young friend of the Imperial Dynasty and shall not ally with you. Upon hearing this, the emperor of the cloud sea's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he turned to the ancient emperor. You northern star domain dare to play both sides? What benefits has the Imperial Dynasty bestowed upon you? The ancient emperor frowned. It was in the presence of the Imperial Dynasty's emperor that they could not afford to be labeled as treacherous. He snorted coldly, his eyes swirling with purple light as he glared at the emperor of the cloud sea. Medicinal pills may be consumed recklessly, but words must not be spoken carelessly. When did our northern star domain ever agree to ally with you? You. The emperor of the cloud sea's demeanor grew icy, his gaze drifting toward a certain point in the void, seemingly awaiting something. Remember, your current safety is significantly tied to that cold-looking girl lurking in the shadows. Kong Wu appeared to sense his gaze, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Had it not been for the oppressive aura akin to that of a pinnacle emperor locking onto him the moment he entered, he would have certainly crushed the emperor of the cloud sea by now. Humph. Suddenly, a haughty snort echoed from the void. As the sound faded, layers of mist coalesced within the grand hall, effectively dissipating their imperial might. Chapter 115, Capture Alive. After the haughty snort, silence ensued, and the mist only served to extinguish their waning imperial presence, which caused the emperor of the cloud sea to regard the situation with newfound gravity. Damn it, Tianhuang. I wonder if you could lend me a hand if a fight breaks out. Kong Wu grumbled internally, despite his somewhat reckless nature. He certainly did not have a penchant for suffering. Were he at the pinnacle, even if he had just crossed that threshold, he would have dared to confront that girl in the shadows. Yet, he was still half a step away from the pinnacle, and that half step was enough to elevate him to perfection. The stingy Tianhuang truly did not deserve the title of Confucian Emperor. Unwilling to lend him even a sliver of her original Dao body, seemingly reminded of something, Kong Wu muttered to himself, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. If all went as expected, Tianhuang was not far from breaking through to the pinnacle. You long, wretched creature, if you dare look at me with those eyes again, I shall crush your serpent's heart. Kong Wu shot a disdainful glance at Bai Juyin, whose face was filled with greedy fixation upon him, before letting out a cold snort. You. Bai Juyin was taken aback, his expression darkening instantly, his eyes filled with a swirling gray-white mist, an icy aura intertwining with the mist, rapidly enveloping the grand hall. Old fool, you have yet to finish your words. Bai Juin's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting suddenly. In an instant, Kong Wu's figure vanished, replaced by a ferocious silhouette of a Kuan, leaping through space to brutally crush him. Do you not believe me? Let us see if I can crush your serpent's heart. Kong Wu's curse echoed from within the Kuan's form, and before anyone could react, the Kuan was already upon Bai Juin. Sensing the overwhelming source of power, Bai Juin's scalp prickled. He attempted to summon an imperial weapon for defense, but there was simply not enough time. Enough. If you refuse to agree, then depart. From the void emerged a barefoot maiden, her silver-white hair cascading down to her waist, her visage obscured by a veil of white, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her eyes glimmering like black pearls, filled with displeasure. Upon closer inspection, one could see flashes of silver-white light occasionally flickering within her inky pupils, drawing attention. As the barefoot maiden spoke, the mist within the grand hall solidified, erecting a barrier before Bai Juin. A ruthless glint flickered in Kong Wu's eyes as the Kuan transformed into a colossal rock, momentarily leaping out of space, its 5 fingers encompassing the source of power. Crashing down upon Bai Juin's chest. Arc. The excruciating pain elicited a cry from Bai Juin, but fortunately, he was clad in heart-protecting scales. And combined with the diminished power of Kong Wu's transformation into a rock, and the intervention of the barefoot maiden, he narrowly escaped immediate death. Old fool, you dare to ambush me. Bai Juin retreated hastily, blood gushing from his chest, flesh torn and mangled, revealing the faint outline of a pulsating heart. Arc. I will have your life. Bai Juin's left eye turned gray, his right eye pale, with a swirling mist of gray-white engulfing him. A demonic aura mingling with imperial might to dominate the heavens. Farewell. A hint of regret flickered in Kong Wu's gaze. Had the maiden not appeared, coupled with the sudden outburst, he might have crushed that long creature's heart. However, having gained an advantage, and considering that the long creature shared his realm. A true clash would not be resolved in mere exchanges. Moreover, with several unknown emperors observing, along with that enigmatic maiden, it was prudent to depart at this moment rather than linger. Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Wu turned and departed, not casting a single glance at the frenzied Bai Juyin. Harnessing the essence of speed, he activated the Kunpeng's flight, instantly tearing through the fabric of space. Witnessing this, the Canggu Emperor was momentarily taken aback, hastily following suit. For he was en route to the imperial city to discuss matters between Beichen and the eastern domain, and could conveniently request Kong Wu's introduction. Observing that the barefoot maiden made no attempt to obstruct him, Bai Juyin grew increasingly agitated, roaring, "Why do you not stop him? I shall slay that old wretch." The barefoot maiden furrowed her delicate brows, her pupils shimmering with an exquisite silver light. In the next moment, the mist surrounding Bai Juyin dissipated, causing him to stagger back 9 steps, each step accompanied by a cough of blood. "What are you to question me, milady? Should you dare to show disrespect again? Even the crimson blood old demon could not save you." Murong Yunch's ethereal voice carried a hint of displeasure. Yet his gaze lingered on the spot where Kong Wu had vanished, pondering, how is it that the Kunpeng King's flight has manifested in this era? A swirling mist enveloped Murong Yunche, gradually fading from the sight of the onlookers. "We bid farewell to Miss Murong." The Cloud Sea Emperor and another emperor bowed deeply, their eyes glimmering with reverence. Meanwhile, Bai Juyin regained some composure, his body slumping to the ground, trembling faintly. Although he did not recognize Murong Yunche, he was well aware of the crimson blood old demon she mentioned, the current sovereign of the demon race, who had dominated for 3,000 years since awakening from slumber. The demon-suppressing emperor's eyes sparkled with insight, and after a moment of contemplation, he grasped a crucial fact: the treaty had failed to materialize. However, he felt no despair. At the very least, he had learned of the existence of unparalleled power among the human race. Perhaps it would be prudent to visit the Eastern Domain and pay a visit to that emperor. The Cloud Sea Emperor exchanged a glance with the other emperor, their faces etched with conflict, uncertain of their next course of action. The treaty had originally been proposed by Murong Yunche, and now both the Eastern and Beichen domains were reluctant to sign. They truly found themselves at a loss. The Yaoqi Immortal Isle and the Cloud Mist Immortal Pool remained open, allowing practitioners from all 4 domains to participate. At that moment, the ethereal voice of the maiden echoed in their minds, prompting a wry smile as they pondered Murong Yunche's intentions, yet they dared not defy her. Suddenly, the crowd was taken aback, their gazes converging on Bai Juyin, who was once again emanating grayish-white mist. The demon-suppressing emperor's eyes flickered with caution as he subtly retreated, contemplating whether he could seize the opportunity to slay Bai Juyin while he was gravely injured. Bai Juyin frowned slightly. This was a unique communication method of his clan, typically reserved for significant matters. The commander of the Demon Heaven Legion of the Eastern Imperial Court has slain Bai Yansheng and has yet to leave the secret realm. Please, clan leader, provide guidance. A flash of fury crossed Bai Juin's eyes, quickly replaced by calmness. After a moment's reflection, a glimmer of brilliance ignited within him as he promptly replied, "Contact the Dragon Tail Black Flood Dragon and persuade them to dispatch an emperor. It is imperative to capture this individual alive. Ensure you coordinate to pinpoint his location. Capture him alive." After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Juyin added, fearing that the reckless Dragon Tail Black Flood Dragon might inadvertently slay Wang Ling. Having completed his directives, Bai Juyin smirked coldly, casting a wary glance at the demon-suppressing emperor before his form transformed into grayish-white mist, merging into the void. The 2 emperors who had followed Bai Juyin exchanged glances before hastily pursuing him. "Farewell, fellow Taoists." The demon-suppressing emperor's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he clasped his hands in reverence before making his way toward the imperial city. The Cloud Sea Emperor and his companion did not hinder their departure, and in an instant, the Grand Hall was left with nothing but the resigned sighs of the 2 remaining individuals. Chapter 116. Dispatching troops to the southern domain. Within the imperial palace, Li Qingjun sat regally upon his throne, the ethereal celestial light surrounding him intertwining with his aura. He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, listening intently to the news brought back by Kong Wu, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. So, this person lacks imperial, might yet possesses an aura comparable to that of a peak emperor? Hearing Li Qingjun's inquiry, Kong Wu pondered briefly before nodding and then shaking his head. "My cultivation is insufficient to discern whether that girl is above the peak level, but I can assert with certainty that she is certainly not weaker than a peak emperor." Interesting. Li Qingjun chuckled lightly, realizing that with the 4 domains interconnected, some individuals were finally unable to remain passive and were beginning to emerge. Let us set her aside for now. Has Wang Ling not yet returned? Inside the imperial palace, Lin Yin and Chu Xian exchanged glances before stepping forward to report, Your Majesty, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Brother Wang is expected to return this evening. Although Yin Jingxian was not present, he had recently returned from injury. Even though Yi Jiayang's swordsmanship was unparalleled, it could not erase the haunting presence of that peculiar strand of hair. He speculated that unless Your Majesty intervened or Master Cui achieved a breakthrough to the supreme level, no one could eradicate that eerie strand of hair. Suddenly, Lin Yin and Chu Xian's jade pendants flickered with light, and they exchanged startled glances, their expressions turning icy. Chu Xian stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, we have received word from Wang Ling that while traversing the eastern domain, he was ambushed and killed by a demon race emperor, and he has now been cornered in the 10,000 mountains of the desolate domain. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow. He had initially considered finding a pretext to cleanse the southern demons in the western sea, but now it seemed unnecessary. What of Cui Qiuan? Li Qingjun seemed to recall something. He remembered that Cui Qiuan had also sealed a source body within Wang Ling's brow. With that body, which was infinitely close to the peak level, how could Wang Ling be forced to flee to the desolate domain? Scanning the Imperial Academy, Li Qingjun soon discovered that Cui Qiuan had indeed entered seclusion, unable to even activate her source body, indicating that she had reached a critical juncture. What a remarkable moment of enlightenment, Li Qingjun mused, recognizing that once Cui Qiuan emerged from her seclusion, she would ascend to the supreme level. Dispatch troops to the southern demons. In the southern demon domain, the desolate domain, and the 10,000 mountains, the once desolate 10,000 mountains were now abuzz with commotion. Deep within the mountains, imperial might and Dao might erupted sporadically, subtly shaking the very foundations of the 10,000 mountains. Countless practitioners gazed upon the 10,000 mountains, their faces filled with humiliation as they gritted their teeth, declaring, Damn those demons, they are truly overstepping their bounds. How dare they brazenly attack our kin in the desolate domain? Sighing, the three emperors had come to this place. Yet they remained perplexed as to what treasures could exist within that small village to impede their progress. With the four domains interconnected, how could the demon race dare to be so arrogant, unafraid of retribution from our unparalleled power? Their faces contorted with hatred. Yet the imperial might resonating from the 10,000 mountains deterred them from recklessly entering. For the practitioners of the southern demon domain, their hatred for the demon race ran deep. Having contended with them for countless years, the demon race had even regarded them as livestock to be raised for blood. In the vast expanse of the southern demon domain, the human race occupied only a fraction, a mere 10th or 12th. And that was only due to the presence of the peak emperor from the Shi family. Otherwise, they would have long been reduced to the status of livestock for the demons. In contrast to the surrounding mountains and rampant demon beasts of the desolate domain, the stone domain, adjacent to the desolate domain, could be deemed a paradise, characterized by verdant hills and flowing waters. At the heart of the stone domain stood a colossal city, its towering walls resembling mountains, evoking a sense of ancient permanence. This was the stronghold of the Shi family. In times of prosperity, there are also times of chaos, indeed, a season of tribulation. Within the ancestral grounds of the Shi family, an elderly man with white hair and a weary gaze stared toward the desolate domain, sighing. Convey my decree. Instruct the three emperors of the demon race to vacate the desolate domain immediately. Within the ancestral grounds, a voice of reverence promptly responded, Yes. Nestled within the 10,000 mountains was a serene little village, where at the village entrance stood a seemingly withered willow tree. Upon closer inspection, however, one could see that tender new shoots had begun to sprout from the desolate trunk. At this moment, the quaint village found itself shrouded beneath a luminous barrier emanating an awe-inspiring aura. A burly man with a thick beard, his expression wild with fury, confronted this formidable light screen with his physical form. The sound reverberated like the tolling of bells, echoing through the mountains and subtly shaking the towering peaks surrounding them. Nearby, Han Feng and another emperor, who had previously accompanied by Zhu Yin to a conference, stood suspended in the void, deploying their divine abilities to dissolve the barrier. Within the array, Wang Ling maintained a calm demeanor, his expression inscrutable as he observed the three emperors outside. Behind him stood the somewhat despondent Zhu Xian, gazing blankly at the scene beyond the formation. Had it not been for the issue with the decree from Cui Qiuan, he might have already returned to the imperial city. This sudden turn of events prompted Wang Ling to realize that external forces are ultimately just that, external. Only power that is truly one's own constitutes the true path to supremacy. Indeed, he acknowledged a degree of complacency, having relied too heavily on others. He mused that, had it not been for Zhu Xian's desperate protection and the late arrival of the two emperors, they might not have reached this juncture. Su Mou and two others stood beside Wang Ling, with Su Mou wearing a look of lingering dread. Thankfully, with Zhu Xian by their side, they had been spared from being torn to shreds by the enraged black flood dragon. Meanwhile, Mo Xingheng remained unruffled, his gaze fixed contemplatively on the villagers paying homage to the willow tree. That tree is the guardian spirit of our mountain village, said to have stood watch even before the village came into being. Seemingly sensing something, Shihao began to explain, pausing as if worried Mo Xingheng would not comprehend. Before elaborating, in the 10,000 mountains, every village has its guardian spirit. They believe these spirits ensure their safe return from hunting excursions. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingheng could not help but smile wryly. To withstand the assault of 3 emperors is no mere guardian spirit. It is the manifestation of a celestial being. This is all my fault, Shihao lamented, glancing at the praying relatives with a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Yet before he could dwell on his guilt, Wang Ling interrupted him. There is no need for self-recrimination. I have already sought assistance from Brother Lin and others. Calculating the time at this point, Wang Ling paused. Nodding affirmatively, they have arrived. Boom. Just as his words fell, the space outside the barrier was abruptly torn apart, and an ethereal Dao platform descended from the void. Though the 2 figures upon it had yet to materialize, the oppressive aura emanating from the one clad in red caused the burly man's expression to shift dramatically. He instinctively retreated 1,000 miles, and both Han Feng and the other emperor felt a weight in their hearts as they recognized a familiar, diminutive figure. Is that the old man who nearly crushed Bai Juyin? How could he arrive so swiftly? Chapter 117. The Remains of the Celestial Monarch. A mere little loach. In the next moment, the 2 figures solidified. Yi Jiao Yang retracting his own pressure and casting a disinterested glance at the burly man before shifting his focus to the willow tree at the village entrance. A glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Qi of the same origin, yet it seems to have suffered severe damage?" Observing the burly man, Kong Wu grinned savagely, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. With Yi Jiao Yang sweeping the battlefield, there was no need for hesitation. Once the wind rises, one transforms into a Kunping. Kong Wu's form instantly morphed into a raging Kunping, the primal essence of power tearing through the fabric of space. The imperial might enveloping the desolate region for countless miles, as if determined to sink this place entirely, instilling dread in all living beings. As Kong Wu advanced towards him, the burly man's eyes blazed with fury. He was an emperor of the dragon-tailed black flood dragon clan, with a physique that was unparalleled, even among the demon race. You wish to contest with me in physical prowess? What does it matter if you possess the essence of power? The flood dragon roared like a dragon. Muscles bursting through his robe, a phantasmal dragon shadow manifesting behind him, with limbs sprouting from its abdomen, dragon horns atop its head, and a long body adorned only with scales along its tail, a sight both bizarre and formidable. Boom. In an instant, the 2 figures vanished from the scene, leaving only their phantasmal forms clashing violently, the thunderous roars mingling with the overwhelming imperial might resonating throughout the desolate realm. The once clear sky was swiftly engulfed by ominous clouds. And moments later, raindrops the size of beans began to fall from the heavens as the luminous barrier condensed, sheltering the village from the oppressive imperial pressure. As the 2 continued their battle, the space around them fractured, each occupying a distinct phantasmal form, the ferocious black flood dragon clashing with the ever-shifting silhouette of the Kunping. As they fought from the 10,000 mountains into the void, and back again, no elaborate techniques were employed, only the raw thrill of physical confrontation. A clash of origins against one another. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Kong Wu's boisterous laughter echoed through the skies, even as Wang Ling and the others, despite their protection, felt their eardrums painfully vibrate. The battlefield's dynamics shifted rapidly. The once evenly matched flood dragon had been thoroughly suppressed, now only able to endure relentless blows. Yet, Kong Wu would need time to decisively defeat him, for they were both half a step from the pinnacle. In the village, Shihao gazed at the colliding phantoms above, his eyes filled with longing, murmuring, "It ought to be so. Once this battle concludes, if you possess the discerning eye, you might take him as your master." Suddenly, a weary voice resonated in Shihao's ears. Though the gender was indiscernible, it carried a unique charm, as if what was spoken were the very essence of truth. "Lucien, are you all right?" Shihao exclaimed, startled. It was the first time he had heard fatigue in Lucien's voice over the years, and he immediately felt a surge of anxiety. The arrival of an unparalleled being in the demon domain would spell doom for the demon race of this realm. However, Lucien did not respond to Shihao, instead uttering an enigmatic phrase before fading into silence. "Lucien? Lucien?" A flicker of self-reproach crossed Shihao's eyes as he hastily presented everything he had gained during this time, anxiously questioning within himself, Lucian. Do you see anything here that you require? Suddenly, a soft sound of surprise echoed in Xiao's mind, and in the next moment, a stone bone floated toward the willow tree. Yet before the stone bone could draw near, a crimson figure appeared, intercepting it on the spot. What is this? Yi Jiaoyang furrowed her brows, grasping the crystalline stone resembling a finger bone, her eyes glinting with contemplation as she murmured, "How does it resemble that strand of hair?" However, unlike that strand of hair, this finger bone contained only wisps of Dao power. The strange aura had been eroded, rendering it incapable of affecting others. Senior. Xiao's expression changed upon seeing Yi Jiaoyang's sudden appearance, his urgency evident in his voice, but he was interrupted by Lucian. Friend, this is the remains of a celestial monarch. If the Dao power does not disperse, it will be of no use to you. Lucian's ethereal voice reached Yi Jiaoyang's ears, prompting her to ponder deeply. She had encountered powerful celestial monarchs before. Indeed, perhaps even Li Qingjun was unaware that she had once met a cultivator who claimed to be a celestial monarch. That individual had coveted her solar essence. But she and Ling Yu had united to slay him, and the cost had been her own essence's erosion, leading to her demise, while Ling Yu returned severely injured. Suddenly, Yi Jiaoyang asked softly, "Are you implying that if the Dao power dissipates, it will be beneficial to me?" Upon hearing this, Lucian remained silent for a long while, before a deep sigh echoed in Yi Jiaoyang's ears. Indeed, without hesitation, Yi Jiaoyang flicked her delicate fingers, and the stone bone transformed into a streak of light, merging into the willow tree. 7 days hence, you may send someone to collect it. But I hope that you can have Xiao document a copy of whatever is contained within this celestial monarch's remains. Yi Jiaoyang glanced at Xiao, suddenly taken aback as a fleeting expression of surprise crossed her face before she nodded, "I will." Boom. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the heavens, an overwhelming imperial might descending upon the entire southern demon domain. Yi Jiaoyang cast a fleeting glance at the heavens, nodding thoughtfully, and inwardly mused. A clear mind paves the way to the pinnacle of power. Ha! After countless eons, I have finally reached the summit. Kong Wu erupted in joyous laughter, and the shadow of the Kunpeng seemed to gain strength, as a surge of pure primal power shattered the figure of the black serpent. Boom! The mournful toll of the great Dao echoed, followed by a torrential rain of blood that drenched the entire South Demon Domain. Countless beings within the South Demon Domain gazed in horror, their eyes turned skyward, soaked by the blood rain, murmuring, "The first fallen emperor among the 4 realms. Hailing from the South Demon Domain. Who could it be?" Outside the 10,000 mountains, human warriors of the semi-emperor rank howled to the sky, shedding the frustrations that had been suppressed by the demon race for millennia. In their perception, the demonic aura within the 10,000 mountains had dissipated, signifying that the fallen individual must surely be a demon emperor. I told you, the 4 realms are interconnected. These beasts of the demon race cannot remain arrogant for long. This is merely the beginning. It cannot be the end. Humph. Indeed. But who could have struck down a demon emperor? And why is there not a whisper of unrest from the demon domain? Who cares? I've long held disdain for those beasts. Had it not been for the Shi clan's adherence to inaction, I would have clashed with them long ago. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming demonic flames surged from the distance. As nearly 1,000 black-robed soldiers, their expressions serene, approached through the air, heading deep into the 10,000 mountains. The darkly character Imperial Banner and the Wang character Commander S flag were exceptionally conspicuous. Sensing something amiss, Wang Ling's expression shifted, his gaze fixating on the heavens, until the demon army emerged, and the figure of Mo appeared before him. By the command of the Master, annihilate this region's demon race. Chapter 118, A Touch of Sympathy. Wang Ling's eyes flickered. Before he could ponder, a multitude of luminous streaks suddenly descended, transforming into the figures of numerous cultivators. The foremost among them being 100 whose cultivation was no less than that of peak holy emperors. Ah, is the demon lord unharmed? Have you suffered any injuries? Come, this is a life-sustaining and vital essence pill passed down through my family. Demon lord, you cannot imagine the fury that stirred within me upon hearing of your ambush. I hastened from the eastern domain to ensure these demon beasts remember their place. Cough, demon lord. The other 3 army commanders have already advanced toward other territories centered around the wasteland. Should we not also take action? Wang Ling furrowed his brow, gazing incredulously at this group of sect members, all of whom he recognized as belonging to the eastern domain. You little rascal, did you hold back the demon lord? Suddenly, Su Mufan squeezed through the crowd, glaring at Su Moyu with a fierce expression, though his tone concealed a hint of concern and affection. Su Moyu merely pouted, refraining from speaking, and instead introduced Shi Hao, who stood beside him, to Su Mufan. Through the cacophony of voices from Su Mufan and the sect members, A glimmer of understanding finally flickered in Wang Ling's eyes, grasping the situation at hand. Our master commands all cultivators of the Eastern Domain to exterminate the demon race. You shall receive resources divided equally, and rewards shall be assigned based on merit after the battle, and you are to be placed under my command? Upon hearing this, the group of cultivators nodded eagerly, affirming, yes, precisely. Moreover, Chief Wei has already set forth with the imperial decree to the demon domain. Without further hesitation, Wang Ling promptly led the demon army and Su Moyu southward. In an instant, the once bustling little mountain village was left with only its villagers, as Yi Jiaoyang and his companions remained. Even sure how having followed Wang Ling Hanfang and another emperor experienced profound torment, they were not unwilling to depart, yet were ensnared by a sharp aura that locked onto them, as if a deadly sword hovered above, poised to strike down at the slightest movement. Having only recently attained enlightenment, they dared not provoke an emperor who had reached the pinnacle of mastery, while their hearts raged in confusion, questioning why the two demon lords had yet to appear. Esteemed senior, as members of the human race, may we take our leave? Finally, after a moment's pause, Han Fang could no longer restrain himself and spoke. In response, Yi Jiaoyang, seated with hands propping his chin, cast a glance at Kong Wu meditating in the sky, then turned toward the direction of the demon domain, stating succinctly, no. Han Fang and his companion furrowed their brows in distress, but dared not utter a word of dissent to Yi Jiaoyang, resigning themselves to bow in silence. Han Fang, indeed, you wretched beast. Suddenly, an angry rebuke resonated through the skies, as two streaks of light traversed the space and swiftly appeared before Han Fang. One of them, filled with fury, ruthlessly unleashed a spell that shattered the heavens. In an instant, 9 ferocious fire dragons emerged, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, their forms composed of searing white flames, roaring as they surged towards Han Fang. Han Fang's complexion changed dramatically, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost as he shrieked. Is it you, old wretch? Impossible. How can you still be alive? With a flourish of his sleeve, 9 fire dragons manifested in response, but an instant later, a flash of black light engulfed them, utterly devouring Han Fang's conjured flames, leaving no trace behind. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Han Fang was sent flying, crashing into several mountains and stirring up a cloud of dust, his insides seared as if they were melting. Coughing, Han Fang struggled to stand, the surrounding space fracturing, revealing the void, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that upon my exit from seclusion, I would encounter such a delightful supplement? Before Han Fang could react, a dashing youth with a devilish charm smirked, observing him with satisfaction. You wretch, have actually become an emperor. The heavens are unjust. Today, I shall act in the name of justice. Demon Jiu Chun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with crimson threads, wishing to ascend the mountain and crush Han Fang without delay. Impossible. How can you have achieved emperorhood? This is inconceivable. Witnessing Demon Jiu Chun in the flesh, despair washed over Han Fang's face, but suddenly a fierce determination sparked in his eyes, as his soul ignited, channeling his primal essence. Seeing this, Xiao Fanzhou's expression turned dismissive as he appeared beside Han Fang, the heavenly emperor's furnace materializing suddenly. Han Fang was swiftly seized and hurled into the imperial furnace. Even before his breakthrough, Xiao Fanzhou had looked down upon peers of the same rank, let alone now that he had attained perfection, with his alchemical essence complete. Fear not, little demon, since he is your foe, I shall ensure he does not die easily. I shall extract his flesh for medicinal purposes and forge his bones into weapons. As for his soul, well, I wonder if that little demon can keep it in check. Ha ha ha. The methods proposed by Xiao Fanzhou left even Demon Jiuchun feeling a touch of unease, deeming them more sinister than those of wicked cultivators. Indeed, thank you, esteemed master. Naturally, Demon Jiuchun held no pity for Han Fang, for such a wretch did not deserve the compassion of others, he inwardly mused. Later, I shall take this wretch to that little demon's soul-refining banner for a thorough torment. There is no need for formality between us. Xiao Fanzhou waved his hand, glancing at the other emperor, whose expression was taut with fear, stroking his chin with a conflicted look. As for you, await your fate. If you can achieve merit, perhaps your life might be spared. The man sighed in relief, immediately pledging his loyalty. Rest assured, senior, I am aware of many hidden realms of the demon race, including numerous locations used for treasure storage and the burial of fallen demon powerhouses. You are wise. Xiao Fanzhou nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to Yi Jiaoyang in the little mountain village, his eyes sparkling with interest. Are you the new little sister? Having just attained enlightenment only to have your primal essence extinguished and your soul shattered, how truly tragic. Why not come along with Brother Xiao? Before the words were fully spoken, Xiao Fanzhou beheld Yi Jiayang elegantly arching her exquisite willow-like brows. With a sharp clang, a long sword was suddenly unsheathed. Its resonant cry echoing through the desolate realm, a beam of sword light, blazing like the sun, surged forth with a chillingly fierce aura aimed directly at him. By Z! How dare you? Xiao Fanzhou gasped in disbelief, realizing he had been deceived by that treacherous friend Bai Zi. Was this truly the delicate and vulnerable little sister he spoke of? Fortunately, Yi Jiayang's strike did not lock onto him, granting him sufficient time to react. In the next instant, Xiao Fanzhou, accompanied by Yao Jiuchun and the emperor, vanished into the void. Yi Jiayang's sword carried an intense sword intent, but wielded no tangible force, not even shaking the fabric of space. The scorching sun dissipated into a myriad of sword lights. And simultaneously, Yi Jiayang's ethereal voice resonated. If you do not emerge, you shall remain in the void forever. Chapter 119, The Demonic Clan's Domain. Not a single one left behind. As soon as Yi Jiayang's words fell, the space rippled, and a middle-aged man clad in cloud-embroidered robes, with a solemn expression, approached with a bitter smile, bowing deeply. Predecessor, please do not be angered. I have merely come to escort the demon emperor away. However, it seems that will no longer be necessary. I hail from the Shijia of the Shiyu. If you do not mind, might we relocate to the Shijia? Shi Yuntian felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated the Eastern Domain's forces to be so formidable, and it appeared they had already been unified. The Shijia? Yi Jiayang's brows lifted slightly, her interest piqued. What is your relation to Shi Wuhui? Upon hearing that familiar name, Shi Yuntian paused. Yet for one of his cultivation level, all memories were securely sealed, and with a moment's thought, he recalled who Shi Wuhui was, one of his ancestors. Shi Yuntian's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Shi Wuhui was a figure from ancient times, having reached the pinnacle of cultivation, renowned as the Sword Sovereign. At this, Yi Jiayang's eyes glimmered with reminiscence, as if a smiling youth appeared behind her, incessantly calling for her master. You may leave. Yi Jiayang glanced at the imposing figure in the heavens, pausing briefly before stating, I shall pay a visit to the Shijia. I take my leave, Shi Yuntian thought, a twinge of confusion crossing his mind as he pondered. Could it be that this predecessor has inherited the legacy of the ancestor Wu Wei? The more he considered, the more plausible it seemed, for clan records indicated that the ancestor had experienced a significant transformation during the quasi-emperor era, becoming exceedingly aloof, often absent from the clan, leaving neither lineage nor imperial weapon behind. With a heart full of questions, Shi Yuntian journeyed towards the Shiyu. In an area occupied by the demon clan within the southern demon domain, a mansion resembling that of celestial beings spanned across miles, shrouded in mist, with faint colorful glimmers flickering. Should a mortal stumble upon this place, they might mistakenly believe it the abode of immortals. Little did they know, within the mansion, a wild revelry was underway, as numerous colossal creatures, the divine moon sky wolves, adorned with wings and crescent marks upon their foreheads, cavorted joyfully. Aside from the divine moon sky wolves, there were countless other demon beings, and the unfortunate victims served as food were human cultivators whose powers had been suppressed. Their strengths varied, from the mighty like the Holy Emperor to the feeble like the Qi refinement stage. Woo! I do not wish to die. I am already a purple mansion cultivator at 300 years of age. Surely I am destined for the position of the human emperor. Perhaps even to attain the exalted title. Curse those demons. Why are there no supreme beings from the other 3 domains to protect us? I do not wish to perish. Their senses were not sealed, and the surrounding demons relished their lamentations. In the expansive courtyard of the mansion, a young man with a gloomy demeanor and a crescent mark on his forehead sat regally upon a throne, surrounded by several fox maidens not yet fully transformed. Snuggling against him, he was Tianhuang, the king of the divine moon sky wolf clan, revered as the blood moon demon emperor. Listening to the cries and pleas of the human cultivators, Tianhuang should have been filled with delight, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon him. An oppressive feeling he had never experienced since attaining enlightenment. This discomfort caused him to unconsciously tighten his long fingers, leading to the immediate demise of one of the fox maidens, turning her into a mist of blood, which startled the others into ceasing their movements, trembling in fear. Tianhuang furrowed his brow, his expression growing even darker, as the crescent mark on his forehead flickered ominously. Several fox maidens suddenly burst apart, meeting their end. Hee, my king, those were cultivators from the Xianxia holy sect, all prepared properly, but they did not suit your taste. Knowing you prefer the tender ones, I specifically captured the sect's saintess. While not a paragon of beauty, she is certainly not lacking. I shall bring her to you. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared beside Tianhuang, also of the divine moon sky wolf lineage but considerably weaker. only a quasi-emperor. Tianhuang nodded slightly, his suppressed emotions leaving him disinclined to respond to the man. Meanwhile, outside the mansion of the divine moon sky wolves, Lingxian rode a white tiger, his gaze cold and filled with a palpable murderous intent. Upon closer inspection, Lingxian had already reached the holy emperor level. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome young man with a pale complexion. Suddenly, Bai Zi shivered, his body involuntarily trembling, which startled him and evoked an ominous sensation. However, this was clearly not the time for contemplation, so he could only mutter to himself, "Strange, strange, why do I feel as if calamity is looming? I haven't done anything recently." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless streaks of light surged from all directions, enveloping the entire mansion of the divine moon sky wolves. The lingering murderous intent stirred the heavens, casting a shadow over the sky for thousands of miles. Reporting to the martial master, all other demon clans in this domain have been eradicated. Aside from this place, there are no more demons left in this domain. Shin appeared beside Lingxian to report, and one could not help but commend the efficiency under the fervent efforts of numerous sects and clans in the eastern domain. Clearing an entire domain of demons had taken less than half a day. "Everyone, you understand the rules, right?" Lingxian nodded, his voice calm as he inquired. Having witnessed the demons' methods against the human race, he felt somewhat unsettled. He could hardly fathom how the demons had thrived under such circumstances. "Rest assured, Martial Master. We are well aware of the rules. All resources obtained will be submitted at 50%. The remainder belongs to us, and may also be exchanged for imperial cultivation methods or opportunities in the land of creation. Indeed, Martial Master, we are the most law-abiding individuals. Our methods are quite seasoned, ensuring no more disturbances from demons in this place." The followers of Lingxian who accompanied him on this expedition beamed with joy, their smiles wide enough to rival lotus blossoms, utterly unable to contain their excitement. The spoils of this brief half-day had already surpassed their ancestral wealth, with many treasures they had never even heard of before. Damn it, robbing is indeed the fastest way to accumulate resources. This was the consensus among them all. Lingxian exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at Bai Zi beside him. "By Academy Master, I must trouble you to deal with that demon emperor." Upon hearing this, Bai Zi chuckled ominously, exuding a chilling aura. "Rest assured, I am in need of a demon emperor weapon." "Form the formation," Lingxian shouted, followed by a long howl. "Strive to avoid harming the cultivators. Not a single demon shall be spared. Kill." As his words fell, a killing formation emanating imperial might instantly envelop the mansion, allowing cultivators to enter, but those wishing to escape would have to endure the formation's wrath. Within the confines of the mansion, the countenance of the celestial demon moon shifted abruptly as it beheld the radiant streams cascading into the estate like droplets of rain, particularly noting the two formidable auras that had seemingly ensnared it. A pallid youth, with an air of foreboding, materialized in the heavens, scrutinizing it as one would an object of interest, nodding repeatedly while uttering intermittent praises. Chapter 120. Employing oneself as a weapon. "Ah, this wolf tooth is rather splendid. Strung together, it would make an exquisite necklace," he mused. "This fur is commendable as well. Should I strip it for a suit of leather, it would suffice. Albeit the attire may be somewhat unsightly, yet I am a weapon emperor." Bai Zi, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, fixated on the celestial demon moon with unabashed scrutiny, nodding in approval from time to time, her lips curving into a smile that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. Meanwhile, the entourage accompanying Lingxian was undeterred by such distractions. Their eyes gleamed with malice, and their brows were furrowed with murderous intent. Unleashing their renowned techniques as chaotic Tao principles and sources instantly inundated the entire mansion. Boom, boom, boom. The demon kin had never encountered such a scene. They were usually the ones storming the human clans to perpetrate slaughter, yet now the tables had turned. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, countless demon beings howling towards the heavens, among them several dozen emanating a faint imperial might. Humph! A cold snort reverberated, akin to divine wrath, as a spear surged forth with unparalleled force, transforming into a long rainbow, its path igniting imperial might that indiscriminately crushed countless demons. Puff, puff, puff. The numerous demon cultivators who had just revealed their prowess were immediately impaled by the spear, decimating their ranks. In the skies, a young lad riding a white tiger observed them with icy resolve, while a youth radiating imperial might stood impassively nearby. With a mere gesture, the spears swiftly returned to him, and despite his recent ascension, dispatching some quasi-imperial demon cultivators was as effortless as crushing insects. Ha! The supreme warriors of the human race have arrived. Your doom is upon you, vile demons. I shall savor your blood and feast upon your flesh. Woo! Senior, save me. I still possess a storage ring that this rabble has yet to plunder. If you spare my life, I shall gladly offer it. The imprisoned human cultivators within the mansion wept tears of joy, exuberantly cheering and waving their arms, yearning for the favor of Lin Yin and his companions. Among them was a woman clad in an ornate gown, her already exquisite features seemingly enhanced by the hands of others, rendering her even more refined. As she gazed at Lin Yin and his companions, akin to divine beings descending from the heavens, she exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her chest. That was close. Too close to lose my life. Lin Yan's cold gaze swept over the panic-stricken demons below, and he calmly commanded, act swiftly, make it a quick resolution, and move towards the demon military domain. With that, Lin Yan transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the demon horde. Fellow cultivators, is there a misunderstanding? We have not wronged you. Observing the unfamiliar faces of Lin Yan and his companions, the celestial demon Moon's expression darkened profoundly, especially as it sensed Bai Zhiyi's terrifying aura, akin to an abyss, further deepening its trepidation. Bai Zhiyi remained silent, her smile growing increasingly sinister. The celestial demon Moon soon perceived something amiss. Its expression shifted dramatically as it howled to the heavens, summoning a blood moon that cast down strands of crimson light. Enveloping it, you have secretly set a formation. Despicable. The celestial demon Moon roared in fury, its fingers curling slightly before slicing forward, tearing the fabric of space as 5 glimmering blades of cold light surged towards Bai Zhiyi. Ah, you've misunderstood. I merely wish for your demise to be a tad more comfortable. Why must you be so ungrateful? Bai Zhiyi lightly clicked her tongue, feigning concern for the celestial demon Moon, casting a glance at the guardian Lin Yan's side, and immediately called out, stop shielding that brat. Come over and suppress the aftermath of my battle with this equipment. Before the 5 blades could approach Bai Zhiyi, she flicked her fingers, causing the blades to vanish as if banished. Upon hearing her words, the guardian remained impassive, focusing intently on Lin Yin, who was locked in combat with a quasi-imperial adversary. Should Lin Yin find himself in peril, he would intervene to conclude the conflict. Elsewhere, under the onslaught of the sects and the martial god Legion, the demon kin had lost all capacity to resist, reduced to mere prey. Go, Shen-Yi. Lin Yin repelled the opposing quasi-imperial demon cultivator. Beads of sweat trickling from his forehead, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet his obsidian eyes blazed with fervent battle intent. Yes, at Lin Yan's command. Shen-Yi promptly replied, exchanging a glance with Shun air from a distance before transforming into a streak of azure light. Appearing near Bai Zhiyi and the others in the blink of an eye, arms crossed over his chest. Noticing this, the celestial demon Moon's expression tightened, the blood moon hovering above it, its voice low. Fellow cultivator, why resort to such extreme measures? Remember, there is virtue in sparing a life. Bai Zhiyi flexed her wrist, her demeanor turning feral as a surge of malevolence erupted from within her, a unique aura of imperial weaponry slowly emanating from her being. Spare? With your nascent cultivation? With that, Bai Zhiyi advanced, the flawless essence of her weaponry causing the celestial demon Moon's pupils to constrict as it coldly scoffed. What of perfection? Demon Moon. Seal. The celestial demon Moon's eyes filled with crimson light as a colossal phantom of a celestial wolf gradually materialized behind it. As it uttered its command, the celestial wolf howled skyward, the blood moon rapidly descending, enveloping the celestial demon Moon in a shroud of crimson mist. Just when onlookers believed the celestial demon Moon was prepared to engage Bai Zhiyi in a final struggle, it instead fled towards the distance, shrouded by the blood moon. The 10 fiend bloodline? All the better. Bai Zhiyi's expression was filled with wicked delight as she pursued it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the celestial demon Moon stepped beyond the mansion, a lethal array ensnared it, countless flying swords imbued with overwhelming murderous intent hurtling towards it. Sensing the power contained within the swords, the celestial demon Moon's heart sank as it muttered, Imperial array. Ordinarily, it could dismantle such an array within 3 breaths. Yet today it had scarcely a moment to spare. Despite appearing dismissive of Bai Zhiyi, the celestial demon Moon was acutely aware of the chasm between their strengths. Should they clash head-on, it would surely meet its demise. Ayo! The celestial demon Moon howled in desperation, the blood moon above it spinning rapidly, seemingly on the verge of self-ignition, yet it was too late. Attempting to flee, Bai Zhiyi's chilling voice echoed in its ear, sending a shiver through the celestial demon Moon as it turned to see Bai Zhiyi standing before it like a specter. If not for the blood moon's veil, Bai Zhiyi would have been right beside it. Fellow cultivator, why be so aggressive? The celestial demon Moon forcibly suppressed the flicker of fear rising within, maintaining composure as it spoke. This is the innate divine power of the celestial wolf clan. Surely, You cannot break it in a moment. However, it's suddenly noticed by Ji Yi sporting a sinister smile, her tone dripping with malice. If you were truly a celestial wolf, I would turn and leave, regrettably. You are not. As the words fell, the celestial demon moon's pupils dilated, its scalp prickling in horror as it beheld the transformation occurring within by Ji Yi, exclaiming in disbelief, using oneself as a weapon? You are truly insane. Suddenly, Bai Ji's ribs erupted forth from her body, two rows resembling sharp blades, glinting with a chilling light, as they lunged towards the blood shroud. Chapter 121, The Silent Demon Domain. Bai Ji's pale visage bore a ghastly grin as she twisted her neck, declaring, "Fear not, I shall treat you well after your demise." At first glance, her words seemed disjointed, yet they sent a shiver down the celestial demon moon's spine, as the blood shroud it held dear was ruthlessly torn apart. Uft! A sound resonated as a blade pierced flesh, revealing Tianyang's anguished visage, while behind her, the spectral figure of the celestial wolf howled in sorrow. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of desolation wafted through the realm. The primal essence within Tianyang quaked, her demonic energy surging chaotically, as she endeavored to free herself from Bai Zi's grasp. Yet, with each futile struggle, her vitality waned further until she was entirely ensnared, her form drawn inexorably to Bai Zi's side. "What do you intend to do?" Tianyang stammered, shivering at the sight of Bai Zi's ghastly countenance, feigning calmness despite her palpable fear. However, Bai Zi merely grinned with a sinister delight, offering no response. As Tianyang gazed on in terror, the corners of Bai Zi's mouth stretched wider, almost grotesquely, an expression of utmost eeriness. In the next instant, a glimmer of divine light flickered in Bai Zi's eyes, his ribcage suddenly contracting, lifting Tianyang high into the air. He opened his mouth wide, akin to a voracious beast, and swallowed her whole. "Rest assured, I shan't take your life just yet. After all, your flesh and blood still hold some utility, do they not?" Bai Zi remarked, retracting his ribs and caressing his abdomen with satisfaction, murmuring to himself. Nearby, the onlooking cultivators trembled, quickly averting their gazes, their eyes filled with horror, evidently unnerved by Bai Zi's bizarre methods. Shun Yi observed Bai Zi intently, remaining silent as he internally calculated whether he could prevail against him in a life-or-death struggle. But each attempt yielded a 50-50 outcome. With the local demon kin nearly eradicated, Lin Yin ceased his self-cultivation, sweeping his spear across the sky, forcing a demon cultivator back, his body trembling slightly as he waved dismissively, "Finish it." With a resounding thud, just as the words left his lips, Shun Air coldly hurled his spear, the tip piercing the demon's heart. The ferocious force obliterated its organs and soul, instantly nailing the creature to the void. In its final moments, the demon cultivator gazed at Lin Yin with wide, pleading eyes, filled with resentment, lamenting the mere whisker that separated it from capturing Lin Yin and escaping alive. "To the denizens of the southern demon domain, we hail from the eastern domain's Great Wind Empire. There is no need for alarm. We mean you no harm. Once we have assessed the resources here, you shall be free to depart." Though Lin Yin had just emerged from a fierce battle, his battle armor gleamed brilliantly, unmarred by dirt, flanked by the majestic white tiger, his aura radiating even more brightly than the sun above. "Thank you. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. Words fail me in expressing my gratitude. If you would permit, I would gladly serve you, tending to your steed and fulfilling your every need." Another offered eagerly. "Indeed. Esteemed elder, perhaps you are in need of a steward? I may be of some service, having served as an elder for a millennium and possess a wealth of experience. I have no means to repay you, but if you would accept, I am willing to offer my life in service, to remain at your side." The rescued cultivators brimmed with gratitude, their thoughts turning to how they might regain their former glory. They believed that aligning with Lin Yin could be a wise choice. After all, the most vital elements in cultivation are wealth, companions, techniques, and territory, and they had lost their wealth and land. Without allegiance, they would remain mere wanderers. The members of the sects and clans that accompanied Lin Yin regarded the southern cultivators with scornful derision, their laughter dripping with disdain. They had fought tooth and nail for Lin's favor, let alone Lin Yan's. What right did these newcomers have? As expected, Lin Yin chuckled softly, dismissing them entirely, turning his attention to Lin Zhantian amidst the crowd, and spoke quietly. "Third uncle, I must head to the demon domain to convene with the army. I leave the resource assessment in your capable hands." He then surveyed the gathering and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, smiling. "If any doubt my third uncle's integrity, feel free to remain and observe. I have urgent matters to attend to. Farewell." Before he could finish, the Eastern sect members grew anxious, hastily bowing. "What does the martial lord mean? Surely, we would never doubt Lord Lin." "Indeed. Let us continue to follow the martial lord and eradicate these audacious demons who dared to attack the demon lord. Humph, it is only fitting. The audacity of these beasts is unfathomable. Hearing this, Lin Yan chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Shen Yi, who immediately understood. Tearing through the fabric of space and leading the war god legion towards the demon domain. Everyone, charge! Countless streaks of light shot forth, more densely packed than raindrops. Racing towards the demon kin's domain. Throughout their flight, they grumbled incessantly. Damn it, what a desolate place, lacking even a teleportation array. The rescued cultivators stood in stunned silence, watching Lin Yan and his companions depart, murmuring, "Did I hear correctly? They intend to completely eradicate the demon kin? Humph. I knew the demon kin couldn't last long. Mark my words, beneath this starry sky, it is still our human race that reigns supreme." The eyes of the cultivators sparkled with fervor, many feeling a surge of excitement. While the older cultivators, long dormant, felt their old blood stirring, and they followed suit. "Excuse me, esteemed elder. Might I inquire about the origins of that young gentleman from the Great Wind Empire? I wish to personally express my gratitude." Lin Zhantian, lost in thought, suddenly heard a timid female voice, turning to see her bright-eyed smile. Of course, he replied warmly. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the southern demon domain. As the Blood Prison Legion led by Chu Xian continued their relentless slaughter, having conquered 2 states in mere half a day, Chu Xian, astride a blood-colored qianxian, stood impassively in mid-air, the imperial might swirling above, while below, the blood flowed like rivers through the demon residences. Beside him, Blood One silently stood guard. Finally, as the imperial pressure dissipated, Xiao Fanzhou approached with a joyful expression, cackling. You truly excel at this slaughtering business. Onward to the demon domain. Xiao Fanzhou brandished the still-quaking imperial furnace, leading the charge towards the demon domain. Reporting to the Blood Lord, the demon kin below have been completely eradicated. Not a single soul remains. Blood 2 appeared respectfully beside Chu Xian, delivering the report with reverence. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian nodded slightly. Gazing into the distance toward the demon domain, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. What could possibly lie within the demon domain to invoke such a stirring in my heart? Delegate the resource assessment to Yang Zhongzhu. The rest will accompany me to the demon domain. With that, Chu Xian and Blood One vanished into the void, setting their course for the demon domain. Chapter 122. The Mayfly peers into the sky, unaware of the universe. The demon domain, revered as the holy land of the demon kin, starkly contrasts with the blood-soaked, bone-laden imagery often conjured by outsiders. It is, in truth, a realm akin to a celestial paradise. Upon entry, one is greeted by ethereal mountains and immortal seas, with resplendent pavilions emitting a kaleidoscope of colors scattered every myriad miles, coalescing into vibrant clouds in the firmament, evoking a sense of tranquility. Yet at this moment, an oppressive aura, akin to divine might, suffocated the entire demon domain, causing countless beings and numerous cultivators to tremble in fear as they gazed toward the heart of the realm. Though they longed to investigate, the overwhelming presence shackled their powers, binding them in chains that rendered even the simplest movements laborious. If such was their plight from afar, one could only imagine the terror that gripped those within the very center of the demon domain. Before them loomed a 9-headed, 5-clawed golden dragon, roaring towards the heavens, its head ensnared by chains of a grand path, bound to a majestic imperial carriage suffused with purple mist. The pressure emanating from its bloodline sent shivers through countless demon beasts, while even the demon kin bore grave expressions, their gazes fixed on the sky, filled with trepidation. Yet more terrifying was the purple-robed elder steering the imperial carriage, whose left eye radiated the sun, and right eye, the moon. As the primal energies of yin and yang surged unreservedly through the demon domain, as the imperial carriage descended, a vast expanse of palatial grandeur unfolded below, illuminated by ethereal light and shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a realm inhabited by celestial beings. Wei Zhongxian's expression was grim as he gazed upon the palace complex. His sharp voice sliced through the air like a thunderclap, causing the denizens below to wince. The emperor graces this place. Where is the lord of the demon realm? Step forth to welcome his majesty. Within the imperial carriage, Li Qingjun's gaze pierced through the fabric of space, locking onto a hidden sanctuary within the palace cluster. A flicker of contemplation crossed his brow as he mused. Is the Myriad Realms Dao platform, as mentioned by the system, located there? Initially, Li Qingjun had merely intended for Wei Zhongxian to bring a decree inscribed with the word punish. Yet before the decree could be handed over, the system issued him 2 tasks. One required him to communicate with the primordial sources of 3,000 Dao realms, necessitating his personal presence. Task: Unify the 3,000 Dao realms. The Celestial Dynasty's wings are growing, aiming to unify the 3,000 Dao realms as a foundation. Reward, unknown. Side quest, illuminate the myriad realms Dao platform. Reflecting the 3,000 Dao realms. Reward, unknown. The sources of the Dao realms are severely fragmented and dispersed throughout the myriad realms, significantly hindering the elevation of our master's realm. Our master must seize a strand of the Dao realm's source to illuminate the myriad realms Dao platform and guide the myriad realms back. Qingjun dismissed the task panel, his gaze drifting through the imperial carriage to observe a bare-chested man with muscles like coiled dragons approaching from the palace complex below. Before the man could draw near, Wei Zhongxian barked sharply, "Impudence! Before the emperor, one walks bare-bodied. What decorum is this? Is your demon clan so devoid of manners?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Qingtian's lips twitched, reflecting on the absurdity of being reprimanded by a eunuch, despite being the second in command of the formidable demon clan and a peak emperor himself. Yet, sensing the faint aura emanating from the imperial carriage, he shuddered involuntarily, forcing a stiff smile. Yes, you are right. I am Heiyun Qingdao, lacking in propriety. With that, Xiong Qingtian's form was enveloped in a flowing black robe, casting aside his awkward grin to exude a dignified presence. I am Xiong Qingtian. Having long admired the illustrious name of your majesty, he smiled stiffly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the aura radiating from the imperial carriage. Had it not been for the summons from Qi Shui, he would have fled. In response, Wei Zhongxian glanced toward the interior of the imperial carriage but received no reply from Li Qingjun. As if recalling something, he furrowed his brow and inquired of Xiong Qingtian. Are you the sovereign of the demon realm? Xiong Qingtian scratched his head, offering a clumsy yet earnest smile. Yes. Lord Qi Shui proclaimed that I am the sovereign of the demon clan today. A chuckle emerged from the imperial carriage, soon followed by a voice icy to the core. Old fool, do you seek death? Suddenly, the heavens darkened, an immense blanket of ominous clouds engulfing the entire demon realm. As terrifying bolts of lightning danced across the sky, a heavy pressure surging forth, disrupting the 9 layers of the cloud sea. It is said that when a cultivator reaches a certain level, their fury can alter the very heavens, and their joy can transform autumn into spring. It was evident that Li Qingjun had attained such a realm. Simultaneously, Li Qingjun emerged from the imperial carriage, his cold gaze sweeping across the palace complex below, a flicker of impatience glimmering in his eyes. Under his overwhelming pressure, Xiong Qingtian trembled uncontrollably, feeling a flash of white light before he involuntarily transformed into his true form. A massive black bear, dark as ink and towering 100 feet tall, knelt awkwardly before Li Qingjun, allowing the latter to sit impassively upon its head. Xiong Qingtian wished to weep but found himself bound by space, even his consciousness sealed. In that moment, he was no longer the formidable Xiong Qingtian, but rather a feeble rabbit, at the mercy of Li Qingjun. Thousands of miles away, several emperors gasped in awe, their faces etched with disbelief, among them Canggu, Yunhai, and Shi Yuntian. Was this the demeanor of one at the pinnacle of power? This was an emperor, embodying the majesty befitting one of their rank. Canggu trembled with excitement, his expression reminiscent of a worshipper daring to gaze upon the divine. His eyes filled with fervor and longing. Shi Yuntian looked as though he had seen a ghost, realizing that the creature kneeling in the void, serving as a seat, was one of the 3 great demon lords, reputed for its strength to defy the heavens. Unbelievable. Humanity has produced such a powerful being. Has he transcended the realm of emperors? Yet, the clan's historical records, Shi Yuntian thought, his eyes flashing with conflict, clearly embroiled in an internal struggle. Yunhai, stunned, recalled the grievances between the Yun Dynasty and the Imperial Dynasty. He shuddered involuntarily, hastily retrieving a communication array to summon that rebellious descendant to hastily seek forgiveness at the imperial city. Suddenly, everyone felt a shiver run through them, as though a cold, indifferent gaze bore down upon them from afar, suppressing their very essence. We pay homage to your majesty. We merely wish to witness the grandeur of the pinnacle. We harbor no ill intentions. Your majesty, please do not hold our transgressions against us. We shall leave immediately and dare not offend your majesty. In the next moment, that gaze vanished, allowing them to exhale in relief, their eyes filled with trepidation and horror. Only those who have personally experienced the weight of Li Qingjun's dominance can truly comprehend the vast chasm separating them. They felt like mere mayflies, vainly attempting to glimpse the azure sky before Li Qingjun. Chapter 123. The Fall of Qi Shui, the Great Tao Weeps Blood. As Li Qingjun's words faded, less than 3 breaths passed before a suppressed cold snort resonated from the palace complex. The command to hunt Wang Ling was issued by Bai Jiuyin. The executors are the dragon-tail Black Flood Dragon clan. What business is it of mine? In the next instant, space trembled, revealing Bai Jiuyin. His eyes devoid of spirit, resembling a walking corpse as he emerged, followed by a throng of dragon-tail Black Flood Dragon clan members, including a formidable emperor. Let me make myself clear. Do not force my hand, old man, or none shall fare well. Even if you are a celestial monarch, it matters little to me. I have even opened the ancient starry path. The myriad demon realms will soon return. Does your majesty wish for a confrontation with my demon clan? Within an ancient and austere pavilion of the palace, an elder sat cross-legged, clad in a grand red robe, his complexion ruddy, eyes exhibiting an eerie blood hue, and his hair billowing as if caught in a windless storm. Yet, his expression was filled with frustration. Upon sensing Li Qingjun's formidable cultivation, he lost all temper. Unable to fathom that the fragmented 3,000 Dao realms could give rise to an unparalleled celestial monarch. Originally, he had planned to feign goodwill towards the human clan, waiting for the myriad demon realms to descend, thereby allowing the demon clan to fully dominate the 3,000 Dao realms and seek a breakthrough to the immortal king. Hearing Qi Shui's softening tone, Xiong Qingtian's massive eyes, akin to houses, suddenly constricted, losing their luster as despair washed over him, his expression turning despondent. He could not understand where Qi Shui's unmatched aura and invincible momentum had vanished to. Was it not foretold that the demon realm would reign supreme in this world? Strange. Li Qingjun murmured softly, his gaze appraising the now lifeless Bai Jiuyin. A flash of realization sparking in his eyes as he discerned that Bai Jiuyin had been stripped of his essence. It was not a mere fragment taken during the fall of an emperor, but rather a complete extraction of his essence and vitality, leaving behind only an empty shell. Despite the fact that Xiao is traversing the waters with the emperor as his elixir, it merely extracts a trace of the emperor's essence. Fundamentally, it still relies on the emperor's corporeal form as a grand remedy. This sovereign has come for the myriad domains Dao platform. A few insignificant ants are hardly worthy of my personal visitation. Li Qingjun's voice was flat, his gaze piercing through the fabric of time and space, looking down with an air of superiority upon the blood-old demon. Upon revealing his intent, the expression of the blood elder shifted drastically, his eyes flickering uncertainly, inwardly pondering. Could it be that he seeks to thwart the return of the myriad demon Dao domain? The summoning of the myriad demon Dao domain has reached a critical juncture. How could the blood elder allow Li Qingjun to interrupt? Yet, Li Qingjun, as an unparalleled celestial monarch, is not someone of his ilk could hope to impede. What is this myriad domains Dao platform? I know not of it. Is the emperor perhaps misled by the slanders of others, mistaken in his quest? As soon as the blood elder's words fell, a formidable aura, surpassing the pinnacle itself, enveloped the palace cluster. Outside the luminous barrier, the great Dao swirled, emanating a gentle celestial radiance, a sight of exquisite beauty. Witnessing this scene, Li Qingjun couldn't help but smile. This old wretch had just spoken of unlocking the ancient starry path to guide the myriad demon Dao domain back, and in this moment, he reneged. Truly, he is worthy of the bloodline of the ferocious beast, the Bash. Old fool, you must understand that my discourse with you is not a negotiation. As his voice faded, Xiong Qingtian felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, his head able to turn once more. Meanwhile, a cold smile graced Li Qingjun's lips. The power of rules swirling around him as he took a step forward, causing the luminous barrier to ripple, yet it did not hinder his advance. When he reappeared, he stood beside the Blood Elder. The formations rules. The Blood Elder was struck by horror, his heart crying out in despair. Li Qingjun possessed the rules of formations. Despite certain imperfections, they rendered the myriad formation arts insignificant. He had not anticipated that Li Qingjun ascended to supremacy through the formation path, which directly shattered his notion of using formations to block him. Do not panic, do not panic. For his ascendance through the formation path implies his combat prowess may not rival that of an unparalleled celestial monarch, and you, possessing the rules of flames, should not fear him. The Blood Elder repeatedly reassured himself, his aged eyes radiating a fervent aura that evaporated the surrounding space, causing the void itself to begin drying under the scorching heat. However, it did not take long for the Blood Elder to realize he was gravely mistaken. He beheld the beautiful youth clad in a black gold dragon robe, who smiled coldly, causing the amassed power of rules to dissipate in an instant. The space suddenly coalesced, carrying immense force, firmly locking his body in place, rendering him immobile. He couldn't even wiggle a finger beyond the movement of his eyes. With terror etched in his gaze, the Blood Elder looked upon the approaching Li Qingjun, wishing to speak but unable to utter a sound, only able to emit pitiful whimpers. Initially, I thought to let this old creature guard the spirit mountain as a spirit beast due to his arduous cultivation, but it seems I cannot spare you now. Upon hearing Li Qingjun's cold, indifferent voice, the Blood Elder's eyes darted rapidly, filled with a complex blend of pleading, fear, and trepidation. Li Qingjun strolled to his side. A strand of soul rules entwined at the Blood Elder's brow, and thereafter, the Blood Elder heard the last words of his beastly existence. You are a celestial monarch solely because you can only be a celestial monarch, while I am a celestial monarch constrained by the bounds of this world. Li Qingjun extracted the Blood Elder's soul, revealing a 3-inch crimson serpent fervently bowing its head in his pale hand. Overflowing with a desperate will to survive that sent chills through Xianxiaaudiobooks in the heavens. With a mere flick, Li Qingjun's expression remained indifferent, without any visible action. The Blood Elder's soul abruptly dissolved. Following this, his eyes flashed, and the Blood Elder's memories from birth to the present unfolded in Li Qingjun's mind like a vivid tapestry. In the imagery, a red serpent had just landed, surrounded by scorched earth where countless beings were charred by the searing ground fire. Subsequently, the red serpent gradually cultivated, showcasing its prowess and dominating a region. Li Qingjun frowned slightly as the essence of time descended abruptly, and the tapestry resembled a swiftly turned tome. The sound of pages flipping echoed like the chronicling of history. Suddenly, the heavens rumbled with thunder, the great Tao weeping, and a torrential blood rain poured down. Blood-colored lightning, accompanied by mournful cries, cleaved through the sky, and the mournful tolling of bells resonated throughout the 3,000 Tao domains. Then, the Blood Elder's body suddenly shrank, enveloped in a shroud of celestial light, and before Li Qingjun's puzzled gaze, it unexpectedly condensed into a palm-sized red scale. A wave of scorching and frenzied, bizarre aura began to spread from it into the surrounding world. Yet, before it could fully expand, Li Qingjun's cold snort resounded. The rules of the great Tao crushing down, completely erasing the peculiar aura emanating from the scale. Abruptly, Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow. He felt the Blood Elder's memories start to become chaotic, rendering it impossible for him to continue observing clearly. This strange occurrence was something Li Qingjun had never encountered before. Was it obstructed by the rules of the Tao domain? Even as Li Qingjun exerted the great Tao rules to resist, it remained futile, perpetually falling just short. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the pursuit of a comprehensive view of the Blood Elder's memories, instead relying on his own Tao rules to delay the domain's regulations, focusing only on those aspects of the Blood Elder's memories that piqued his interest. Chapter 124, Tao Realm and Emperor Realm. Boom. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, cascading like a curtain, as blood-colored rain hinted at boundless despair, shocking all who beheld it. What is happening? Could it be that a formidable being beyond the Emperor Realm has perished? Hiss. Did you just feel a strange aura? My very essence trembled. Could it be that a being above the Emperor Realm has fallen within the palace? That is impossible. The expressions of Tsang Gu and others were filled with shock. Yet they dared not extend their consciousness to investigate, fearing they might offend that emperor, standing still, anxiously awaiting developments. Far in the Western Sea, Murong Yunshe gazed toward the southern demon domain, his expression suddenly shifting, followed by joy, only to be swiftly replaced by despondency, as he murmured, alas. Ultimately, he is not the celestial king. As the weeping of the great Tao enveloped the 3,000 Tao domains, countless beings felt a surge of dread, trembling as they gazed at the heavens, murmuring, the heavens have changed, the heavens have changed. Only the cultivators of the eastern domain within the southern demon domain expressed fervent excitement, gazing reverently at the demon domain, immediately setting aside all affairs to hasten toward the demon clan. Before long, 1,000 soldiers clad in blood armor arrived first, the imperial flag and commanding banner fluttering in the wind, becoming the most striking beacon in the area. Xianxian glanced at Xianxian beside the imperial sedan, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze, yet he said nothing further. After nodding at Wei Zhongxian, his figure vanished from sight. The arrival of Xianxian seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The demonic army, brimming with magic energy, the cold-faced martial god army, and the ethereal Lingxian army all descended in an instant, suppressing the surroundings. Whoosh! 3 streaks of light followed Xianxian, transforming into rainbows as they surged toward the palace below. We pay our respects to our lord. Xianxian and others gazed reverently at the figure standing silently, bowing deeply in respect. At this moment, Li Qingjun finally gleaned a fragment of the hidden secrets within the Blood Elder's memories before him, leading him to a profound realization. At last comprehending what it truly means to be immortal. So it is. According to the records within the Blood Elder's memories, the Emperor is indeed immortal, or rather, this immortal is not that immortal, it pertains to the Tao realm. The The renowned emperor's 3 tiers correspond to the heavenly immortal, profound immortal, and golden immortal along the path of the blood elder. They cultivate the Tao, not the self, needing not to condense their essence, but merely to comprehend the power of the essence, even if it is but a trace. Upon receiving the acknowledgement of the great Tao, one may transcend to the realm of the celestial immortal, marking the initial attainment of the path. This journey is significantly more traversable than the path of the emperors. Beyond the golden immortal lies the position of the immortal sovereign, representing the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, approaching the unmatched state of existence. According to the memories of Qi Shui, only by breaking through to the rank of immortal king can one achieve a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Interestingly, the realm above the great emperor is also the immortal king. Yet there appears to be a substantial distinction between attaining the immortal king through the emperor's realm and through the Tao realm. As for the nature of this difference, Li Qingjun is unaware, as Qi Shui's memories do not record it. However, it is noted that Tao realm cultivators, who are aligned with the great Tao, possess a lifespan that far exceeds that of their emperor realm counterparts. Such advantages and disadvantages coexist. No wonder this ancient being has managed to endure for so long. With a gentle sigh, Li Qingjun waved his hand and inquired, "Have the South Wilderness territories been pacified?" In response, the four exchanged smiles and said, "We report to our lord, all lands occupied by the demon race, except for the demon domain, have been cleared, and all those who prey upon the human race have been exterminated. The remaining demon clans that survive on the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual fruits of heaven and earth, are all immensely grateful for the mercy shown by the emperor. Nonetheless, even so, the 9 demon domains of the south are drenched in blood. This battle has utterly obliterated the previously emerging strength of the demon race." Li Qingjun nodded slowly, his gaze shifting towards a certain hidden realm within the palace complex, where he sensed an unusually distinct aura. "Let us proceed, and behold what the grand Tao platform of the myriad domains truly resembles." With a light chuckle, as his words resonated, the figures of the 5 vanished instantaneously, as though they had never existed. Feeling the disappearance of the auras within the palace complex, the ancient emperors felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their postures instinctively straightened. "Esteemed ones, I take my leave." They bid farewell in unison, their eyes shimmering with light as they smiled, soon leaving only Xianxiaaudiobooks behind. Why does this child seem so familiar? Since Xianxiao had followed the Immortal Legion's arrival, he had not even blinked, staring blankly at Xianxiao, who was listlessly questioning Su Moyu and others. Could it really be that child? Although he had resolved himself upon Xianxiao's appearance, he still found it hard to believe that the child from back then had managed to survive until now. Alas, in the end, it must be repaid. "Ancestor, why do you not trust me?" Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed deeply, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. In the vast sky, the 4 legions remained silent, dutifully guarding the emperor's carriage. Even in the emperor's absence, they were the most loyal protectors of Li Qingjun, a part of their sacred duty. Regardless of the blood rain that fell, they remained motionless, resembling statues. "Brother Su, have you ever encountered the esteemed emperor? What does the emperor look like? Brother Su, how does the emperor usually treat you? Also, how did Brother Wang become the leader of the Immortal Legion?" Su Moyu opened his mouth, utterly uncertain of how to respond to Xianxiao's inquiries, and could only offer a helpless smile. Within the imperial city, there exists a celestial artifact known as the 9-tiered celestial steps. Should you ascend to the pinnacle, perhaps you may meet the emperor? As for my senior brother, that entirely depends on me. Upon hearing this, Xianxiao's face lit up with curiosity as he pressed further. Could it be that Brother Su shares a deep bond with the emperor? What is the 9-tiered celestial steps? Is that 9-headed, 5-clawed golden dragon a beast from the eastern region? Was it nurtured by the emperor since childhood? Su Moyu found himself at a loss for words under Xianxiao's barrage of questions, chuckling ruefully. If he could truly befriend the emperor, he would not be standing here, but would have entered alongside Wang Ling and the others. Su Moyu regarded Xianxiao with suspicion, observing the innocence radiating from his eyes, which seemed incongruous with his appearance, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Imo Xingheng, appearing enlightened, had just meticulously deduced that at this point in time, Xianxiao was merely a 12 or 13-year-old child. Initially perplexed, this confusion dissipated entirely. Indeed, children are often blissfully naive. When left with nothing to do, they are filled with wonder about everything in the world. Yet, was this not the perfect opportunity for him to befriend Xianxiao? When Brother Wang became a follower of the emperor, the spectacle was beyond your imagination. "I have a good rapport." Imo Xingheng's eyebrows danced with excitement, just as he was preparing to cultivate a closer relationship with Xianxiao when suddenly, for waves of killing intent surged forth, with Wei Zhongxin bellowing, "Who goes there? What is the purpose of approaching the emperor?" "TSK, Imo Xingheng clicked his tongue softly, his gaze shifting to the middle-aged man standing in salute within the sky, momentarily stunned. Glancing back at Shi Hao, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes, swiftly followed by a hint of schadenfreude. The Shi family from the Stone Domain has come to welcome the Emperor and wishes to have a few words with this child. Chapter 125, The Ancient Starry Path. Shi Yuntian bore the weight of the killing intent emanating from the 4 legions and the oppressive pressure from Wei Zhongxian. Bowing deeply towards the Emperor's carriage. Retreat. Any matters may be discussed upon the Emperor's return. Wei Zhongxian's chilling voice echoed in his mind, causing his body to sway unsteadily as he involuntarily took a step back, offering a helpless smile. May I not speak with this? 3 breaths of hesitation shall be deemed as a breach. Wei Zhongxian's fierce shout rang out, and the 4 waves of killing intent surged upward. The gazes of the 4 within the legion coldly fixed upon Shi Yuntian, as the Emperor's might began to permeate the atmosphere, the Emperor's weapons humming ominously, causing the very space to tremble. Seeing this, Shi Yuntian's expression shifted. The crime of breaching the Emperor's presence was neither trivial nor significant, entirely dependent on Wei Zhongxian's judgment. Lord Wei, allow him to meet with that child. Just as Shi Yuntian was reluctantly retreating, an ethereal female voice invigorated him, and he turned his gaze toward the distance, where he indeed saw Yi Jiaoyang and Kong Wu, who had just broken through to the pinnacle, approaching together. Oh, it is the Headmaster Yi and Headmaster Kong. Wei Zhongxian's demeanor softened considerably, casting a smile at Kong Wu, his eyes glimmering with envy as he said, "We extend our congratulations to Headmaster Kong for reaching the pinnacle. The moment of your ascendance to the unmatched realm is but a step away. Since Headmaster Yi has spoken on your behalf, you may proceed." As his words fell, the killing intent abruptly dissipated, and the likes of Shui Yi and others withdrew their gazes, closing their eyes to meditate. Yet, only Shi Yuntian was acutely aware of the multitude of divine senses converging upon him, especially the 2 emanating from the pinnacle emperors, whose warnings made him feel as though he were seated on needles. "Thank you, Senior Yi. Thank you, Lord Wei." Shi Yuntian forced a smile as he bowed in gratitude to the 2, not daring to directly flash to Shi Hao's side, instead standing a short distance away. "Child, do you recognize me?" Since Shi Yuntian had expressed the desire to meet him, Shi Hao had been scrutinizing him closely, but despite racking his brain, he could not recall when he had encountered this man. Observing the confusion in Shi Hao's eyes, Shi Yuntian sighed, realizing that indeed, after the events of that time, how could the 3-year-old child possibly remember him? Ultimately, he had merely had a fleeting encounter with Shi Hao. "By lineage, you should refer to me as 3rd grandfather." A smile adorned Shi Yuntian's face, yet Shi Hao remained perplexed, muttering, "3rd grandfather? But the village chief said that aside from my father, all other kin have perished." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuntian felt a sudden pang in his heart, sighing, "I am your 3rd grandfather, and I know your name is Shi Hao. Your grandfather is Shi Jingtian, and your father is Shi Zichuan." As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Hao's brow furrowed tightly. What Shi Yuntian claimed were indeed the true names of his grandfather and father, yet this could not substantiate that Shi Yuntian was his 3rd grandfather. After all, since he had begun to remember, he had been in the small mountain village, and the village chief had only mentioned the names of his grandfather and father. Saying nothing more, he had remained silent regarding his lineage, promising to tell him when he grew up. Beyond that, Shi Hao was even unaware of what his grandfather and father looked like. Moreover, if he indeed had a grand empire-level great-uncle, how could he possibly originate from a humble mountain village devoid of even a golden core cultivator? A glimmer of insight flashed in Shi Hao's eyes. There was undoubtedly an enigma at play. While his curiosity was boundless, it did not imply he was a fool. On the contrary, Shi Hao exhibited remarkable precocity and possessed his own discerning intellect. Unable to fathom the mystery himself, he exhaled a heavy sigh, laying bare all his inquiries, eagerly awaiting Shi Yuntian's elucidation. "Where are my father and grandfather? You claim to be my great-uncle, yet why have I never laid eyes upon you?" At these words, Shi Yuntian felt a lump in his throat, opening his mouth but struggling to find the right words. Was he to tell Shi Hao that Shi Jingtian had been forced to death by the ancestral patriarch of the Shi family, and that Shi Zichuan, overwhelmed by grief, had vanished without a trace? Would that not instill a lifelong resentment in the still young Shi Hao towards the Shi family? If he were to achieve great cultivation in the future, the first to face annihilation would likely be the Shi family itself. Furthermore, he was even less inclined to broach the subject of why Shi Jingtian had met such a tragic fate at the hands of the ancestral patriarch. Noticing Shi Yuntian lost in thought, silent for an extended period, Shi Hao could not help but furrow his brow, casting a puzzled glance at him. Imo Xingheng, arms crossed over his chest, wore a knowing smirk, As someone who had traversed similar paths, he understood perfectly why Shi Yuntian had suddenly lapsed into silence. After all, family disgrace should not be aired in public. Setting aside the horrific act of the Shi family dismembering the bones of a mere 3-year-old child, the murder of a renowned quasi-emperor, whose death left him barred from the ancestral grounds, and whose name was stricken from the family tree, was an egregious act that could incite outrage among all who heard of it. If this information were to leak, the reputation of the Shi family would crumble in an instant, and its disciples would be scorned wherever they ventured. With a heavy sigh, Shi Yuntian shook his head, his gaze softening with affection as he spoke. Your great-uncle believed you could not endure that ordeal, which is why he has not sought you out. It is your great-uncle who has wronged you. If you wish to learn more, your great-uncle will await you at the Shi family, ready to share everything he knows. Having spoken, Shi Yuntian turned to leave, impervious to Shi Hao's calls, not once glancing back. He felt he could no longer face Shi Hao. Had he been a bit more resolute at the outset, perhaps the outcome would have been entirely different. Humph, they prey on the weak and fear the strong. Mo Xingheng scoffed internally, then turned to Shi Hao with a smile. Come, Shi Hao, let me tell you about the wondrous places in the imperial city, which are coveted by all of the 3,000 Dao domains. When Brother Wang became the Legion commander, I was right by his side. Moreover, I, Brother Mo, possess an eye for talent. Before Brother Wang revealed his brilliance, I even gifted him a medicinal pill. At these words, Su Moyu nodded in agreement. What Brother Mo says is absolutely true. After a moment, seemingly struck by a thought, he added enviously. That life-and-death profound pill was later sold for a fortune by those scoundrels at the Medicine King Valley. And even the alchemists worked tirelessly day and night to meet the demand. Shi Hao shook his head, suppressing the confusion brought by Shi Yuntian deep within his heart, and replied with a smile, All right then. In a secret realm, where the light was dim and neither sky nor earth could be discerned, the stars twinkled above while below. A sea of stars surged and roared, as if one were suspended in the cosmos. What a breathtaking view, Lin Yin remarked appreciatively. Gazing at the celestial tide crafted from the stars, it was an awe-inspiring sight. Chu Xian and Wang Ling remained considerably calmer. Though Chu Xian had been frowning since their arrival, his gaze fixed on the heavens, filled with perplexity. So this is the ancient Star Road. After carefully observing his surroundings, Yan Jingshan suddenly exclaimed, recalling that he had been here before. Although some aspects had changed, the essence remained largely the same. In the era of Lingyue, the 3,000 Dao domains connected to the myriad realms, allowing beings from those realms to interact freely, hence the term myriad realms domain. Moreover, he had learned from Lingyue that long ago, this ancient road did not exist. In the era spoken of by Lingyue, the myriad realms were interconnected without the need for such roads, just as the current 4 domains are unimpeded. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun's eyes flickered with surprise. Though it quickly dissipated, as a scholar, he was accustomed to knowing a little about everything. Chapter 126, finally achieving the rank of Immortal King. After Yan Jingshan had finished describing the location, a glimmer of astonishment crossed Lin Yin and the others' faces. Since this place connected the myriad realms, how exactly did it do so? Aside from the starry sky, he seemed to see nothing else. Lin Yin scanned his surroundings, unable to suppress his curiosity. These stars are the key to connecting the myriad realms, or rather, these stars themselves are the myriad realms. Before Yan Jingshan could elaborate, Li Qingjun interjected nonchalantly, a hint of reflection in his eyes. When he first heard of the myriad realms Dao platform, he thought it akin to the ancient Dao platform, capable of allowing cultivators to traverse the starry seas. He realized his knowledge was limited. However, in the recollections of Qi Shui, there were once mounts of immortal kings in the myriad demons Dao domain, though their current existence was uncertain. Li Qingjun pondered privately, his gaze directed towards the sky, where one star shone more brilliantly than the rest, even giving the impression of drawing closer. This star represented the myriad demons Dao domain. Lin Yin was taken aback, his expression revealing astonishment as he stared at the countless stars, releasing a heavy breath filled with combativeness. I wonder if any of my peers are worthy opponents among them. As if anticipating Lin Yan's thoughts, Yan Jingshan smiled slightly. Brother Lin, do you perhaps think these stars are akin to those ancient life stars of the 3,000 Dao domains? Are they not? Yan Jingshan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he explained. The 3,000 Dao domains differ from other life stars. Before the myriad realms domain collapsed, this was the very core of the myriad realms. At its peak, countless ancient stars encircled the 3,000 Dao domains. Few life stars could even stand alongside the 3,000 Dao domains. And those beings residing on those ancient stars regarded settling in the 3,000 Dao domains as an honor. Moreover, Brother Lin, your talents are rare in a millennium. Across the myriad realms, there are likely no more than a handful who could stand alongside you. In response, Lin Yan humbly replied, "Brother Yan, you flatter me." As their conversation unfolded, Li Qingjun remained oblivious to the fact that the essence of the Tao began to tremble within him, his eyes closed. To those perceptive enough, it would become evident that he seemed to have transcended the confines of this space. In truth, this was indeed the case. Li Qingjun had utilized the rules of time and space to trace back to the moment when the essence of the Tao first emerged, capturing a trace of its aura. Consequently, with the faint essence of the Tao, Li Qingjun's spirit was transported to a wondrous realm. In the vast expanse of the sky, a boundless ocean composed entirely of myriad Taos stretched out before him, without any discernible edges. At times, the sea winds howled, while at others, it lay tranquil. Li Qingjun now found himself upon this ocean of the Tao, gazing down at the endless waters, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. He could sense that this ocean was the manifestation of the essence of the Tao. In the past, this emperor protected you from the grasp of that celestial monarch. Today, may I be granted a strand of your essence? Li Qingjun's voice was calm, his hands clasped behind his back, as if asserting a certainty that was meant to be. He did not mind taking the initiative to claim it himself. Suddenly, the ocean of the Tao roared, a beam of golden light flickered, reflecting off the essence of the Tao within Li Qingjun's body. The golden light transformed into a luminous orb, emerging from the ocean of the Tao, and in an instant, it landed in Li Qingjun's grasp. In the next moment, the surrounding space dissolved into mere illusions, as if on the brink of vanishing. And Li Qingjun was whisked away from that place. In the secret realm, Li Qingjun's eyes suddenly widened, radiating a divine light. As a trace of the essence of the Tao realm surged forth from within him. Before he could contemplate how to illuminate the stars, the Tao essence began to tremble, as if sensing something, and then abruptly bifurcated. In an instant, countless resplendent, multicolored butterflies, born of the Tao essence, danced gracefully across the starry sky, their movements accompanied by the twinkling of nearby stars, rendering the scene utterly dreamlike. Lin Yan and his companions were momentarily stunned. Gazing in astonishment at the myriad butterflies soaring toward the countless stars, their eyes filled with awe. The multicolored butterflies fluttered their delicate wings before converging into the starry river, vanishing without a trace, and the area returned to its usual state, the Tao essence dissipating as if it had never existed. Between Li Qingjun's elongated fingers, a miniature multicolored butterfly trembled its wings and danced upon his fingertips, only to suddenly merge into his body and disappear. A gift from the Tao realm? A slight smile graced Li Qingjun's lips as he carefully sensed that the grand essence within him was rapidly transforming into the power of the laws. Just as it was on the verge of completion, it abruptly halted, as if shrouded by an invisible shackle. Li Qingjun was not surprised by this circumstance. The Tao essence in this realm was incomplete, disallowing cultivators from transcending to the celestial king level, with the supreme celestial monarch being the ultimate limit. Yet, the grand essence within him surged violently, transforming into a conduit that guided Li Qingjun's essence to complete its metamorphosis. A cultivator of the imperial realm, Li Qingjun had trained for 18 years, mastering the rules of the Tao. On the ancient path of the starry sky in the demon realm, he received the gift of the essence from the myriad realms, ultimately achieving the status of the supreme celestial monarch. An unprecedented elevation. With a lifespan extending to 30 million years, the news spread across the myriad realms, celebrated by all under heaven. As celestial light descended, auspicious purple chi flowed eastward, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. In an instant, various auspicious phenomena adorned the entire southern region, even spreading towards the 3,000 Tao realms. Besides Li Qingjun, the first to receive this information were Lin Yan and his companions, as the words materialized spontaneously in their minds. Lin Yan and the others gasped in astonishment, staring blankly at Li Qingjun, but soon realized the impropriety of their gaze and hurriedly shifted their attention elsewhere. Yet, the shock in their eyes was inescapable, as the proclamation seemed to resonate as a profound echo in the universe. 18 years, mastering the rules of the Tao, the supreme celestial monarch. How astonishing to the worldly eye. Just as Lin Yan and his companions were reeling from the revelation, a spectral seven-colored qilin descended upon clouds, bearing the edict of the Tao, kneeling respectfully before Li Qingjun. Hearing the voice reverberating in his mind, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingjun's gaze. Instinctively, he touched the edict with his finger. In the next moment, the qilin and the edict transformed into motes of light and dissipated, causing ripples in the space that only Li Qingjun could perceive. Is that all? Li Qingjun found himself somewhat speechless. He had anticipated something grander, only to discover it was merely an edict of notification. Nevertheless, excitement bubbled within him, as he had not expected to inadvertently ascend to the rank of celestial monarch. However, What exactly is a supreme celestial monarch? Li Qingjun furrowed his brow slightly, though it soon relaxed. He may not know what it entails, but others certainly do. Once the essence from the myriad realms returns, the barriers of the celestial domain within the 3,000 Tao realms will be thoroughly lifted, where a celestial monarch awaits. Moreover, was there not a celestial monarch steed within the myriad demon Tao realm? He found it hard to believe these two individuals were unaware of what a supreme celestial monarch entails. Li Qingjun gazed at the surrounding stars, nodding in satisfaction as the illumination accelerated the return of the Tao realms. He estimated that within 3 months, the 3,000 Tao realms, or rather, the myriad realms, would completely revert to the flourishing era once described by Yan Jingxian, a time of interconnected Tao realms, where only a single realm prevailed. Return to the palace. Li Qingjun's voice was calm and light, suffused with a hint of mirth, as the surrounding space contracted, enveloping him and Lin Yin in a swirl, vanishing into the void. Chapter 127. The Forbidden True Name, the Countenance of the Celestial Monarch. A considerable amount of time had passed since Li Qingjun and his companions entered. Although only a few hours had elapsed, the sects and clans from the eastern region had completely surrounded the palace complex. They stood upon the ground, gazing upward at the imperial carriage in the heavens with profound respect, yet their eyes fell upon a relatively unfamiliar face, which sparked their curiosity. Who was that young man standing beside young Master Su, protected by the demon army? Why do I not recognize him? Isn't that the young master of the Mo family? With such a connection to the demon lord, how could one not know him? Could he be an infiltrator from the eastern region? Forget it. I should just ask Lord Su. He is closer to the demon lord. Alas, I wonder which fortunate soul from the eastern region this is. Indeed, all the prominent sects and clans from the eastern region had gathered here. Yet no one seemed to recognize the young man. Perhaps he hails from a lesser sect? The aura of malice surrounding the eastern region's formidable figures had not yet dissipated. Some bore bloodstains upon their robes, the faint imperial might within their blood surging skyward. At that moment, their gazes converged upon Hao. As the malice from the recent slaughter of the southern demons seemed to coalesce around him, this caused a bead of cold sweat to form on his brow, and his complexion paled slightly. Nonetheless, his demeanor remained unchanged as he continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with Imo Xingheng, exuding a remarkable composure. I too know not who that young man is. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Mushin sighed with a wry smile. As I have mentioned many times, I am the executive deputy prefect. As he spoke, he caught sight of Su Moyu making a face at him, then smiling and waving his hand. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of affection and nostalgia filled Su Mushin's eyes. Who would have thought that the young boy, once notorious for causing trouble and bringing headaches to his elders, could rise to such heights? Moreover, a glint of insight flickered in Su Mushin's gaze as he subtly glanced at Lin Zhantian. Recalling that Lord Zhu had mentioned in passing that once the 4 regions submitted, the emperor might bestow titles upon the nobles. As Lin Zhantian's gaze fell upon him, Su Mushin smiled and nodded slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement. Look, that is senior brother Lin's third uncle, Lin Zhantian, who governs 2 prefectures. Imo Xingheng quietly introduced the identities of the eastern region's figures to Hao, who listened intently, fully aware that at this moment, the individuals Imo Xingheng spoke of were all significant players. Suddenly, at that moment, a celestial phenomenon erupted, with golden lotuses erupting from the earth, fairies scattering flowers, and the sun and moon shining together. Countless auspicious signs caused the crowd to change countenance, as myriad minds began to probe the source of the phenomenon. Yet, no matter how they searched, they ultimately found nothing. Li Qingjun, a cultivator of the imperial realm, has trained for 18 years, mastering the rules of the Tao. On the ancient path of the starry sky in the demon realm, he received the gift of the essence from the myriad realms, ultimately achieving the status of the supreme celestial monarch, an unprecedented elevation, with a lifespan extending to 30 million years. The news spread across the myriad realms, celebrated by all under heaven. Suddenly, this proclamation manifested in their minds, prompting some to murmur involuntarily, Li Qingjun, the cultivator of the imperial realm. As soon as the name escaped their lips, fear flooded their eyes, their pupils constricting abruptly, reflecting a shadowy figure clad in a black gold dragon robe, stepping upon a purple gold divine dragon, with a roaring sea of Tao behind him. At that moment, this terrifying presence coldly regarded him, causing his body to tremble slightly, his pupils beginning to fade. An elder accompanying him, who was on the verge of becoming an emperor, changed countenance dramatically, hastily pulling him down to kneel, pleading. He was unaware of the rules and inadvertently offended the celestial monarch. May the celestial monarch forgive his transgressions. As soon as the words left his mouth, the individual suddenly broke free from that strange space. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a nascent emperor cultivator was unexpectedly gasping for breath. Beads of cold sweat cascading from his forehead. In a flurry, he knelt upon the ground, bowing thrice, murmuring, "I did not intend to offend the immortal king. Please forgive me." After rising, he completely forgot the visage of Li Qingjun, recalling only the resplendent purple-gold dragon robe. It is said that in ancient times, there existed unparalleled beings, their true names akin to taboos. Should an unrelated individual utter such a name, it would awaken the imprints left by these taboo entities in the path of the great Tao. Moreover, the countenance of these taboo beings would not be remembered by those unrelated to them. An elderly man, appearing as rare as a mortal in his advanced years, murmured reverently, casting a bow towards the heavens. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, astonished that merely unconsciously reciting the true name could nearly lead a nascent emperor to transcendence. What would happen if one spoke with even a hint of disrespect? The illustrious immortal king bore the surname Li, and if the rumors held true, the emperor also shared this surname, both being 18 years old this year. With this declaration, the crowd's reverence intensified, and someone quickly concurred, "In my view, the taboo being who achieved the immortal king must be the emperor." 18 years. The rules of the great Tao. My perception of the essence of fire has grown increasingly clear. I have a premonition, after 100 years of seclusion, I shall surely become a great emperor. So do I. The essence of gold feels more congenial. What could this mean? As the crowd briefly attuned to their own Tao sources and principles, joy surged within them, their expressions filled with shock. They even contemplated returning to their secluded meditations immediately, vowing not to emerge until they attained the imperial realm. Buzzing, countless nine-colored petals fluttered down from the heavens. As the crowd pondered this phenomenon, 5 figures materialized from thin air. The figure clad in a black gold dragon robe, standing upon a purple gold divine dragon, was strikingly conspicuous. The crowd inhaled sharply, staring at Li Qingjun in awe, realizing he had not masked his face, which exhilarated them immensely. Congratulations to our Lord on his ultimate transcendence. Ascending to the unparalleled immortal king. May your path to immortality be smooth, and may you soon reach the boundless heights. The subordinates echoed. We congratulate our Lord on his ultimate transcendence, ascending to the unparalleled immortal king. May the emperor's path to immortality be smooth, and may you soon reach the boundless heights. Until Wei Zhongxian and the 4 great legions offered their congratulations, the crowd finally reacted, hastily kneeling to proclaim. We congratulate the emperor on his ultimate transcendence, ascending to the unparalleled immortal king. May the emperor's path to immortality be smooth, and may you soon reach the boundless heights. Li Qingjun's robe fluttered without wind. Wherever his gaze fell, even emperors must bow their heads. Although he did not exude a hint of aura, a mere corner of his garment was enough to suppress an entire domain. Rise, return to the palace. Li Qingjun's voice, calm and untroubled, resonated in their ears. A gentle breeze wafted through, lifting their bodies as if they were weightless. With that, Li Qingjun stepped forward and vanished, while the 9-headed 5-clawed golden dragon roared skyward, clearing the path for the 4 great legions as the emperor's carriage proceeded towards the eastern domain. Chapter 128. Xianxiao. We bid farewell to the esteemed emperor. The crowd bowed deeply once more, then rose to reflect upon the grandeur of the 4 great legions guarding the imperial carriage. Shihao did not accompany the imperial carriage but remained in place, flanked by Yi Jiayang and Kong Wu. However, at this moment, Shihao felt an odd sensation in his heart. In his mind, a yellow jade pendant, imbued with the essence of the wild, flickered, calling out to him. Moreover, when the emperor surveyed the surroundings earlier, Shihao sensed his gaze linger upon him for a brief moment. Could it be that I am being overly self-important? Shihao scratched his head, perplexed, as the pendant faded from his mind, yet a certain region in the eastern domain subtly beckoned him. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a hand patting his shoulder. The searing sensation made him grimace. But he quickly discovered that the impurities left in his body from consuming the flesh and blood of demonic beasts had been purged. A luminous orb was traversing within him, annihilating the impurities in its wake, and the fiery sensation he felt was emanating from this orb. Simultaneously, an ethereal laughter echoed in Shihao's ears. So, what do you think, little Kong? Did my sister deceive you? Is this little stone not quite suitable to inherit your legacy? Yi Jiayang smiled cheerfully at Kong Wu, who was scrutinizing Shihao intently, her delicate fingers lightly tapping on Shihao's shoulder. It's acceptable. Kong Wu withdrew his gaze, nodding slightly. He possesses a talent reminiscent of my younger self. If he agrees, let him come under my wing. Kong Wu marveled inwardly. From his perspective, Shihao's constitution was exceptionally unique. He should have perished in childhood, Yet his extraordinary essence had miraculously saved him. This, Shihao hesitated. But recalling Lu Xian's instructions, he promptly bowed. Shihao wishes to apprentice under your esteemed guidance. Very well, when you find yourself unencumbered, you may seek me at the Emperor's Academy. Kong Wu lightly pressed his gnarled finger against Shihao's brow, and then, with nonchalance, declared, My realm is yet to be solidified. I shall take my leave first. Buzzing. Shihao's heart quaked as an ancient character of strength shimmered with rich essence, imprinting itself upon his brow before swiftly transforming into a decree, vanishing from sight. The next moment, before Shihao could fully comprehend, Yi Jiaoyang seized his collar, tearing through space and plunging into the void, heading towards the Shi family of the Stone Domain. As the crowd departed, Xiong Qingtian scratched his head. Sitting alone in the void with a dazed expression, the words lingering in his mind, his attention fixated on those four characters. Unparalleled Immortal King. After a long contemplation, Xiong Qingtian exhaled a breath of stale air, murmuring, I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, attaining the Tao from the mortal and demonic realms. Without consuming human elixirs, subsisting solely on the spiritual fruits of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon. If there are no more opportunities in this world, I fear I may waste away to death, leaving behind only a tribe of black bears in this realm. The reflection of an unparalleled figure glimmered in Xiong Qingtian's eyes as he quickly made a resolution. Is there a more reliable method to advance than to follow an immortal king? A cultivator of the imperial realm, Li Qingjun, has practiced for 18 years, mastering the rules of the great Tao, receiving the bounty of the myriad realms on the ancient path of the demonic domain, ultimately becoming the unparalleled immortal king. Having transcended to the utmost, he shall live for 30 million years. The news shall spread throughout the myriad realms, and all shall rejoice. In the Western Sea, on the periphery of the Yaoqi Immortal Isle, Murong Yunche was visibly shaken, staring in astonishment at the words manifesting in his mind. Looking again at the celestial phenomena unfolding in the heavens, a glimmer of joy crossed his eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by a hint of distress. In the immortal domain, deep within the abyss of darkness, a glimmer of light became visible. Upon closer inspection, it revealed an island bustling with celestial gates. The skies filled with cultivators soaring on swords. Impossible. How could this realm possibly give rise to an immortal king? The being who once exchanged a blow with Li Qingjun gasped in shock, his astonished voice reverberating across the entire island. To achieve the immortal king in merely 18 years of cultivation? Was he favored by the great Tao from birth, bestowed with the crown of the immortal king? How could the rules of the great Tao be so easily mastered? If he becomes an immortal emperor, can this realm still birth an immortal king? Everything has changed. Could it be that I might return to the immortal domain in this life? The whispers of ancient immortals echoed across the island, yet curiously, none of the island's inhabitants seemed to take notice, engrossed in their own affairs. Even the emergence of an unparalleled immortal king seemed to elicit no concern, and an air of strangeness pervaded the entire isle. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that the proclamation of the myriad realms rejoicing was no mere jest. In a domain far removed from the 3,000 Tao realms, a sudden auspicious sign descended from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, stirring countless cultivators in that locale. Let alone the phrase that surfaced in their minds, it utterly astonished the cultivators of this realm, who began to speculate about the whereabouts of the demon domain. The demon domain? Why have I never heard of such a place within the ancient demon Tao domain? I have lived for over 3,000 years, and I have never encountered the term demon domain. Could it be that someone from another Tao domain has achieved the rank of immortal king? Alas, if I could behold an immortal king in this lifetime, I would die without regret. In this realm, a woman clad in resplendent, multicolored celestial garments, her beauty striking and her figure alluring, sat alone atop a lofty building, gazing at the heavens as she murmured, 18 years, the supreme immortal king. At 18, I had just become a Tao maiden of the Nine Shadows imperial sect. Indeed, one cannot compare oneself to another. A carefree smile graced her lips. Her eyes filled with longing, while the essence of Tao surged within her, a trace of imperial aura emanating from her being. Charming Hongxiao? So you are here. Suddenly, a noble woman clad in palace attire materialized from the void and landed directly beside Chu Hongxiao, smiling gently as she inquired, Have you given it thought? Are you willing to become that child's Tao partner? Upon hearing this, Chu Hongxiao's expression remained unchanged, yet her gaze turned noticeably colder. A flirtatious yet perilous smile gracing her lips as she replied, I admit he possesses some merit, but it is far from sufficient. Moreover, Sect Master, your first suggestion has left me rather displeased. If you truly wish to find a Tao partner for Yi Qingchen, why not make a sacrifice yourself? With that, Chu Hongxiu disregarded the sect master of the Nine Shadows imperial sect, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. In the next moment, a dagger, half an arm's length in length and radiating a dangerous glow, shot forth from her sleeve, cleaving through the air and striking a young man out of the void. The sect master of the Nine Shadows changed countenance, his embarrassment palpable, as imperial might surged upwards. And he barked, "Chu Hongxiu, do not overstep your bounds. If you dare to act recklessly, relying on the favor of the elder, I will certainly slay you." The razor-sharp blade grazed the young man's cheek, and had it not been for the sect master's intervention, that lethal strike imbued with the intent to kill would have surely claimed his life. Chu Hongxiu flicked her sleeve, turning to leave, the dagger returning to her hand like a boomerang as it vanished into the void. "Casual enough," she remarked. Chapter 129, The Position of Prince and Marquis. "Absurd," the sect master of the Nine Shadows exclaimed, his perfect imperial might instantly suppressing the entire Nine Shadows imperial sect. However, many disciples had grown accustomed to such displays, trembling slightly yet offering no further reaction. "Ignorant." The sect master clenched his silver teeth in anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent, before seemingly recalling something. His expression shifting to one of regret as he looked at the young man, and said, "She has been like this ever since the elder found her. She has been somewhat reactive. Please do not take offense." If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would likely find it hard to believe. Yet, Yi Qingchen simply chuckled softly, saying, "It is natural for a young girl to possess a bit of temper. You have indeed been put in a difficult position, trying to arrange a match between me and Chu Hongxiu without revealing my identity." Upon hearing this, the sect master of the Nine Shadows wore a serious expression, shaking his head and sighing, "Your grace is much appreciated, but alas, that little girl does not recognize your goodwill. If she were to learn that you are the reincarnation of the ancient demon emperor, she would surely regret her actions." Yi Qingchen chuckled lightly, shaking his head and sighing. "If all the people in this world were like you, there would be far fewer disputes. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, Yi Qingchen turned and departed, his demeanor growing increasingly somber with each step. The sect master of the Nine Shadows remained in place, silent and smiling. Yet as Yi Qingchen gradually distanced himself, his expression turned cold and indifferent, gazing into the sky as he murmured, "Supreme Immortal King." Within the imperial palace, Li Qingjun looked down from above, while Ji Wumo and Zhu Fushan knelt respectfully on one knee, saying, "Your Majesty, this is the list of those who have contributed the most to the Southern Demon Expedition." Li Qingjun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall not concern myself with this matter. You two may supervise each other." The two ministers had previously submitted a proposal that piqued Li Qingjun's interest. The marquises would command 3 states, while the domain lords would oversee 3 marquises. "Do either of you have candidates in mind?" Ji Wumo, with a serious demeanor, stepped forward and stated, "Your Majesty, the Lin family has followed you ever since the imperial court quelled the internal strife, and has contributed significantly to the suppression of the Southern Demon clan. In my humble opinion, they are deserving of the title of Marquis." Hearing this, Zhu Fushan chuckled lightly, saying, "What Lord Ji said is indeed true. Furthermore, Sect Master Yang has managed his directly governed territory meticulously and has also made considerable contributions during this expedition. And not to mention, Su Mou of the Su family has accompanied the army in its campaigns, and even the Lord of Suzhou has made substantial efforts to pacify the Southern Demon domain. They too could be granted the title of Marquis." Li Qingjun tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Although he had broken through to the rank of Immortal King, his aura remained deeply restrained. If he did not take action, it would be difficult for anyone to perceive him as a supreme Immortal King. "The Su family, the Wu-Wei demon sect, and the Lin family," Li Qingjun murmured, nodding slowly. "I have taken note of this. Are there any other matters to report?" Upon hearing this, Ji Wumo almost immediately followed up with, "Your Majesty, I have something to report. The imperial court historian has reported discrepancies in the records and has accepted bribes from others, unlawfully altering the historical records. Such offenses are unforgivable in the eyes of heaven and earth." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wumo produced a memorial from his official robes, listing 10 charges against the historian. Li Qingjun waved his hand dismissively, his tone flat as he replied, "You may handle this matter as you see fit. I grant you both the power of life and death, as well as the authority to execute first and report afterward for all positions below the State Lord. Your humble servant thanks you for your grace, Your Majesty." Beside him, Zhu Fushan's lips twitched slightly. He was well aware of the historian's character, but to claim he accepted bribes was something he found hard to believe, for that individual would not dare to do so. "Your Majesty, now that you have ascended to the realm of Immortal King, You ought to receive the homage of the world. I respectfully request that you issue an imperial edict to announce to the world and accept congratulations from all quarters. Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before nodding. Ji Wumo's suggestion did hold some merit, as he should indeed be the first to achieve the rank of immortal king against the tide since ancient times. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Additionally, once the 4 domains are pacified, we shall discuss rewards based on merit. Zhu Fushan's expression shifted as he clasped his hands and reported, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the 9 Peaks in the Eastern Domain has been waiting in the Imperial City for quite some time. May I grant him an audience? Granted. Summon him to the Imperial Garden to meet me. We shall obey your command. In Zhu Fushan's estate, an elderly man with a stooped posture strolled through a garden. His eyes filled with admiration as he surveyed the exotic flowers and plants surrounding him, some of which he had never encountered before. Ah, the long-extinct imperial corpse flower. It is said to only grow on imperial corpses, rivaling the imperial herbs in efficacy. How remarkable that it blooms here, Yu Tianqing exclaimed in wonder. Gently caressing a blood-red flower, filled with nostalgia, for he had once sought the imperial corpse flower in his youth, but had never had the fortune to see one. Ha! Truly remarkable, esteemed Emperor of the North Star Domain. You are well versed in such matters, even recognizing the imperial corpse flower. Suddenly, the space trembled, rippling with energy. And in the next moment, Zhu Fushan's figure emerged, a smile on his face as he regarded Yu Tianqing. Oh, Lord Zhu? Has the Emperor expressed a desire to meet with this old man? Yu Tianqing's eyelids fluttered, but he quickly regained his composure, continuing to tend to the imperial corpse flower. He had been here for several days, but had yet to receive a summons from the Emperor. As for the 9 heavens, he had never ventured there. Should he fail to ascend the 9 levels, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Naturally, after my earnest persuasion, His Majesty has finally agreed to meet with you. I hope the esteemed Emperor can seize this opportunity, for the Emperor is currently awaiting you in the Imperial Garden. Zhu Fushan chuckled, remarking that the ability to conquer the North Star Domain without instigating conflict hinges entirely on the presence of the 9 Peaks Emperor. This individual has commanded the North Star Domain for countless years, and his prowess is self-evident, should he recognize the prevailing circumstances. Zhu would not hesitate to recommend him for the position of Domain Lord to the Emperor. The old man could afford to wait. Suddenly, Yu Tianqing was taken aback, a brilliant spark igniting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Zhu Fushan and inquired, What did you say, Lord Zhu? Has the Emperor consented to meet with me? Zhu Fushan nodded with a smile. Indeed, however, the Emperor must maintain his composure and not offend the Emperor. For there shall be no one to rescue you should you err. Of course. Yu Tianqing promptly agreed. For offending a celestial king was not something he took lightly. Although he had reached an advanced age, he had not come to disregard life and death. If given the chance, he still yearned to glimpse the grandeur atop the pinnacle, hoping for a chance at rebirth. With this thought, Yu Tianqing's gaze ignited with fervor, and he cheerfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Zhu, for speaking favorably of me before the Emperor. May I ask where the Imperial Garden is located? Zhu Fushan chuckled softly. Follow me. Chapter 130. Yu Tianqing's time is limited. Within the Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Garden, a dazzling throne, breathtaking to behold, was placed beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Li Qingjun gazed indifferently at the 9-colored stone embryo undergoing refinement beneath the Enlightenment Tree, sensing the impatience of the being within. Eager to emerge, the heartbeat echoed like the reverberation of a war drum, accompanied by a fierce and unruly aura sweeping across the heavens. Let us wait a little longer. When the myriad realms return and the primordial forces converge, you shall emerge. For now, focus on accumulating your foundation. Li Qingjun chuckled softly, and the 9-colored stone embryo fell tranquil, as if it comprehended his identity, the rebellious and violent aura gradually transforming into familiarity. Your Majesty, the 9 Peaks Emperor, Yu Tianqing, is waiting outside the garden. Shall I summon him for an audience? Wei Zhongxian's figure appeared in the Imperial Garden, hastily approaching Li Qingjun with a respectful tone. Let him in. Before long, under Zhu Fushan's guidance, Yu Tianqing arrived at the Imperial Garden. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the towering Enlightenment Tree. North Star Domain's Yu Tianqing pays homage to the Emperor, gazing upon the throne formed from the laws of the Great Tao and sensing its profound essence. Yu Tianqing's eyelids twitched, and he quickly bowed in reverence. Li Qingjun regarded the elderly Yu Tianqing with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, his voice devoid of warmth. Your time is running short. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianqing offered a wry smile, not surprised that the Emperor could discern his limited time. If he could not even perceive this, his expectations of the so-called Celestial King would be greatly diminished. Your Majesty's keen insight is admirable. I have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, fully aware that my talents cannot compare to others, My ascent to the pinnacle relies solely on luck and perseverance. In the journey of cultivation, achievements take precedence, even knowing that the emperor's cultivation time is less than his own brief respite. He still humbly referred to himself as a junior. Yu Tiancheng's gaze dimmed further, and with a sigh, he clasped his hands and bowed once more, stating, "I have come this time solely to seek an audience with your majesty, imploring you to grant me a method for a breakthrough. For this, I am willing to pay any price." Li Qingjun pondered briefly. The breakthrough to the utmost pinnacle was not a closely guarded secret. Yet the reason behind the erasure of information regarding the power of rules in this realm remained unclear, rendering the pinnacle an insurmountable barrier. However, should you achieve extraordinary merit in the future, it is not impossible for your true name to remain in the 3 lists, and I, as the emperor, can promote you forcibly to the ultimate level. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiancheng's spirit soared, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. "I humbly thank the emperor. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Rise." Li Qingjun nodded slightly, his demeanor calm and unruffled. "Since you are the emperor of the North Star domain, it should not pose a problem for this entire domain to submit to me, correct?" "Rest assured, your majesty," Yu Tiancheng quickly affirmed. "I have presided over the North Star domain for hundreds of thousands of years, and those sects have long held me in high regard. If I speak, they would not dare to disobey." A chill flickered in Yu Tiancheng's heart. Should anyone in the North Star domain dare to oppose him, he would not hesitate to make them understand that the name of the 9 peaks is as weighty as the heavens. Listening to his fervent assurances, Li Qingjun smiled lightly. "Then it shall be your duty to persuade the North Star domain to submit. Thereafter, the position of domain lord shall be yours." "I have no desire for the position of domain lord. I would rather serve my lord day and night, guiding the dragon and holding the chair for you, or joining the academy to nurture talents for the imperial court." Upon hearing the emperor propose the position of domain lord, Yu Tiancheng quickly shook his head. Having governed the North Star domain for so many years, he had grown weary of it, even doubting his ability to reach the pinnacle due to the burdens of managing the domain. Wei Zhongxian cast a deep glance at Yu Tiancheng, silently standing beside Li Qingjun. "Very well, since that is the case, you shall suddenly." Li Qingjun paused, raising an eyebrow, his gaze penetrating through time and space, directed towards the Imperial Academy. Within the academy, all the great emperors set aside their tasks, their attention collectively drawn to the secluded area of Qianxiawan. In a training ground, Lin Yan, sporting bruises and swelling, still radiated combat spirit, his long spear screeching incessantly, while a group of academy disciples and Chu Xian observed intently. He glanced at Kong Wu, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Principal Kong, losing focus in battle is not a good habit." With that, Lin Yan moved like a streak of rainbow, his spear resembling a soaring dragon, lunging fiercely toward the daydreaming Kong Wu. "You little brat. Let me see if I don't make you lose your way." Kong Wu scoffed, casually waving his hand, attempting to push Lin Yan back once more. But at that moment, an unexpected turn occurred. Lin Yan's body trembled, his expression uncertain, as a decree flickered at his brow, yet his actions remained unimpeded. Continuing toward Kong Wu. Upon closer inspection, it seemed Lin Yan had transformed. His eyes sparkled with mirth, and his aura became exceedingly refined. Bang! With a thrust of his spear, Kong Wu was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers were left in a daze, collectively astonished as they gazed at Lin Yan, exclaiming in disbelief, "This senior Lin can actually repel a peak emperor with a quasi-emperor's strength? Goodness! I had thought senior Lin was exceptionally talented, but I never imagined he could be this formidable. Repelling a peak emperor with a single spear strike is simply extraordinary." However, Chu Xian and the others furrowed their brows, casting puzzled looks at Lin Yan. They frequently sparred with one another, and thus understood Lin Yan's true caliber. Let alone repelling Kong Wu, even a newly ascended emperor would be beyond his reach. Suddenly, the bodies of Lin Yan and his companions began to tremble, as the decree materialized at their foreheads, and then, for manifestations emerged from their brows, transforming into streaks of light racing toward Qianxiawan's secluded area. Could it be that the principal is about to break through? A hint of surprise flickered in Lin Yan's eyes, as one of the parties involved. He had just felt his body forcibly controlled by Qianxiawan for a fleeting moment. In that brief instant, he sensed that Qianxiawan had wielded an extraordinarily sophisticated power, directly casting Kong Wu away, and during that moment, he could feel Kong Wu's essence being suppressed. As if to validate his suspicions, Kong Wu's anguished roar echoed, "Qianxiawan, you disgraced the Scholar Emperor." Kong Wu soared back from a distance, his eyes still holding a trace of shock, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. He bore not a single injury. A refined chuckle resonated throughout the academy, followed by a gentle voice. "Principal Kong has misunderstood. It was merely that Lin's little friend inadvertently tapped into a fraction of my power during my breakthrough. It was not my intention. Kong Wu, of course, did not believe this. Unless Lin Yan had reincarnated and cultivated anew, there was no way this little brat could harness the rules of Confucianism. He would have to walk backward from then on. Although it was not Lin Yan's doing, Kong Wu grinned maliciously at him and remarked, well, little brat. Not bad at all. You actually managed to knock me back. It seems you have made considerable progress. I shall reluctantly exert a tad more strength. Rest assured. I will not kill you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan shuddered and chuckled, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Director Kong, I just remembered that my uncle summoned me back to the clan for something urgent. I must take my leave. There's no rush. I'll have someone carry you back shortly. Kong Wu emphasized the word carry with a heavy tone, just as he was about to make his move when he suddenly froze, staring in astonishment at the phenomena unfolding in the heavens. Chapter 131. Breaking through the apex, approaching supremacy. Buzzing. The firmament trembled, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. With golden lotuses sprouting from the earth and sages manifesting, the sound of pages turning resonated through the skies. Strangely, it seemed that the seasons within the imperial city and the academy shifted in tandem with the sound of the turning pages. At times, one felt as if embraced by the gentle spring breeze, with all things bursting forth with vitality. At other moments, the scorching sun hung high, scorching the earth. Then again, everything withered, leaving the city in desolation, and at times, it was the depth of winter, with howling cold winds. Kong Wu stared blankly at the myriad of sages, and, fixating on the imposing figure of one sage, muttered to himself, damn it, I can still see the mark of our ancestor. Lost in thought for a moment, his expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure and clasped his hands, saying, congratulations, fellow Taoist, on breaking through the apex and approaching supremacy. Within the academy, several figures imbued with imperial might appeared in the heavens and bowed respectfully towards the place where Cui Qiuan was in seclusion, exclaiming, congratulations, fellow Taoist, on breaking through the apex and approaching supremacy. Lin Yan's lips curled into a genuine smile as he earnestly bowed towards the seclusion of Cui Qiuan, saying, the younger generation congratulates the head of the Cui family on breaking through the apex and approaching supremacy. Inside the imperial city, a multitude of quasi-emperor cultivators felt the shifting seasons, at times overwhelmed by unbearable heat, beads of sweat forming on their brows, while at other moments, they shivered, a chill seeping from their hearts. What is happening? Why do I feel this unbearable heat? Could it be that my cultivation is but an illusion? Unheard of. Truly unheard of. It seems that a peerless cultivator in the imperial city is breaking through, their aura influencing the Grand Tao. Hiss. What kind of cultivation level is required for such a feat? Could it be another immortal king descending? Truly, a golden age is upon us. It is not an immortal king. If it were, you and I would have known already. Perhaps it is a realm just below that of the immortal kings. Suddenly, someone in the crowd sighed softly and bowed towards the academy, saying, Sanggu congratulates fellow Taoist on breaking through the apex and approaching supremacy. Within the imperial palace, Li Qingjun smiled faintly, having contemplated who to send on the journey to the Western Sea. It seemed that it would no longer be necessary. Your subordinate pays respects to the sovereign. In the next moment, a gentle spring breeze stirred within the imperial garden, transforming into the figure of Cui Qiuan. Li Qingjun nodded in acknowledgement, smiling gently. Indeed, you are capable of comprehending the supreme Tao on your own. It is only a matter of time before you ascend to the immortal king. Your praise is unwarranted. Had I not observed your actions, I would not have known if I could tread the path to supremacy in this lifetime. Cui Qiuan replied, shaking her head with a warm smile, embodying the elegance of a cultured emperor in her every gesture. Since that is the case, you shall make the journey to the Western Sea. Having said this, Li Qingjun turned to Yu Tiancheng and said, you shall assume the position of the head of the Academy of Merit. We shall obey. Once the two departed, Li Qingjun revealed a scale in his hand, a remnant left by the fallen crimson blood. At this moment, the scale emitted a hazy glow, and Li Qingjun examined it closely, intrigued by its contents. I initially thought it to be an immortal artifact, but it merely records the cultivation methods of crimson blood. Yet, this method is indeed fascinating. It diverges from the cultivation system of this realm after the Tao infant stage. A hint of contemplation flickered in Li Qingjun's eyes. He had yet to decide whether to allow the people of the Immortal Dynasty to practice Crimson Blood's Tao realm techniques, as he was not well versed in the Tao realm himself. Casually handing the item to Wei Zhongxian, he inquired, has Yi Jiayang returned? Wei Zhongxian replied respectfully, reporting to the sovereign, the Shi family, governing the wild and stone domains, has already submitted. Head of the academy, you should return shortly. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun nodded, gazing towards the western sea with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the southern demon domain, wild domain, Yi Jiaoyang sat at the entrance of a small village, resting his chin on his hands, staring blankly at a willow tree that had sprouted new branches. Suddenly, he remarked, "You are quite strong." Seemingly recalling something, he added, "At the very least, stronger than Lingyu." The new branches of the willow swayed, and a voice, indistinguishable in gender, replied, "Lingyu, the supreme empress of the Tianhuang Imperial Dynasty?" At this, a flash of surprise crossed Yi Jiaoyang's eyes as he exclaimed, "You have seen her?" "Naturally." The willow immortal sighed softly. "That battle briefly awakened my fragmented soul, allowing me to observe from afar, mastering the rules of the sun and moon. Her combat prowess is indeed unparalleled. She even slayed an immortal lord within this realm." Yi Jiaoyang suddenly stood up, his brows furrowing. "Has she broken through? Do you know what happened afterward?" "I do not know. The aftermath of their battle awakened me, but I soon fell into slumber again." Disappointment flickered in Yi Jiaoyang's eyes, and he followed up with another question. "And you? Why have you been transformed into this state?" This time, the willow immortal took a long time to respond. With only the tender branches swaying, after a prolonged silence, a soft sigh escaped. "It is not to be spoken of, nor to be uttered." Intrigued, Yi Jiaoyang asked with a smile, "Then what realm do you occupy? Are you an immortal king?" As he spoke, the willow branches swayed, but the willow immortal remained unresponsive. Observing this scene, Yi Jiaoyang couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, fully aware that the willow immortal was reluctant to disclose their cultivation level. "TCH. What is so impressive? You were still beaten into this state." Whoosh. In the distance, a streak of light crossed the space and, in the blink of an eye, landed before Yi Jiaoyang, transforming into the figure of Shi Yuntian. The Shi family is willing to represent the wild and stone domains in submission to the emperor. Shi Yuntian bowed respectfully, and then continued, "However, our ancestor has one request. We hope the Shi domain can still be governed by the Shi family." "A wise choice." Yi Jiaoyang nodded, pondering for a moment before slowly replying, "As for governing a domain, it should not pose too great a problem." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuntian's eyes lit up with joy as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for someone, but soon a hint of disappointment washed over him. In the presence of Yi Jiaoyang, he dared not extend his divine sense recklessly and could only smile awkwardly. "I wonder where Shi Hao is? My ancestor misses him greatly and wishes to meet." "How would I know? I am not that brat's babysitter." Indeed. Since Shi Hao is not here, may I inquire if the esteemed elder has any free time?" "My ancestor has heard that the esteemed elder has connections with the ancestor of no regrets, and thus invites you to visit the Shi family as a guest." Shi Yuntian hurriedly ingratiated himself. He did not dare to offend Yi Jiaoyang, fully aware of the latter's terrifying prowess, especially since that ancestor of no regrets was a peak sword emperor. While the Shi family lacked extensive records of that ancestor, they had a few brief phrases that were still well known. "Unmatched in slaughter at the same level. When the sword is drawn, the Tao is severed." "The Shi family, you say? Let us go." Yi Jiaoyang sighed softly, pondering whether the Shi family remained the same as it had been ages ago. Chapter 132. The Ancient History of the Shi family. In the Shi domain, ancient wild city, as the Shi family, which had governed the Shi domain for countless ages, had long since established the entire Shi domain as their stronghold. There were rumors that ancient wild city had stood in the southern demon domain since ancient times. The Shi family was even more formidable, with tales suggesting that every generation since ancient times had a peak emperor presiding over them. Outside the ancient desolate city, two figures stood beneath the vast sky, one in front of the other. Yi Jiaoyang gazed upon the ancient desolate city, which remained almost unchanged from eons ago. A hint of melancholy flickered in her bright eyes, but it quickly faded to normalcy. "Senior, this is the Shijia. Please wait a moment while I activate the Great Formation to allow entry." Behind her, Shi Yuntian wore a somewhat proud expression. The Shijia had endured through the ages, not only due to the presence of unparalleled masters in each generation, but also due to the ancient city itself. The formidable formation within was such that even the supreme emperors could scarcely breach it. And it was through this very formation that the Shijia had maintained its lofty stature until now. Yet, times had changed. They had entered the era of the immortal King Lingxian, and in the days to come, they would likely face even greater challenges, compelling them to seek protection. That emperor, who attained the status of immortal king after 18 years of cultivation, was undoubtedly their best option. "No need," Yi Jiaoyang interjected. "After all these years, your Shijia has yet to produce a truly remarkable formation master. The Great Formation has seen little change." A glimmer of golden light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she shook her head, and in an instant, her body transformed into a sharp sword, soaring directly toward the ancient desolate city. Upon witnessing this, Shi Yuntian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Senior, do not act recklessly." even if you are the Supreme Sword Emperor. Entering the formation without caution, but soon, Shi Yuntian trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the sword slice through the sky, bypassing the great formation and plunging straight into the ancient desolate city. How is this possible? Shi Yuntian's face turned pale. He understood all too well what this meant. If Yi Jiaoyang harbored ill intentions toward the Shijia, the consequences could be catastrophic. Are you not coming? A voice, tinged with annoyance, echoed in Shi Yuntian's ears, snapping him back to reality. He hurried into the ancient desolate city to guide Yi Jiaoyang. Inside the city, palaces and towers rose majestically, with spiritual mountains and divine peaks stretching as far as the eye could see. Countless beings bustled about, yet most were merely servants of the Shijia, with the actual family members numbering less than 10,000. At the heart of the ancient desolate city stood a towering mountain, enveloped in a rich, misty spiritual aura, surrounded by clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. This was the ancestral land of the Shijia, where countless formidable beings were interred, and every generation of guardians resided here. Within the ancestral land, a thatched cottage sheltered an elderly man, whose demeanor was frail and shrouded in twilight as he tended to flowers. Suddenly, he paused, slowly turning around. Shi Qingfeng gazed at the radiant figure clad in a red dress, as brilliant as the sun itself. A fleeting moment of dazed recognition crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and bowed, saying, "I am Shi Qingfeng, honored to meet you, fellow cultivator. I beg your pardon for my earlier lapse in decorum." Yi Jiaoyang's gaze was complex as she looked up at the summit of the Shijia's ancestral land, then turned to Shi Qingfeng, sighing softly, "Indeed. You still rely on that mark." Upon hearing this, Shi Qingfeng's body trembled slightly, and a fierce cold light erupted from his eyes, dispelling the twilight that surrounded him. As an aura that bordered on that of an immortal sovereign pressed down from above, a mark resembling a blood droplet appeared on Shi Qingfeng's brow, and he coldly demanded, "How do you know the secrets of my Shijia? A single mark, no, it should be a drop of blood, can ensure your Shijia's legacy for millennia. What kind of realm must the master of this blood possess?" Yi Jiaoyang did not respond directly to Shi Qingfeng, speaking as if to herself, yet also as if engaging him in conversation. Her sword, still sheathed, emitted a faint hum, its intent clashing with Shi Qingfeng's imposing presence, and upon closer inspection, it seemed that Yi Jiaoyang was at a disadvantage. Can your Shijia's mark withstand an immortal sovereign? If it cannot, you should put it away obediently. You ought to understand better than I what an immortal sovereign represents. As her ethereal voice faded, the wind swirled around Yi Jiaoyang, and Shi Qingfeng's countenance turned pained as he retracted his own aura. He understood well what an immortal sovereign entailed, and moreover, Yi Jiaoyang had the backing of an immortal king. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. If he provoked that emperor, the Shijia would surely face annihilation. "Who exactly are you?" Shi Qingfeng's expression grew serious. The matter of the mark was known to only two individuals in the Shijia, the current head of the family and the guardian. "Me?" Yi Jiaoyang replied with a dazzling smile. "I am the head of the Sword Academy under the emperor's command, though the academy has yet to be established." With that, she surveyed her surroundings, ignoring Shi Qingfeng's troubled expression, and inquired, "Is the imperial tomb of the Shijia still atop the mountain?" Upon hearing this, Shi Qingfeng's mind swirled with doubt. How could this person know so many secrets of the Shijia? During the ancient Qianhua period, the Shijia suffered a fracture. The one who mastered the mark was overly arrogant, leaving the ancient desolate city, only to be ambushed and killed. Afterward, the assailants gathered two companions, totaling 3 supreme beings, and nearly breached your Shijia's ancestral foundation. Noticing Shi Qingfeng's prolonged silence, Yi Jiaoyang raised an eyebrow and began recounting an ancient tale. "How do you know this?" Shi Qingfeng's complexion changed completely. This incident was not recorded in the Shijia's annals and was passed down solely through the guardians, leaving no room for anyone else to know. "Oh," Yi Jiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement, smiling. "Since you are aware of this, you must also know that a lone swordsman came, his sword light illuminating the southern region, forcing back the 3. Your Shijia's ancestors bowed in gratitude, leaving behind a family decree. If this person or his descendants were to come wielding a sword, they were to be treated with the respect due to ancestors." Clang. The imperial sword at Yi Jiaoyang's waist suddenly unsheathed, its crimson blade causing Shi Qingfeng's pupils to constrict. He sensed within it the fiery aura of a sun, and he gasped, "The red wheel imperial sword. You are the descendant of that sword emperor." Observing the intimate interaction between the red wheel imperial sword and Yi Jiaoyang, Shi Qingfeng was utterly astonished, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. The family history of the Shijia contained no records regarding that sword emperor. It was said that he was free-spirited and reluctant to form deep ties with others. In fact, The family history did not even document why that sword emperor chose to protect the Shijia, leaving only vague speculations. However, the guardians of the Shijia had always prioritized their lineage, so he immediately recognized Yi Jiayang's imperial sword. Since you are indeed the descendant of that sword emperor, I am willing to abide by the family decree and treat you with the respect due to ancestors. The tomb of our ancestors lies within the imperial mausoleum. Please follow me. Shi Qingfeng sighed deeply, his tone lightening with relief. Since the sword emperor had a descendant, perhaps after his own demise, Yi Jiayang could oversee the Shijia for a time. Chapter 133, Beyond the Sea. Within the Shijia's imperial mausoleum, countless small secret realms had been established, each containing a mist-shrouded spiritual mountain. The entire realm was silent, evoking a sense of heaviness and sorrow. In one secret realm, Yi Jiayang stood atop a spiritual mountain, her gaze fixed upon a grave marked by a sword-shaped monument. The incomplete and lifeless sword monument exuded a feeling of unwillingness and madness. Descendants. Shi Qingfeng bows to the ancestors. Shi Qingfeng, holding incense, solemnly bowed 3 times, then placed the incense into a nearby burner. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yi Jiayang, and a wave of surprise and discomfort surged within him. Yi Jiayang remained motionless, fixated on the rusted sword monument, neither offering prayers nor speaking, which made Shi Qingfeng question her true purpose for being there. Had he left behind nothing but a tomb of garments and his imperial sword? As Shi Qingfeng harbored doubts about Yi Jiayang's intentions, he was suddenly roused by Yi Jiayang's voice. Instinctively, he remarked, "What emperor's sword? It is merely a sword forged from fine iron." After a moment of contemplation, Shi Qingfeng recounted the chronicles of their clan. The clan records state that our ancestor, Wu Hui, vanished without a trace one fateful day. 3 months later, cracks appeared in Wu Hui's soul tablet, causing great alarm within the clan. 4 esteemed emperors ventured forth in search of him, yet returned empty-handed. A month later, Wu Hui's soul tablet shattered, draping the ancient city in mourning garb. At this juncture, Shi Qingfeng sighed heavily, his gaze tinged with sorrow, and continued. Another month passed, and only this sword was delivered to the ancient city by an unknown quasi-emperor, accompanied by a final message. "Let this sword serve as a monument, ever accompanying my esteemed teacher." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiayang fell into silence. Approaching the monument and bending down, her delicate fingers gliding over the long sword as she murmured, even his own life-bound emperor's sword was rendered useless. Yet he refused to disclose to his descendants the reasons for his departure and downfall. After a moment's reflection, Yi Jiayang's fingers caressed the sword's blade, and suddenly, her expression shifted as she forcefully drew the long sword, her sword intent soaring to the heavens. Witnessing this, Shi Qingfeng's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this, my friend?" However, in the next instant, Shi Qingfeng fell silent, his eyes wide with astonishment at the small inscription that appeared upon the long sword, unaware of its contents. For that inscription was etched by Shi Wuhui from the sword's essence, visible only to the sword emperor. Furthermore, the sword intent enveloping Yi Jiayang resonated with the long sword, causing the engraved characters to disintegrate into fine ash, leaving behind a lifeless iron sword. They came from beyond the sea. Yi Jiayang's enchanting eyes fluttered as she fell into deep contemplation. This was indeed the essence inscribed upon the sword. Where exactly is the other side of the sea? The ripples in her autumn-like eyes deepened, her brows knitting together as she sheathed the long sword before the grave and turned to depart. Observing this, a recovering Shi Qingfeng hastily followed, inquiring, "My friend, what do those inscriptions signify?" In response, Yi Jiayang paused, her ethereal voice resonating through the heavens. "To know too much is to invite an early demise. If he did not wish for you to know, it is surely for your own good." In the next moment, Yi Jiayang's figure transformed into a sharp sword, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. Shi Qingfeng could not help but smile wryly. As a descendant of the Shi clan, he too had honored the sword emperor and paid respects to their ancestor. Yet none could perceive the sword's peculiarities. Could it be that Wu Hui had left behind an opportunity for the sword emperor's descendants? Shi Qingfeng sighed softly, shaking his head as he too disappeared, leaving only the solitary grave of Shi Wuhui atop the mountain. Yet, within the void, a whisper echoed, "It seems I forgot to have her look after me." With a gentle breeze, silence once again enveloped the area. However, should a supreme sword emperor arrive, they would discover an additional line inscribed upon the long sword. "Foolish child, your master has always been here, in the western seas." On the outskirts of the Yaoqi Fairy Isle, a modest yet elegant tiled house stood firm, where several emperors had gathered outside. Among them, one radiated an overwhelming imperial presence. Yet even he dared not intrude upon this humble abode, standing outside with a bitter expression. "Miss Moreau, It is not that we are unwilling to present a treasure of rules, but rather that we are unaware of its nature. Perhaps we should seek an item favored by the Immortal King? The Emperor of Yunhai offered a wry smile, gesturing towards the door while discreetly signaling the Supreme Emperor beside him. This individual immediately understood, smilingly suggesting, "Indeed, Miss Morong, would you kindly open the door? Allow us to enter? What is this treasure of rules? We truly know not. Do not bother me." Morong Yunsai's voice, as clear as a celestial spirit, echoed from within, followed by, "The power of rules is the power of rules. How can I explain it to you? Anything that stirs your hearts is the treasure of rules." Upon hearing this, the corner of the Yunhai Emperor's mouth twitched. Having traversed the western seas for countless years, he had seen nothing that could truly stir his heart. "Miss Morong, might we not first pay our respects to the Immortal King?" "Humph. Do you think I asked you to search for the treasure of rules for no reason? Are you unaware of the rules? Without the Immortal King's command, one cannot casually seek an audience with him." Morong Yunkai felt a swell of frustration. Were it not for her inability to remain away from the Yaoqi Fairy Isle for long, would she need a throng of Xian immortals and golden immortals to seek the treasure of rules? Even if they were to find it, it would not be possible to retain it. Morong Yunkai murmured, "Since this realm can bear an immortal king, there should naturally be treasures of rules accompanying it." Outside the door, the crowd wore expressions of dismay, and the Yunhai Emperor turned to the Supreme Emperor beside him. "Brother Haiyu, having roamed the western seas for so long, have you encountered anything that stirs your heart?" Haiyu Emperor's lips twitched slightly as he sighed. "These days, I have nearly scoured the entire western sea, yet I have found nothing that truly stirs my heart. My friends, Miss Morong seems to be in low spirits." Suddenly, a gentle voice wafted in, sweeping away the gloom that hung over the crowd. The Yunhai Emperor casually remarked, "No, are you not the Emperor of the Western Seas? Is it true that Miss Morong has nearly searched the entire Western Sea just to have an audience with the Immortal King, yet still cannot find a gift worthy of him?" "Oh, now I understand." The voice responded with realization, followed by a calm smile. "In that case, I possess a list of items. Prepare them, and I can ensure she meets the Immortal King." "Wait," the Yunhai Emperor frowned, displeased as he turned away, just as the sound of the tiled house abruptly opening reached his ears. "My friend, is it not unbecoming to jest with mere Xian immortals and golden immortals?" Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled in unison, turning to regard the middle-aged man in scholarly robes, exuding an elegant aura, as if a refreshing breeze had swept through, clearing their hearts of worries. "The lady has misunderstood. How could I be one to speak loosely?" Chapter 134. Time is of the essence. In the courtyard, Morong Yunkai floated in midair, her face veiled in white gauze, yet through her eyes alone, one could sense that the person before her was undoubtedly a great beauty. Gazing at the amiable and refined Cui Qiuan outside the door, a flicker of conflict passed through Morong Yunsai's eyes. After much deliberation, she tentatively inquired, "Can you influence the Immortal King's decisions? From the highest heavens to the deepest abysses, none can sway my master's will." Cui Qiuan chuckled softly, then added, "If Miss Morong trusts me, I can relay your request. Whether you meet him, the Emperor will decide." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within Morong Yunkai's eyes, her voice ringing like a crystal-clear spring. "What is it that you desire?" "The lady has misunderstood. It is not my desire, but that of the Emperor." "Oh, what does the Emperor seek from the Western Seas?" Morong Yunsai's heart stirred. Could there be something within the Western Seas that held significance for the Immortal King? "What my master requires is the 9 domains of the Western Sea." As soon as Cui Qiuan's words fell, the eyes of the Western Sea Emperors widened in shock, indignantly exclaiming, "Senior, is this not a bit excessive? We were born in the Western Seas. Where are we to go if the Emperor claims the Western Seas for himself?" "Indeed, Senior, our lineage spans the Western Seas. To relocate our disciples and descendants would take more than a moment." However, Morong Yunsai's eyes flashed with determination as she decisively replied, "Very well. Aside from the Yaoqi Fairy Isle, the rest of the territories can be ceded to you. I shall arrange for them to migrate the cultivators and clans of the Western Sea." As soon as the words left her lips, the expressions of the Western Sea Emperors contorted, their lips twitching and faces flushed, as if they wished to voice their thoughts, but ultimately refrained. It seemed that the inhabitants of the Western Sea were rather obstinate. Cui Qiuan found herself intrigued, smiling gently as she spoke. "Esteemed friends, you have misconstrued the Emperor's intent. What he desires is merely your allegiance under the imperial banner, requiring an annual tribute, transforming your domain into a province, and renaming the Western Sea into the Western region. He does not wish for you to abandon the Western Sea." The Western Sea Emperors were momentarily taken aback, then collectively sighed in relief, though hesitation lingered in their hearts. Yet soon enough, they felt reassured. Their submission was simply shifting from Morong Yunshe to the Emperor, which seemed quite palatable. Moreover, This emperor was of the Immortal King realm. Any teachings he might impart would surely benefit them throughout their lifetimes. Very well, Murong Yunshe acquiesced without a second thought, but then hesitated, adding, I only wonder if it would be possible for the emperor to come here. There are matters I wish to discuss with him. Upon hearing this, Cui Qiuwan smiled slightly and replied warmly, Dear Miss Murong, there is no need for formality. Whatever you wish to convey to me, I shall relay it to the emperor. The thought of bringing Li Qingjun here seemed implausible. Given his disposition, he would not leave the imperial palace without reason, as long as they could resolve their issues. The emperor would certainly refrain from intervening. However, a hint of bitterness flickered in Murong Yunshe's bright eyes. She longed to have Cui Qiuwan convey her message. Yet certain taboos could not be uttered without an immortal king present. Noticing Murong Yunsh's prolonged silence, Cui Qiuwan seemed to discern something, pondering thoughtfully. Is there a difficulty that troubles you? She then suggested, How about you accompany me to the imperial city? I will persuade the emperor to meet with you. Upon hearing Cui Qiuwan's proposal, the bitterness in Murong Yunsh's gaze deepened. She leaned forward and bowed, saying, I beg you, dear friend, to relay to the immortal king that my time is short. I implore him to come here for a meeting. Cui Qiuwan felt a surge of curiosity. In her view, Murong Yunshe was certainly not referring to a lack of lifespan. Yet, she refrained from probing further, recognizing that Murong Yunshe could only divulge so much. Very well. I shall convey this matter to the emperor, she replied. After a pause, Cui Qiuwan seemed to recall something, continuing, however, the emperor is burdened with the affairs of state day and night, so whether he has the leisure to visit here is not within my purview to decide. If the emperor cannot detach himself from his duties, I hope you will not hold it against me. Murong Yunsh's eyes sparkled as she chirped. You need only to inform him. Acknowledging her words, Cui Qiuwan nodded and bid farewell with a light laugh. Then, I take my leave. Excuse me, esteemed elder. Suddenly, the Emperor of the Clouds Sea spoke up, sensing Cui Qiuwan's gaze upon him. He hastily added, Esteemed elder, considering the time, my son has likely already reached the imperial city. After all, they were all part of the same family, were they not? Cui Qiuwan smiled faintly. What is his name? The Emperor of the Cloud Sea was filled with joy and promptly shared all information regarding Yun Xiao Luo through a source image. Upon learning of his prior conflict with Yen Jingxian, Cui Qiuwan raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at the Emperor. It is merely that my son is somewhat inexperienced. He has been spoiled by me, and thus harbors quite a bit of resentment. However, rest assured, I have already reprimanded him, and his temperament is not as violent as it once was. But what of young friend Yen? Cui Qiuwan asked gently. Young friend Yen's character is akin to late autumn, always offering a glimmer of hope. If he truly repents, I believe young friend Yen will not hold grudges against him, the Emperor of the Cloud Sea replied, feeling entirely relieved. Indeed, he had not spoken falsely. Yin Xiao Luo had been reprimanded for quite some time, though initially defiant. Upon hearing news of the Emperor's ascension to the Immortal King realm, the boy seemed to have transformed entirely. At the threshold of the imperial city, a youth clad in black and another in white leaned against the city walls, both gazing intently at the heavens, lost in thought. Passers-by, upon witnessing these two figures, were momentarily startled before their faces lit up with joy. They wished to approach, but quickly abandoned the notion upon noticing the youth in blood armor guarding them. Brother Chu. Brother Yen, what are you up to? Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise called out from a distance, snapping Chu Xian and Yen Jingxian from their reverie. Chu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yen, his brow slightly furrowed as he remained silent, lost in contemplation. Lin brother? Are you here to select a partner for your clan? Yen Jingxian teased with a smile, his gaze flickering toward Chu Xian without elaborating further. Since Chu Xian's return from the demon realm, he seemed to harbor some unspoken burden, often appearing distracted, even neglecting his training. Brother Yen, you jest. I have no thoughts of marriage at present. I am merely here to welcome my third uncle to the imperial city, Chu Xian replied. Lin Yen chuckled softly. Shaking his head, he glanced at Chu Xian and, after a moment of contemplation, ventured, Brother Chu, have you encountered some difficulties? Why not share? Lin brother, your considerations are lacking. Within the 3,000 realms, if there is something Brother Chu cannot resolve, then it is beyond our capabilities as well. Perhaps we can only seek assistance from our Lord. Yen Jingxian's eyes sparkled with insight as he eloquently sought to draw out Chu Xian's thoughts. It's still early. There is no need to disturb our Lord. Chu Xian shook his head, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, light flickering within them as if they transcended time and space. Gazing into an unknown realm. Ever since he illuminated the myriad domains, he had felt a stirring deep within his soul, often plagued by an overwhelming urge to venture into that mysterious place. This sensation left Chu Xian unsettled, akin to harboring two souls within his body, one often hidden but suddenly vibrant, vying for control over his being. Furthermore, the perception relayed from his soul suggested that this location was drawing ever closer to the 3,000 realms. Lin Yan shrugged, patting Chu Xian's shoulder with earnestness. Though at times you seem less than human, we are still acquainted. Should you have any concerns, do not hesitate to speak. Suddenly, Lin Yan leaned in closer. A hint of mischief in his voice. Are you perhaps contemplating accepting Sister Qinyu as your partner? Brother Chu, do you know when would be an auspicious day? You might want to consult with Dean Zhang. He is available. With a sharp sound, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, his long blade unsheathing in an instant. He slashed down, resembling a blood river suspended in the azure sky, a tempest of murderous intent swirling as the lethal energy surged toward Lin Yan. Haha, a splendid strike. Lin Yan laughed heartily, retreating 1,000 miles as a longbow radiating the aura of a quasi-emperor appeared in his hands. Channeling the essence of martial intent, he unleashed 3 arrows toward the blood river. The clash of their powers reverberated across the land, the might of the holy emperor overwhelming, causing countless cultivators to gasp in astonishment, compelling even quasi-emperors to mobilize their source energy in defense. By the heavens, peak holy emperor. These two are perhaps the pinnacle of prodigies across the 4 domains. Indeed, I heard that the martial sovereign recently battled a quasi-emperor of the 8th level. Now they must be even more fearsome. What? A holy emperor capable of contending across a major realm with a quasi-emperor? Is it truly that terrifying? Some quasi-emperors who had yet to reach their peak gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, while among the crowd, 2 youths exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with a flicker of excitement. However, one must note that within the bounds of the imperial city, fighting was strictly forbidden. Did their actions not fall under that decree? Before the man could finish his words, he noticed that the surrounding cultivators were regarding him with expressions akin to that of a fool. Yet, in the next instant, they all froze in surprise. Enough. Beneath the imperial capital, what manner of conduct is this from the 2 of you? I shall report this to the emperor. You may await your punishment. Suddenly, an irate voice resonated from within the imperial city, prompting the 2 to shift their expressions and simultaneously dispel their divine powers. Directing their gazes toward the heart of the imperial city, Lin Yan gave a slight nod and chuckled. Ah, so Lord Ji is also present. It is I who erred first. It has nothing to do with Brother Chu. There is no need to report to the sovereign. I willingly accept my punishment. I too bear responsibility, Chu said, ready to face his own consequences. As they spoke, Ji Wumo's voice echoed again from within the imperial city, tinged with a hint of resignation. I will inform the officials of the punishment department to notify both of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips twitched. If his memory served him correctly, the newly established punishment department was overseen by Blood 3 of the Blood Prison Legion. Indeed. A flicker of amusement crossed the cold visage of Blood 1, who transmitted to Chu Xian, fear not, the punishment department is managed by that lad, Blood 3. Brother Lin. Suddenly, a jubilant exclamation emanated from the distance, causing Lin Yan to shift his gaze toward the source of the sound, his expression brightening as he remarked, Is that you? Shihao? What brings you to the imperial city? Soon, Shihao approached with unbridled excitement, saying, Brother Lin, I initially intended to wait for Sister Yi, but Lu Xian advised me to head to the imperial city first. I see, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Then turned to introduce Shihao to Yin Jingshan and Chu Xian, saying, This is Shihao, whose talent far surpasses mine at his age. At merely 13 or 14 years, he has already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion. Yin Jingshan regarded Shihao with intrigue, noting the unusual combination of the ancient sacred body and the supreme emperor bone. However, it seems one has been excised. How intriguing. He had only encountered individuals possessing either of these rare physiques during the Lingyue era, and in all his travels with Lingyue across myriad realms. He had only ever met Shihao. Without voicing his thoughts, Yin Jingshan merely sighed. Friend, your innate imperial bearing truly inspires envy. After a moment's pause, he continued. Since you share a bond with Brother Lin, you are akin to family. I possess a secret technique for refining the body, which aligns perfectly with your needs. Accept it. With a smile, Yin Jingshan pointed, and a beam of golden light surged into Shihao's body, vanishing from sight. The 9 transformations of desolation. Feeling the immense power of the technique, Shihao was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, saying, This is far too precious for our first meeting. I cannot accept it. Take it. Left in my possession, it would merely gather dust, Yin Jingshan replied with a light sigh, shaking his head. As if the statue of the ancient sacred body, who faced a blood sea and turned its back on the world, refusing to yield, reappeared before him. Observing this, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and produced a quasi-imperial weapon from his hand, stating plainly, You likely cannot utilize an imperial weapon. So let this quasi-imperial weapon serve as a gift for our first meeting. As soon as he spoke, the button radiating the aura of a quasi-imperial weapon flew toward Shihao. This Shihao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he accepted it. Cupping his hands in gratitude, in that case, I shall graciously accept. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out as they speculated about Shihao's identity that could elicit such generosity from the Blood Master and the Xian Master of the Imperial Court. Among them, a young man furrowed his brow, looking at Shihao, whose features bore a resemblance to his own, murmuring, "Who is he? Why does he seem so familiar?" "Yin Jingshan, I challenge you. Dare to accept?" Suddenly, a resolute voice rang out from the crowd, prompting everyone to hastily step aside. Their gazes filled with curiosity as they turned to a young man clad in blue, embroidered robes, gazing at the somewhat familiar yet strange figure of Yun Chaoluo. Yin Jingshan's eyes glimmered with surprise as he instinctively asked, "Who are you?" However, in the next moment, a flicker of recognition crossed Yin Jingshan's face, and he coldly scoffed. "So it's you. You managed to escape by relying on the Emperor's might, yet still possess no sense of repentance?" Unfazed, Yun Chaoluo maintained his composure. His eyes filled with determination as he replied, "Your victory over me was merely due to the power of the Emperor's formation. Will you dare to engage in a fair battle with me?" Yin Jingshan's eyes widened slightly. He could perceive a change in this person. After a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly. "Very well, but if you perish at my hands, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. Life and death are fated. What have I to fear?" Chapter 136, The Immortal King or Above the Immortal King. Yin Jingshan regarded the resolute Yun Chaoluo, his eyes glinting with surprise. The ability to change oneself so swiftly indicated that this person would surely carve out a path for himself in the future. However, Yin Jingshan merely smiled nonchalantly, saying, "What a bold claim. For uttering such words, I shall ensure you retain your corporeal form." Within the imperial city, there existed a platform perfectly suited for our duel. Yun Chaoluo frowned slightly, shaking his head. "No, I shall not engage in a battle of spells with you. I have heard that the 9 levels of immortal stages can comprehensively assess cultivators. Let us employ this as our method and see who can advance further." Hearing this, Yin Jingshan chuckled without comment, secretly approving of the young man's wisdom. The 9 levels of immortal stages do not evaluate combat strength, cultivation level, or innate talent. The rules remain a mystery to all. However, one truth is universally acknowledged. Those who ascend to the 6th level undeniably surpass the 5th level cultivators in potential. Observing Yin Jingshan's silence, Yun Chaoluo pondered briefly before continuing. "Moreover, I have heard that within the academy exists a Tower of Ascendance, where certain layers inscribe the imprint of the strongest contender among the challengers. After the 9 levels of immortal stages, we shall undergo the trials of the Tower of Ascendance. If we draw even, we shall then engage in battle, unafraid of life or death." "Very well," Yin Jingshan shrugged with a nonchalant expression as he regarded Yun Chaoluo. "However, since ancient times, competitions of intellect have required stakes. Should you triumph over me, I shall gift you an additional imperial weapon." Upon hearing this, Yun Chaoluo raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot offer an imperial weapon. Should you win, I can only present you with 3 quasi-imperial weapons." "Not sufficient," Yin Jingshan replied with a charming smile, shaking his head. "If you cannot provide more, we shall leave it at that." Preferring to avoid complications, Yin Jingshan knew that while defeating Yun Chaoluo was not particularly challenging, navigating the immortal stages and the Tower of Ascendance would be considerably troublesome. He was not someone fond of unnecessary entanglements. "In that case, should I be defeated, I shall willingly submit to you, serving you faithfully." "Oh," Yin Jingshan's interest was piqued, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he scrutinized Yun Chaoluo, nodding inwardly. "Very well, I could use some additional personnel. You appear competent enough to earn a place among my followers." "Humph," Yun Chaoluo scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further as he walked resolutely toward the imperial city. Observing the departing figures, Lin Yin nudged the disinterested Chu Xian beside him, grinning as he spoke. "Hey, Brother Chu, who do you think will emerge victorious? Shall we place a bet?" "I wager on Yin," Chu Xian replied, lacking any interest. They often sparred, and he understood Yin Jingshan's prowess well. He was indeed worthy of the title Jingshan. Moreover, Yin Jingshan's physique was no ordinary one but the primal immortal body, though he typically concealed his strength when unleashed. He resembled the immortal King Lingxian. "Brother Lin, I too wish to challenge the 9 levels of immortal stages. Shall we go together?" Shihao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although he did not know Yun Chaoluo, the latter exuded an aura of strength, as if born of imperial lineage. "Very well." Amidst the throng, a youth whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Shihao furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing an enigmatic second pupil, a sight most peculiar. "Shi, what troubles you?" Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in Shi Yi's ears, grounding his scattered thoughts. He glanced at Lin Yan and the others' retreating figures, exhaling a heavy sigh. "I know not. That boy seemed familiar, yet his identity eludes my memory. Indeed, that is rather strange. However, beneath the gaze of the celestial king, I dare not extend my consciousness freely, lest that formidable being take notice," came the response. Within the vast foundation of Shi Yi's aura, a somewhat ethereal figure of a woman gazed through the fabric of time. Her eyes fixed upon the imperial capital, a glimmer of reverence flickering within their depths. "Yet, there is no need for you to join the imperial court. Merely gain admission to the academy. When the passage between realms opens, I shall escort you away to our master." If she were to learn of my bringing back a disciple with dual pupils, she might very well smile. The woman's ghostly visage revealed a hint of a smile, her dulcet voice resonating in Shi Yi's mind, prompting him to nod in quiet agreement before his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Within the imperial palace, Cui Qiuan informed Li Qingjun of the happenings in the western regions, awaiting the decision of this supreme celestial king. Is there a hint of forbidden matters at hand? Some truths left unspoken? Intriguing. Li Qingjun's laughter echoed through the desolate hall, ripples suddenly dancing in his eyes, and with a gentle blink, he gazed across countless spaces, locking his sight upon the Yaoqi Immortal Isle. In an instant, he beheld Murong Yunshe, lost in thought within a humble dwelling, empowered by the laws of space. He scrutinized her thoroughly and discovered the uncanny truth. Through the might of the rules, he perceived a chain spanning the heavens, binding Murong Yunshe firmly within the Yaoqi Immortal Isle. Moreover, he discerned that Murong Yunshe did not appear to belong to the human race. The nature of her kin eluded him, yet he sensed her innate affinity for the path, with a melodious chord resounding. As Li Qingjun activated the golden Peng eye to peer deeper into the Yaoqi Immortal Isle, the very laws quaked, abruptly severing his gaze. Murong Yunshe's eyes flickered with a trace of pain as she exclaimed, "What madness is this? Did I not leave the Western Sea domain? When will that celestial king arrive?" Her autumn-like eyes blinked softly, contemplation dawning within as she gazed longingly toward the eastern domain. "Is this?" A spark of brilliance flickered in Li Qingjun's eyes, a wave of confusion washing over him. After a prolonged silence, he withdrew his gaze, mulling over the dilemma. Is it the celestial king or something beyond? If it is beyond, it seems somewhat feeble. Could it be that even my master? Observing Li Qingjun's prolonged silence, Cui Qiuan's expression turned grave. If even Li Qingjun could not safeguard Murong Yunshe, it seemed there would be no one in the 3,000 Dao domains capable of doing so. Protecting this girl alone was simple. Yet the western region's 9 states would be submerged unless a new celestial king were to emerge to suppress the heavens and earth of the west. This matter requires careful deliberation. Li Qingjun shook his head, pondering whether the prohibitions left by the celestial king or those beyond held any solutions. It was not that there were no means, but the cost was excessively high. Alas, still too weak. It appears I must strive harder. Reflecting on his own status as a mere supreme celestial king, he could not help but sigh, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Currently, he stood as a sovereign over the 4 domains. Once the myriad realms returned, conquering the celestial domain would allow for the completion of both main and side quests. Your subordinate takes their leave. Seemingly sensing something, Cui Qiuan's gaze shifted, and after a respectful bow and receiving permission, she vanished from sight. Once Cui Qiuan departed, Li Qingjun pondered deeply, subsequently accessing his personal interface, realizing he had yet to examine the rewards for expanding the 3 domains, uncertain of their worth and points. Chapter 137, Ascending the 9 Heavens, the Emperor's Summons. Li Qingjun's eyes sparkled lightly as a luminous screen unfolded before him, distinctly inscribing his information. Host, Li Qingjun. Realm, Celestial King Supreme. Physique, Eternal Unyielding Body. Cultivation Method, Primordial Chaos Cannon. Destined Artifacts, Celestial Emperor's Sword, Celestial Emperor's Dragon Robe, Immortal Lord's Crown, Immortal Lord's Seat. Domain, Sovereign of the 4 domains. Points, 251, with convertible rewards. With a mere thought, the convertible rewards folded by the system cascaded down like a waterfall, an endless sight. Had he been a mere mortal, it would have taken him an eternity to peruse through the rewards. Emperor's Realm Summoning Cards, 5. Ultimate Emperor Weapons, 5. Random Dao Sources, 5. Random Emperor Pills, 99. Random Semi-Emperor Pills, 999. Supreme Spirit Stones, 100 million. Convertible Points, 3,112. Li Qingjun mused quietly, estimating that expanding a domain would likely yield around 1,000 points. Thus, every 3 expansions of the imperial court's territory could essentially be exchanged for a rule of the Celestial King. Although the rule of the Celestial King would not allow a cultivator to immediately ascend to that realm, someone of Cui Qiuan's caliber, with sufficient personal accumulation and a complete rule, could indeed reach the heights of a Celestial King. The Emperor's Realm Summoning Card. Li Qingjun suddenly recalled that he still possessed a summoning card, yet to be utilized. Is there something amiss with this summoning card? Why has no Supreme Emperor ever been summoned by me? Guaranteed authenticity, no deception. Li Qingjun lightly furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers against the seat, lost in contemplation. Now that the imperial court lacked low-tier combatants, but yearned for high-tier strength like Cui Qiuan's, he sensed an eerie undercurrent permeating the 3,000 Dao domains as his cultivation ascended to the level of Celestial King. Why did the Dao domain's essence fracture? Why did the myriad realms divide? Who left behind that immortal isle? And what of that ancient being in the celestial domain? While Li Qingjun pondered, a prompt from the system resonated gently. Reminder to the host, it is currently advised not to convert. Consider doing so after elevating the Celestial Dynasty's level. Li Qingjun's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. As you suggest, I shall temporarily seal the rewards. Suddenly, Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing through time toward the imperial city, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh? Has he reached the 8th tier? Name, Xianxiao. Realm, pinnacle of the Purple Mansion. Talent, unmatched celestial grace. Experience, disciple of the 4th lineage of the Shi clan, having been inadvertently exposed for possessing the Supreme Emperor bone. Subjected to bone extraction, yet miraculously survived due to the protection of the primordial sacred body source. Meets the criteria for the leader of the Tianhuang Legion. Within the imperial city, the hall was abuzz with commotion, astonishment reverberating throughout as numerous robust cultivators gazed in shock at a Purple Mansion cultivator, collectively inhaling sharply. Under normal circumstances, not even a Purple Mansion cultivator, let alone a sacred king, would catch their attention. However, this time was different. The Purple Mansion cultivator had ascended to the 8th level of the celestial realm. More importantly, that Purple Mansion cultivator appeared to be barely out of his youth, a pure and innocent lad, which undoubtedly signified that, following this day, he would attain fame across the 4 domains. Good heavens, whose disciple is that? He has taken flight. Friend, should you soar to great heights, do not forget your humble beginnings. Quick look, the lad seems capable of movement. Could it be he is destined to ascend the 9 heavens and meet the Emperor? Madness. Truly madness. This youth appears to have some connection with the martial sovereign, yet there is no such figure in the eastern domain. Could it be that they have just recently forged a bond? Above the 9th celestial stair, Xiao's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Yet his expression remained unwavering, his eyes fixed firmly upon the 9th tier. Xiao, believe in yourself. Yan Jingxian stood atop the 9th celestial stair, her demeanor radiant as she cast a glance toward Xiao, a flicker of sentiment passing through her eyes as she mused inwardly. With the holy body's essence wasted and the Emperor's bone extracted, to ascend to the 8th tier under such circumstances, this child's future accomplishments are boundless. Meanwhile, Yun Chaluo, who had engaged in a battle of wits with him, stood at the 6th tier with an expression of unwillingness, gazing up at Yan Jingxian's figure, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination. He then turned his attention to the 7th tier, mere steps away, and as he advanced, he was immediately met with an overwhelming force that threatened to send him flying. With a gasp, Yun Chaluo coughed up blood, which evaporated before it could even touch the celestial steps, and his body was sent hurtling backwards, quickly losing consciousness. A figure dashed forward, cradling Yun Chaluo in their arms. Sensing the fragility of his nearly shattered form, they could not help but inhale sharply, hastily producing a handful of elixirs and stuffing them into his mouth. Young master, why must you go to such lengths? That is a monster, a prodigy. You are merely a genius. Why force a comparison? The would-be emperor sighed bitterly. Initially, he had failed to discern what made Yan Jingxian stand out, worthy of the emperor's attention. It was only when Yan Jingxian, with an impassive countenance, ascended to the 7th tier, radiating with boundless celestial brilliance and manifesting myriad phenomena behind her, reminiscent of an immortal king, that those who had secretly doubted her were rendered speechless. Is this person the first in history to be repelled by the celestial stare? Such audacity. There may be great deeds in his future. The comparison of a mayfly shaking a tree is both admirable and laughable. Fortunately, he merely sought to forcibly ascend to the 7th tier, with no other distractions. Otherwise, he might have been directly obliterated into a mist of blood. Nevertheless, this individual had indeed set foot upon the 7th tier. Could it be considered a breakthrough of self? Atop the 9th celestial stair, Yan Jingxian observed Yun Chaluo's performance. nodding to herself with a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Shihao at the 8th tier began to move, perhaps inspired by Yun Chalua's display, dragging his heavy body slowly towards the 9th tier. Though the steps were merely a yard high, they loomed before Shihao like an insurmountable mountain. Huh. Shihao lowered his head and let out a roar, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes as he resolutely stepped onto the 9th tier. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Perhaps Shihao was the first prodigy to ascend the 9th tier under the Emperor's guidance, relying solely on his own strength. Yet, moments later, the crowd was taken aback, gazing at Shihao in a dreamlike state, murmuring, has he truly ascended? Could the 8th tier be the terminus? Is it possible that reaching the 8th tier allows one to step onto the 9th? He seems to have found it even easier than when he ascended the 7th tier. Among the throng, Shiyi's pupils constricted but soon returned to calm, staring blankly at Shihao standing at the 9th tier, his eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts. Before Shihao could even greet Yin Jingxian or catch his breath, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his figure abruptly vanished. Witnessing this, envy filled the eyes of the onlookers. How could they not realize that Shihao had likely received the Emperor's summons? The benefits were yet to be discerned, but from this moment forth, his talents would stand shoulder to shoulder with those four. Chapter 138. A special legion. Shihao felt a flash before his eyes, and, upon reopening them, found himself within a grand hall, surrounded by emptiness. Above, hazy clouds obscured the view, and a faint sense of pressure and nobility suddenly enveloped him. You are quite impressive, ascending to the 9th tier solely on your own merits. Apart from Zhang Diyuan, you are the first. Suddenly, a calm voice, laced with a hint of approval, echoed from the clouds above. The next moment, the mist parted to reveal a handsome young man draped in a black and gold dragon robe, reclining lazily upon the throne, his eyes glimmering with a faint purple-gold radiance. Junior pays respects to the Emperor. Shihao was startled. He had not anticipated such an audience with the Emperor. This was a tremendous opportunity, with his experience now heightened. Shihao understood the significance of the Immortal King, and in this moment, Qingjun represented invincibility. No one among the 3,000 realms could stand alongside him. Rise. Qingjun inclined his head slightly, and the jade pendant representing the identity of the leader of the Tianhuang Legion began to pulse in his storage ring. Shihao seemed to sense something, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Your ascent to the 9th tier, admired by all, is merely your starting point. This Emperor has always cherished prodigies like you. Do you wish to follow me? When I reach the true pinnacle, I shall grant you eternal liberation from the cycle of reincarnation. At these words, Shihao was taken aback, overwhelmed by surprise as he replied. It is an honor for this junior to be favored by the Emperor. To follow such an extraordinary figure, I shall surely soar to great heights. Your subordinate, Shihao, pays respects to the master. Shihao knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with reverence. Though he did not yet believe Qingjun's claim of his potential for becoming an immortal king. After countless ages, only one immortal king had emerged from the 3,000 realms. He was too humble to aspire to such heights. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an unparalleled prodigy-level follower. Reward, all Legion enhancement cards, Imperial. Reward, Supreme Dao Bone. Reward, Undying Holy Embryo Dao Scripture. Legion enhancement card, Imperial can elevate all members of your Legion by one major realm. Can be converted to 6,888 points. Would you like to convert? This is incredible. Qingjun's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the shimmering golden enhancement card, a singular thought racing through his mind. Gold coins have exploded. Without a moment's hesitation, he canceled the conversion. If used properly, this enhancement card could potentially elevate all vice commanders to the supreme level, exactly the kind of high-end combat power he currently needed. You are missing a piece of bone. Though it is being nourished by your holy body essence, the process is inherently slow. Qingjun chuckled softly, and with a mere thought, a bone radiating celestial light, as if detached from an immortal king's body, entered Shihao's form. Simultaneously, Shihao's mind was struck with a sudden tremor, a supreme Dao scripture manifesting within his consciousness. A fleeting moment of clarity flashing in his eyes. Tianhuang Legion binding card successfully used, Master Shihao. Reward, a golden winged rock at the peak of the Holy Emperor level. Reward, a set of armor for the Tianhuang Legion commander. Reward, Shadow Legion binding card. Qingjun's expression shifted. The Shadow Legion, by its name alone, did not seem particularly adept at expansion. After a cursory glance at the Legion's information, Qingjun nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. This Shadow Legion consisted of only 8 members. Yet each was a great emperor in cultivation. Though only at the initial peak of the Dao, they were still formidable. Moreover, all 8 were assassins, exceptionally skilled in stealthy strikes. Xiao's body trembled as his aura surged, instantly breaking through to the holy realm, the essence of the ancient sacred land igniting within him, manifesting as 9 blood-colored dragons roaring skyward. Qingjun contemplated briefly before smiling lightly. Very well, I shall bestow upon you another gift. With a snap of his fingers, a drop of blood swiftly entered Xiao's being, transforming into a blood-colored cocoon, as a surge of celestial might and primal energy erupted from within. In the next moment, the blood cocoon transformed into luminous particles that entered Xiao's body, and his aura began to surge exponentially, swiftly breaking through from the holy realm to the holy king. Possessing the ancient sacred body, Xiao required no concern for his foundation as long as resources were ample. The ancient sacred body would support him unconditionally. Moreover, Qingjun had utilized a physique enhancement card to elevate Xiao's constitution to that of the innate Tao fetus sacred body. It could be asserted that as long as Qingjun bestowed upon Xiao a rule of the immortal king, combined with sufficient resources, he could ascend at will. The reciprocation from the Tianhuang Legion, along with the strength derived from his unique physique, propelled Xiao into a qualitative leap, and in an instant, he reached the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm. Qingjun nodded inwardly. The resources required for each elevation in Xiao's realm were staggering. The resources needed for him to progress from holy man to holy king alone were sufficient for a cultivator to advance from Qi refinement to quasi-emperor. Xiao expressed his profound gratitude for the master's favor. Sensing the power coursing within him, Xiao's gaze was one of astonishment. Was this the means of an immortal king? In just a fleeting moment, it had catalyzed such a monumental transformation. Rise, Qingjun gestured for Xiao to stand. You possess a unique constitution, and the resources required for your cultivation far exceed those of an ordinary practitioner. Know that if Chu Xin and the others were not restrained by you, they could easily break through to the peak of quasi-emperor, while you have barely reached the pinnacle of holy emperor. In the imperial domain, should you find resources that pique your interest, you may take them freely, and additionally, you are permitted unrestricted access to the national treasury. Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily taken aback and replied respectfully, Xiao has yet to achieve any merit. If I were to accept this generously, it may provoke discontent among the cultivators of the world. I shall wait until I have accomplished great deeds before accepting your lordship's rewards. This imperial court belongs to me, Qingjun replied with a light-hearted smile. Furthermore, you are granted permission to inscribe your name on the imperial ranking. Now, go forth and cultivate diligently. Do not let me down. Xiao expressed his thanks to the master, vowing not to disappoint the weighty trust placed upon him. With the emperor's decree made, he could not afford to decline further. Such would be the height of ingratitude. Your subordinate takes his leave. In the imperial city, as everyone pondered the benefits Xiao had received, an elder clad in a purple robe suddenly appeared in the sky. Wei Zhongxian cast a calm gaze upon the multitude of cultivators below, producing a decree from his sleeve and announcing it to the crowd. Xiao, a cultivator from the wilderness, possesses exceptional talent and has won the favor of the sovereign. He is hereby appointed to command the Tianhuang Legion. In the imperial domain, should he require any heavenly materials or earthly treasures, he may take them freely. Additionally, he is permitted to inscribe his name on the imperial ranking. He shall be titled Wilderness Sovereign, revered across the myriad realms. As soon as Wei Zhongxian's words concluded, an immense purple-golden dragon of fortune materialized, even more majestic than its previous appearance. Its body, adorned with shimmering purple-golden scales, seemed to envelop the entirety of the 4 realms. Exuding an overwhelming aura that left onlookers in awe, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, followed by the emergence of a purple-golden list, upon which 4 names radiating celestial purple-golden light gradually appeared. Shortly thereafter, the name Xiao suddenly manifested, and from the colossal dragon's body, a beam of purple-golden light separated, transforming into a magnificent purple-golden dragon that soared into the imperial capital. Lin Yan and the others trembled slightly, as behind each of them, a purple-golden dragon arose, releasing thunderous roars as if celebrating the birth of a kindred spirit. Although some cultivators in the imperial city were not witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, the sight still left them utterly astonished, compelling them to exclaim the prowess of the immortal king. Incredible, truly remarkable, with the imperial court's fortune intertwined with their fates. Who among the 5 could utterly vanquish them while the imperial court endures? Lin Yan's face was alight with joy as he gazed toward the imperial capital, muttering, I wonder to what realm Xiao has been elevated by the master. If not at the same level, it could pose some challenges during our sparring. Among the 4 legion leaders of the imperial court, he and Chu Xin boasted the highest cultivation, both at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. With Wang Ling following closely, already at the pinnacle of Holy King and poised to break through at any moment. Meanwhile, Lingxian, though the least powerful at the peak of Holy King, wielded such peculiar methods that even a quasi-emperor might find it difficult to gain the upper hand against him. At this moment, Su Mushan, a guest at Zhu Fushan's residence, felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the contents of the decree, causing the teacup in his hand to wobble slightly. Does Brother Su find my tea too bland? Zhu Fushan regarded him with a peculiar expression, sighing lightly. Just make do with it. You can still enjoy the Emperor's exclusive tea here. In a few days, when Lord Ji becomes available, you won't even be able to taste quasi-emperor grade tea. Upon hearing this, Su Mushan hastily waved his hand, saying, Lord Zhu, you misunderstand. I know nothing of such things. Any tea tastes the same to me. However, the name of the Tianhuang Legion's leader sounds somewhat familiar. I wonder if it is the same individual. Oh, Zhu Fushan's expression grew even more peculiar as he scrutinized Su Mushan, unable to resist teasing. Well, Brother Su, you seem to be acquainted with the 3 legion leaders of the imperial court. What are your thoughts on the position of governor of the 9 provinces? At this, Su Mushan was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. Lord Zhu, you overstate my merits. I am painfully aware of the Su family's limited influence. I am far from suitable. I am merely favored by the demon lord, allowing me to govern a state. The position of governor of the 9 provinces is of such high prestige. Even as a holy emperor, I fear I may not be adequate. The position of governor of the 9 provinces was one that Zhu Fushan and Ji Wumo had discussed, ranking 1.5 levels above that of a state lord. Oh, Brother Su, you are too humble. From my perspective, you would be more than capable of serving as governor of the 9 provinces. Zhu Fushan said with a smile, then continued. I have already finalized the selections for the governor of the 9 provinces and the 3 state inspectors with Lord Ji. You are among them. Initially, you would have only been appointed as a state inspector, but considering that Legion leader Wang would assist you, I decided to recommend you to Lord Ji and petition the emperor for an elevation to the position of governor of the 9 provinces. Upon hearing this, Su Mushan's pupils dilated in shock. The state inspector held a position between the governor of the 9 provinces and the state lord, equivalent in rank to the state lord, yet holding the authority to oversee 3 states, thus ranking half a level higher. Furthermore, the state inspector had the right to report directly to the emperor, meaning that any misdeeds could be escalated directly to him, even if the emperor had countless matters to attend to and could not focus on them. Lord Ji would not coddle them. Provoking his displeasure could lead to severe consequences. Moreover, the state inspector primarily addressed those sects and clans, so individuals like him, who were wholly loyal to the imperial court, had little to fear. Noticing Su Mushan's momentary daze, Zhu Fushan's eyes sparkled with mirth. He had deliberated for several days with Ji Wumo before finalizing these decisions. Ultimately, they resolved that the positions of state inspectors and governor of the 9 provinces would be held exclusively by their own people, leaving no vacancies for the sects and clans. Brother Su? Huh. Oh yes. I thank both lords for their patronage. Su Mushan came back to his senses and hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Haha, Brother Su is being too modest. May I inquire where your esteemed son is? Is he still at the academy? Please, lead the way. And should it be confirmed, I will petition the emperor on your behalf. With that, Zhu Fushan paused, then sighed. Your esteemed son possesses an eye for talent and has indirectly contributed much to the imperial court. It was my oversight alongside Lord Ji to neglect the promotion of worthy individuals. Oh no, that lad is merely fortunate. While Zhu Fushan dared to make such a claim, Su Mushan could not agree, quickly complimenting. The sages have said, even the wisest man may overlook something. Let us not speak of the imperfections of humanity. Focusing solely on the matters handled by the 2 esteemed individuals is sufficient to give any sovereign a headache. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mufan continued. It is entirely due to the diligent management of imperial affairs by these 2 gentlemen that Lord Emperor can enjoy a measure of peace and ease. Enough, interjected Zhu Fushan. Waving his hand and shaking his head, our sovereign is inherently gifted. Our contributions to His Majesty are but a drop in the ocean compared to the rewards he bestows upon us. Lead the way. By the way, it has been quite some time since my son has exchanged even a word with your esteemed son since we parted ways at the estate, has it not? Haha. No need for that. A simple chat will suffice. Recently, as the Imperial Dynasty has gained renown, countless prodigies from the 4 realms have come forth, stepping onto the immortal steps, eager to join the academy. However, the truly worthy disciples among them scarcely number in the dozens. Most who have crossed the 3rd tier are merely nominal disciples, still needing to undergo assessments before being recognized as true disciples. At this moment, a gathering of prodigies congregated outside the Tower of Ascension, their gazes fixed intently upon the tower's luminous emanations. A youth, enveloped in primordial violet energy and accompanied by a golden dragon, tore through space, arriving at the academy in an instant. He surveyed his surroundings before his gaze settled upon a stunned young man amidst the crowd. Sugu, Xianxiao exclaimed with a bright smile, waving enthusiastically at Su Moxie. Upon witnessing this, Su Moxie gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "It truly is you, Xianxiao." He then glanced at the two individuals nearby, who bore a striking resemblance to Xianxiao, and complained to Lingyan, "Senior brother, you deceived me again. Did you not say it was merely a case of sharing the same name? This is your first lesson from your senior brother. Trust your own judgment rather than blindly relying on others." Lingyan stepped forward, swiftly arriving at Su Moxie's side, a smile illuminating his face as he patted his shoulder. He then turned to Xianxiao, expressing surprise. Your cultivation has actually reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm." Upon hearing this, Xianxiao scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "Though I may appear to be at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, I lack substantial combat experience. My fighting prowess likely falls short of even that of late-stage Saint Emperors." "Oh," Lingyan observed Xianxiao with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, a sense of curiosity swelling within him, for he could not discern the nature of Xianxiao's path. There was no trace of Dao aura within him. How peculiar. Lingyan mused inwardly, a sense of combat eagerness igniting within him as he chuckled. No matter, lack of combat experience can be cultivated. Coincidentally, I have some free time lately. Once I meet with my third uncle, I shall engage you in a few sparring matches." Observing Lingyan, who exuded the charm of a cheerful older brother, Xianxiao felt a warm current flow through him, nodding with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother Lin." Xianxiao then glanced towards a figure clad in black, surrounded by a golden dragon, quietly inquiring, "Is that Brother Chu?" In response, Lingyan chuckled softly and leaned closer to Xianxiao, whispering, "Indeed, but Brother Chu has not been in the best of moods lately. Perhaps he was struck on the head by a demon beast during the extermination." Barely had Lingyan's words left his lips when a cold snort interrupted, accompanied by a voice tinged with irritation. "You are the one who was struck on the head by a demon beast. I, Chu, am merely awaiting the return of the myriad realms to discern what troubles my heart." The academy disciples gazed upon the trio, their eyes filled with admiration, while their glances towards Xianxiao were far more complex, mingled with envy, curiosity, and a hint of defiance. "Look, someone is emerging from the Tower of Ascension." Suddenly, a disciple, fixated on the tower, cried out in astonishment. The crowd promptly turned their attention to the spectacle, witnessing the 30th layer beginning to shimmer with light. In the next moment, a pale figure, appearing as though haunted, stepped out from the tower. "It is Yun Chaluo. It seems he has been defeated at the 30th layer. I recall that the 30th layer bears the imprint left by senior brother Lin, correct?" "Indeed, to endure 100 strikes under senior brother Lin's hand is required. After surviving that, one may choose to continue or retreat. However, considering he exited in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he must have been forced to withdraw. TSK, even if the imprint's strength is but half of senior brother Lin's at the same realm, it is still exceedingly formidable. Few can withstand 100 blows, barring a select few." At that moment, Yun Chaluo could scarcely hear the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. Staring blankly at the youthful figure in a green robe, who was laughing and conversing, as doubts began to plague his mind. How impressive! Taking a deep breath, Yun Chaluo suppressed his disappointment, then turned his gaze towards the leaderboard of the Tower of Ascension, his expression growing serious as he scanned the names inscribed there. Chu Xin, 79th layer. Lin Yan, 79th layer. Wang Ling, 79th layer. Yan Jingxian, 76th layer. Yang Xingji, 49th layer. Mo Xingheng, 39th layer. Following that, the rest were uniformly at the 29th layer, but soon, Yan Jingxian's information shifted, climbing to the 77th layer. Moreover, it seemed that nearly every half-incense stick, someone would break through another layer. Upon witnessing this, Yun Chaluo's expression became somewhat dazed as he murmured, "What kind of monsters are these? And who is Yang Xingji? How could he reach the 49th layer? Why have I never heard of him?" Lin Yan and the others observed Yan Jingxian's ranking with amused smiles, remarking, "This should be Brother Yan's first attempt at the tower, right? I wonder if he will be able to conquer the 80th layer." Xianxiao gazed at the Tower of Ascension, curiosity brimming within him, his expression betraying a desire to enter and experience it for himself. Meanwhile, within the Tower of Ascension, Yan Jingxian battled fiercely, his primal celestial body fully awakened, his ebony hair billowing and his eyes devoid of any emotion. Before him stood an imprint, its visage obscured. Yet the aura radiating from it caused the very space around them to wail. At that moment, however, this imprint was on the verge of being obliterated by Yan Jingxian. "Let it end." As soon as the words left his lips, a tome radiating with celestial light suddenly appeared in Yan Jingxian's hand. As he perused its pages, Ancient celestial characters emanated a chilling aura that filled the air, with his left hand gripping the book and his right hand wielding a spear. Yan Jingxian's expression soared as he unleashed the spear, tearing through the skies in a bid to pierce the imprint. Simultaneously, the celestial characters wove a barrier in the air, ensnaring the imprint within their grasp. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a blade capable of rending the heavens, obliterating all in its path, while the barrier firmly locked onto the imprint, rendering it unable to escape its impending annihilation. In the next instant, a beam of light erupted within the Tower of Ascension, and an extraordinary force surged forth from the light, cleansing Yan Jingxian's entire being, sweeping away the fatigue accumulated from battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Jingxian swiftly entered the 80th layer of the Tower of Ascension. Senior brother Lin and the others mentioned that the imprint on the 80th layer is rather peculiar, and its realm surpasses that of the Challenger by 1 tier. I wonder how strange it can be. As he pondered, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed from a serene bamboo grove to a realm seemingly suspended among the clouds, where a solitary figure stood with their back turned, their visage obscured. Yan Jingxian scrutinized this figure, silently nodding in acknowledgement. It was indeed of the Saint Emperor realm, a tier above his own. Although they were both prodigies, the imprints within the Tower of Ascension were exceptionally formidable, with the first 10 layers housing creatures possessing the bloodlines of 10 fiends, and beyond the 30th layer, there were even imprints of 10 fiends. Yan Jingxian's flowing black hair danced in the absence of wind, and a flicker of gravity emerged within his otherwise emotionless gaze. The individual remained motionless, executing a series of defensive techniques that enveloped him in a protective shroud. Moments later, Yan Jingxian stirred, his spear unleashing a sonic boom as it cleaved through the air, aiming directly at the mark. However, before he could draw near, his pupils constricted sharply, filled with solemnity as the fissure dissipated in an instant, and he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Have I been defeated? A mixture of astonishment and bewilderment filled Yan Jingxian's eyes, as his foundational essence crumbled at the moment of his strike, reducing his cultivation from Saint King to mere mortal in the blink of an eye, his entire being dissolving into motes of light. Chapter 141, The Tao Artifact. First Grade Blue Lotus. Indeed, Senior Brother Yin could not surpass the 80th floor. Alas, I wonder if I shall ever ascend to that level in my lifetime. I have heard from Brother Lin and the others that the guardian of that floor is immensely terrifying. They could scarcely comprehend how the guardian struck before they were defeated. Look, Senior Brother Yin is emerging. In a daze, Yan Jingxian's form gradually materialized before the entrance of the Celestial Tower. Yet his mind was still ensnared by the figure whose visage remained obscured, its single hand clasping behind its back, rendering discernment of gender impossible. As he reflected on the mark's every movement, a sudden epiphany struck Yan Jingxian, prompting him to gasp in shock, his heart brimming with awe. Could it be the emperor known as the origin of all Tao? Tao Shi? Ignoring the bustling crowd around him, Yan Jingxian became lost in contemplation. However, the Tao Shi was an emperor of the ancient era, and records about him were scant and often inaccurate. Yet one thing he recalled vividly was that every ancient text mentioning Tao Shi conveyed a singular sentiment. No one had ever witnessed him strike. Challengers would merely sigh, feeling inadequate in comparison. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Yan Jingxian pondered, the celestial tower trembled violently, and in an instant, the sky was rent asunder, releasing a cascade of misty waterfalls that enveloped the entire academy in an aura of supreme might. The Celestial Tower had rewarded Senior Brother Yan with an artifact of imperial caliber based on his performance. Unbelievable. Oh, I recall that both Brother Lin and Brother Wang possess complete sources, but I wonder what reward Brother Chu received. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, while Chu Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the azure lotus that emerged from the waterfall, his brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, not an imperial artifact, yet surpassing one. Even Lin Yin sensed the peculiarity, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he could not help but extol. I feel that this azure lotus of Brother Yin is far superior to my own source of fire. Yan Jingxian shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, exhaling a breath of stale air. Regardless of whether that figure was Tao Shi, it ultimately belonged to a bygone era. The Immortal Lord's Tao artifact, first grade Blue Lotus. Sheltered by the Blue Lotus, everlasting and indestructible. What everlasting existence is there? Yan Jingxian chuckled softly, casually absorbing the first grade Blue Lotus into his foundational essence. Before turning to the still-dazed Yun Chaluo, smiling gently, "What say you? Are you convinced?" Upon hearing this, Yun Chaluo took a deep breath. Though a hint of reluctance lingered in his eyes, yet more resolute determination emerged. A moment's victory signifies nothing. In the future, I shall challenge you again. Until I defeat you. Yun Chaluo bowed, declaring, I shall serve my master day and night. Observing Yin Chaluo's earnest demeanor, Yin Jingxian nodded slowly, pondering before replying. No need for servitude. In the future, you may simply accompany me and lend a hand. No. Yun Chaluo shook his head, resolutely stating, as per our agreement. I shall serve my master day and night. Suit yourself. Yin Jingxian waved his hand nonchalantly, then turned to Shi Hao, sensing a tremor from the jade pendant, and congratulated him. Congratulations, brother Shi. As if responding, Yin Jingxian then glanced toward the academy's entrance, chuckling. They arrive rather promptly. Shi Hao scratched his head, perplexed by Yin Jingxian's remark, but in the next moment, a throng of cultivators rushed through the academy's entrance. Judging by their attire, an aura of affluence surrounded them, either clad in specially crafted cloud-embroidered robes or adorned with golden threaded garments. Each exuded an air of nobility. Haha, this must be the Wild Lord, indeed a remarkable young talent. I am Wang Pengfei, the master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Should the Wild Lord ever require any rare materials, do let me know. I shall procure them for you, even if it means traversing the 3,000 Dao domains. Here, take these high-grade medicinal herbs, specially for you to sample, Wild Lord. The man named Wang Pengfei, slightly portly and sporting an amiable smile, squeezed through the crowd, thrusting a storage ring into Shi Hao's hand before vanishing from sight. Shi Hao attempted to return the storage ring, yet upon seeing Wang Pengfei disappear, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. A quasi-emperor? The Wild Lord's future is promising. I am the head of the Medicine King Valley. Although I specialize in alchemy, with Senior Qiao present in the academy, I trust you are not in want. Indeed, within this ring lies a piece of chaotic ancient stone. Keep it safe, as it may aid in forging your destined weapon. With that, the head of the Medicine King Valley turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Having met the Wild Lord, I am the Lord of the 100-Forged City. The Wild Lord exudes magnificence. Shi Hao observed the multitude of storage rings and the departing figures, scratching his head. I had heard that outsiders are not permitted within the academy. They are different. They pay an additional tribute to the academy each year, thus enjoying certain privileges. You should accept these storage rings. Do not disappoint their goodwill. Lin Yin smiled knowingly, encouraging Shi Hao to accept them. This scene was all too familiar to Yin Jingxian and Lin Yin, as these individuals typically presented gifts to them annually. Do not mind them. They merely wish to become familiar with you. Seemingly considering something, Yin Jingxian explained thoughtfully. Shi Hao chuckled, promptly accepting all the storage rings, of which he was unaware of their worth, yet he knew their value must be considerable. This must be the regiment leader Shi, a remarkable young talent. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise echoed from afar. Shi Hao turned to see a middle-aged man, somewhat portly, whom he did not recognize, but he knew the figure beside him. Su Mushan. This is Lord Zhu, known as Zhu Fushan. Although he holds the title of Duke, his status within the empire is significant, overseeing external affairs, while internal matters are managed by Lord Ji. I shall introduce you to him later. Lin Yin glanced at Zhu Fushan, greeting him with a smile, then explained his position to Shi Hao. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fushan laughed heartily, swiftly waving his hand in modest denial. Commander Lin, you flatter me. It is all due to the trust bestowed by the Lord. Just as Shi Hao stared at Zhu Fushan in astonishment, prepared to greet him, he suddenly heard Chu Xian coldly interject. Why must Lord Zhu be so humble? You are indeed a figure whom all sects and clans across the 4 domains seek to curry favor with. I imagine you receive gifts aplenty each month. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xian forced a somewhat awkward smile. I have heard that Lord Zhu collects so many rare materials and treasures in a year that they could fill an entire domain. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fushan turned pale and hurriedly waved his hands. Commander Chu, do not speak such nonsense. Those are mere rumors. I have sent all those treasures to the National Treasury. Then that is strange. Chu Xian retracted his smile, feigning confusion. Why have I heard that Lord Zhu still retains some treasures? I was told they could fill an entire state, indeed. Oh dear. Chapter 142, not meant to be seen. Zhu Fushan hurriedly approached Chu Xian, covering his mouth with a hand, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Isn't it all for your little ancestors? The disciples surrounding the academy couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Could they truly comprehend such words? Would the sun rise again tomorrow? Instantly, they averted their gazes, adopting an air of indifference, and tactfully distanced themselves from the conversation between Zhu Fushan and Chu Xian. Among the crowd, Shi glanced at the towering sky tower and then at the radiant Shi Hao, whose brilliance rivaled that of the sun. He quietly murmured, I will uncover the truth. Shi Hao is a name so familiar. In an instant, the once crowded square became eerily vacant. Even Su Mushan fidgeted uncomfortably, eager to leave. Yet, upon observing the beaming Su Moyu, he regained his composure. Indeed, if his son was unafraid, what did he, as a father, have to fear? Would he not be ridiculed by Su Moyu if he displayed any trepidation? Oh, little ancestor, should your words reach Lord Ji's ears, it would surely incite a verbal clash. Not that I harbor any selfish intentions, Zhu Fushan said with a wry smile. Even if Ji Wumo were to be exceedingly busy, he would undoubtedly find a moment to send a letter inquiring after him. In response, Chu Xian stepped back, his expression impassive. Lord Zhu, I am well aware of this information. How could Lord Ji, who oversees the Sky Monitoring Pavilion, remain oblivious? Not necessarily, Zhu Fushan chuckled, for he too held a significant degree of authority within the Sky Monitoring Pavilion. He then cleared his throat and continued, Come, little ancestor. I have selected some arcane techniques from those gifts, along with some rare materials. You may take them. Chu Xian regarded Zhu Fushan with a half-smile. Lord Zhu, there are quite a number of people here. I fear it may incur additional expenses. What does the words of Commander Chu imply? Each of you is a pillar of the nation. These are merely resources. Take them. Zhu Fushan waved his hand grandly, causing several storage rings to materialize from thin air and fall into the hands of Lin Yin and others. It was rumored that Lin Leizizi had sustained internal injuries while quelling the Longyan Empire in his youth, and only a special Emperor Dan could remedy them, which contained 10 plants of quasi-emperor medicine. Commander, Yin seemed to be searching for items pertaining to the Qianhuang Empire. I have already reported to the Emperor, who has expressed his intent to have Master Cui accompany you on your journey. Upon our first meeting, I am unsure of Commander Shi's preferences. Here are a few small gifts. I hope they are not deemed unworthy. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of rings were distributed among those present, with the remainder heading towards the academy. Ha ha ha. Lord Zhu is exceedingly generous, bringing gifts every time he visits. Indeed, while we wait, the imperial weapon you requested has been completed. Suddenly, voices from Xiao Fanzhou and others echoed from within the academy. Upon closer inspection, they seemed quite pleased with the contents of the storage rings. Even Su Moyu and the others received their own rings, which caused Yin Chaoluo, who had just pledged allegiance to Yin Jingxian, to flash a look of astonishment. As his consciousness swept over the contents, his surprise quickly transformed into shock. The rings contained at least tens of millions of top-tier sacred stones and countless sacred pills. He could not help but muse. Surely my father's storage ring cannot compare to this? Lin Yan's expression shifted, gratitude evident in his eyes as he clasped his hands and said, Thank you, Lord Zhu. Given his status, it was not a matter of 10 quasi-emperor medicines. He could procure even emperor medicines. But that was him, not the Lin family. And with these 10 quasi-emperor medicines, it would be sufficient for Yao Gui or Qiao Fanzhou to refine emperor medicines. Shi Hao's eyes sparkled with joy as he accepted the ring, smiling. This is our first meeting, and I, Shi Hao, express my gratitude to Lord Zhu. Is it true? Yin Jingxian suddenly grew animated. If he could break through the grand formation of the Qianhuang ancestral land and thoroughly search within, he might truly unravel the secrets of Qianhuang. Naturally, suddenly, laughter echoed throughout the heavens and earth as Cui Qiuwan, clad in scholarly robes, gazed at the crowd with a cheerful smile. When her gaze passed over Shi Hao, a fleeting, indescribable nuance flickered in her eyes. Honored to meet you, Master Cui. Lin Yin and the others were taken aback, hastily bowing in respect, even Shi Hao mimicked their actions. Only Chu Xian remained unfazed, his expression steady, his elongated eyes holding a hint of melancholy. If you have time now, you may accompany me. Upon hearing this, Yin Jingxian did not hesitate, nodding, I appreciate your kindness, Master Cui. Cui Qiuwan smiled gently. And in an instant, their figures vanished as if they had never existed, leaving the onlookers in awe. However, Yun Chaoluo soon frowned, muttering, why was I not included? This is a breach of promise. With a swish, Yun Chaoluo's figure also disappeared without a trace. Ahem, I initially had matters to discuss with Commander Shi, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. Zhu Fushan approached Su Moyu, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said meaningfully, You are quite impressive, young man. Keep up the good work, and you might one day receive a summons from the Emperor. Even if you are not a commander, you are bound to become a noble. At this, Su Moyu chuckled, his aspirations ignited. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Zhu. I shall strive to improve. However, the young lad recently required some special rare materials. Might I trouble you, Lord Zhu? Little rascal, have you no end to your demands? Su Mushin's eyelids twitched, glaring at Su Moyu, frantically signaling him to refrain from being too audacious. In his mind, Zhu Fushan likely spoke casually, merely offering praise. Yet to his astonishment, upon hearing Su Moyu's request, Zhu Fushan chuckled merrily. Very well, compile a list for me. If such rare materials exist within the 4 domains, I shall send someone to deliver them to you. Su Moyu was overjoyed, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Zhu. I will send the list to your residence shortly. Please take care. I shall take my leave, not wishing to interrupt your father-son reunion. Zhu Fushan cast a meaningful glance at Su Mushin before leisurely departing from the crowd's view, creating ripples at the entrance of the academy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Zhu Fushan departed, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the academy, rolling thunderclouds, and a faint imperial aura began to permeate the academy. An imperial tribulation? No. It appears to be a quasi-imperial tribulation? Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, his expression growing serious. No, it seems far more formidable than the usual quasi-imperial tribulation. If the one undergoing the tribulation lacks quasi-imperial peak strength, they might be in peril. Hey, that direction belongs to the Puppet Institute, who has achieved quasi-imperial status. Could it be Senior Brother Yang? Su Muyu suddenly spoke, then seemed to recall something, exclaiming in shock. What? Senior Brother Yang has actually attained quasi-imperial status? Was he not always at the peak of the Purple Mansion? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with insight as he calmly replied. The path of puppetry is shrouded in secrecy. It would be strange indeed if you could discern his true realm. Indeed, it appears everyone we've encountered before were merely avatars of Junior Brother Yang. Lin Yin nodded in agreement, glancing at Chu Xin with a smile. It seems we must strive harder, or we shall be overshadowed by Junior Brother Yang. Chapter 143, The Living Are Thus. In the northern region, in Buzhou, within the Qianyue ancestral land, three figures strolled through the void, moving leisurely. The scene shifted, and Cui Qiuan brought Yin Jingxian and the others deep into the ancestral land, where a dark moon loomed, a killing formation suppressed, and a terrifying aura of slaughter that could make even an emperor pale. Eons passed, and even such powerful beings ultimately turned to mere dust. Cui Qiuan sighed softly, her gaze complex as she looked at the ethereal figures, reflecting. Were it not for the emperor, I too might have become but a handful of earth. How could I have achieved today's success? Upon his second visit to the ancestral land of Qianyue, Yin Jingxian exhibited a far greater composure than during his initial arrival, channeling the power of his golden eyes. He cast his gaze upon the formation and solemnly remarked, Master Cui, those eerie entities are about to manifest. Yun Chaoluo remained silent, inwardly astonished. He had never encountered such a scene before, and the shadowy figures encircled by the sinister moon left him utterly astounded. As soon as Yin Jingxian's words fell, a mournful wail, akin to a weeping breeze, swept through the air, and an array of bizarre sounds suddenly erupted from within the formation. Gasping in horror, Yun Chaoluo felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld a figure emerge from the depths of the formation, exclaiming, What in the world is that? Inside the formation, countless strange beings clad in archaic robes wailed as they advanced towards Yun Chaoluo and the others. In an instant, the dark moon went berserk, unleashing torrents of moonlight that, while radiant, were suffused with overwhelming murderous intent, obliterating the grotesque figures in successive waves. Yet, in the next moment, a strand of Taoist power emanated from the depths of the formation, resurrecting those vanquished entities, which then resumed their anguished approach, unrelenting and tireless. Yin Chaoluo felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and instinctively took a few steps back. However, upon catching a glimpse of Yin Jingxian's incredulous expression, he managed a sheepish smile and awkwardly sidled up beside him. Master Cui, what are these entities, and what is their purpose? Yin Jingxian turned his gaze to Cui Qiuan. His brow furrowed in confusion. The one who arranged this formation is truly a prodigious talent. Cui Qiuan sighed lightly, explaining, these apparitions exist to dismantle this formation. However, they seem to have limitations. They will not appear unless there are living beings present. She continued, moreover, the architect of this formation is an exceptional genius, using the foundation of an unparalleled emperor to connect the entire secret realm. Even if the formation were to be breached one day, this secret land would ultimately be reduced to nothingness by the primordial essence of the Supreme Being. At this point, Cui Qiuan hesitated, reflecting for a moment before continuing. I do not know how these entities came to be, but I have encountered ancient texts that record such phenomena. One ancient tome mentions that when a great power falls, the path they cultivated can transform a region into a forbidden domain, laden with unimaginable taboos. I was once a skeptic of this notion. Upon hearing this, Yin Jingxian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, exclaiming with newfound understanding, I remember now, some of those forbidden domains contain certain rules. If one can comprehend those rules, they may receive the blessings of the fallen power? Cui Qiuan nodded, her gaze steady as she surveyed the area. However, this place is different. The path of the fallen individual appears to be one of malevolence, and in death, they bind the souls of this land as their servants. With that, to the astonished gazes of the two, Cui Qiuan strolled toward the formation, the moonlight seemingly possessing a consciousness of its own, wholly avoiding his form. Is this the essence of the Supreme? Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Jingxian's eyes ignited with fervor, and he swiftly propelled himself toward Cui Qiuwan like a bolt of lightning. On his previous visit with Yi Jiaoyang, she had refrained from entering the formation, while she could subdue this secret realm. The task of unraveling its mysteries required a more adept hand. Suppressing the discomfort within, Yun Chaoluo approached the two. Cui Qiuwan appeared to walk leisurely within the formation, holding a scroll that transformed his scholarly demeanor into that of a blazing sun, instilling an overwhelming sense of facing the heavens. If Cui Qiuwan had embodied the essence of spring moments ago, he now radiated the heat of summer, rendering any malevolent presence utterly incapable of standing against him. As the living thrived, the dead lay still. The scroll in Cui Qiuwan's hand continued to turn, and wherever he passed, the animated grotesqueries were reduced to ash, ceasing to exist and unable to coalesce once more. The principles of Confucianism and the Tao swiftly morphed into a domain of their own. Although incomplete and unable to encompass the entire secret realm, it was sufficient to envelop these murderous formations, making Cui Qiuwan's assertions resonate with undeniable truth. Yin Jingxian inhaled sharply. Aided by the enhancement of his golden eyes, he could barely discern chains emerging from the great Tao that sealed the entire formation. Cui Qiuwan's figure seemed to vanish, transforming into a blazing sun of summer, crushing the formation and eradicating the grotesque entities entirely. With a sudden grunt, Yin Jingxian closed his eyes tightly. A trickle of blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, leaving crimson streaks upon his face. His eyes felt as though they were being scorched by hot coals, the searing pain leading him to question whether he would lose his sight entirely. You are still too weak. Some things are beyond your comprehension. Perhaps only when you reach the pinnacle of a quasi-emperor will you be able to grasp them, came Cui Qiuwan's gentle voice, soothing his pain and calming his spirit. With a soft sigh, he acknowledged, I am grateful for Master Cui's guidance. I will take heed. When Yin Jingxian opened his eyes again, he found himself deep within the formation, where he beheld Cui Qiuwan staring intently at the great emperor of the Long River, surprise flickering in his eyes. Brother Chang'e, Yin Jingxian silently thought, his heart heavy with emotion, a sudden epiphany striking him. The essence of the great emperor of the Long River had entirely vanished, leaving behind only an empty shell. How can this be? He murmured, disbelief etched across his face. While it was known that an emperor's essence might return to the heavens upon their passing, there would typically remain a trace of their original power. Moreover, the physical form, having been refined by that essence, should not be devoid of any power whatsoever. Cui Qiuwan stood quietly, gazing at the great emperor of the Long River, or rather, at that single strand of hair, nodding as he remarked, the source of the anomalies here lies with this object. Without any visible action from Cui Qiuwan, the great emperor of the Long River began to wail skyward, his expression one of profound agony, his bones cracking with violent intensity. Yin Jingxian felt a pang of compassion within him, silently lamenting, Brother Chang'e, I will gather your remains and lay you to rest in the ancestral land. May you find peace. Humph! How dare the serpentine fiends resist the righteous aura? Suddenly, Cui Qiuwan's demeanor shifted, a cold snort escaping him as the scroll in his hands rustled fiercely, unleashing a wave of righteous energy that swept through the entire secret realm. With a series of crackling sounds, the strand of hair reacted, and under the mournful gaze of Yin Jingxian, the great emperor of the Long River's form disintegrated into dust. Brother Chang'e, Yin Jingxian whispered, summoning his powers to gather the remnants, and from the sun god tree within the foundation of the Tao, he broke off an ancient branch to contain the ashes of the great emperor. Chapter 144, The Sea. Although Yun Chaoluo was utterly focused on Cui Qiuwan, he could not help but notice Yin Jingxian's peculiar actions, leading him to wonder if this man might be an ancestor of Yin Jingxian. A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, swept through, dispersing the strange remnants left by the strand of hair. The extreme Taoist weapon of the great emperor of the Long River wailed in place, losing all semblance of divine resonance, akin to a mere mundane object. Sighing heavily, an aged lament echoed throughout the secret realm, with the suppression gone. The formation crumbled in an instant, and the two figures in the heavens transformed into mere specks of light that vanished. Now, as one gazes upon the Qianyue ancestral land, only remnants of walls and ruins remain, with no other artifacts in sight. The once magnificent splendor has ultimately crumbled into a desolate wasteland, silently narrating the former might of the Qianyue Empire. Cui Qiuwan's aura immediately dissipated as he beckoned lightly, the strand of hair falling into his hand. Oh, there are still restrictions? Perceiving the lingering traces of Taoist power within the hair, Cui Qiuwan uttered a soft exclamation before gradually stowing it away. He turned his gaze to Yin Jingxian and asked, Will you accompany me back, or will you remain here? I ask for your patience for a moment, Master Cui. With that, Yin Jingxian grasped the chain, transforming into a radiant arc as he sped toward the boundary, the very site where Yi Jiayang's sword lay buried. Yin Jingxian interred the ashes of the Long River Emperor and the supreme weapon of the extreme path atop a sacred mountain, from which the ancestral lands lay in full view. Long River brother, I take my leave. Should you have descendants, I shall watch over them, just as I did in the past. After bowing respectfully, Yin Jingxian sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and his form vanished in an instant, his consciousness sweeping across the entire secret realm. Upon encountering the tomb of the dying sun once more, he could not help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. He had always assumed that the dying sun and Ling Yue were sworn enemies, as the outside world proclaimed. However, he discovered that the two were once inseparable friends. Having known each other since childhood, one hailing from a colossal imperial dynasty, the other from the realm of 10,000 swords. Through a series of unexpected events, they forged a bond that lasted until Yi Jiayang's demise. Afterward, rumors tarnished Ling Yue's reputation, depicting her as a tyrant who would seize whatever caught her fancy, with the dying Sun Emperor serving as a prime example. Yet Ling Yue, with her aloof disposition, deemed explanations unnecessary. After all, she had already ascended to the apex of power, unrivaled across the myriad realms, and had merely eradicated those who spread the slander. Indeed, traces remain. Yin Jingxian's swiftly moving form abruptly halted, his gaze fixed intently on a solitary walled structure. In a flash, he activated the secret techniques of the Tianhuang Dynasty. The next moment, dust swirled, resembling a gray tornado. While Yin Jingxian paid no heed, squinting at the characters materializing on the wall, instinctively reading aloud, "Go to the sea to stop Ling Yue." The inscriptions on the wall were fragmented, yet Yin Jingxian discerned that the ancient wall mentioned the sea multiple times, suggesting it was an exceedingly significant location, so vital that even a dying supreme emperor felt compelled to send a message to the disciples of the dynasty, directing them to this very place. Yin Jingxian stood in silence for a moment, letting out a long sigh, muttering to himself, "Currently, I am too weak. However, the golden era has commenced. Under my lord's unwavering commitment to nurture me, I aspire to reach the threshold of emperor within 3 months, just in time to witness the grandeur upon the return of the myriad realms. I shall find this place by the sea and uncover what you all experienced back then, as well as what transpired after my departure that led to the collapse of the myriad realms." After a brief soliloquy, Yin Jingxian transformed into a streak of light, departing with Cui Qiuan and the others. Upon returning to the imperial city, he entrusted Yun Chaoluo with several matters before turning toward his imperial cultivation grounds, vowing not to emerge until he reached the status of quasi-emperor. Within the academy, dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, and Yang Xingji's tribulation persisted for several days without respite. After all, with Cui Qiuan absent, no one was idle enough to disperse the thunderous tribulations for him. Even Kong Wu expressed his frustration. "Damn it. That kid uses puppet avatars to replace himself every time a lightning bolt strikes. His true self remains unharmed, yet I am expected to help him disperse his tribulations? Does he think I am the Confucian emperor? That I can control this realm with the rules of Confucianism? I fear I would obliterate him with a single punch." Sure Hao stood beside Chu Exine and Lin Yin, the deafening roar of thunder resonating in his ears. Curiously observing the prolonged tribulation, he remarked, "Isn't the quasi-emperor tribulation supposed to last only 3 days? This has gone on for 5 or 6 days, hasn't it? Brother Yang's tribulation is rather peculiar." In response, Lin Yin smiled silently, while Chu Exine spoke calmly. "No, that lad must have employed special means to evade the sacred tribulation, and now, as he seeks to attain quasi-emperor status, he wishes to use those same methods to bypass the quasi-emperor tribulation. However, times have changed. If the Tao detects him, he should be secretly laughing if no emperor tribulation descends upon him." Pausing for a moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Chu Exine's eyes as he remarked, "This lad is exceptionally difficult to kill. Thousands of his puppets and avatars have perished, yet his true self has yet to reveal itself." Lin Yin wholeheartedly agreed, adding, "Indeed. Moreover, it seems Brother Yang's puppets and avatars have undergone subtle changes. Some of them appear to, how shall I say it, have developed their own emotions and desires, no longer mere puppets to be manipulated." "How impressive. Do you think Brother Chu and Brother Lin can defeat him?" Sure Hao asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. Having recently become a legion commander, he was truly awakening to the realities of their world. The so-called prodigies outside paled in comparison to Lin Yin and the others, let alone to someone like Yang Xingji, who was considered a lesser being. Lin Yin chuckled, not providing a direct answer. "I am unrestrained, and my martial path knows no bounds. Even if he has countless puppets, there will come a time when they are utterly depleted. Defeating him?" Chu Exine pondered this question seriously, a smile tinged with a hint of malice gracing his lips as he said, I possess a secret technique called tracing back to the source. Locating his true self will be quite simple. At this, Shihao's eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Brother Chu, could you teach it to me? I can exchange it for other secret techniques. I humbly greet Legion Commander Shi. Suddenly, a golden streak of light shot in from the distance, landing as the golden-armored Imperial Guard, who knelt respectfully on one knee beside Shihao. Startled, Shihao, who had just leapt from obscurity to become one of the most esteemed individuals in the four regions, had not yet fully acclimated to his new status and quickly said, "Rise." Yes. The Imperial Guard stood up and respectfully reported, "I report to Legion Commander Shi that the head of the Shi family in Shizhou, Shi Yuntian, has come with news, inquiring if you remember the agreement of old." Upon hearing this, Shihao was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that he had indeed mentioned he would visit the Shi family, but had subsequently forgotten. He sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "All right, I understand. I take my leave." Now that the four regions were interconnected, every state had a teleportation array leading to the Imperial City, making travel exceedingly swift. Chapter 145. A single reed crosses the river, overturning the celestial hosts. Brother Lin, Brother Chu, I bid you farewell. As Chu Xian and Lin Yin watched Shihao depart. At that moment, Yang Xingji's tribulation finally came to an end, a faint imperial might surging forth from the Puppet Academy. Excessive, truly excessive. Is it so outrageous to have evaded a single sacred tribulation? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to condense a single avatar? Within the Puppet Academy, Yang Xingji was on the verge of tears. He had initially hoped to break through within the academy. Even if he could not evade the quasi-emperor tribulation, he believed Cui Qiuan would assist him in smoothing it over. However, for reasons unknown, Cui Qiuan had not intervened, and his quasi-emperor tribulation had dragged on for several days, nearly exhausting all the puppets and avatars he had accumulated during this time. Boom. Suddenly, another thunderous sound erupted, and the previously dissipated quasi-emperor tribulation reformed, even more ferocious and violent than before, sending a shiver down Yang Xingji's spine. Was it just because I said a couple of words to you? Yang Xingji stood there, dazed, letting out a cry, but quickly realized that the quasi-emperor tribulation had not locked onto him. The tribulation bearer was in Cui Qiuan's residence. In the square, Chu Xian and Lin Yin furrowed their brows, immediately sensing a wave of pressure. Lin Yin muttered to himself, Cui Fuju's residence should belong to that junior brother Jiang, right? Speaking of which, I haven't seen junior brother Jiang in quite some time. I wonder if his condition has improved. Hearing this, Chu Xian fell silent, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he turned to make his way to his own imperial cultivation grounds. Observing this, Lin Yin smiled faintly, a similar sense of pressure welling up inside him. As followers of emperors, it was somewhat absurd that they had not yet reached the same level as the academy disciples. Now that Brother Yin has secluded himself since returning from the domain, and Brother Chu has also gone into seclusion, I am the only one left idle, Lin Yin jested. But just then, a flicker of light from the communication jade talisman at his waist caught his attention. Raising an eyebrow, he read the incoming message and realized that Lin Zhantian had already arrived in the imperial city. Jiang Lingxian's quasi-emperor tribulation lasted a full 3 days, during which thunder reverberated through the academy, drawing the gaze of countless students who speculated about the identity of the one undergoing the tribulation. In the courtyard of the residence of Cui Qiuan, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a white robe gazed up at the heavens, his clear eyes devoid of any impurities. Thunder rumbled as the final bolt of the tribulation descended, the trial of ascension dissipating entirely. Jiang Lingxian let out a long sigh of relief and murmured, "It seems I can now venture forth to hone my skills." However, it appeared that his master was still in seclusion. Jiang Lingxian's gaze drifted toward the depths of the estate as he muttered to himself. Ever since returning from the Bu domain, Cui Qiuan had plunged into closed-door cultivation, during which the residence had intermittently reverberated with tremors. After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Lingxian ultimately resolved to depart, leaving behind a letter for Cui Qiuan before departing with a flourish. Where shall I be called? The reasons for his departure were twofold. Firstly, having been away from the Wu Wei Emperor sect for an extended period, he yearned to return and see how things fared. Secondly, ever since he had broken through to the sacred emperor realm, an inner voice had been beckoning him, yet each time he sought to listen intently, that voice would vanish. Now, having ascended to the threshold of the emperor realm, the voice no longer faded, though the place it called him to remained shrouded in obscurity. Nonetheless, Jiang Lingxian was certain it lay within the 3,000 dais. Not long after Jiang Lingxian's departure, footsteps echoed from deep within the estate, drawing nearer. With the sound of crisp footfalls, Cui Qiuan emerged into the courtyard. He casually perused the letter left by Jiang Lingxian, chuckling softly, "This child." After a moment's reflection, A strand of hair extracted from the ancestral land appeared in his hand. However, unlike a few days prior, this strand now exhibited subtle changes, its Tao might having receded, resembling an ordinary hair. At that moment, a streak of sword light tore through the sky, landing beside Cui Chuan. Yi Yuanzhu? The newcomer was indeed Yi Jiayang. Though his expression bore an air of gravity as he directly stated, "I must see the master." Apart from Cui Chuan and Lin Yan, it was exceedingly difficult for others to meet Li Qingjun, often requiring the likes of Ji Wuji and Zhu Fushan to relay messages on their behalf. Cui Chuan nodded with a smile, as he too intended to see the emperor, making Yi Jiayang's arrival quite timely. Within the imperial courtyard, there originally stood only a single enlightenment tree, yet Zhu Fushan had planted numerous ornamental Dao flower divine trees, transforming the courtyard into a vibrant spectacle of blooming flowers. A riot of colors. Leaning against the enlightenment tree, Li Qingjun closed his eyes, cultivating his spirit, the power of the rules surrounding the entire imperial city, intertwining with the ethereal great Dao. Suddenly, Li Qingjun opened his eyes, and the rules of the great Dao became vividly manifested within his gaze, resembling a roaring ocean. The space rippled, and as Cui Chuan brought Yi Jiayang into the imperial courtyard, he bowed, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the master. We apologize for the intrusion upon your tranquil cultivation. What is it that brings you here?" Li Qingjun slowly shook his head, dismissing the notion of any disturbance in his meditation, for he was merely verifying his own being, seeking the path of ascension. Upon hearing this, Cui Chuan turned to Yi Jiayang, who immediately comprehended the cue and stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Reporting to the master, I encountered a powerful being in the wild domain, leaving behind only a spiritual remnant, suspected to be that of an immortal king." Pausing for emphasis, Yi Jiayang's expression grew increasingly solemn as he continued. Furthermore, this remnant contained records of certain visions, seemingly related to an immortal war. An immortal war? Li Qingjun's interest was piqued. "Pray, allow me to witness." Yi Jiayang reverently presented a translucent stone bone, which soon found its way into Li Qingjun's hands. The stone bone resembled a finger bone, smooth as sheep's fat. Upon closer inspection, a mournful wail seemed to emanate from within, stirring a sense of sorrow in the hearts of those present. Li Qingjun contemplated for a moment, opting not to merge his spirit with it, but rather snapped his fingers. "Manifest." His distant and authoritative voice resonated as though commanding the very fabric of this realm. As his words fell, the finger bone trembled violently, instantaneously transforming into a luminous screen before the imperial courtyard. Witnessing this, Cui Chuan felt a flicker of emotion, while Yi Jiayang observed intently, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Li Qingjun, who seemed to dominate this realm. Just then, the screen revealed an image, seemingly from the perspective of the owner of the finger bone. The figure was gazing out at an endless ocean, though the scene bore no sound. The trio could almost hear the roar of the tides in their ears. The image was blurred, showing a dozen figures surrounding them, while several radiant silhouettes resembling suns loomed in the sky. Time passed unmeasured before the three suddenly reacted as a figure emerged from the boundless ocean. The figure's features were indistinct, gliding across the water with an indescribable elegance and ease. The owner of the finger bone moved as well. In fact, all present sprang into motion, unleashing myriad divine techniques that echoed throughout the cosmos, enveloping the entire scene. Perhaps due to the finger bone owner's invocation, the three felt acutely aware of this particular technique, even discerning its name in their minds. Heavens weeping. The figure gliding across the water calmly extended a hand, flipping it gently, causing the entire world to seem to invert. In an instant, the image became hazy, only to dissipate immediately thereafter. In the end, the last scene visible to Li Qingjun and the others was of the figure suspended in the void launching an attack against the figure crossing the ocean. Thus, the owner of the finger bone was obliterated by a single strike, and even those radiant figures standing in the void were unable to save him. Li Qingjun pondered deeply. The owner of the finger bone must have been a being of immortal king caliber, for such an artifact could not have been left behind by anyone lesser. Clearly, the records of the transformational artifacts left by these immortal kings varied significantly. The artifact left by immortal King Qian was a scripture of the Tao, while the owner of the finger bone had left behind a technique and a vision of his demise. Have you ever seen that boundless ocean? Li Qingjun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Previously, he had felt nothing, but now, reflecting upon it, he found that ocean quite peculiar. There was not a single ripple. Even as that figure glided across the water, the surface remained utterly still. "I have not," Cui Chuan replied, shaking his head, a grave expression crossing his face. The more he simulated that earlier scene, the more alarmed he became. Had he been in the place of the finger bone's owner, even if he could have escaped, he would have suffered grievous injuries. The figure gliding across the water was terrifyingly powerful. It was not the act of vanquishing the myriad immortals that was frightening, but rather the fact that he could not comprehend the force that annihilated those immortal kings. As for that boundless ocean, he had not only never seen it, but he had not even heard of it before. Li Qingjun exhaled a heavy breath, casually tossing the finger bone to Yi Jiaoyang, then snapped his fingers again. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian emerged from the void, approaching Li Qingjun's side and bowing respectfully. What commands does the master have? You also witnessed the scene just now. Relay word to the 4 domains, and those who can locate that ocean shall be rewarded with supreme imperial treasures and granted the protection of the imperial court. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian respectfully responded, "This humble servant shall attend to it immediately." Wait. It would be prudent to allow the master to examine this transformational artifact before making any decisions. Just as Wei Zhongxian finished speaking, Cui Qiuan suddenly interjected, producing that peculiar strand of hair and presenting it to Li Qingjun. As he gazed at the strange strand, Yi Jiaoyang's eyes flickered with surprise and complexity. Having accompanied Yin Jingxian to the Qianyue ancestral land, she naturally recognized this enigmatic hair. Oh, Li Qingjun received the hair with keen interest, instantly sensing a strange force attempting to invade his soul, prompting a soft grunt of discontent. In response, the strand trembled violently, resembling a loyal subject before a sovereign, obediently allowing Li Qingjun to toy with it. Li Qingjun cast her strands of hair into the air, and once again, the celestial tapestry unfolded before them, albeit in a different locale this time. As the onlookers gazed, they were momentarily taken aback, for this scene was strikingly vivid, aside from the absence of sound. It felt as though they were immersed in the experience itself. They found themselves entwined in the journey of the owner of the hair strands. Surrounded by a quaint mountain village under the midday sun, several figures descended from the heavens on swords, clad in elegant white robes, reminiscent of celestial beings. It appeared that a sect had come to recruit disciples in this place, given that only the visuals were available. The onlookers could not ascertain the cultivation levels of these individuals. However, their flight speed suggested they were merely on par with Golden Core practitioners. As the perspective shifted, the owner of the hair strands was taken away by these individuals, standing atop the flying sword and gazing down at the earth. When the view suddenly swayed left and right, Li Qingjun and her companions exchanged peculiar glances, instinctively understanding the unfolding events. The scene transitioned to the foot of a spiritual mountain, where ethereal mists wreathed the peaks, and palatial structures emerged from the fog, with occasional figures soaring past on swords. Upon reaching the mountain's base, the image froze momentarily, and the owner's gaze fell upon several sect disciples engaged in conversation. He scanned the surroundings, where youthful faces were tinged with anxiety, yet brimming with aspiration, all of whom, like him, sought to join the celestial sect. Suddenly, several beams of light streaked down from the mountain, transforming into various men of differing ages, some middle-aged, others elderly. The disciples hurriedly approached, paying their respects and recounting something. Soon, those figures, seemingly elders of the sect, nodded, and a glimmer of spiritual light flickered in their eyes as they regarded the hopeful youths. In no time, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from them, cascading into several of the eager disciples. The recipients of this energy displayed expressions of sheer delight, promptly kneeling in reverence. How could this celestial lord not be chosen? Yi Jiaoyang interjected, his voice laced with astonishment. Is it truly possible for one destined to become a celestial being to be denied entry into the sect? Perhaps the disparity was too great for the owner of the hair strands to bear. He instinctively took a few steps back, his gaze dropping suddenly, likely bowing in supplication. It was uncertain if this act stirred the elder's compassion, but one particularly brooding elder's gaze flickered, ultimately gesturing towards the owner of the hair strands. Upon witnessing this, the owner was elated, rushing forward to pay his respects repeatedly, perhaps too youthful to perceive the pity reflected in the eyes of the other disciples. Once admitted to the mountain gate, the owner spent his days engaged in menial tasks, only able to practice during the evenings, displaying an unparalleled diligence that surpassed all within the sect. Yet, despite his efforts, he was met only with ridicule, disdain, and the indifference of the elders. The onlookers furrowed their brows, perplexed as to the significance of this segment. Yet, as the scene flickered again, the elder who had taken the owner as a disciple appeared. His countenance twisted in fury, wielding an iron-spiked whip at the center of the frame, accompanied by a beautiful young woman who wept, her face obscured. The elder's whip lashed out in a blur, striking the owner of the hair strands, who seemed immobilized, unable to do anything but shake his head. Suddenly, Li Qingjun and her companions felt a surge of intense hatred and resentment emanating from the scene, leading them to a moment of clarity regarding the purpose of this celestial lord's remnant. It contained insights left by fallen powerhouses. If one could master the hair strands and merge their soul with it, they could effortlessly comprehend the profound truths within. While it may not guarantee absolute success, it certainly represented a shortcut, an invaluable treasure, particularly for those on a similar path. The group sensed that this potent resentment was primarily directed at the young woman, who evidently had committed some heinous act. The scene shifted once more, revealing the owner of the hair strands being stripped of his cultivation and cast out from the spiritual mountain, lying like a heap of refuse at the mountain gate, left to fend for himself. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the owner's line of sight. There stood the young woman, clad in a vibrant pleated skirt, not far from him, accompanied by a throng of sect disciples. The young woman wore a pitiful expression, pointing at the owner and softly sobbing, whispering something to the surrounding disciples that ignited their wrath. Consequently, several of them emerged from the crowd, faces contorted with malice, severing the tendons in the owner's hands and feet with their swords, infusing him with spiritual energy to ensure he could never reconnect, leaving him to crawl like a maggot. An overwhelming tide of hatred poured forth from the scene, intertwining resentment and animosity, manifesting as a dark mist that enveloped the owner's vision. Chapter 147. Not a single kind soul. Such is the nature of the cultivation journey. Enduring suffering does not elevate one above others. Yi Jiaoyang lamented softly as he beheld the wretched scene unfolding before him. The imagery flickered once more, like a revolving lantern. The owner had not been slain but rather returned to the mountain village, enduring scorn, disdain, and even competing with wild dogs for scraps. Each time he neared death, the spiritual energy left within him by the disciples would activate, sustaining his life. Such cruel and inhumane methods fueled the owner's deep-seated hatred. Seasons changed, and years slipped by unnoticed. In a dilapidated mountain temple, the owner lay curled into a ball, devoid of any semblance of humanity, his eyes completely consumed by resentment. Outside, torrential rain poured down, and flashes of lightning illuminated the night, a clap of thunder resonating like divine wrath, casting a fleeting light within the temple. In that moment, the owner beheld a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes, now present within the temple. Having been wronged and discarded, he chanced upon a formidable being, and his cultivation was restored. Li Qingjun watched the unfolding scene, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Just as she had surmised, the enigmatic figure unleashed several streams of spiritual energy, reattaching the owner's limbs, uttering words that compelled him to kneel fervently in gratitude, his hatred now palpable. As the seasons turned and time flowed, bolstered by the mysterious figure's assistance and the enhancement of his resentment, the owner advanced rapidly, far surpassing his progress within the sect. Moreover, the mysterious figure valued the owner greatly, providing abundant resources and occasional guidance, though they never revealed their true face. Just as Li Qingjun began to lose interest, the scene shifted once more. This time, while the owner was venturing outside, he stumbled upon an uncharted ancient site. Before he could react, the sight drew him in, and an aura exuding a power that seemed capable of extracting souls enveloped him. Ah, the aura of soul absorption. Li Qingjun was not surprised. Indeed, the ancient site propelled the owner forward in leaps and bounds, plunging him into a state of epiphany as he began to meditate and close himself off from the world. Tao infant. Yi Jiaoyang regarded the translucent infant form coalescing within the owner, somewhat speechless, realizing that after all these years, the celestial lord had finally broken through to the Tao infant realm. Upon emerging from his seclusion, the owner radiated unrestrained joy, laughing toward the heavens. For perhaps fate had smiled upon him. After departing the ancient site, he encountered a person he had long yearned for. It was none other than the young woman from before, an adversary whose sight ignited fierce rivalry. Upon seeing the owner again, the young woman was taken aback, and before she could gather her wits, several disciples beside her let out screams as they perished without a trace. The reflection of the owner's sinister grin danced within her terrified eyes, as he employed the secret techniques acquired from the ancient site to seize control of her soul, turning her into his furnace for pleasure. Just as her aura began to wane, the owner paused, savoring the moment as he donned his robes, compelling the young woman to heal herself before once again plunging into arduous training. Subsequently, the enigmatic figure made periodic appearances, visibly pleased with the progress of the Master of Hair, bestowing numerous rewards upon him. In a flickering scene, the Master of Hair was seen within a secluded cavern, where the young maiden once again attended to him with utmost reverence, allowing him to pluck her strands. However, after the maiden embraced the Master of Hair and whispered softly to him, he abruptly halted his actions, forcefully pushing her away while his fingers trembled violently as he pointed at her. Boom. This time, the long-dormant resentment of the Master of Hair resurfaced. Even more intense than before, subtly coalescing into a principle of resentment. It was peculiar, as it did not seem to be the condensation of a principle within himself, but rather a summoning of the resentment principles from the heavens and the earth. Cui Qiuan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the scene with a hint of puzzlement. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun nodded slightly. Indeed, this should be the distinction of a Taoist practitioner, differing from you and me, though the ultimate goal remains the same. The Master of Hair paced back and forth, contemplating for a considerable time before gesturing for the maiden to leave. He sat alone in the cavern, struggling to extract a tome from his ring. However, the scene only recorded the Master of Hair's great path, leaving Li Qingjun and the others unaware of the contents of the tome. Yet, in the next moment, they discovered its nature, with Cui Qiuan's brow furrowing gently. In the scene, the Master of Hair practiced by day and, when night fell, transformed into a malevolent specter, slaughtering mortals and lowly cultivators alike, employing secret arts to comprehend the resentment just before their demise. The outcome was striking, at the very least. Li Qingjun observed that he quickly broke through to the pinnacle of the divine sea, just a step away from the purple mansion. And he had also mastered the principle of resentment. When the enigmatic figure once again found the Master of Hair, sensing his cultivation level, he was utterly stunned, even involuntarily stepping back. Buzz, the Master of Hair was enveloped in a shroud of dark, mist-like resentment principles, and it was unclear what he uttered that caused the mysterious figure to retreat several steps while shaking his head incessantly. Yet, in the next instant, the Master of Hair suddenly struck, unleashing the resentment principles into the sky, and countless vengeful souls materialized, their eyes filled with terrifying resentment. Although the mysterious figure was also at the pinnacle of the divine sea, he was no match for the Master of Hair and soon fell in defeat, revealing that he was none other than the gloomy elder who had once taken him as a disciple. TSK, not a single benevolent soul. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingjun grasped the situation. It seemed that the elder sought to use the Master of Hair as a vessel to comprehend the principles, but was discerned, leading him to resort to sinister methods, resulting in the swift descent of the Master of Hair and his successful counterattack against the elder. The ensuing events only confirmed Li Qingjun's thoughts. The Master of Hair stripped the elder of his garments, crippled his cultivation, bound him to a stone pillar, and wielded an iron-tipped whip, mercilessly lashing out, while a palpable aura of despair emanated from the scene. This elicited raised eyebrows from Li Qingjun and the others, with Yi Jiaoyang muttering, "Could this person be akin to that little demon, possessing unparalleled comprehension? No, this individual should not compare to Wang Xiaoyu." Cui Qiuan smiled faintly, acknowledging Wang Ling's extraordinary comprehension, yet noting that the Master of Hair was not lacking either. In the scene, the Master of Hair shattered all of the elder's limbs, simultaneously sealing his spiritual energy, rendering him only capable of crawling like a maggot. After a while, the young maiden arrived at the scene, and soon, the cycle of beatings, crippling limbs, and debilitating cultivation repeated itself. After discarding the two into an unfamiliar village, the Master of Hair departed, yet for precaution, he left a trace of principal power, ensuring that should any cultivator approach the duo, the principles would instantly reduce them to a mist of blood. Thus, as spring turned to autumn, the Master of Hair continued to practice his sinister arts, but now with an added emotion, known as despair. Years later, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion, the Master of Hair wasted no time in heading to that sect, employing exceedingly cruel methods to brutally slaughter all the cultivators therein. Chapter 148, 6 Days Ascending. The Master of Hair gazed up at the heavens, surrounded by vengeful souls, the sentiments of hatred and despair reaching their zenith at that moment. Suddenly, the already somber sky became shrouded in dark clouds, with thunderous tribulations swirling within. What is this? The manifestation of the soul? Yi Jiaoyang's ethereal voice carried a note of astonishment as he observed the scene, where a figure resembling a soul appeared. In contrast, Li Qingjun was unfazed, for he had gleaned from Qian's memories what this was. Taoist practitioners referred to it as the primordial spirit, and its condensation could lead to the transformation into a god and a parity with saintly practitioners. Furthermore, Qian's memories indicated that overcoming the thunder tribulation signified the recognition of the great path, allowing the harnessing of the laws of heaven and earth, while simultaneously enabling ascension in broad daylight. Previously, Li Qingjun had found the notion of daytime ascension somewhat perplexing. Now, he might witness its intricacies. For reasons unknown, this thunder tribulation was several times more formidable than a saintly tribulation, and the Master of Hair barely survived the ordeal. Just as the thunder tribulation concluded, a 9-colored pillar of light descended, cleansing and refining his essence, enhancing his physique, an experience that a saintly tribulation would not afford. Perhaps this is the distinction between the Tao realm and the imperial realm, mused Li Qingjun, as he observed the master of hair ascend with the nine-colored light, entering a new world, bringing the scene to an end. What was that? Yi Jiaoyang exclaimed in astonishment, although the scene had concluded. The moment the master of hair stepped into the new world, 6 suns illuminated the sky. Among the 6 suns, one radiated a normal hue, while the remaining 5 displayed distinct colors, some as dark as a black hole, yet emitting an eerie luminescence, others as deep blue as the ocean. Li Qingjuan's gaze sharpened, slowly exhaling a breath of murky air. Perhaps that world was the true celestial domain. By decree of the emperor, a proclamation was issued across the 4 domains, rewarding those who could locate 2 specific realms with supreme imperial weapons and granting them a portion of the source, under the protection of the imperial court. Substantial rewards would be given to those providing significant clues. Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian suppressed his astonishment, promptly accepting the edict and respectfully withdrawing with it tucked into his sleeve. Li Qingjun returned the strands to Cui Qiuwan, who paused for a moment before respectfully inquiring, "Might I speak a word, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate?" "Speak freely. Should it displease the master, I hope not to incur your wrath." Cui Qiuwan smiled apologetically, then continued, "This place appears to exceed the ordinary. The number of strong practitioners within may be overwhelming. If the master lacks assurance, I hope you will deliberate carefully." "You are overthinking it, my dear Cui." Li Qingjun nodded slightly, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Without absolute certainty, this emperor shall not act." In response, Cui Qiuwan smiled in acknowledgement. "I have another matter. My unworthy disciple has already broken through to the quasi-imperial realm and ought to serve the master. I shall bring him next time." Li Qingjun nodded slightly. He was well aware of Jiang Lingxian, whose potential had reached the black grade after replenishing his source, rivaling the former Chu Xian. However, his overly amiable and straightforward nature rendered him unsuitable for expanding the empire's territory, though he was more than capable of suppressing a region. "We take our leave." Cui Qiuwan smiled slightly as she and Yi Jiaoyang bowed and departed. Shortly after their exit, Wei Zhongxian returned, holding a memorial in hand and respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, this contains some suggestions from Lord Ji." Li Qingjun accepted the memorial, although Ji Wumo had reached the quasi-imperial realm and could have sealed it with his divine sense. The necessary decorum must still be maintained. "Your Majesty's might is profound, overshadowing the 3,000 realms. Your merits are as evident as the sun and moon." A lengthy array of embellishments followed, and with a sweep of his divine sense, Li Qingjun quickly understood the intent behind Ji Wumo's memorial. The essence of the matter is that the territory is vast, and the 5 great legions are insufficient to maintain order. A request for expansion has been made, and the meticulous mind of Ji Wumo has even taken into account his preference for the younger generation. Ji Wumo proposed the expansion of 4 national defense legions and recommended Su Moyu, Imo Xingheng, Yang Xingji, and Jiang Lingxian as the commanders of the expanded legions. Moreover, the legion commanded by Lin Yin and the others requires expansion, for a mere 1,000 troops is too sparse. Ji Wumo suggested increasing it to 10,000. The expansion of the legions and the establishment of national defense legions? Li Qingjun pondered for a moment, then waved his hand decisively, inscribing the decree with the essence of the Great Tao. Thus, the imperial dynasty would possess 9 legions, 5 of which would be elite forces. After some contemplation, considering the unique strengths of the legions led by Lin Yin and the others, he inscribed additional words, instructing that the expansion adhere to their standards. Once all matters were concluded, Li Qingjun began to meditate, allowing the principles of the Great Tao to emanate outward, seeking to comprehend the ways of heaven and earth. In search of diverse methodologies, as his imperial edict spread across the 4 realms, countless cultivators were driven to madness by the prospects of extreme imperial weapons and the foundational essence of the imperial realm, protected by the imperial dynasty. Each of these rewards incited frenzied excitement among innumerable cultivators, and the prospect of substantial rewards for providing relevant clues ignited their fervor. With Li Qingjun ascending as the sovereign of the 4 realms, his words became truth, and no one dared to question the authenticity of the decree. Nor would anyone be foolish enough to doubt the imperial dynasty's capability to produce extreme imperial weapons. In the tranquil expanse, 6 radiant suns of varying hues soared across the sky, promising that anyone providing information would receive a minimum reward of a holy emperor's weapon. The expansion of the legions? Those interested may seek out Zhu Fushan in the imperial dynasty for detailed discussions, starting from the cultivation realm of the Holy King. The 4 national defense legions, commanded by Su Moyu and Imo Xingheng. How splendid! The Su and Imo families would surely flourish. However, who is this Yang Xingji? Why have I never heard of him before? As the imperial edict was issued, the 4 realms descended into chaos. with innumerable cultivators in various cities gazing at the content of the decree, their eyes glistening with excitement. That little rascal has become a legion commander? Within an imperial formation, surrounded by ethereal mist, a voice suddenly exclaimed as Su Mushin received the news from within his clan, disbelief etched upon his face. Indeed, the clan head, the young master, has been favored by two esteemed individuals, personally named, to report to the emperor, appointing the young master as a commander of the National Defense Legions. Congratulations, clan head, congratulations. The Su family has produced such a prodigious young master. It is truly a blessing from our ancestors. In the great hall, Su Mushin was bewildered, surrounded by elders wearing expressions of flattery. Yet, why had no one informed him in advance that his son had become a commander of the National Defense Legions? Haha, Brother Su, congratulations, congratulations. I told you that little you would succeed, and now he has become a legion commander. Indeed, in my opinion, little you is comparable to the Blood Master and his peers. What you say is quite true. By the way, I've heard that the legion has just been established, and the position of deputy commander is vacant. What do you think about my son? His cultivation is not low. He has already broken through to the Holy Emperor realm. Listening to the cheerful voices of the three, Su Mushin lightly coughed and smiled wryly. Brothers, without the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, do not harbor hopes for the position of deputy commander. However, a lieutenant should be feasible. Haha, a lieutenant will do. Such scenes unfolded almost simultaneously in the Mo family and the Wu-Wei imperial sect, while Yang Xingji's residence was thronged with cultivators, nearly shattering the threshold. Chapter 149, A Long Story. The cultivators of the Four Realms stirred into a frenzy, beginning to form teams to search for the places of the ocean and the Six Suns, scouring the entire 3,000 Dao domains within just a few days. The thresholds of ancient families within the Four Realms were trampled, with countless cultivators arriving daily, eager to peruse ancient texts preserved by the venerable families in hopes of discovering clues about these two locations. The wave of exploration initiated by countless cultivators unearthed all secret realms within the Four Realms, the number beyond reckoning. Although they did not find the two locations, the treasures within the secret realms were exceedingly bountiful. At this moment, within the imperial city, the clamor was deafening, with a multitude of cultivators passing through. None possessing a cultivation level lower than the Holy Realm, each face radiant with excitement. Having harvested so many resources from the secret realms, they naturally sought to replenish their strength in the imperial city, where the Immortal Treasure Pavilion served as an excellent destination. Not to mention the countless divine weapons and spiritual medicines within, the free trade that assured cultivators also garnered an excellent reputation, with the pavilion charging only a modest handling fee. Within the vast hall of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, an overwhelming array of divine weapons and spiritual medicines was on display, including imperial weapons and quasi-imperial medicines. The throng of cultivators stretched endlessly, facilitated by the substantial funding that had allowed the pavilion to invite two quasi-formation emperors from the academy to assist. By the heavens, could it be that those two locations are not within the 3,000 Dao domains? Could they instead reside among the fragmented ancient stars beyond the heavens? Do not jest. Those fragmented ancient stars, let alone the ocean, likely contain not a single drop of water, and the very sky above has been torn apart, exposing the starry sea. Within the hall, the most discussed topic was undoubtedly the decree issued by the emperor. If anyone were to discover the two locations, they would ascend to great heights, with the path to becoming an emperor within reach. Indeed, I concur with what this friend has said. If it is not on the ground, nor in the heavens, could it be that the emperor is searching for something hidden deep underground? I heard that not long ago, someone unearthed an ancient site beneath the ground, which had its own distinct realm, containing ancient medicines on the verge of becoming imperial. Suddenly, as this voice echoed, an eerie silence fell over the hall, with a glimmer of light flickering in everyone's eyes. Friend, I just remembered I have something to attend to. Let us put this transaction on hold for now. Farewell. Plans have changed. I take my leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flickered within the hall, and in the blink of an eye, 2/3 had vanished, leaving only some young prodigies from various sects, responsible solely for cultivation, while these matters would naturally be handled by their elders. Well done. The figure of Wang Pengfei appeared in the hall, observing the disseminator of information, showering him with praise without reservation. The disseminator, naturally one of their own from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, chuckled in response. The pavilion master exaggerates. It was merely a matter of a few words. However, there is one thing I do not understand. Are there truly two locations underground? I do not know. It is young Master Mo who wishes to spread this information. Wang Pengfei shook his head, relaying the message. Young Master Mo? Is he the newly appointed Legion commander? Could it be that the two locations are truly underground? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion's representative's expression shifted dramatically, immediately conveying shock as his eyes gleamed with excitement. If that were the case, he too might wish to seek them out. Do not ask what should not be asked. Go and claim your rewards. Wang Pingfei frowned slightly, issuing a warning. For even he dared not inquire about this matter with Mo Xing'an. It was my rashness. I take my leave. In the wilderness, a majestic golden-winged roc carried a young boy, soaring across the azure sky, its wings flapping to cover vast distances in an instant. Are these people out of their minds? Shihao had just emerged from a small mountain village, and the path was teeming with cultivators engaged in excavation work. He could not help but feel speechless. How could the two locations possibly be underground? Caw! The golden-winged roc let out a piercing cry that reverberated through the skies, startling countless cultivators who paused in their tasks, gazing upwards in astonishment at the majestic creature hovering outside the ancient desolate city. How could there be such a formidable demonic clan? Hadn't they all been eradicated by the Imperial Dynasty? What was obliterated were merely those malevolent demon clans that harbored ill will towards humanity, many others, who thrived on the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, have managed to endure. Are you suggesting that this golden-winged roc does not consume humans? Are you certain of that? Look, there is someone atop its back. Upon hearing this, the crowd was suddenly taken aback, and indeed, they beheld a resolute, handsome youth seated upon the back of the golden-winged roc. It was Shihao, who had arrived as summoned. Buzz. The grand formation of ancient wilderness city suddenly opened, and a hearty voice resonated from within. Come in quickly. I've been waiting for you. Shi Yuntian stood outside ancient wilderness city, gazing at the golden-winged roc, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. To think that such a ferocious beast, known only from ancient times, had become Shihao's steed. The more he pondered, the more bitter his heart felt. Did this not clearly indicate the emperor's immense regard for Shihao? Shihao nodded, instructing the roc to wait outside the city while he ventured alone into ancient wilderness city. Although it was his first visit, Shihao felt an inexplicable familiarity with every place, as if he had been there long ago. Peculiar. Shihao mused to himself, firmly convinced he had never set foot in this location, for he held no memory of it, having spent his life in Stone Village, only recently embarking on his journey for training. Despite his prolonged experience, he had yet to visit even the Stone Domain, let alone ancient wilderness city. Observing Shihao's curious and bewildered expression, Shi Yuntian's gaze flickered as he pointed towards a picturesque waterfall and laughed heartily. Do you remember this skyward waterfall? You visited this place as a child and even bathed here. At this, Shihao was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow and shaking his head. He indeed felt a sense of familiarity, albeit without recollection. No matter, you were quite young then. It is natural not to remember, Shi Yuntian smiled gently, continuously introducing the sights of ancient wilderness city to Shihao. The two walked through the city as if they were ordinary folk, refraining from using any extraordinary means, until Shihao's brow furrowed deeper, prompting Shi Yuntian to halt, letting out a soft sigh as he led Shihao to a tranquil pavilion. The pavilion appeared quite ancient from the outside, yet within it lay a different realm altogether. However, Shihao keenly noticed that there seemed to be no cultivators residing here, as there were no items associated with them. We have arrived. Shi Yuntian gazed around with a sense of nostalgia, sighing. This was once your dwelling, but alas. Upon hearing Shi Yuntian's words, Shihao's brow furrowed, surveying his surroundings, and indeed, he felt an extremely familiar sensation, involuntarily prompting him to ask, so, why was I in Stone Village? What transpired back then? A glimmer of recollection and bitterness shone in Shi Yuntian's eyes as he sighed deeply. This tale is a long one. Chapter 150, The Events of Your. You were once the fourth scion of the Shi family, born with the supreme emperor bone. Shi Yuntian began slowly, pausing before continuing. Yet, at that time, no one knew you possessed the supreme emperor bone. As Shi Yuntian recounted the events, the truth of the past gradually unfolded. When Shihao was merely 2 years old, he exhibited extraordinary intelligence, far surpassing his peers, which led the Shi family to hold him in high esteem, believing he would surely become Shi Yi's right-hand man in the future. Although Shi Yi was only 3 years old then, he possessed dual pupils that could pierce through illusions and comprehend myriad laws, and upon his birth, a celestial phenomenon marked his arrival. Thus he was directly designated as the heir of the Shi family. To foster camaraderie between Shihao and Shi Yi, the Shi family decided to have them play together from a young age, a decision that Shi Yuntian would later come to regret immensely. And then, Shihao's brow tightened. Yet, upon seeing the pain etched on Shi Yuntian's face, a wave of heaviness washed over him, inexplicably accompanied by a sense of helplessness and oppression. And then, Shi Yuntian's expression grew profoundly bitter as he sighed. If I could go back, I would certainly veto that suggestion, but alas, it is impossible to turn back time. When Shi Hao first met Shi Yi, the latter showed little reaction, for he had always been indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with anything. However, after some time, Shi Yi's mother noticed that he would fixate on Shi Hao, unable to tear his gaze away whenever Shi Hao entered his line of sight. Observing this, Shi Yi's mother, who was also Shi Hao's aunt, became somewhat perplexed and soon inquired about what Shi Yi was staring at. At this juncture, Shi Yuntian paused, then bitterly added, I never anticipated that the dual pupils would be so extraordinary. Even without cultivation, the emperor bone remaining dormant, he could still perceive it. Shi Hao listened intently, sensing that the forthcoming events were likely the source of Shi Yuntian's regrets, and he subtly gleaned the answer. Sure enough, it was Shi Yi who, years ago, uttered, Brother Hao possesses a bone within him, whose aura resembles that of third uncle. This single remark caused Shi Hao's aunt to change countenance, and she immediately instructed Shi Yi to keep this matter to himself and to never speak of it to anyone. Subsequently, Shi Hao's aunt, in collusion with her own faction, deceived Shi Hao out of the Shi family, employing a dark ritual to forcibly extract his emperor bone and implant it within Shi Yi. Boom. Shi Hao's face was a mask of shock and indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury as the might of the holy emperor surged forth, raging through the pavilion. He spoke each word with measured intensity. What a cruel heart she possesses. How could one so young as not yet 3 commit such an act? Where is she? Acknowledging Shi Hao's wrath, Shi Yuntian sighed heavily. She is dead, along with her faction, obliterated by your grandfather. At that time, you were on the brink of death, and the Shi family had no other recourse. Thus your father took you away, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. Shi Hao felt as though he had struck a pillow with his fist. However, upon hearing that the Shi family had no other option, he remained unconvinced. Since the emperor bone could be transferred, it could surely be transferred back. Why could they not find a solution? That is my bone. If it can be removed, it can surely be returned. Upon hearing Shi Hao's inquiries, Shi Yuntian offered a bitter smile. At that time, you were gravely injured and on the verge of death. While Shi Yi had also suffered severe wounds, his aura unstable, making the transfer impossible. Hearing this, Shi Hao fell silent, the coldness in his eyes deepening. He was no fool, and he understood that this explanation was merely an attempt to placate him. If the transfer was impossible at that time, could it still not be done once their injuries healed? Shi Yuntian opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet ultimately remained silent, his expression filled with compassion. Child, we are all family. The true instigator of the past has been punished, and it is time for you to return. Shi Hao did not respond directly, instead coldly asking, what of my grandfather and parents? Where are they? Your mother has a mysterious background and vanished a year after giving birth to you. While I know not of your father, he took you away and never returned to the Shi family. Having said this, Shi Yuntian's face was fraught with conflict, unsure of how to broach the subject of Shi Jingtian, as it was rather unseemly, fearing that Shi Hao might not be able to bear the weight of the truth. Sigh, speak. Just as Shi Yuntian was in turmoil, an ancient voice echoed in their ears, causing Shi Hao's expression to shift, his gaze growing more solemn. As he thought to himself, such strength. This person must be the ancestor of the Shi family. In the ancestral grounds of the Shi family, Shi Qingfeng was in a secret realm, crafting a gravestone inscribed with his true name, murmuring, my days are numbered. Yuntian is a good child, but the burden of my position will fall on him, which is a pity. Within the pavilion, Shi Yuntian respectfully accepted the command, then, with an expression of guilt, recounted the events surrounding Shi Jingtian to Shi Hao. Following the incident, Shi Jingtian, consumed by rage, wielded his fury to annihilate Shi Yi's mother and her subsequent faction. Even storming into the Shi clan, disregarding any cost, he ruthlessly slaughtered numerous kin, intent on extracting the bones from Shi Yi's body. An emperor rampaged within the clan, causing losses that even the Shi family struggled to bear. In almost no time, the ancestor and Shi Yuntian acted simultaneously, forcibly subduing Shi Jingtian. However, Shi Jingtian, with his fiery temperament, was unable to maintain his composure. Reluctantly, he had to be taken to the ancestral land, where Shi Qingfeng personally subdued him. At that time, Shi Yi possessed both the heavy eye and the emperor's bone, his potential nearly incalculable, and how could Shi Qingfeng allow him to be harmed? Yet, despite countless attempts at persuasion, Shi Jingtian remained obstinate, convinced that he must kill Shi Yi to extract the emperor's bone from within him. Finally, after a month, the demon clan, having heard of the situation, launched a surprise attack on the territory guarded by Shi Jingtian. Almost half of a state was ravaged, and countless powerful members of the Shi family's fourth lineage perished, completely annihilated. Upon receiving the news, Shi Jingtian was struck with profound despair. As if he had lost his soul, wandering like a ghost, weeping day and night. Days later, he took his own life at the clan's shrine. Thus, the Shi family's fourth lineage, aside from the unknown fates of Shi Hao and his father, was left without any direct descendants. Only some collateral branches remained. Meanwhile, within the territory guarded by Shi Jingtian, countless souls mourned and cursed the Shi family, and indeed, the fault lay with Shi Jingtian. Ultimately, the Shi family paid a hefty price to suppress the incident, which included disowning your grandfather from the clan. Shi Yuntian's emotions were exceedingly complex. The fault did lie with the Shi family. If the Shi family had merely transferred Shi Yi's emperor's bone back, how could subsequent events have unfolded? Yet, Shi Qingfeng ultimately hoped for the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse from the Shi clan, thus placing all his hopes on Shi Yi, who possessed both the emperor's bone and the heavy eye. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Shi Hao was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. However, he quickly regained his composure, fists clenched tightly, pondering upon whom he would exact this reckoning. Chapter 151. Will you endure my 3 fists? Where is he? The two remained silent for a long while, until Shi Hao finally broke the stillness. Although he did not specify who he referred to, Shi Yuntian understood he was inquiring about Shi Yi. Shi Yi. Shi Yuntian hesitated for a moment, uttering those 3 words before sighing deeply, shaking his head and saying, "Child, I know you harbor resentment, but this matter truly has nothing to do with Shi Yi. Moreover, you are brothers. Must you truly turn against each other?" Upon hearing this, Shi Hao's expression remained unchanged, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within him. His calm voice trembling slightly, "You are mistaken. I hold no resentment. Furthermore, I am not his brother, nor am I a member of your Shi family. I was born amidst the vast mountains of the wild state, far beyond your Shi family's reach." Shi Hao's eyes blazed with determination as he gazed intently at Shi Yuntian. His voice shifting from calm to urgent. "Where is he? I must meet him. He must meet me." Boom. The holy body erupted suddenly, the shadow of the immortal king illuminating the heavens. A figure resembling Qingjun appeared behind Shi Hao, clad not in imperial robes but in ordinary attire. Yet even so, the shadow of the immortal king was terrifyingly formidable. Even an average quasi-emperor would feel compelled to kneel before it. After all, this was the awe-inspiring manifestation of the holy body that Shi Hao had conjured while envisioning the emperor. Upon witnessing the ethereal figure conjured by Shi Hao, Shi Yuntian's expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "The immortal king descends upon the heavens? You are still a holy body." Shi Yuntian gasped sharply. No wonder Shi Hao survived after his emperor's bone was extracted. He had the protection of the holy body. Yet, this only served to further underscore their past blindness. With such a prodigious talent as Shi Hao, he could have rivaled Shi Yi for the position of heir, had it not been for the events of that year. How prosperous would the Shi family be now? "Child, the lineage of Shi Yi has already sacrificed enough. They fought valiantly to fend off the calamity of that year, putting their lives on the line to drive those demon beasts out of Shi state." Shi Yuntian sighed heavily, continuing, "After that battle, not a single disciple from the second lineage of the Shi family survived. Shi Yi's father, who was on the verge of breaking through to the emperor realm, aged 100 years upon hearing the news, and out of guilt, he voluntarily went to the front lines, perishing on the battlefield." As he spoke, Shi Yuntian's expression suddenly calmed, his eyes closing tightly as he resolutely declared, "I cannot reveal Shi Yi's whereabouts. If you harbor hatred, direct it towards the Shi family. Even if the Shi family is annihilated, I will not disclose Shi Yi's location." Shi Hao's gaze sharpened, his voice low. "Do you think I am afraid?" Just then, a detached voice echoed from outside the pavilion. "Howard, long time no see." Shi Hao trembled all over, pressing a hand to his forehead, confusion and anger swirling in his eyes as he murmured, "Such a familiar voice." "Shi." Shi Yuntian's complexion changed dramatically after Shi Yi returned from the academy. He had sent him away. How could he have come back? And coincidentally learned of Shi Hao's whereabouts? As if a thought struck him, Shi Yuntian's expression grew somewhat sinister as he did not look at the departing Shi Hao, but instead gazed toward the ancestral land. Murmuring, "You always prioritize the interests of the Shi family. Are you so afraid that this child will bring about the Shi family's demise?" Whoosh. Shi Hao stood atop the firmament, the shadow of the immortal king behind him, coldly observing Shi Yi below, who bore a resemblance to him, gritting his teeth. "Brother Yi, is my bone still useful?" At these words, Shi Yi fell silent, merely gazing at Shi Hao. "What? Does Brother Yi fancy the bone within me again?" Noticing Shi Yi's silence, Shi Hao let out a cold laugh, a surge of 9-colored radiance erupting from within him, and suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested, an ethereal, immortal lotus in the void. "I am asking you, is my bone still useful?" Shi Hao's voice thundered, slicing through the air, shaking the space around them, revealing the fury in his heart. "Shi Yi, Do not overextend yourself. You are merely at the Holy King realm, perhaps inferior to him. And he has the backing of an immortal king. He is not someone you can provoke. The urgent voice of the mysterious woman echoed in Shi Yi's mind. But he remained indifferent, responding as always with a detached demeanor. Your emperor's bone is inferior to my heavy eye. Shi Hao ground his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, coldly stating, when you seized my emperor's bone, did you ever consider the predicament you now face? Do you regret your actions back then? Upon hearing this, ripples appeared in Shi Yi's eyes, his expression sinking into contemplation as he pondered for a long time before finally responding. Detachedly, I have forgotten the events of that time. After a pause, Shi Yi's expression turned earnest. I harbor no regrets. Upon hearing these words, Shi Hao's expression suddenly settled. Quietly observing Shi Yi before breaking into a smile, raising a finger, you committed the first sin by stealing my emperor's bone. The second sin lies in my father's disappearance due to this matter. The third sin is the devastation of Shi's state, the suffering of countless lives, and my grandfather's demise. Having said this, Shi Hao revealed a dangerous smile, his eyes cold as he declared, you shall endure my 3 fists. After 3 fists, if you do not perish, we shall consider this matter settled. Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman within Shi Yi grew anxious. Do not, Shi Yi, you are not his match, after 3 fists. You will undoubtedly perish. Yet Shi Yi remained calm, responding indifferently. My mother perished at your grandfather's hands. That is your first sin. My father died in battle to quell the demon calamity. That is your second sin. The disciples of the second lineage perished, not a single one surviving. That is your third sin. You shall endure my 3 spells. As the voice of Shi Yi faded, the figures of the 2 individuals moved almost in unison. The ethereal form of Shi Hao, the celestial king, accompanied by the celestial lotus, appeared beside Shi Yi in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a surge of imperial might erupted within Shi Yi, enveloping his physical form, and he launched a sudden fist toward Shi Hao, resulting in a thunderous clash. Boom! The tremendous force tore apart the fabric of space, revealing an abyss of utter darkness. Yet, Shi Yi, merely at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, stood no chance against Shi Hao, let alone attempting to confront his strengths with his weaknesses. In an instant, Shi Yi was sent hurtling backward, leaving a long trail of blood in the air, half of his body obliterated, blood gushing forth in a grotesque display. Observing Shi Yi's woeful state, Shi Hao remained impassive. His earlier strike had only utilized an anomalous phenomenon, devoid of divine powers, and he was not surprised that Shi Yi had not been obliterated. Cough, cough, cough. The imperial bone is but this. Shi Yi staggered, yet continued to regard Shi Hao with indifference, an eerie pair of pupils manifesting in his eyes. He coldly proclaimed, next. The second technique, anomalous obliteration. In chapter 152, Hidden from the World, the voice of a mysterious woman echoed in Shi Yi's mind. Have you lost your mind? Anomalous obliteration is a forbidden technique among celestial kings. Even a mystic celestial would pay a price after its execution. Do you wish to have your soul scattered? However, Shi Yi paid her no heed. As his heavy pupils activated fully, a wisp of blood mist swirling from his gaze, locking onto the composed Shi Hao. Senior, it's evident by now that neither my third grandfather nor the ancestor has made their appearance. Do you still not understand? I have become a discarded piece, just as he did in years past. Whispering softly to himself, Shi Yi's heavy pupils began to spin, and darkness enveloped the area entirely. Faced with Shi Yi's reckless onslaught, Shi Hao's expression remained unchanged. The chasm of their realms could not be bridged merely by desperation. As the darkness descended, Shi Hao clenched his fist, and with his movement, the ethereal form of the celestial king mirrored his action, striking out with a punch that shattered space, causing the darkness to recede. Humph! Shi Yi grunted, his gaze still fixed on Shi Hao, murmuring, had we shared the same realm, you would never have so easily breached anomalous obliteration. In response, Shi Hao simply regarded Shi Yi with calmness, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, stating, with this final punch, we shall settle our grievances. Following this declaration, the divine might within Shi Hao surged skyward, his Dao bone radiating with 9-colored brilliance as he unleashed a common, yet powerful mountain-splitting fist technique. This was not an act of mercy from Shi Hao. He genuinely possessed no other divine techniques, as time had been too short for further cultivation. Yet even this most ordinary of techniques now erupted with blinding light, activating the grand formation of the ancient desolate city to protect it from Shi Hao's assault. Realizing that Shi Hao had ceased holding back, Shi Yi closed his eyes, his expression indifferent. Thus, he considered his demise not entirely unworthy. Buzz. Within Shi Yi, the mysterious woman gritted her teeth in fury, watching Shi Hao's punch with indignation. She swiftly formed a hand seal. extracting a fragment of Shi Yi's soul as a glimmer of white light surged forth, vanishing into the void. This scene went unnoticed by Shi Hao. After all, the woman's cultivation was far too profound for a mere Saint King to detect. Even Shi Yi, the one directly involved, could only sense the faintest tremor of his soul. Boom. The punch landed, splitting mountains, shattering the earth, and fracturing the void. Shi Yi's body was instantly reduced to dust, leaving no trace behind. From a distance, countless members of the Shi clan glared at Shi Hao with uncontainable rage, their eyes brimming with unspoken emotions. Yet without exception, each harbored a fierce indignation. However, they had all received orders from the ancestor, forbidding them from intervening. Those who disobeyed would be expelled from the Shi family, eternally erased. As Shi Yi's essence dissipated into dust, a fleeting moment of confusion flickered in Shi Hao's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. Surveying the surroundings with neither joy nor sorrow, the figure of Shi Yuntian appeared, gathering Shi Yi's ashes, not sparing a glance at Shi Hao. But an overwhelming sense of sorrow emanated from him, unmistakable to Shi Hao. Shi Hao's gaze lingered on Shi Yuntian for a moment before he turned to the ancestral grounds of the Shi family, coldly stating, "Today's affair shall be temporarily set aside. When I ascend to the pinnacle, I will personally seek retribution from you." Shi Hao's words were resolute, and just as he prepared to depart, a voice filled with sorrow and anger halted him in his tracks. "Retribution? What retribution do you seek? The ancestor has already perished within the ancestral grounds." Upon hearing this, not only did Shi Hao freeze, but even Shi Yuntian, who was tending to Shi Yi's ashes, trembled in disbelief, exclaiming, "Ancient brother, what nonsense are you speaking?" The speaker was an esteemed elder from a collateral branch of the Shi family, previously favored by Shi Qingfeng and accepted as a disciple. Shi Gu's face bore a sorrowful expression, ignoring Shi Yuntian, and turned to Shi Hao, saying, "Indeed, you are a follower of the emperor, your status revered and exalted. But that does not grant you the liberty to insult my Shi family at will. Our clan has stood for eons and will not lack in blood and valor. Without waiting for your imperial blade, I shall take my leave first to serve the ancestor." With that, Shi Gu severed his own soul, obliterating his Dao foundation. And in an instant, he was gone. His death seemed to trigger an avalanche of resentment among the Shi clan disciples. Yet the chasm between them and the imperial court was vast, akin to a humble chicken compared to a phoenix. Thus, choosing to end their own lives to evade the imperial blade appeared to be the only viable option. "Stop!" Just as they prepared to take this drastic step, Shi Yuntian's stern voice halted them. Struggling to suppress his shock and sorrow, he attempted to maintain a steady voice. "Where are the guardians of the Soul Palace? Has the ancestor's soul tablet truly shattered?" No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man, bearing an expression of grief and anger, emerged from the crowd. Choking back tears as he reported, in response to the family head, "The ancestor's soul tablet has indeed shattered. We sent people to the ancestral grounds, but were met with a formation that barred entry. Only a great emperor may enter, and only upon the family head's command." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuntian's eyes closed tightly, his body trembling slightly, his heart heavy with despair. Although he had always looked down upon Shi Qingfeng, the reality was that without Shi Qingfeng, there would be no Shi family as it stood today. Shi Qingfeng may not have been the strongest among the guardians throughout the ages, but he was undoubtedly the one who cared the most for the Shi family, willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life, for their benefit. "You may leave." After a long while, Shi Yuntian opened his eyes, weariness etched in his features. Cradling the box containing Shi Yi's ashes, he refrained from utilizing any divine powers, stepping forward toward the ancestral grounds. In that moment, Shi Yuntian appeared to have aged decades, his once straight posture now slightly hunched, as if bearing the weight of an immense mountain. Shi Hao stood rooted in place, his mind clouded with disbelief. The venerable elder, who had instilled fear in the demon race for millennia, had chosen to end his own life. He wished to say something, but gazing at Shi Yuntian's increasingly stooped figure, a torrent of words became lodged in his throat. The Shi family would seal off the ancient desolate city, retreating from the world, no longer participating in the golden epoch. And there would be no further presence of Shi family disciples within the 3,000 realms. "If you still harbor grievances, our countless Shi disciples await in the ancient desolate city, ready for slaughter. You may leave." Suddenly, Shi Yuntian's sorrowful voice echoed in Shi Hao's ears, and in that moment, countless members of the Shi family began to quietly weep. Their gazes turned toward the ancestral grounds, and they bowed deeply, their sobs growing from soft murmurs to thunderous cries. Resonating like a tsunami, the deafening wails reverberated throughout the ancient desolate city. "Unfilial descendants, we honor the departure of our venerable ancestor. Unfilial descendants, we bid farewell to our forebear." The words echoed, and Shi Hao's expression reflected a moment of bewilderment as he gazed upon the ancestral grounds of the Shi family. His eyes momentarily lost in a trance, as if he beheld a stooped figure, a figure who, in times of turmoil wrought by the demonic tribes, bore the banner of the southern domain alone. Chapter 153, The Celestial Emperor Daoyang. Thunderous roars. Who claims that the great Tao lacks compassion? Do you not see the torrential blood rain, the mournful cries leading the way, lamenting for a singular soul? As Shi Yuntian activated the grand formation, the sealed aura of Shi Qingfeng triggered an upheaval in the very heavens and earth, shrouding the entire southern domain in blood rain. Shi Hao was unaware of how he departed the ancient, desolate city. He only knew that when he cast a glance back, the vast ancient city had vanished. The Shi family, having stood for an eternity, chose to retreat from this world, opting out of the current grand era. Such is the ebb and flow of time and fate. With a mighty screech, the golden-winged roc soared through the void, its resounding cry echoing across the expanse, swiftly returning the still somewhat dazed Shi Hao to the majestic mountains. Suddenly, Shi Hao froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Outside the quaint village, a throng of cultivators gathered, their expressions reverent, resembling both pilgrims and loyal guardians. Solemnly standing watch beyond the village's confines, countless souls stood drenched in blood rain. Despite the fall of a great emperor, none among them dared to speak of it. Above the village, a 9-headed, 5-clawed golden dragon pulled an opulent carriage, its enormous form seemingly poised to eclipse the entire sky. In that moment, Shi Hao comprehended. It was likely that the sovereign resided within the village, and these cultivators had accompanied the imperial presence. As expected, beside the immortal Lu, he spotted a figure clad in imperial robes, who slightly nodded in his direction. The rustling of leaves echoed as the Lu immortal, transformed from a willow tree, appeared more vibrant than their last encounter. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to sway melodically. Thank you, fellow Taoist, but alas, I possess only a wisp of my Tao essence, and thus, I fear I cannot return the favor. The voice of the Lu immortal, ambiguous in gender, resonated in Li Qingjun's ears. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun shook his head, nonchalantly replying, "It is merely a fragment of the essence of 2 celestial lords, hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, I require no reciprocation from you. You seem to possess knowledge that I would certainly arrive here." When Li Qingjun first set foot in this place, he sensed a force of order awaiting him, guiding him the moment he entered Huangzhou. Fellow Taoist, your talent is extraordinary, breaking through to Celestial King within 18 years. Even in my era, there was only one such individual. A long sigh escaped, stirring a flicker of emotion within Li Qingjun. Yet the next words of the Lu immortal caused his expression to tighten. If you wish to know how to break through, you will undoubtedly seek me out. What talent is there to speak of? Li Qingjun shook his head, then continued, I did not come here for that matter, but should you wish to share, I would not mind listening. This revelation utterly astonished the Lu immortal, who took a considerable time to respond. Then what brings you here, fellow Taoist? Li Qingjun wasted no words. With supreme divine ability, he conjured 2 vivid images, laying them bare before the Lu immortal. However, after a prolonged silence, the Lu immortal did not respond. Only the sound of swaying leaves filled the air. Seeing this, Li Qingjun remained unperturbed. After an unknown span of time, the Lu immortal finally spoke. Just as Li Qingjun anticipated an explanation, I cannot say for certain. Yet, just as Li Qingjun felt disappointment creeping in, the Lu immortal pivoted the conversation, leaving him speechless. Was it customary for those of the Tao realm to speak in such roundabout ways? However, I am familiar with the 6-wheeled sun. Please elaborate. The Lu immortal seemed to delve into reminiscence, branches swaying gently in the breeze, and after a considerable time, his voice emerged. That is the Celestial Emperor Daoyang. The Celestial Emperor? Above the Celestial Kings? Li Qingjun's expression shifted, deep in thought. Thus, it implied that there were 5 Celestial Emperors in that domain. Yet, what did the Lu immortal mean by stating he was unfamiliar with those 2 realms? Could it be that his assumptions were incorrect? Was he not from the Celestial domain? What was your previous realm? Celestial 9 Heavens, Celestial King. At this, Li Qingjun furrowed his brows. What realm was the 9 Heavens Celestial King? Perhaps sensing Li Qingjun's confusion, the Lu immortal continued. The Celestial King who controls 9 types of rule power is known as the 9 Heavens Celestial King. He ranks among the most formidable within the Celestial Kings. Li Qingjun's brows knitted further, questioning, is it that only those who master 9 rules can ascend to Celestial Emperor? Not at all, as long as. The Lu immortal's words trailed off suddenly, a presence descending from above, one that overshadowed the 9 heavens and stood alongside the great Tao, suddenly enveloping this place in a crushing force. It felt as though they had provoked the wrath of the heavens, compelling the great Tao to unleash destructive power. seeking to eradicate those who transgressed its rules. Celestial Emperor's decree? The Lu Immortal was taken aback, his voice laced with astonishment, as his branches began to sway. Just as Li Qingjun's expression darkened, preparing to counter the Celestial Emperor's decree, a burst of celestial light erupted from the Lu Immortal's Tao essence. 10,000 feet of celestial radiance surged forth to meet the destructive force, directly suppressing the still unmanifested Celestial Emperor's decree, the terrifying aura dissipating as if it had never existed. Witnessing this, a glimmer of astonishment crossed Li Qingjun's eyes. Was this truly a celestial king with but a wisp of Tao essence? Was this old fellow attempting to deceive him? Merely taking advantage of the situation? Do not doubt, fellow Taoist, at this moment, I am likely less than a celestial lord. The Lu Immortal's languid voice echoed in Li Qingjun's ears, then swiftly changed the subject. However, this matter cannot be discussed further, otherwise it will inevitably trigger the Celestial Emperor's decree once more. As the willow branches swayed, celestial light flickered, indicating that even the Lu Immortal felt a great unrest within. However, since you have managed to break through to Celestial King in this world, the Celestial Emperor should not be beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun inclined his head slightly. He had not come to inquire about breakthroughs, and not gleaning that information did not stir any regret within him. Why have you transformed into this state? The branches swayed silently for a long time before the Lu Immortal finally began to speak. This matter is likely not meant to be disclosed. Should you one day break through to Celestial Emperor, perhaps I might elucidate it for you. Celestial Emperor? I understand. A flash of brilliance sparked in Li Qingjun's eyes. While others might find it challenging to ascend to Celestial Emperor, he was different, since the system store offered a breakthrough card for the Imperial Realm. Surely, it also had one for the Celestial Realm. At worst, he could simply exchange for one then. He would need to work even harder. Li Qingjun mused, contemplating that today's achievements appeared illustrious. Yet who knew the toil that lay behind them? It was solely reliant on his relentless efforts. Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is extraordinary. Why squander time here, hindering your recovery? Would you care to journey to the Imperial City? I can find you a suitable place to facilitate your restoration. Upon hearing this, the Lu Immortal fell into contemplation, branches swaying silently, and after a long while, he sighed softly. In that case, I shall trouble you, and I owe you a favor. No sooner had his voice faded than a beam of white light emerged from the willow, landing upon the distant Xiao. This was but a wisp of his Tao essence. Though the willow remained in the quaint village, devoid of deities, it still harbored a fragment of the Lu Immortal's spirit, awaiting millennia, perhaps to give rise to an extraordinary being. Chapter 154, Intensifying Efforts. The 9 five-clawed golden dragons roared towards the heavens, and under Xiao's guidance, the imperial carriage sped away into the distance, leaving behind a multitude of devoted cultivators. Farewell, Emperor. Li Qingjun did not return to the imperial city. Instead, he set sail towards the western regions. With the presence of Lu Xian, he naturally sought to dispel the doubts that lingered within him. As the luxurious palanquin passed through, countless cultivators gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide as they looked to the heavens, gasping in disbelief, thinking they must have been mistaken. After blinking, the palanquin vanished from sight. Indeed, I had my suspicions. How could the esteemed emperor, who manages a myriad of affairs daily, possibly have the time to survey the 4 domains? It seems I am ill-suited for the path of illusion. Yet in the next moment, the cultivators suddenly froze, witnessing countless radiant rainbows soaring skyward, heading towards the western sea. His friends, seeing him still in place, anxiously urged, "Have you gone daft from practicing the path of illusion? The emperor is on the move, shouldn't you follow? If the emperor were to cast even a glance your way, your future would be secured." Only then did he come to his senses. What nonsense of illusion. Everything was indeed real. The sound of dragon roars echoed across the western regions, startling the local emperors, who promptly appeared in the skies above. Yet, upon beholding the majestic 9-dragon palanquin, they collectively gasped, swiftly retreating from the heavens to land on the ground. The 9-dragon palanquin. Is the emperor on a journey? Where could he be headed? That direction seems to be the Yaoqi Immortal Isle. Could he possibly be seeking Miss Moreau? However, as they observed the multitude of radiant rainbows trailing behind the palanquin, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly tore through the fabric of space, hastening towards the Yaoqi Immortal Isle. Within the Yaoqi Immortal Realm, Murong Yunxie remained in her usual attire, veiled and barefoot, sitting dazedly before a thatched house, gazing into the depths of the Yaoqi Immortal Isle. In the next moment, the surrounding space tore apart, and the Emperor of Cloud Sea and others hurriedly emerged, ignoring Murong Yunxie as they fixed their gaze upon the sky, clearing their throats. Murong Yunxie raised an eyebrow, her ethereal voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Have you all consumed a counterfeit emperor's pill, or have you lost your senses? At her words, Emperor Haiyu glanced at Murong Yunche and urged, Miss Murong, please make haste. The emperor is coming. Who? Murong Yunche was taken aback, and in the next moment, a dragon's roar resonated through the sky. The faint yet formidable presence of the immortal king sealing the area completely, chains of grand principles encircling the entire Yaoqi immortal isle. Immortal king. We pay our respects to the emperor, wishing him a prosperous path to immortality and eternal glory for the imperial dynasty. A row of emperors bowed in unison. As an ethereal staircase extended from the nine-dragon palanquin, descending beside Murong Yunche, a figure strolled down the celestial staircase. Each step causing the emperors of the western regions to tremble, the natural aura of the immortal king exuding an overwhelming pressure upon them. Strangely, Murong Yunche seemed unaffected. Her radiant eyes curiously observing Li Qingjun. Rise, Li Qingjun's indifferent voice echoed in their minds, and in an instant, the overwhelming aura of the immortal king dissipated, granting them a breath of relief. Thank you, Emperor. The Emperor of Cloud Sea and the others sighed in relief. While Emperor Haiyu gazed at the myriad of rainbows in the sky, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he waved his hand. Immediately, several emperors, begrudgingly, left the area to intercept those cultivators attempting to enter the Yaoqi immortal isle. Friend, this is the woman I spoke of. Li Qingjun's onyx-like eyes flickered with a golden glimmer, and suddenly, an icy chill surged within Murong Yunche, as if Li Qingjun could see through her very essence. Indeed, she is not of the human race. Li Qingjun's words were barely spoken when Shihao appeared beside him, the voice of Lu Xian, tinged with surprise, emanating from within him. It was unclear what the two discussed with Shihao, but at this moment, his expression had settled into calmness. The depths of confusion in his eyes entirely dissipated. Shihao curiously regarded Murong Yunche, unable to discern any differences, only sensing the immense strength that lay within her. Vast as an abyss. Friend, can you perceive what sets this woman apart? Li Qingjun pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. For despite scouring through the memories of Qi Shui, he found no records regarding her lineage. He could only place his hopes on Lu Xian, especially given that Murong Yunche had repeatedly urged him to come here, indicating there was a significant issue at hand. Murong Yunche's brilliant eyes blinked, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing her voice. Hey, don't push your luck. Impudent. A stern rebuke resonated from the void as Wei Zhongxian glared at Murong Yunche, coldly snorting. How dare you offend the emperor? How many lives do you possess to repay this offense? With that, Wei Zhongxian prepared to strike, but Li Qingjun intervened. Hold on. You are no match for her. Ignore this woman. Wei Zhongxian cast a frigid glance at Murong Yunche, then respectfully declared, this old servant's life is inconsequential. But I cannot tolerate anyone offending the master. Enough, step back. Your strength is indeed lacking. The emperor will elevate you in due time. Li Qingjun waved his hand in satisfaction, indicating for him to withdraw for the moment. Yes, Murong Yunche bit her silver teeth, glaring at Wei Zhongxian, yet could only stomp her foot in frustration, directing her gaze at the surrounding emperors of the western regions, who wore expressions of admiration. What are you still doing here? Withdraw at once. Upon hearing this, the emperors of the western regions grumbled internally, while Murong Yunche held some authority in their eyes. The emperor was present. Thus, they uniformly turned their gazes to Li Qingjun, awaiting his subtle gesture. Before bowing, we take our leave. Moments later, Lu Xian's voice echoed in Li Qingjun's mind. Friend, release your aura and see if she reacts. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow, and the aura of the immortal king descended upon the heavens. Yet he exercised restraint, not unleashing its full force. However, Murong Yunche's response exceeded his expectations. Her brilliant eyes still curiously gazed at him, showing no signs of reaction, as if she were entirely unaware. Increased the intensity. Upon hearing Lu Xian's somewhat grave voice, Li Qingjun's gaze sharpened, and the aura of the immortal king surged forth unreservedly. Pressing down upon Murong Yunche, the ocean of grand principles manifesting behind him. Boom. In an instant, the space shattered, the void revealed itself, and the heavens were torn apart, exposing a myriad of stars. Outside the immortal realm, cultivators beneath the level of emperors could not hold back and knelt in worship as Li Qingjun released his aura. At that moment, even the newly ascended emperors struggled to bear the weight, as if they were carrying a mountain, their forms bending under the pressure. This was merely the residual might. Had Li Qingjun targeted them directly, this place would instantaneously transform into a hellish realm. Yet, Murong Yunche remained unfazed, her curiosity intensifying as she could not help but inquire, what is this vast ocean behind you? And could you perhaps contain your pressure? In response, Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent as he awaited Lu Xian's reply. That will suffice, friend. I comprehend now. Lu Xian's voice carried a tone of wistfulness and complexity. Chapter 155. The Reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor. The reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, impervious to all methods, unyielding to the heavenly might. This time, before Li Qingjun could pose a question, Lu Xian continued, his voice tinged with a blend of nostalgia and complexity. It seems those old acquaintances from years past have not perished completely. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Qingjun's eyes. Does this imply that Murong Yunche is the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor? How long has it been? At least as far as he knew. There had been no Immortal Emperor in the ancient era. TSK, two ancient monsters. Li Qingjun marveled silently, golden light gleaming in his gaze as he appraised Murong Yunche. Yet he could not discern anything particularly extraordinary about her. I am not the reincarnation of any Immortal Emperor. Upon hearing Lu Xian's conjecture, Murong Yunchao hastily refuted it, pausing momentarily to declare, if this young lady were the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, how could she possibly be trapped on this celestial isle? Indeed, the assertion that she is the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor is indisputable. Listening to Murong Yunchao's tone, Lu Xian immediately concluded and responded, your inability to leave this place stems from the fact that you have yet to break through to the Immortal King level. Do you not possess any critical information within your memories? Critical information. Murong Yunchao was taken aback, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to her. Her pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, she conjured an image using her Dao techniques. The vision revealed a solitary fragment of a stele, adorned with celestial script depicting two characters, Immortal King. Does this count? Every time I awaken or break through, this image appears in my mind, and there is something deep within the Yaoqi, all that draws me in. Murong Yunchao expressed calmly. At this point, she tilted her head and regarded Li Qingjun thoughtfully, saying, it bears a striking resemblance to the vast aura manifested by the Emperor. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingjun's eyes. The vast ocean of the Tao that appeared behind him was a manifestation of his own, serving as a vessel for his principles. Oh, it seems that during the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor, a part of his Tao was sealed and left behind in this place. Perhaps when you break through to the Immortal King level, you will be able to integrate the Tao left by the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor and ascend in one leap. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Li Qingjun smiled, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the Yaoqi Isle, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, I did not anticipate such a precious location existing within the imperial domain. With that, Li Qingjun waved his hand, and Wei Zhongxian immediately understood, stepping forward to inquire, what orders does the master have? Draft an edict at once to seal this place off, prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from approaching. Those who trespass shall be annihilated along with their 3 clans. Wei Zhongxian did not hesitate, respectfully accepting the command, and promptly retreated to draft the decree. Murong Yunchao was taken aback, her silver teeth grinding audibly as she declared, this is my territory, and the legacy of the Tao within it belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow, looking at Murong Yunchao with indifference. All that belongs to the 4 realms is property of my empire. Besides, did you not claim that you are not the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor? By logic and sentiment, this place naturally belongs to my empire. Listening to Li Qingjun's reasoning, Murong Yunchao felt a surge of indignation, her teeth itching with frustration. However, recalling something, she snorted haughtily. What good is it to forcibly occupy? You cannot take it away regardless. Li Qingjun was momentarily stunned, then turned to Shi Hao, or rather, to the Lu Xian within him. What she says is not incorrect. That legacy of the Tao is indeed left for the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor, and no one else can touch it unless the Immortal Emperor intervenes to remove the imprint within the Tao. Sensing Li Qingjun's confusion, Lu Xian slowly spoke again. Moreover, if the imprint is removed, the Tao itself would vanish, rendering the effort futile. Is that so? Li Qingjun was taken aback, a contemplative expression overtaking his features. Humph. Are you afraid? Murong Yunchao exuded an air of triumph, but her pupils suddenly constricted, and her body began to tremble. As if sensing the danger surrounding Murong Yunchao, a strand of Tao radiance surged forth from the depths of the Yaoqi Isle, instantly enveloping her. What do you intend to do? Murong Yunchao's radiant eyes were filled with fury as she glared at Li Qingjun, whose eyes were pitch black, exuding an ominous aura. Truly, she is the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, Li Qingjun mused, gazing into the depths of the isle with a hint of nostalgia. Just as he was about to seize control of Murong Yunchao's soul, a surge of Daoic might abruptly arrive, severing his connection to the rules. My friend, should she encounter peril, the legacy within the depths of the isle will immediately summon her back. It seemed Lu Xian had sensed Li Qingjun's latent murderous intent and conveyed his thoughts. Why not keep this girl for your own purposes? How difficult to kill? Li Qingjun frowned slightly, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, but then reconsidered. Perhaps it would not be so bad to acquire a reincarnation of an immortal emperor for the empire? At this moment, Murong Yunchao's eyes were filled with vigilance. Evidently, Li Qingjun's recent actions had branded him as a villain in her mind. You misunderstand. I merely wish to test what binds you here, little girl, Li Qingjun stated nonchalantly, his tone exceedingly gentle, as if he had not just acted with force. As expected, Murong Yunchao's expression faltered, ignoring Li Qingjun's title, and instead asked with some hope, "Did the emperor ascertain anything?" Li Qingjun nodded slightly. "Naturally, if I am not mistaken. It is likely a method left by that immortal emperor, both a protection and a confinement." Then, Murong Yunchao began, but was interrupted by Li Qingjun. "Though it may be somewhat troublesome, it should not pose an issue for you to leave the western region. However, why should I assist you?" At this, Murong Yunchao was momentarily stunned, pondering the question, why would Li Qingjun help her? They were not related, and she possessed not even a single treasure of rules. How about this? The academy currently lacks a deputy head. Would you like to take on that role? Deputy head? Murong Yunchao hesitated for a moment. Can the emperor truly allow me to leave the western region? I am a man of my word. How could I deceive you? Li Qingjun stated with conviction, though a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. The contingency left behind by the Yaoqi immortal emperor was too formidable, leaving this girl with little room for growth, her mindset somewhat lacking. Lu Xian's voice echoed in Li Qingjun's mind, adding, "The Yaoqi immortal emperor is of the celestial lineage. She should also belong to that lineage." Celestial lineage? Li Qingjun made a mental note. Smiling slightly, does the head of the Murong family have anything they wish to take away from the western region? Hearing Li Qingjun's inquiry, Murong Yunchao was momentarily taken aback. Shaking her head, no? No sooner had she spoken than her expression abruptly changed, and the entire Yaoqi all began to tremble and quake, as the vastness of the Tao suddenly manifested, enveloping the entire isle. Thus, return to court. Li Qingjun's voice rang out, and the rules of the Tao instantly transformed into chains that extended infinitely, sealing the isle in the process. As he pressed his palm into the void, a hand, vast enough to obscure the sun, descended from the heavens, delving deep into the sea to lift the Yaoqi Isle from its watery depths. With a clang. Chapter 156. Then let there be a battle. Li Qingjun's actions seemed to have triggered a contingency left behind by the Yaoqi immortal emperor. From deep within the isle came a sound akin to an ancient zither, accompanied by a flash of Tao radiance that shattered the space, slashing toward the chains formed by the rules of the Tao. If you still exist, I pay my respects to you, but merely a contingency. Do you wish to intimidate me? Li Qingjun held the Yaoqi aloft with one hand while pointing into the void with the other, piercing through time and space to shatter the Tao radiance before it could reach him. However, the contingency left by an immortal emperor was far from trivial. In an instant, the isle resonated with celestial sounds. Amid the mournful notes of the zither lay hidden malice, an overwhelming murderous intent that threatened to tear the heavens apart. A strand of Daoic might seem to descend from an era long past, fully manifesting within the isle. Fortunately, the Yaoqi was suppressed by Li Qingjun's Tao rules. The Daoic might did not leak out. Otherwise, this overwhelming killing intent would surely have brought calamity upon all beings in the western region. Moreover, deep within the Yaoqi celestial domain, a phantom of a woman materialized. Upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to Murong Yunchao. The three differences lay in her aura. If Murong Yunchao's essence was ethereal, this woman exuded an air of coldness and nobility, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, untouched by the mortal realm. At the moment the woman appeared, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Murong Yunchao's radiant eyes. She opened her mouth, yet no sound escaped her lips. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the grave voice of Lu Xian resonated. Indeed, the Yaoqi immortal emperor has left a lingering sentiment for protection. It seems this woman is truly connected to the Yaoqi immortal emperor. My conjecture appears to be correct. Li Qingjun, preoccupied with the profound implications of Lu Xian's words, fixed his gaze intently upon the ethereal semblance of the Yaoqi immortal emperor. The vast power emanating from within stirred a sense of pressure even within him, albeit only a slight one. If you dare to oppose, then let us engage in battle. With a sudden flourish, Li Qingjun drew the imperial sword from his waist, unleashing the unparalleled might of the supreme immortal king, enveloping the entire western region, causing the heavens and earth to dim in its wake. Such strength. Observing Li Qingjun confront the immortal emperor, Shihao's eyes sparkled with admiration, his fists clenched tightly. This was the aspiration he sought to pursue. One day, when he ascended to the pinnacle, he would undoubtedly clear all obstacles for the emperor. The rules of the sword manifested. Empowering the imperial sword as a beam of sword light shattered the void, carrying immense power towards the lingering sentiment of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor. Countless forces of rules coalesced within the sword's radiance, leaving no trace of vitality in its path. The Yaoqi Immortal Emperor, seemingly devoid of any weapon, appeared to cradle an invisible guzheng. As her delicate fingers plucked at it, countless celestial notes transformed into a net, ensnaring the sword light completely. Had it been any other immortal king, they would have likely recoiled in fear at the mere appearance of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor's sentiment, unwilling to challenge its brilliance. Yet Li Qingjun was different, possessing the essence of the Great Way and having achieved the status of supreme immortal king, adorned with all glory. How could he be overshadowed by a mere remnant of the Immortal Emperor's will? As the sword light became ensnared, Li Qingjun maintained an air of tranquility, stating, "Since you wish to battle, then let us engage. Even if I must support the Immortal Isles, I shall still vanquish you." With that, Li Qingjun let out a long howl towards the heavens, his voice resonating throughout the Western region. "All cultivators of the Western region, evacuate immediately. Take as many as you can, but remember, you have but 10 breaths of time." The call of the sword echoed throughout the Western region. As Li Qingjun ceased to shield the Yaoqi Immortal Isles with the rules of the Great Way, instead channeling all his power into himself, intent on extinguishing the Yaoqi's lingering sentiment. Without Li Qingjun's protective rules, a palpable aura of impending doom descended from the firmament, revealing the hitherto concealed Immortal Isles against the sky of the Western region. The vast Immortal Isles, comparable to an entire state, were lifted by a hand that obscured the sun, its murderous intent shrouding the entire Western region, causing countless beings to tremble in fear, their expressions rife with terror. And when Li Qingjun's voice echoed, fear filled their eyes. The emperors gasped in shock, gazing at the isles, exclaiming, "This heralds the impending doom of the Western region." What manner of force could compel the emperor to forsake the Western region? The answer eluded them, but if one did not hasten their preparations, it would soon be too late. "Farewell, I do not wish to be buried alongside the Western region. May you all fare well." 10 breaths of time swiftly elapsed. A flash of sword light illuminating the Western region, stirring the boundless ocean into towering waves, as countless cultivators who had not managed to evacuate were gripped by terror. Gazing at the calamity of celestial proportions, they stood frozen in place, their spiritual energy ceasing to flow. Even the sacred emperors felt their innate powers falter. Meanwhile, within the Immortal Isles, Li Qingjun, sword in hand, swung it through the air, causing the isles to erupt with a thunderous sound, as if on the verge of collapse. Chains of the Great Way emerged from the depths of the isles, encircling them, preventing their disintegration. The sentiment of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor dimmed considerably, seemingly sensing the mounting pressure. With a flick of her jade hand, ripples surged through space, and a guzheng materialized in her embrace. As the guzheng appeared, Li Qingjun's gaze sharpened, feeling the rules within him subtly suppressed, prompting him to inwardly exclaim, "What a remarkable artifact!" However, persisting in this manner was untenable. The Yaoqi Immortal Emperor's sentiment was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Could it be that he would indeed have to sacrifice the Western region? Li Qingjun was loath to do so, yet the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor had left behind only a lingering sentiment to guard Murong and the Immortal Isles, devoid of sentience. "Murong, my friend, you should be able to persuade the sentiment of Yaoqi to cease, correct?" Suddenly, Lu Xian's grave voice resonated. The moment the guzheng manifested, he sensed trouble brewing. With the manifestation of the weapon of the Great Way, if this continued, it would not merely be the Western region sinking. "Huh, me?" Murong looked bewildered, gazing at the elevated sentiment reminiscent of a celestial maiden, her tone laced with uncertainty. She was merely at the immortal monarch level. How could she possibly control the sentiment of an immortal emperor, even if she was the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor? Her mind held no knowledge of the emperor's legacy. As Li Qingjun's expression fluctuated, contemplating the situation, a familiar force suddenly descended, calming the sentiment of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor and dissipating its might. Is this the arrival of the essence of the great domain? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingjun's eyes, but in the next instant, an ethereal voice filled with displeasure reached his ears. "You rascal! Why do you seek to take Yaoqi away?" Li Qingjun was taken aback. A sweep of his consciousness revealed Murong aura had transformed, becoming indistinguishable from the lingering sentiment of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor. Behind her, another manifestation of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor appeared, yet this one bore a hint of sentience, distinct from the sentiment. The imprint left behind by Yaoqi within the Great Way had been awakened by the essence of the Great Domain. How could this be? Wasn't he the essence of the Great Domain suppressed? Could it be that the era of prosperity was about to return? Lu Xian was astounded but quickly regained his composure, concealing himself to avoid detection by the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor. Li Qingjun's eyes flickered with intrigue. The sentience of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor and the overwhelming murderous sentiment were like two different entities. Especially now, as the Yaoqi's sentience temporarily revived through Murong Yunk's form. The contrast was striking. This Yaoqi is a legacy I left for myself. Why do you seek to take it away? The Yaoqi Immortal Emperor's tone was distinctly displeased, a glimmer of hostility evident in her brilliant eyes. With a soft huff, the very fabric of the Great Way trembled. In response, Li Qingjun maintained an air of nonchalance, stating, "You are mistaken. It is not I who seeks to take it away, but rather you who implored this emperor to intervene and retrieve the Yaoqi Isles. My lord." The Yaoqi Immortal Emperor's words halted abruptly, realization dawning upon her, perhaps attributing it to the actions of her reincarnation. Yet sensing something, her gaze turned peculiar as she murmured, "Why are you still at the Immortal Monarch level? No, wait, is this still the Myriad Domain? Why is the power of the rules so thin, and the aura of the Great Way absent?" Li Qingjun's eyes flickered as he attentively listened to the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor's musings, while the rules of the Great Way lay dormant within him, ready to strike at any moment. After some time, the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor seemed to grasp the situation, exclaiming, "I see now, it was my oversight. I had thought a millennium would suffice to reclaim my former peak, yet so much time has elapsed." The Yaoqi Immortal Emperor cast a deep glance at Li Qingjun, refraining from further conversation, as she waved her hand to dissipate the sentiment, thereby releasing herself from Murong Yung's form and retreating towards the depths of the Immortal Isles. Standing silently beside them, Shihao's eyes revealed a hint of peculiarity. He sensed that the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor had seemingly glanced at him before departing. "Take her away. It was my lack of foresight. However, I am now unable to lift the protection of the Isles, and I can only ensure she does not fall into slumber again. I have misunderstood you, my friend. When your reincarnation ascends to the Immortal Emperor realm, there shall be ample rewards." The soft sigh of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor emanated from the depths of the Isles. And scarcely had her words faded when the chains of the Great Way binding Murong Yung dimmed significantly. "The esteemed friend possesses profound wisdom, and I hope we shall meet again." Li Qingjun nodded slightly, casting a glance at the bewildered Murong Yunsi, and without further ado, the principles of the Great Tao enveloped the Immortal Isle, tearing through the fabric of space towards the Imperial City. With the absence of the Yaoqi Immortal Emperor's interference, the western regions have settled into tranquility. Just as the towering waves were about to engulf all continents of the West, they inexplicably stilled, allowing countless beings to survive. While the western regions narrowly escaped a fate of submersion, the numerous emperors were drenched in cold sweat as they hastily returned to the west. A thunderous rumble resounded. The celestial might cascaded over the entire eastern domain, the rules of the immortal kings serving as a guiding beacon amidst the night, prompting countless cultivators engaged in excavation to cease their actions. In the imperial city, the previously sunny weather suddenly turned overcast, and innumerable cultivators gazed skyward, transfixed by the immortal isle that shrouded the heavens and obscured the sun, large enough to cover half the continent, all plunged into a state of stupor. What is this? Could it be that the emperor has relocated a continent from elsewhere? How familiar. Is this not the forbidden zone of the western regions, the Yaoqi Immortal Isle? The cultivators within the imperial city were left in shock. Even the emperors within the academy displayed uncertainty. They could sense a lingering aura emanating from the Immortal Isle, a presence that evoked a surge of fear within their hearts. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators, the Immortal Isle gradually diminished, ultimately resembling the Juetian Ridge, halting beside the capital and merging into the sea of clouds, vanishing from sight. Almost as soon as Li Qingjun appeared within the academy, Cui Qiuan emerged from the void, respectfully stating, "I pay my respects to the emperor." Li Qingjun waved his hand, turning to the curious Murong Yunsi by his side, and remarked, "You must have met before. I shall refrain from further introductions. How about you reside here for the time being?" As soon as Li Qingjun's voice fell, a radiant white light surged from within Shihao, swiftly merging into a willow tree atop a spiritual mountain. In the next moment, the willow tree shot up from the ground, instantaneously shattering the void to arrive at the plaza, taking root beside the heavenly tower. And the voice of the willow immortal echoed, "This place is quite splendid." Within the academy, the spiritual energy was nearly dozens of times denser than that of the outside world. In fact, within the academy, he sensed a hidden realm containing numerous spiritual herbs, and even some ancient spiritual breeds. Such a commotion nearly startled all the emperors within the academy who had not entered seclusion, and several figures appeared simultaneously. Bai Zi, in comparison to last time, adorned herself with numerous bone ornaments, exuding a faint aura of supreme imperial might. Meanwhile, Xiao Fanzhou was exceedingly extravagant. Donned in a splendid feathered robe, his fingers nearly adorned with rings, and apart from a decorative sword at his waist. The rest of the space was filled with jade pendants, jingling as he walked. We pay our respects to the emperor. Rise. Li Qingjun nodded slightly, casting a curious glance at the two, yet he refrained from further comments, understanding that these were merely personal habits. This is the vice master of the academy, Morong Yunsi. You may familiarize yourselves at your leisure. I have state affairs to attend to, so I shall not linger. With that, Li Qingjun vanished from sight. Yet the voices of the academy's members echoed with a note of caution. She is the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, should she encounter danger. The imprint of the immortal emperor will be triggered. Moreover, she cannot leave the confines of the eastern domain. Be mindful. We bid farewell to the emperor. The members of the academy bowed deeply. Their expressions varied, their gazes fixated on Morong Yunsi. Even Cui Qiuan appeared somewhat astonished. Indeed, Miss Morong is extraordinary. Upon our first meeting, I sensed her talents far exceeded others, and it appears I was correct. Cui Qiuan politely greeted her, then surveyed the surroundings, finally resting her gaze on Yi Jiayang, saying, I would trouble you, Headmaster Yi, to explain the workings of the academy and the imperial court to Master Morong. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiayang had no objections. She too was quite curious about this immortal emperor and saw it as an opportunity to inquire further. Meanwhile, Shihao surveyed the area but did not see Kong Wu, feeling somewhat puzzled. Headmaster Kong is currently in seclusion. Once he breaks through, you may seek him out. Seemingly sensing Shihao's confusion, Cui Qiuan chuckled. After a pause, she continued, You may not be well acquainted with the academy. That child Mo you should be in the Formation Institute. You can seek him for further understanding. I also have matters to discuss with the Emperor. So I shall take my leave. With that, Cui Qiuan's figure gradually faded until she vanished from sight. Ahem. Sister Yi, you are busy with countless affairs. Allow me to assist Master Morong in becoming familiar with the Academy's matters. Just as Cui Qiuan departed, Xiao Fanzhou lightly cleared his throat, leaping forth with a playful smile. His eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Morong Yunsi, as if beholding a rare treasure. Sister Yi, you may continue your work. I have nothing pressing at the moment, so I shall accompany Brother Qiao to help Master Morong get acquainted with the Academy and the Imperial Court. Bai Zi's eyes brightened. Immediately following Xiao Fanzhou's lead, the two had known each other for countless years, and he could guess what Xiao would say next from the first word spoken. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiayang regarded the two with a smile that concealed a hint of sharpness, sending a chill down their spines. Then let us all go together. Chapter 158, A Million-Strong Army. Li Qingjun was indeed not deceiving. At this moment, he had state affairs to address. And Zhu Fushan and Ji Wumo were already awaiting him in the imperial city. Inside the imperial palace, Li Qingjun sat upon the throne, gazing down at the entire hall. With a gentle wave of his hand, Wei Zhongxian immediately understood, presenting the memorials of the two, reporting to the sovereign. This is the complete roster of personnel from the 4 military legions, including their affiliated factions, friends, and the recorded cultivation techniques. Roughly estimated, each legion comprised no less than 100,000 individuals, with over 50,000 cultivators above the Purple Mansion level, more than 10,000 at the Saint level, and 10 quasi-emperors. Ji Wumo clasped his hands, respectfully reporting, his gaze briefly glancing at Zhu Fushan beside him. Instantly, Zhu Fushan comprehended and stepped forward. Bowing, reporting to the sovereign, the 5 elite legions each recruit a reserve of 100,000. However, at this point, Zhu Fushan cautiously glanced at Li Qingjun, only to find him wearing a smile that was neither here nor there. Upon receiving a wave of the hand, Zhu Fushan exhaled in relief and continued. The potential candidates for the 5 vice commanders number fewer than 20. Zhu Fushan recalled the selection criteria and felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. The first requirement was to reach the 7th level of the immortal stage and to be on par with an elite legion in combat. This stringent first criterion would almost entirely eliminate all potential candidates, leaving fewer than 20 who could pass. To extract 20 out of 500,000 cultivators. What a concept. Even if the selection were to include cultivators from all 4 domains, the number who could qualify would likely not exceed 10,000. Observing Li Qingju in silence, Zhu Fushan and Ji Wumo exchanged glances, silently nodding. Ji Wumo spoke solemnly. This subordinate has some insights regarding the legions, and thus dares to present them for your consideration. On the throne, Li Qingjun did not glance at the memorial listing the true names, but merely perused Ji Wumo's proposals, nodding slightly. Firstly, to distinguish from the legion commanders personally appointed by the emperor, the legions led by Su Muyu and others shall be renamed as armies, with no upper limit on numbers. Secondly, The legions led by Xianxian and others will not expand further under the condition of non-reduction in personnel, although they number merely 1,000. They shall serve as the sharp blade. Your suggestion is commendable, yet it lacks a certain depth. Li Qingjun set aside the memorial and smiled lightly. Surely you possess a more refined proposal? Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ji Wumo's eyes. He indeed had a better suggestion, yet it was somewhat sensitive. Within the imperial palace today, you are free to express your thoughts without fear of retribution. Regardless of what you choose to say, Ji Wumo cast a glance at Zhu Fushan, pondered for a moment, and with a respectful gesture, addressed the emperor, Your Majesty. After an extensive discussion with Lord Zhu throughout the night, we believe that placing the command of the army led by Su Moyu and others under the names of Xian and his cohorts would be more advantageous for management. Furthermore, should a great battle ensue, while Xian and his companions act as the spear, Su Moyu and his associates would serve as the shield, thereby better controlling casualties. Ji Wumo's suggestion implied that each of Su Moyu's group would be paired with a legion leader, placing the army under their command, albeit at the cost of dispersing military authority. However, this was of little concern to Li Qingjun, for he had understood since childhood the wisdom behind trusting those he employed while remaining wary of those he did not. Li Qingjun nodded slightly, his fingers lightly tapping the throne. After a prolonged silence, he calmly replied, Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, we still require one more individual for the position. We shall appoint them once a suitable candidate is determined, but we must first establish the Fifth Army. After a brief pause, a flicker of contemplation crossed Li Qingjun's eyes as he added, Additionally, let us form a legion proficient in stealth and assassination. Upon hearing this, both men exchanged astonished glances, wondering if a 6th Legion commander was also to be appointed. We shall obey your command. As they exited the imperial capital, Zhu Fushan expressed his displeasure. When did I ever discuss such matters with you? Ji Wumo maintained a serene demeanor, casting a brief glance at Zhu Fushan, and complimented. It seems, Lord Zhu, that you have gained a bit more prosperity during our recent absence. Are you still enjoying the exquisite Yunlong sacred tea I sent? After a moment's pause, Ji Wumo continued, Lord Zhu should be addressing those sects and clans rather than questioning my authority here. What do you mean by addressing? Zhu Fushan blurted out, only to suddenly realize, have you altered the list? You are plotting against me. Ji Wumo let out a cold laugh, a group of good-for-nothings. Yet they aspire to command the army? With that, Ji Wumo flicked his sleeves and departed, ignoring Zhu Fushan's bitter expression. Damn it. Do they think I am unaware of their incompetence? How could they possibly be entrusted with more than a mere squad leader? Zhu Fushan muttered to himself, foreseeing the complaints that would surely arise once the list was published, with many from the sects and clans coming to voice their grievances. However, upon reflection, he considered his current position. Even if he had accepted benefits without delivering results, what could they possibly do to him? Yet, he still needed to return the favors, as a steady stream is preferable. Feeling a sense of relief, Zhu Fushan's plump cheeks broke into a smile as he made his way toward his estate, eager to engage with these sects and clans. Just as the two had departed from the imperial palace, Cui Qiuan appeared within, observing Li Qingjun, who seemed deep in thought. He stood quietly beside him, refraining from speaking. Is there something you wish to discuss, Minister Cui? After a moment, Li Qingjun withdrew his gaze, looking at Cui Qiuan with mild curiosity. Merely some trivial matters. Recently, numerous cultivators have been excavating the earth across the 4 domains. Some occurrences are rather extraordinary. Cui Qiuan spoke softly, pausing briefly before adding. Moreover, some individuals are claiming that recently forged semi-imperial weapons are ancient treasures. This has drawn countless cultivators into the fray. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun chuckled softly. He was already aware of the situation, knowing that Mo Xingheng was the one orchestrating it behind the scenes. Although the reasons remained unclear, the eyes of Zhu Fushan and Ji Wumo would not miss such happenings. However, after observing, they deemed it prudent to suppress the matter, simply reporting it to him for a decision. Cui Qiuan need not concern himself with this matter, for others would handle it. Li Qingjun's decision was to observe what this young man intended, as a reincarnated individual's actions were invariably linked to significant events of the future. Cui Qiuan, pondering this, smiled and said, I see now that I have overthought this. I shall take my leave. After seeing Cui Qiuan off, Li Qingjun turned his gaze back to the celestial domain, a slight smile gracing his lips. In 3 months' time, he would unveil the mysterious veil of the celestial domain with his own hands. Chapter 159, The 9 Celestial Sacred Teachings. A month's time swiftly passed. In other periods, a month would leave no trace in the river of time. Yet, within this month, several significant events transpired, stirring the winds across the 4 domains. Initially, Lin Yan achieved a remarkable transformation, breaking through to the semi-imperial realm. The might of the semi-imperial tribulation rivaled that of imperial tribulations, casting a shadow over an entire state, causing countless beings to tremble in fear. However, Lingxian's semi-imperial tribulation took a full 7 days to cultivate, gradually enveloping the entirety of the eastern domain, leaving innumerable cultivators in dread. 7 days later, a spear soared through the sky, piercing the long rainbow, extinguishing the semi-imperial tribulation that had brewed for days, leaving no trace behind. Sects and clans across the 4 domains rushed to visit the Lin family to discuss Lin Yan's marriage, but he politely declined, stating he would consider it after ascending to the Celestial King. Throughout this month, the Imperial Dynasty expanded its military, much to the excitement of the scattered cultivators. Have you heard? The Imperial Dynasty is forming a 5th army, and there's no cap on the number of recruits. Our time to shine has come. Indeed, anyone who joins the army will receive a sacred royal technique and the rank of a commander, with access to semi-imperial techniques. Your news is outdated. A distant cousin of mine informed me that the Imperial Dynasty is about to establish a 6th army, prioritizing those skilled in stealth and assassination. However, they soon discovered that many from the sects and clans were also participating, leaving their hopes for advancement still bleak. Days turned into weeks, and the 4 domains had calmed considerably, with those selected by the Imperial Dynasty now undergoing training, while others could only sigh in longing. During this month, countless sects secretly pledged to send their most talented disciples into the military, seeking a path to promotion. The thresholds of Zhu Fushan and Ji Wumo had been trampled, and ultimately overwhelmed by annoyance. They publicly declared that anyone noticed by a vice commander could be directly selected and immediately appointed as a military commander. Those personally chosen by Lin Yan could become a deputy general. Boom. 2 months had elapsed since Li Qingjun issued the military recruitment order. On this day, the skies above the academy were once again filled with tribulation clouds, a faint imperial might radiating across an entire state. Yet the tribulation clouds continued to expand, a surging aura of killing intent slowly emanating from the academy. Oh, it seems Brother Chu is also on the verge of breaking through to the semi-imperial realm. Lin Yan gazed from the imperial city, his eyes glinting with fervor. However, a sudden commotion interrupted him as a burly man burst in, reporting to the martial lord. The sects and clans outside are still waiting. Shall we meet with them? Lin Yan turned his gaze to this man, who was named Xiong Chuzhu, the vice commander of the martial god army, with a cultivation level of semi-imperial 7th layer. Hearing Xiong Chuzhu's report, Lin Yan smirked. A group of good-for-nothings. If they merely wish for their descendants to join the martial god army, that would be one thing, but to aspire to hold the rank of commander? They are truly dreaming. There's no point in further discussion. Let them wait. They will soon lose hope. Lin Yan waved his hand, but his gaze lingered on Xiong Chuzhu, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Had it not been for Cui Qiuwan's earlier revelation of this individual's true identity as a member of the demon race, he might have remained oblivious. Understood, Xiong Chuzhu replied, his expression somewhat hesitant, yet he still clasped his hands and said, "Reporting to my lord, I have a request. Speak." Lin Yan nodded, his eyes gleaming with interest. Initially, Cui Qiuwan had kept this individual's identity hidden as a form of trial. After all, they are all prodigies. If they persist in living under the wings of others, when will they ever ascend to become the soaring eagles of the skies? Xiong Chuzhu spoke respectfully. My father has had a connection with the emperor and has long admired him. He wishes for the martial sovereign to convey his desire for an audience with the emperor. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. While many may have encountered the emperor, very few among the demon race have survived after such encounters. In an instant, Lin Yan discerned the identity of Xiong Chuzhu's father and exclaimed, "Xiong Qingtian?" Xiong Chuzhu was not surprised by Lin Yan's ability to perceive his demon lineage. Moreover, as their clan had long ceased consuming human medicinal herbs, he remained relatively composed and nodded affirmatively. He continued respectfully, "The martial sovereign has keen insight. My father has been troubled by this matter for a long time and has had no opportunity until the emperor issued the conscription order, which led to my joining the martial god army. Furthermore, I am fortunate to have gained your esteem and been appointed as the vice general of the martial god." Lin Yan nodded, his eyes flickering with brilliance, and after a long pause, he replied, "I shall report this matter to my lord." At that moment, an imperial might enveloped the eastern region as the emperor's tribulation suddenly descended. Lin Yan, witnessing this, felt a twinge of surprise, but was not shocked. In this brief span of 2 months, many sects and clans had seen their quasi-emperors break through to become true emperors. The number of emperors across the 4 domains was rapidly increasing, a phenomenon attributed to the source of the Tao. As the source of the Tao from the absolute immortal ridge was integrated, the understanding of the source among cultivators in the 3,000 Tao domains became remarkably clearer. It seemed that the presence of Qingjun in the imperial capital rendered the aura of the source even more pronounced, making the path to becoming an emperor easier than it had been in centuries. Moreover, with Qingjun's breakthrough to the immortal king, a subtle force of order now enveloped the 4 domains, and with Cui Qiuwan's guidance of myriad beings, all cultivators in the 4 domains learned how to ascend to the supreme and immortal king realms. It could be said that the emperor is now revered across the 4 domains. All who practice the Tao express their gratitude to him, and statues of Qingjun are erected in every city for posterity to admire. However, these statues are imbued with a force of order, rendering their features indistinct, even to emperors who cannot discern them clearly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On an ordinary morning, as the dawn light began to spill over the eastern region, a rift suddenly manifested in the heavens. This rift appeared to connect to the starry skies, with glimmers of starlight standing out starkly against the dark fissure, while the source of the Tao roared forth like an ocean. In an instant, an abundance of this source rained down across the 4 domains, as if bestowing a gift, prompting many cultivators who had been stuck at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors to attain enlightenment, their expressions transforming into sheer joy as they began their seclusion. In the imperial capital, the emperor's tribulation echoed ceaselessly, the overwhelming imperial might nearly engulfing the entire sky. Qingjun gazed up at the heavens from the imperial garden, her eyes narrowed slightly, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yet soon, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features as she murmured, "Wait, how can this be just 1 domain? Such a grand title as the myriad domains does not correspond. Had the source been integrated before the arrival of the Tao?" As Qingjun pondered, the ocean-like manifestation of the Tao's source seemed to devour something within the rift before vanishing from sight. She clearly observed a strand of the Tao's source emerge from the rift, only to be consumed, rendering the source once again more complete. Moreover, in her eyes, beyond the rift lay a continent that was moving closer to the 3,000 Tao domains. Ah, so this is the land of the source. Truly extraordinary. My 9 immortals' sacred sect shall surely establish a dominion in the land of the source. The voice of an ominous laughter echoed throughout the eastern region, causing Qingjun to arch an eyebrow in curiosity. Is this the sacred sect? Chapter 160. Xian emerges from seclusion. As soon as the words fell, countless imperial auras surged from the academy, a beam of sword light arriving almost instantaneously. The gentle spring breeze swept past, revealing Cui Qiuwan and Yi Jiaoyang simultaneously. Beneath the rift, the previously proud and diminutive elder suddenly wore a grave expression and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am the ancestor of the 9 immortals' sacred sect. Might you be the sovereign of this realm?" Gu Mingqiao straightened his hunched back slightly, and, with a hint of seriousness in his gaze, said to Cui Qiuwan, "Indeed, even in this fallen land of the source, there exists an extraordinary presence. First, the immortal king, and now, the supreme emperor. I wonder how many supreme emperors there are, and whether they will grant my 9 immortals' sacred sect a place to reside." However, Cui Qiuwan frowned, not answering his foolish question, but rather expressing slight surprise. "You emerged from the rift? Are you from the outer realms?" Upon hearing this, Gu Mingqiao nodded in affirmation. "You speak true. I hail from the ancient demon Tao domain." Yi Jiaoyang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he sensed Gu Mingqiao's cultivation, discovering that he was also a supreme emperor, akin to Cui Qiuwan. "I am not the sovereign of this realm, merely the head of the academy." Cui Qiuwan shook his head, his gaze piercing through the rift towards the increasingly approaching ancient demon Tao domain, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. In his perception, the 2 domains seemed to be pulling at one another, striving for complete integration. "Oh." Gu Mingqiao took note of the academy mentioned by Cui Qiuwan and added, "I wonder where that immortal king is. I would like to pay my respects." Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the heavens, their gazes fixated on Gu Mingqiao, and the imperial might engulfed him in an instant. "We have met the head of the Cui Academy." Dozens of individuals greeted Cui Qiuwan first, then turned their curious gazes toward Gu Mingqiao, among them Xiao Fanzhou, who exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Bai, did you sense that this old fellow possesses the aura of the blood transformation demon pill?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zi looked astonished, glancing at the ornament at Gu Mingqiao's waist and nearly blurting out, "The 10,000 transformations weapon technique. Isn't that the lineage I left behind?" "The old fellow. What did you just say about where you come from? The 9 immortals' sacred sect? Elaborate for me." Gu Mingqiao, sensing the cultivation levels of those around him, fell into a stupor as they were all emperors, and the aura of the barefooted woman was even more powerful than his. Upon hearing the words of Bai Zi and Xiao Fanzhou, Gu Mingchao's brow furrowed in displeasure as he retorted, "Friends, tread carefully. This ornament is from a weapon emperor of the Nine Immortals sacred sect, and as for the blood transformation demon pill, I have never heard of it. How dare you?" Xiao Fanzhou and Bai Ziyi were taken aback, their eyes glowing with mischief. But a gaze filled with sharp sword intent directed at them caused the two to regain their composure, snorting softly and ignoring him further. Suddenly, the great Tao began to tremble. A celestial stairway descended from the imperial capital, stretching across the void, accompanied by countless auspicious signs as a figure emerged. The looming presence of the immortal king weighed down upon everyone like a mountain, causing their bodies to involuntarily hunch slightly. Cui Qiuwan and the others wasted no time. Bowing deeply before the approaching figure, we pay our respects to our lord. Meanwhile, Gu Mingchao was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the youth clad in imperial robes. For words flashing through his mind, Supreme Immortal King. In that instant, Gu Mingchao felt a tingle at the back of his neck. This individual was a true prodigy, having surpassed the Immortal King in less time than it took him to nap, illustrating the extraordinary heights to which prodigies can ascend. He wished to pay homage to the Immortal King, yet now, upon confronting Li Qingjun, it would be dishonest to claim that he felt no fear. After all, facing a being of such overwhelming strength, especially one of unknown temperament, instills a sense of trepidation in every heart. Nine Immortals Sacred Sect. Gu Mingchao pays homage to the Immortal King. Rise, Li Qingjun replied with a slight nod, her gaze appraising Gu Mingchao, her tone exceedingly calm, though a hint of discontent seemed to linger in her eyes. A shiver coursed through Gu Mingchao as he pondered whether he had inadvertently offended this celestial monarch. With considerable cultivation, how many individuals of similar prowess existed within the ancient demon realm? Your generous praise, esteemed senior, is unwarranted. I am but a flickering firefly, hardly comparable to your resplendent sun. Gu Mingchao responded without hesitation, first offering respectful flattery, before continuing with careful thought. I am, however, the highest cultivator in the ancient demon realm, followed by two unparalleled emperors. Originally there were three, but one has passed into nirvana a month prior, returning to the heavens. Below them are 10 near-perfect emperors and 17 newly ascended emperors. After a brief reflection, Gu Mingchao confirmed, esteemed senior, that is the total number of emperors in the ancient demon realm. Even allowing for some discrepancy, it should not exceed 2. Li Qingjun nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, waved a hand, summoning images he had sought for 2 months without success into the sky. Do these 2 locations exist within the ancient demon realm? Gu Mingchao scrutinized the 2 images with utmost seriousness, rifling through his memories from the time he could recall, yet found no connection whatsoever. I can assure you, these 2 places do not exist within the ancient demon realm. Upon hearing Gu Mingchao's affirmative answer, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Qingjuan's eyes as he waved his hand, causing his figure to vanish. Why do I sense a slight disquiet in the master's mood? Bai Ziyi remarked, scratching his head and chuckling as he watched Li Qingjun depart. Damn it, how can you still laugh when the emperor is in a foul mood? You are a fool, and I shall sever ties with you. You have squandered 3,000 years of life. Xiao Fanzhou shot a disdainful glance at Bai Ziyi, his eyes brimming with contempt. Suddenly, the impending tribulation surrounding the entire eastern region erupted violently, a lightning dragon crackling with tribulation energy, exuding a cataclysmic aura, roared forth from the tribulation clouds. Countless bolts of lightning instantaneously engulfed the entire academy, and fortunately, the protective formation held, preventing the academy from being obliterated alongside the collapsing space. Is this the impending tribulation of an emperor? Gu Mingchao gasped, staring blankly toward the academy. Surely, no emperor could survive such a calamity. Yet, a streak of crimson light from within the academy sliced through the heavens, an overwhelming aura of slaughter saturating the entire eastern region, utterly extinguishing the lightning tribulation. What an extraordinary prodigy. In the entirety of the ancient demon realm, perhaps only 2 could rival him. Gu Mingchao could not help but exclaim in admiration. Oh, now this has piqued Cui Qiuwan's interest. The prodigy Chu Xinji, though I have scarcely encountered a few, to think that the ancient demon realm, comparable to a domain in size, possesses 2 such talents? He mused. Once that power is brought under the 9 immortal holy sect, I shall take those 2 to spar with this prodigy. But soon, Gu Mingchao was taken aback, noticing the slender youth clad in a thin black shirt, wielding a blood-red blade, casting a cold gaze in his direction, or rather, toward the rift behind him, before swiftly averting his gaze. Since you are visiting the 3,000 realms for the first time, it would be prudent to familiarize yourself beforehand to avoid any misunderstandings, the youth stated. I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Understood. Chapter 161. The Shattering of the Soul Tablet. Gu Mingqiao had spent several days in the 3,000 realms, gaining some understanding of the four domains, realizing that the unparalleled celestial monarch harbored grand ambitions, far beyond what the four domains could satiate. However, the more he learned, the heavier his heart grew. The 9 immortal holy sect had dominated the ancient demon realm for countless ages. How could they easily submit? Moreover, the disciples of the 9 immortal holy sect were predominantly proud and unruly. How could they willingly accept subservience? It seemed he would need to meet with the celestial monarch once more. Surely the emperor's dominion over the source realm had expanded sufficiently by now. Gu Mingqiao felt increasingly agitated, lamenting internally as he found himself alone in the source realm without anyone to confer with. Yet, he had followed the source of the ancient demon realm here. Now, devoid of its guidance, even if he wished to return, he could not find the way, and could only await the fusion of the ancient demon realm and the source realm. His gaze flickered uncertainly as his figure vanished in an instant. Heading toward the imperial city, time passed swiftly, and another day dawned. As the first rays of the sun emerged, an ethereal glow arose at the eastern region's border. Peering through the mist, it revealed a brand new continent. Along its shores, countless cultivators gazed excitedly toward the source realm, each pair of eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. Could this signify a resurgence of the ancient era? The unity of myriad domains? The commencement of a true golden age? Indeed, not only had the emperor attained the status of a celestial monarch, but the tribulations of the emperors had been appearing with alarming frequency. Within a mere 2 or 3 months, dozens of emperors had already been born. Those cultivators over there seem rather peculiar. They don't appear to be virtuous. Who cares about them? Once the dynasty's discipline is applied, they will naturally fall in line. I am merely waiting for the veil to dissipate so I can enter that realm. Swish, swish, swish. Within the 3,000 realms, countless cultivators stood amidst the skies, their gazes languidly fixed on the ancient demon realm. Groups of 2 or 3 conversed quietly, seemingly indifferent to the ancient demon realm's existence. Boom. Suddenly, the might of the celestial monarch resonated throughout the 3,000 realms. Upon closer inspection, beneath the overwhelming pressure lay a hint of fury, shrouding the skies of the 4 domains in ominous clouds, the torrential rain threatening to pour at any moment. At this sight, the cultivators of the 4 domains narrowed their eyes, filled with astonishment, as countless gazes turned toward the imperial capital, speculating what grand event could have incited the emperor's wrath. Oh no! Could it be that the emperor has not located those 2 places, hence his fury? That shouldn't be. With the emperor's expansive heart, he would not be angered by such trivial matters. It must be that some heinous individual has provoked his ire. As countless cultivators speculated in hushed tones, a shocking piece of news arrived, leaving them collectively stunned, as an overwhelming shock gripped them. The disciple of the Chui family, the Dao child of the Wu-Wei emperor sect, second only to Lin Yin and others, Jiang Lin's soul tablet has shattered, suspected to be dead without a trace. Upon this news, countless cultivators felt their hair stand on end, and those from various sects trembled, exclaiming, "Good heavens, it cannot be the North Domain's doing, right? I do not wish to be buried alongside a fool. Oh no, this must be the first fallen prodigy of the Imperial Dynasty. Who could be so audacious? Having consumed too many illusionary celestial pills, thinking they have achieved the status of a celestial monarch? Everyone, you may remain here. I must return to my clan." The expressions of those from various sects shifted drastically, particularly among the more frivolous factions, as the faces of their leaders drained of color, fearing that one of their own had acted recklessly. In an instant, countless factions were engulfed in trepidation, while the ancient demon realm, poised to merge with the 3,000 realms, lost its allure, and no one paid it any heed. Within the imperial palace, Li Qingjun sat atop the throne, his gaze cold and piercing, a hint of suppressed fury glimmering in the depths of his eyes. Below the throne stood dozens of emperors and the ruling figures of the imperial dynasty. Cui Qiuwan's warm demeanor had vanished, her eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to harbor the chill of winter, instilling dread in those who met her gaze. At the center of the grand hall, a middle-aged man knelt, trembling with fear. He was merely the palace lord responsible for guarding the Soul Hall, yet only an hour prior, a sharp crack had resonated from within the hall, signaling that calamity was about to befall the 4 domains. Reporting to the emperor, every word spoken by this subordinate is the truth. An hour ago, the soul tablet of the academy disciple Jiang Lin shattered. Yet the images preceding his demise have not been transmitted. The palace lord knelt in the center of the grand hall, under the scrutiny of dozens of emperors and Li Qingjun, feeling the weight of pressure reach its zenith. As the esteemed leader of the Soul Palace, one possesses a certain degree of resilience, albeit a thin sheen of perspiration now adorned his forehead. Upon hearing the words, Li Qingjun cast a frosty gaze towards the exterior of the hall, momentarily seeming to encompass the entirety of the four realms within his sight, his divine light flickering unpredictably. Zhang Diyuan, your subordinate comprehends. Zhang Diyuan hastily stepped forward, taking the shattered soul token from the hands of the Soul Palace Master, and commenced a profound calculation using unparalleled Taoist techniques. However, after consecutively drawing 16 hexagrams, each one revealed a state of confusion. Noticing the gaze of the others upon him, Zhang Dian bit his lip, closed his eyes, and a cryptic aura enveloped the grand hall as a scroll of visions slowly unfurled. An endless expanse of ocean appeared, surrounded by countless islands, unmistakably depicting the western region. As the scene transitioned, images of the northern, southern, and eastern regions began to materialize. Suddenly, Zhang Diyuan coughed up blood, his aura plummeting rapidly, his complexion turning pale as he exclaimed, "The fate has been exhausted, yet it remains shrouded by the Tao. This. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun's icy gaze flickered once more, and he too endeavored to discern the truth through the path of heavenly secrets. Arriving at a conclusion identical to Zhang Diyuan's, the Tao obscured. The fate of one who has perished and whose Tao has dissipated remains veiled by the mists of the Tao. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Li Qingjun mused internally, his cold demeanor intensifying. As if sensing his mood, the four realms were suddenly engulfed in torrential rain. The ancient demon realm merged with the 3,000 Tao realms. Yet he had not obtained the rewards for the side quests, which irked him, for it implied he must await the return of all Tao realms to complete the side mission. Now, with Jiang Lingxian's soul token shattered, leaving no trace of his presence, an additional flicker of ire ignited within him. Li Qingjun abruptly rose, one hand clasped behind his back, his gaze deepening to an extreme, as if he could encompass the four realms within his sight. Coldly, he commanded, "Send word. Anyone who reports sightings of Jiang Lingxian shall be handsomely rewarded. Those who discover his remains shall be granted imperial weaponry and rewarded with the essence of the Tao, with the position of deputy general and provincial lord theirs to choose." Understood. Li Qingjun surveyed the room and coldly remarked, "Why has Xianxia yet to arrive?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Fushan respectfully replied, reporting to the sovereign, "Provincial Lord Yang has been in seclusion for 3 months. However, the Grand Elder of the Wu-Wei Imperial Sect has arrived." According to his account, Jiang Lingxian was only at the Wu-Wei Imperial Sect for a little over a month before quietly departing, with no knowledge of his destination. Li Qingjun nodded slightly, not delving further into the matter, his gaze resting upon Chu Xian and the others, stating, "After gathering troops for so long, it is time to put them to the test. I order you 5 to patrol the world. You have the authority to act decisively. Any suspicious forces are to be eradicated without the need for prior report." Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback, understanding that the emperor was genuinely angered and intended to cleanse the world of those harboring ill intentions. Chapter 162, Journey to the Ancient Demon Realm. As soon as Li Qingjun's imperial decree was issued, it ignited a tremendous uproar across the four realms. Those who had encountered Jiang Lingxian hastily made their way towards the imperial city, fearing they would be outpaced by others. Meanwhile, countless sects and clans were gripped by trepidation, engaging in introspection to ascertain whether any of their kin had offended the imperial court in recent months. In an instant, millions of troops surged forth from the imperial city, led personally by Lin Yin and accompanied by several emperors. Wherever they passed, sects and clans bowed their heads, opening their ancestral lands for inspection. Shihao's Tianhuang Legion made its debut, with 1,000 warriors clad in ancient barbaric armor, their presence akin to primordial beasts emerging from the depths of time, exuding an immense pressure akin to mountains. Not to mention the million-strong Tianhuang army. Wherever they marched, cries of despair echoed, with many lamenting their innocence and claiming ignorance of Jiang Lingxian's affairs. Within the imperial palace, only a handful of individuals remained. Li Qingjun stood in the grand hall, lost in contemplation, sensing that Jiang Lingxian's matter was far from simple. The soul tokens of all present had been personally refined by him. It could be said that unless one were an immortal emperor, no one could erase the visions of life and death. Ji Wumo pondered for a moment before stepping forward, reporting to the sovereign, "Do you recall the sky-piercing demon emperor?" "The sky-piercing demon emperor?" Li Qingjun murmured softly, a vision of a black bear emerging in his mind. Upon realizing it bore no scent of humanity's elixirs, he had spared its life. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Li Qingjun nodded and waved his hand. "I remember. If this bear causes trouble, then slay it." Ji Wumo's lips twitched slightly, respectfully stating, "No. I merely wish to recommend this demon to temporarily hold the position of general of the Tianhuang Legion, overseeing its command. This way, Your benevolent actions shall resonate throughout the myriad realms, drawing countless clans to your side. Oh, Li Qingjun raised an eyebrow, considering for a moment before nodding. If that is the case, let it assume the position of general of the Tianhuang Legion. Your wisdom is unparalleled. But may I inquire if it is permissible to open the academy and allow members of the demon race to join? Upon hearing this, Li Qingjun had yet to respond when Zhu Fushan exhibited a flicker of surprise, though he soon regained his composure. After all, upon reflection, given the current achievements of the imperial court, what harm was there in converting a few demons? Furthermore, he trusted Ji Wumo to handle the matter judiciously. Approved. Is there anything else? Reporting to the sovereign, Gu Mingqiao, the ancestor of the 9 Immortals sacred sect, is currently in my residence. He wishes to discuss peaceful coexistence with the imperial court. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhu Fushan's eyes as he stepped forward to report. Though he felt Gu Mingqiao's aspirations were somewhat delusional, nonetheless, having received some items from that old fellow, it was prudent to inform the sovereign. Peaceful coexistence? Li Qingjun scoffed. Tell him that after the ancient demon realm merges with the 3,000 Dao realms, if he does not submit within a day, the 9 Immortals sacred sect shall be consigned to history. Understood. You may withdraw. Buzzing. Just as Zhu Fushan and the others were retreating, the entire eastern region suddenly trembled, the space quaking violently, and the ancient demon realm, which had remained shrouded in a thin membrane, completely merged with the eastern region. In an instant, countless streams of light surged from the ancient demon realm towards the 3,000 Dao realms, ecstatic roars resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Jia. This is a land rich in treasures, and I have arrived. Humph. I am but a step away from becoming an emperor. This expedition to the land of origins shall surely elevate me to the peak of the imperial realm, granting me eternal glory. First, let us seek out the demon domain and inquire as to the whereabouts of that supreme immortal king. We shall pay our respects. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the eastern region's borders, countless cultivators entwined in black threads cackling with delight as they absorbed the spiritual essence of the eastern region. Hey, little fellow, where is this place, and where can I find that supreme immortal king? The first batch of ancient demon cultivators arriving in the eastern region abruptly spotted a youth clad in black, riding a blood Kirin, approaching from the east. One could not help but voice their inquiry. Chu Xian's gaze flickered as he pointed in a direction before disregarding the group, heading towards the ancient demon realm. He could sense that the object of his fervent desire was drawing near, nestled within the ancient demon realm. Haha, halt lad. That blood Kirin beneath you is quite impressive. Why not gift it to me? I'll leave you with something in return. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold snort shattered the air, followed by a streak of crimson light that crushed him into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The cultivators from the ancient demon realm trembled, gazing at the youth emerging from the void. Their expressions filled with shock as they sensed the overwhelming imperial might emanating from him, their pupils wide with terror. Return, Blood One. You must assist me in patrolling the world. Gazing at the suddenly appearing Blood One and the subsequent arrival of the Blood Prison Legion, Chu Xian felt no surprise and spoke with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Shui Yi's expression remained unchanged as he coldly surveyed the gathered cultivators, snorting disdainfully. If you do not leave at once, you shall remain here to accompany him in death. As soon as his words fell, a chill ran through the ranks of cultivators, and in an instant, they retreated tens of thousands of miles, not daring to wager on whether a formidable emperor would spare their lives. Shui Yi turned to Chu Xian and pondered for a moment before inquiring. The Blood Master wishes to venture into the ancient demon domain. Why not wait a little longer? It would not be too late to report back to the Master after surveying the 4 realms. Chu Xian shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. I feel a sense of guilt for being unable to assist the Master with significant matters. How could I then disturb him over trivialities? Furthermore, I have ascended to the quasi-emperor level and possess certain strength. This journey is solely to resolve my inner doubts, not for any other purpose. The presence of Brother Lin and others surveying the 4 realms is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Shui furrowed his brow slightly, but in the next moment, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the distance, landing to reveal the figure of Mo Xinghang. I have come to see Senior Brother Chu. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, why are you not leading the Blood Prison Army in surveying the world, and what brings you here? Mo Xinghang had already been assigned to the Blood Prison Army by Li Qingjun, serving as a general and commanding the entire force, holding a position equivalent to that of a deputy commander. Of course, I am here to accompany Senior Brother to the ancient demon domain. Mo Xinghang smiled faintly, though his eyes were filled with gravity. In the previous life, the ancient demon domain had not merged with the 3,000 realms. Moreover, the native power of the ancient demon domain, the 9 Immortals holy sect, had occupied half of the 3,000 realms in the last life, showcasing its overwhelming strength for all to see. Most importantly, he was aware that Xianxia's mortal enemy resided within the ancient demon domain. The two had been like water and fire, battling each other for hundreds of years, and even when one fell, they had never determined a victor. You are truly being reckless. Xianxian furrowed his brow, feeling displeased. He had intended to embark on this journey alone. But now it seemed that perhaps 1,000,000 troops from the blood prison would accompany him. Just as Xianxian was at a loss, contemplating whether he should dismiss them, a calm voice eased his mind. Let them accompany you. The ancient demon domain will eventually become part of the imperial territory. You might as well clear it out in advance. Li Qingjun's voice resonated in everyone's ears, prompting them to bow in unison towards the imperial capital, exclaiming, "As you command." Chapter 163, Audacious Beyond Measure. Although the ancient demon domain had merged with the 3,000 realms, prompting numerous cultivators to seek the celestial king within, the majority of them converged upon the Nine Shadows Imperial Sect. In stark contrast to its usual solemnity, the Nine Shadows Imperial Sect was adorned in festive decorations today, with citizens coming forth to present gifts. This was due to the joyous union of the sect's Tao Maiden and Tao Sun, leaving countless cultivators from the ancient demon domain astonished. It is worth noting that the Tao Maiden, Chu Hongxiao, was the pinnacle talent of the ancient demon domain, having ascended to the quasi-emperor level at a mere 30 years of age, an achievement unmatched for millennia. Yet now, the Nine Shadows Imperial Sect had decided to pair Chu Hongxiao with an inconspicuous disciple, a turn of events that caught everyone off guard. Who could that Yi Qingchen be? To be chosen as a partner by the Heavenly Maiden of Calamity? Truly a stroke of luck. Indeed. I recall that the Holy Son of the Nine Immortals Holy Sect has pursued Chu Hongxiao for a long time, right? TSK. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. The Nine Shadows Imperial Sect was extravagant, hosting a grand feast for all cultivators from the ancient demon domain willing to attend. This feast was unlike any mundane affair, featuring delicacies from spirit beasts and extraordinary fruits of heaven and earth, bringing immense benefits to those who consumed them. Such a display compelled one to exclaim, "No wonder this is the second most powerful force in the ancient demon domain. They are indeed wealthy and extravagant." Oh, I have heard some rumors about this Yi Qingchen. Do listen to them as mere jest. Outside the Nine Shadows Imperial Sect, a certain holy emperor cultivator seated at a banquet table spoke eloquently. It is said that Yi Qingchen has fostered close relationships with the Tool Emperor and the Alchemy Emperor of the Nine Immortals Holy Sect, having bestowed great favors upon them. He has even caught the attention of the ancient Ming Immortal Monarch, who intended to take him as a disciple but was turned down. TSK. One cannot help but wonder if this is true. Upon hearing this, the gathered cultivators were taken aback, then collectively gasped, staring at the loquacious youth in disbelief. Is that even possible? The ancient Ming Immortal Monarch is the foremost figure in the ancient demon domain. Could this lad truly be so foolish as to refuse him? Indeed. As for his ties to the Tool Emperor and Alchemy Emperor, that is even more implausible. Who does not know their esteemed status? Almost every emperor has connections with them. The youth remained silent, smiling as he opened a gilded folding fan, gazing longingly towards the depths of the Nine Shadows Imperial Sect. All emperors of the Nine Immortals Holy Sect have arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout drew everyone's attention, and they beheld three figures approaching, led by a middle-aged man with a defiant demeanor, clad in resplendent golden robes. He radiated an aura of authority, causing those of lower cultivation to tremble at just a glance. Heavens! The leader of the Nine Immortals has come in person. Could it be that what was said is true? Could it be? The Alchemy Emperor and Tool Emperor of the Nine Immortals Holy Sect have also arrived? Hiss. Hee. The affairs of the Nine Shadows younger generation have even warranted the personal attendance of the esteemed leader. I apologize for my lack of courtesy, and I hope the leader will forgive me. As ripples coursed through the air, the Nine Shadows sect leader appeared, adorned in an elegant gown that accentuated her curves, leaving the gathered cultivators speechless. Gu Jingshan laughed heartily, saying, "It has been many years, sister. Your grace remains as captivating as ever. No need for formalities. Just call me Big Brother." Hearing this, the Nine Shadows sect leader smiled slightly, bowing in respect. "In that case, I am honored to have such high regard from you, Big Brother Gu." Gu Jingshan laughed heartily, surveying the crowd, his gaze momentarily resting on the youth holding the folding fan, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "Where has that young friend gone?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the Nine Shadows sect leader felt a twinge of helplessness and replied ambiguously, "Qingchen must be quite preoccupied." Gu Jingchen nodded thoughtfully, following the Nine Shadows sect leader into the sect. Were it not for his ancestors' interest in Yi Qingchen, he would have little motivation to attend. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchen stood atop a pavilion, gazing toward the direction of the 3,000 realms, murmuring, "Why is that reincarnated soul drawing nearer to me?" Yi Qingchen exuded a faint imperial aura, clearly having broken through to the quasi-emperor level, yet such a significant disturbance had not attracted anyone's attention, indicating that the Nine Shadows imperial sect was keeping secrets. Could it be my presence has unsettled that reincarnated soul, prompting them to seek me out? Yi Qingchen revealed a hint of a smile, yet his eyes were filled with mockery. But what level could you achieve, born alongside me? Do you truly believe that joining some great power grants you immunity from all constraints? After contemplating for a moment, Yi Qingchen's gaze shifted toward the location of Chu Hongxiu. Filled with fervor, if he could refine Chu Hongxiu's primordial yin, he would surely break through to the imperial realm within 10 years. Just as Yi Qingchen pondered how to win Chu Hongxiu's acceptance, he sensed that the reincarnated soul was drawing ever closer, nearly arriving at the Nine Shadows imperial sect. Truly audacious. Yi Qingchen chuckled strangely, casting a glance toward the mountain gate of the Nine Shadows imperial sect before swiftly vanishing, heading toward Chu Hongxiu's residence. As one of the protagonists of the day, Chu Hongxiu's residence was particularly festive, though the doors were firmly shut, clearly indicating a desire for solitude. Just as Yi Qingchen arrived, a teasing voice reached his ears. "Why has the Dao Sun arrived so early? Are you in such a hurry?" With that, the tightly closed door swung open with a resounding crash. Yi Qingchen smiled slightly, disregarding the remark, and strode confidently into the residence. "Sister Chu, may I enter?" Yi Qingchen stood before a closed boudoir, one hand behind his back as he gently rapped upon the door. "Get lost." Despite the unyielding expression on his face, Yi Qingchen pushed the door open and beheld the enchanting beauty of Chu Hongxiu. With a smile, he remarked, "Sister, after today, you shall be my Dao companion." You ought to understand a modicum of propriety. Dressed in a resplendent phoenix skirt, Chu Hongxiu's already exquisite features were accentuated by her makeup. Resembling a delicate lotus emerging from the water, igniting an uncontrollable flame of desire in those who beheld her. If you possess the ability, seal my cultivation for eternity. Otherwise, I shall surely kill you." Chu Hongxiu retorted with a mocking smile, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Were it not for her cultivation being suppressed, she would never allow Yi Qingchen to prattle on in her presence. Unfazed by her words, Yi Qingchen casually unleashed a strand of Dao essence to seal her lips, a smirk gracing his features as he communicated telepathically, "Sister, I wonder if, after tonight, your constitution will allow you to survive?" Chu Hongxiu's pupils constricted in shock as she gazed at Yi Qingchen, yet she could not muster a sound. "Did you think that your constitution was well protected by that old fool, concealed from prying eyes? Had I not utilized a certain tactic to hasten his demise, leaving him no opportunity for contingencies, I might not have dared to approach you." As Chu Hongxiu lunged towards him in a frenzy, Yi Qingchen coldly emanated a wave of energy that repelled her, taunting, "Spare your efforts, sister. Rest assured, if you comply with my demands, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, all those connected to you shall meet their end." With that, Yi Qingchen swept his sleeve and departed, leaving behind the pale and helpless Chu Hongxiu. Chapter 164, A Plea for Reinforcements. No sooner had Yi Qingchen left than two maidens arrived, supporting the wan-faced Chu Hongxiu as she slowly exited the chamber. Regardless of her struggles, they were futile. In her current state, she was even weaker than an ordinary person. "Hongxiu, do not fear. I shall aid you." Suddenly, a voice resonated in Chu Hongxiu's ear, causing her pupils to constrict. A glance at the nearby maid, who was disguised as a woman, revealed her to be Gu Qingyu, the holy son of the Nine Celestial Holy Sect. Shortly, this young master shall create a commotion at the grand ceremony. By then, no formidable opponent will pay you any heed. Take this stone, seize the opportunity to break free from your confinement, and escape the Nine Shadow Emperor sect. Gu Qingyu secretly slipped the peculiar stone into Chu Hongxiu's hand. A wry smile crossed Chu Hongxiu's lips as she gazed at Gu Qingyu, wanting to chastise him for his foolishness, yet her mouth opened without a sound. Indeed, the next moment, both the Nine Shadow Emperor and Gu Jingchen appeared simultaneously, with a smiling Yi Qingchen stepping forth from the void. In response, Gu Qingyu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Before he could act, a furious voice rang out. "You ungrateful wretch, what foolishness are you engaged in?" With a casual wave, Gu Jingchen summoned Gu Qingyu to his side, reducing the peculiar stone to mere fragments. "You shall receive your reckoning upon returning." Gu Jingchen lamented, knowing his rebellious son would inevitably create a spectacle. Truly, a holy emperor daring to cause a ruckus beneath the very gaze of the emperor. Had he not fortuitously arrived, he might have had to bring gifts to redeem this wayward son. A child's antics. Forgive the sister for witnessing such folly. Casting a glance at the Nine Shadow Emperor, Gu Jingqian coldly addressed Gu Qinyu. Rest assured, sister, I shall administer proper punishment to this rogue. Brother Gu, you overstate. This young master is merely ensnared by love. A slight reprimand will suffice. The Nine Shadow Emperor smiled gently before leading Chu Hongxiu and the others away, granting father and son a moment of privacy. Father, Hongxiu is clearly not willing, and with the power of our Nine Celestial Holy Sect, could I not? Silence. Gu Jingqian interjected sharply, observing Gu Qingyu's indignation. While it is true that the Nine Celestial Holy Sect dominates, the other 8 lineages are not to be underestimated. Moreover, Yi Qingshun is exceedingly formidable. Do not take him lightly. Should you offend him, your position may very well be jeopardized. Furthermore, our ancestor holds him in high regard. And with the support of the Weapon Emperor and the Pill Emperor, even I must regard that lad with a measure of respect. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinyu fell silent. Yet his discontent was palpable, clearly unwilling to concede. Very well. Gu Jingqian patted his shoulder with a smile. When you ascend to the position of sect leader, what woman could you not have? What difference does it make if she is 100 times more beautiful than Chu Hongxiu? There are plenty of others. Father, is it truly the same? What then? Let us do this. I shall assist you in eliminating Yi Qingshun, obliterating the Nine Shadow Emperor sect, and seizing Chu Hongxiu for you. What say you? Gu Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. That sounds feasible. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingqian slapped the back of his head. You fool, how can you be so single-minded? Our ancestor would not allow you to lose a powerful ally simply due to your carnal desires. In the past, such actions might have been acceptable, but times have changed. The Source Realm has emerged, and the Great Era has begun. We, the Nine Celestial Holy Sect, require support. And the recently weakened Nine Shadow Emperor sect is a valuable asset, especially with Yi Qingqian. Should he mature, he may become another immortal sovereign. Now do you understand? Gu Jingqian gazed at Gu Qinyu, who was lost in thought, his eyes filled with disappointment. This lad has become rather dull-witted. Were it not for his acceptance of the imperial bloodline, I would doubt he is truly my son. Gu Qinyu wished to protest, but could only sulk in silence. Now, go change your attire. Appearing in such a state is utterly disgraceful. I almost wish to expel you from the Nine Celestial Holy Sect. Gu Jingqian waved dismissively, though he too felt a twinge of displeasure over the situation. Who does not know of Gu Qingyu's pursuit of Chu Hongxiu? And yet, the Nine Shadow Emperor sect makes such a grand affair of their union. Could they not have conducted it discreetly? Is this not a blatant provocation for Gu Qinyu to err? Understood, father. Gu Qinyu responded weakly, promptly retreating to change back into suitable attire. Bloodmaster, I have ascertained that this is the second greatest power of the ancient demon path domain, the Nine Shadow Emperor sect. Today marks the union of its 2 greatest prodigies. Chu Xan gazed at the festively adorned Nine Shadow Emperor sect, his heart racing with anticipation, as if something deep within his soul was about to erupt, leaving him rather irritable. What are their strength? Blood One, upon hearing the inquiry, revealed a grave expression. The strength of the Nine Shadow Emperor sect is not to be underestimated. They possess 1 perfect emperor and 2 established emperors. However, now that the Nine Celestial Holy Sect has come to pay their respects, there appears to be an implicit alliance within their sect. There should be 1 absolute emperor and 3 perfect emperors, and shortly, more emperors may arrive. Oh, Chu Xian's eyes widened in surprise. The union of 2 prodigies could attract so many emperors to bear witness. It seemed the main characters were indeed extraordinary. Bloodmaster, should we report to the Lord and request additional reinforcements? Are you all capable of contending with that absolute emperor? Blood One pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If it were just 1 absolute emperor, we could manage to stall them for a brief moment. But with several perfect emperors, it would be quite difficult. If that is the case, why inquire further? Call for reinforcements. There is no need to report to the Lord. Simply inform Lord Zhu and Master Cui. Convey both the situation and the coordinates of this location. Chu Xian remained calm and collected. Since they could not prevail, it was only logical to summon aid. For surely such a course was within their means. Brother Chu, when the fight breaks out, ensure that you do not let that Yi Qingqian escape. And refrain from killing Chu Hongxiu for now. They may prove to be of great utility. At that moment, Imo Xingheng inexplicably uttered a few words, prompting a surprised glance from Chu Xian, though he did not inquire further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Were it another, he could easily delve into their soul. What shall we do now? Chu Xian pondered for a moment before responding. I will first proceed to the Nine Shadow Imperial sect. You all remain here. With the fortune of the Imperial Dynasty on my side, you need not worry about my safety, and reinforcements should arrive shortly. Having spoken, Chu Xian's figure traversed the void and arrived at the Nine Shadow Imperial sect. He glanced at the enthusiastic gathering of loose cultivators, yet an unsettling feeling surged within him. This long-absent sensation compelled Chu Xian to exhale a heavy breath. In the next instant, a youth with a charming smile appeared beside him, stopping him with an outstretched hand, saying, "Fellow cultivator, you seem quite unfamiliar. You do not appear to be from the ancient demon Dao domain." Chapter 165. The times have changed. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with divine light, his heart racing to an extreme, while waves of desire emanated from the depths of his soul. A surge of demonic energy beginning to unfurl. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxun smiled slightly and transmitted his voice. "Who am I? I am the ancient demon emperor, Yi Qingxun, your master. Remnants of the soul, return to your rightful place." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xian's soul trembled as memories from the ancient demon emperor threatened to engulf him in an instant, but in the next moment, a dragon's roar reverberated through the skies. The imperial dragon of fortune suddenly manifested behind Chu Xian, and in that instant, his previously shaken soul regained its tranquility. Just as Yi Qingxun was taken aback, an overwhelming river of blood manifested in the void, accompanied by a myriad of blade lights, appearing next to him in the blink of an eye. By the time Yi Qingxun reacted, it was already too late to evade. Sensing Chu Xian's cultivation, he instinctively gasped in shock, his eyes filled with avarice and awe. Yi Qingxun formed a hand seal, sweeping his robe, and a demonic flame surged into the sky, as a colossal demonic shadow enveloped him. Bracing against the strike from Chu Xian's blade, the clang of metal resounded through the heavens, creating shockwaves that swept across thousands of miles, instantly turning all cultivators below the Saint Realm into blood mist, their bones obliterated. Even the Nine Shadow Imperial sect was affected, as the protective Grand Formation swiftly activated, enveloping the entire sect. The immense impact caused Yi Qingxun to cough up blood, his expression fluctuating as he gazed at Chu Xian. The broad back of the demonic shadow, revealing several significant fissures. Before Yi Qingxun could finish, he saw the elegant youth raise an eyebrow, his blood knife suddenly vibrating, an overwhelming imperial aura shattering the heavens. In the next moment, the aura around the youth transformed dramatically, ascending from the first level of quasi-imperial to the pinnacle of quasi-imperial, merely a step away from becoming an emperor. Ancient Nine Secrets, Dragon and Serpent Transformation. Yi Qingxun's pupils constricted sharply, inhaling a cold breath, yet his gaze was filled with the resplendent crimson light of the blade, leaving no other presence in the heavens and earth. Centered around the Nine Shadow Imperial sect, within a radius of 10,000 miles. All cultivators who were not protected felt a surge of dread, realizing it was too late to flee. "Rascal, who are you to disrupt the joyous occasion of the Nine Shadow Imperial sect? Do you not value your life?" A stern voice rang out, shattering the blade light that Chu Xian had conjured, his aura plummeting from the pinnacle of quasi-imperial, rendering him somewhat listless. Yet his eyes were filled with fierce determination, as the purple-gold divine dragon behind him roared to the heavens, coldly observing the Nine Shadow sect master and several other emperors who emerged from the void. Yi Qingxun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Chu Xian with an expression of pride, declaring, "Sect master. This individual is likely not from the ancient demon Dao domain. He may very well be a spy from the source land, and he should be apprehended immediately." Pausing for a moment, Yi Qingxun continued with a righteous demeanor, "I am willing to personally interrogate this individual and will surely extract all information regarding the source land." The Nine Shadow sect master felt a stir within, glancing at Yi Qingxun, then at Chu Xian, realizing that this youth likely possessed great fortune as well. Disturbing the grand celebration of the Nine Shadow Imperial sect, regardless of who you are or what power you represent, we shall suppress you for the time being. Do you acquiesce? Yet, gazing at the purple gold dragon of fortune behind Chu Xian, the Nine Shadow sect master could not help but suppress the thought of probing his soul. Before Chu Xian could respond, a cold voice sliced through the air, instantly shattering her imposing presence. "Presumptuous! In this minuscule realm, you dare to detain the Blood Sovereign? Your Nine Shadow Imperial sect has already chosen the path to destruction." In the next instant, 1,000 men clad in blood armor marched forth in perfect formation from the void, a Li-character Imperial flag fluttering in the wind, leaving countless onlookers in awe as they beheld this invincible legion. Upon hearing the designation of Blood One, the Nine Shadow sect master was profoundly astonished. These 9 emperors actually followed this youth's lead? What immense force could be behind him? Today's events must be a misunderstanding. Our Nine Shadow Imperial sect has no intention to be enemies with you all, but we also do not welcome you, so please depart. Casting a glance at the silent Gu Jingchen, the Nine Shadow sect master felt a wave of pressure and could only speak, refraining from pursuing Chu Xian's responsibility. After all, With the strength of the Nine Shadow Imperial sect, they might not even be a match for this legion. However, Blood One paid no heed to the Nine Shadow sect master, instead looking to Chu Xian, awaiting his command. There are no misunderstandings. Now that I, Chu, have arrived in the ancient Demon Dao domain, it is only right to expand territories in order to repay the great kindness of my master. Immediately submit to the Imperial Dynasty and surrender this individual, as well as Yi Qingchen and Chu Hongxiu. Chu Xian's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, naturally noticing that the Supreme Emperor seemed reluctant to take the lead. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding cultivators were astounded by Chu Xian's audacity. How could he dare to speak so arrogantly in the face of the two colossal forces of the ancient Demon Dao domain? Impossible. The Nine Shadow sect master did not hesitate to refuse, her expression darkening as she coldly stated, "Junior, do not overreach. Allowing you to leave unscathed is already a great favor from this palace." Pausing for a moment, a flicker of unusual light flashed in the Nine Shadow sect master's eyes as she looked at Gu Jingchen beside her, saying, "Do you know who this is? The leader of the Nine Immortal Sacred Sect, the ruling force of the ancient Demon Dao domain. How dare you speak so boldly in front of the leader? Attempting to conquer the ancient Demon Dao domain, truly unaware of your own mortality. Had the circumstances been different, she might have considered agreeing. But she could not sacrifice Yi Qingchen and Chu Hongxiu, as they were crucial to her path of advancement. Before Chu Xian could speak, Gu Jingchen let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Sister, you flatter me. What ruler of the ancient demon? Merely a jest. Who among us does not know that the Nine Immortal Sacred Sect delights in befriending heroes? This young friend and I hit it off at first sight. Which puts me in quite the predicament." Gu Jingchen first cast an appreciative glance at Chu Xian and then pretended to be troubled, saying, "However, I also hold Yi Qingchen in high regard. Let us do this. I will not assist either side, to avoid drawing criticism. I believe this young friend possesses the capacity to handle this matter exceptionally well." As he spoke, Gu Jingchen had already taken a step back with a smile. But while he retreated, the weapons and alchemy emperors of the Nine Immortal Sacred Sect did not follow suit. Instead, they mocked, "Ha! The leader must be overwhelmed with sect affairs and weary. Now that someone has come knocking, you choose to step back? Fear not, leader, rest easy. We shall not stand idly by as this young friend's kindness is taken for granted. Moreover, this domain's scoundrel dares to bark in the ancient demon? Do they truly believe our domain is a soft persimmon to be bullied? They are merely a few newly ascended emperors. We shall slay them all." As soon as the two spoke, a chorus of cheers erupted around them. However, Gu Jingchen remained unfazed, even chuckling, "Indeed, indeed. Yet what you two have done today cannot represent the holy sect. Humph. Today's events are merely personal matters between my brother and me. What say you, master? Are you satisfied?" Gazing at the arrogant expressions of the Dan Emperor and Qi Emperor, a flicker of coldness crossed Gu Jingchen's eyes. One might mistakenly think that he, the master of the Nine Immortals sect, had turned traitor. What era do we live in now? Do they truly believe we are still in the time when the great emperor strode with impunity just months ago? Nowadays, the immortal kings dominate the nine heavens, and the great emperors beneath the pinnacle are hardly worth noticing. Chapter 166. Do not attempt to frame me. Within 3 breaths, surrender and confess clearly, and I shall spare your insignificant life. Otherwise, I possess ample means to make your existence a torment. The Dan Emperor of the Nine Immortals sect glared at Chu Xian, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and then began to count down. Beside him, Yi Qingchen wore a cold smirk, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. What use is fighting? In this world, one must wield power. Remember, even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This ancient demon domain is his territory. If it weren't for Gu Mingxiao fleeing to the 3,000 domains, he would have ensured this brat learn the might of an immortal king today. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's expression remained impassive, his own murderous aura surging. Logically, reinforcements from the Imperial Dynasty should have arrived by now. Their absence could only mean a miscalculation in positioning. However, if that pinnacle great emperor did not intervene, he was confident that he could lead the Blood Prison Legion to resist for a time, certainly able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming Imperial might surged forth from within the Nine Shadows Imperial sect, causing both the Nine Shadows sect lord and Yi Qingchen to change countenance, staring incredulously at the sect. But then, a furious shout echoed from a distance, shocking Gu Jingchen as he looked toward the heavens. "Damn it, even positioning can go awry. Old man, are you toying with us? If that brat Chu loses even a single hair, I shall turn every practitioner of your Nine Immortals sect into blood elixirs." A trace of relief flickered in Chu Xian's eyes, and he nodded slightly, declaring, "Kill them, leave not a single soul alive." As soon as the words left his lips, An overwhelming tide of bloodthirsty energy surged from the bodies of the blood one and the others, and a crimson portal opened in the void. In an instant, countless blood-colored figures emerged as if crawling out from a sea of corpses, their bodies marred with horrific wounds, their necks bearing the marks of stitches, resembling terrifying specters. Haha, Brother Chu, it seems even you have a day where you require reinforcements. Whoosh. 3 arrows sliced through the air, accompanied by the boy's laughter and a tiger's roar. Arriving almost instantaneously before Yi Qingchen, the 9 Shadows sect lord's expression shifted, attempting to intervene and shield Yi Qingchen, but was sent flying thousands of miles away by a colossal hand, along with a voice tinged with exasperation. Wretched servant, when did you change the sect's address? Is this not a deliberate attempt to ensnare me? It seems the 9 Shadows Imperial sect has no need to exist any longer. Gu Mingchao's figure flickered, standing proudly in the skies, casting a disdainful glance at the utterly disheveled 9 Shadows sect lord. He had been a guest at the Zhu Fushan residence when he learned of the conflict between the 9 Immortals sect and the followers of the Emperor, which sent a chill down his spine. He promptly volunteered, personally activating the ancient pathway of the Imperial Dynasty, intending to position himself at the 9 Shadows Imperial sect, only to tragically discover that the 9 Shadows sect was no longer at its original site, having long since relocated their ancestral grounds. The 9 Shadows sect lord staggered, barely managing to stand, her body severely injured, her organs nearly shattered, strands of her essence beginning to dissipate. Although Gu Mingchao had intentionally held back, fearing he might kill her and complicate matters with the Imperial Dynasty, a mere immortal king, even when acting casually, was not something a perfect great emperor could withstand. What does the ancient Ming immortal king intend? Suppressing her shock and grievance, the 9 Shadows sect lord recalled that during the relocation of the 9 Shadows sect, she had extended an invitation to him to witness the event, which he had coldly declined. Now, she found herself blamed for it. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Qingchen was pinned in the void by 3 arrows, his imperial blood nearly spilling across the sky, his form weakened, eyes filled with reluctance and terror. Meanwhile, the Dan Emperor and Qi Emperor of the 9 Immortals sect stood frozen in disbelief, not daring to offer assistance. What does this mean? Gu Mingchao scoffed, disregarding the 9 Shadows sect lord, and turned to Gu Jingchen, saying, "You wretched spawn, look at the mess you've created. Why attend a gathering of such treacherous forces? You truly bring shame upon the holy sect. Upon your return, you shall face punishment." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingchen appeared bewildered. Was this truly the same ancestor who had once hailed him as the hope of the Gu family, the one most likely to reach the pinnacle? How could he change his demeanor so swiftly? Furthermore, was that boy riding the white tiger even human? 3 arrows nearly pierced Yi Qingchen's heart. Even accounting for Yi Qingchen's poor condition, was it truly that exaggerated? At this moment, Gu Jingchen's mind was filled with questions. Yet he suddenly heard Gu Mingchao's impatient voice. "Wretched spawn, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and join the members of the Imperial Dynasty to cleanse this force that dares to defy the might of the Emperor." Immediately, Gu Mingchao's cold gaze fell upon the Dan Emperor and Qi Emperor of the 9 Immortals sect. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to make a decision. "You two have deviated from the teachings. I shall personally cleanse the sect." Without granting them a chance to plead for mercy, Gu Mingchao's eyes filled with a ruthless glint. In an instant, demonic energy surged skyward, and a massive black hand descended from above, seizing both of them, and almost instantly, the demonic energy engulfed them. Boom! A torrential deluge of blood suddenly fell, saturating the entire ancient demon domain, heralding the fall of the great emperor and marking the end of his resplendent life. The Dan Emperor and Qi Emperor, who had ties with nearly every great emperor of the ancient demon domain, perished without leaving a trace. The countless cultivators of the ancient demon domain watched in shock, their pupils constricting, swiftly realizing that a storm was brewing. Yi Qingchen's expression shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended that the boy before him was perhaps far more formidable than he had imagined. But how could this be? That individual was merely a remnant soul reincarnated. While he had gathered all other demonic souls, how could he be inferior to that remnant soul? This was an unbearable truth for him to accept. Gu Mingchao's expression remained unchanged, as though he had crushed 2 ants, coldly regarding the 9 Shadows sect lord. "As for you, I shall leave your fate to Masters Qiao and Yi." As his words faded, Qiao Fanzhou appeared in the sky, wearing an expression of sorrow as he gazed upon the 2 great emperors who had transformed into blood mist, his eyes filled with regret. Yet thankfully, there were still 3 great emperors remaining, and one of them was a perfect great emperor. A delightful day began with the acquisition of 3 blood elixirs. Qiao Fanzhou inhaled the surrounding scent of bloodlust deeply, a hint of infatuation flickering in his eyes, before producing the imperial furnace. Smiling as he looked at the Nine Shadows sect lord, "Shall I assist you in entering, or will you manage it yourself?" The Nine Shadows sect lord's eyes brimmed with resentment. She was so close to victory. If only Yi Qingqin and Chu Hongxiu could engage in dual cultivation. She could use the transformation magic array to siphon their essence and break through to become a pinnacle great emperor. But all of this had been ruined by that reckless brat. With this thought, her eyes reddened, filled with hatred as she glared at the indifferent Chu Exin. In an instant, she channeled her remaining essence, her body beginning to swell, clearly intending to self-destruct and take Chu Exin down with her. Unappreciative fool. Xiao Fanzhou's smile faded, and with a cold snort, he formed a hand seal. Instantly, an immense pulling force emanated from within the furnace. One that even the Nine Shadows sect lord at her peak would find difficult to resist, let alone in her current state. In an almost instantaneous manner, he was drawn into the alchemical furnace, whereupon a collection of spiritual herbs was cast into the imperial furnace by Xiao Fanzhou, initiating the process of refinement. It would be prudent to refrain from such actions in the future. Yi Jiaoyang emerged from the void, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Fanzhou, beginning to comprehend why this young man had become the target of a relentless pursuit.